Luo Yunchu transmigrated. How? She didn't know. She only knew she was dead. How to put it? She had been formidable all her life, but died a miserable death. Actually, she had long been indifferent to life and death. The only thing that bothered her was being killed by someone. She was furious. So, she faked a resurrection. You heard it right, she did come back from the dead. It was amazing. After she died, her soul was pulled into the base she had built inside, which there was a supercomputer. Normally there was nothing different, but being dead could help her take revenge. This made her a materialist, both confused and inexplicably excited. Dead already, why excited? Damn, even dead I have to avenge myself. So she controlled the supercomputer and headed toward the organization where she had spent her whole life. After waiting for an unknown time when all members of the organization had gathered, without hesitation she pressed the self-destruct button. To hell together. Then, Luo Yunchu, who had just fallen into darkness, regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Master Qi, we are not unreasonable. Since you live here, you must follow the rules. The lodging we can overlook, but if you want to hunt in these mountains, you must pay silver. An elderly man spoke righteously, and the villagers echoed. Exactly. You've hunted all the game, what will we eat? Exactly, this mountain belongs to our village, the game inside belongs to us. If you want to hunt, you must pay silver. Luo Yunchu frowned irritably. So noisy. She looked around at her current location, two streams of memory intertwining in her mind, making her dizzy. After calming down for about 3 to 5 minutes, a faint smile curled on Luo Yunchu's lips, both ironic and relieved. She sorted through the tangled memories and understood the situation from the words she had just heard. According to memory, these people outside probably saw the two brothers buying her for 20 taels, thinking they were easy prey, and came to fleece them. She got up and adapted to this new body, dressed properly, then opened the door and came out. The old man in front was the village head who had once passed the imperial examination, but because he fell and broke his leg during a storm on the way to the exam, the court didn't appoint disabled people, so he had to return to the village and become the head. He wasn't the type to be aggressive, and most of the blame lay with these villagers. Her current husband probably didn't know the village's standard of living and bought her for 20 taels. Money moves people's hearts. They all see him as a fat sheep to be fleeced. Luo Yunchu sighed. No matter the era, money is always at the top of the food chain. Grandpa Luo Yunchu called out by memory. The old man looked over young girl. How is it? Has this young master bullied you? Because Luo Yunchu was sold in the villagers' eyes, she wasn't married but sold as a slave. And the village head was the only one in the village who had shown kindness to the original owner. So Luo Yunchu could feel his sincerity. That's right, young girl, have these two bullied you? If they have, you must tell us. A woman shrilled, pretending to stand up for her. Luo Yunchu gave a cold laugh, not mincing words. What, Aunt Gu is going to stand up for me? As she walked closer, when I was being enslaved by the Lu family, Aunt Gu was the one laughing the loudest. Why do you want to stand up for me now? Aunt Gu was about to retort, but Luo Yunchu's cold eyes swept over her, and she felt as if someone had gripped her throat, unable to speak. Luo Yunchu scanned the villagers. Except for the village head who occasionally checked on her, no one had treated the original owner as a human being. Wherever Luo Yunchu's gaze fell, the villagers instinctively lowered their heads. Some quickly realized they were afraid and puffed out their chests, glaring at her. Like Aunt Gu, she was still the same child who was always bullied, but something felt different. Especially those eyes. Alright, let's stop pretending. Luo Yunchu waved her hand impatiently. Every single one of you here, you just saw my husband spend 20 taels to buy me, and now you think he's a fat sheep to be fleeced. Luo Yunchu scanned the yard, her full aura unleashed, a killing intent seeming to emanate from her frail body, crushing the crowd. Wherever she looked, no one dared meet her gaze, all lowering their heads. But she was so absorbed that she didn't notice the two men she had deliberately shielded behind her, whose faces darkened visibly. Fat sheep. Fleece. What a vulgar metaphor. Qi Shiyu was thinking that the words were too crude when he heard Luo Yunchu continue. I've seen many shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen such shamelessness as yours. Luo Yunchu laughed contemptuously, her eyes lightly sweeping over the group behind the village head. These two brothers have been in our village for over a year. You said they were fugitives, beggars, or had offended some big shot, and came here to hide. You all avoided them like the plague. But now that you see they have silver, you come crawling like dogs to a bone. What? Not afraid they're fugitives anymore? Not afraid they'll implicate you now? Luo Yunchu mercilessly tore through the thin veil, revealing the disgusting filth inside. Hey, how dare you speak like that, you dead girl? Aunt Gu, hearing herself compared to a dog, rolled up her sleeves and prepared to strike. Bang! Aunt Gu's plump body hadn't even gotten close when Luo Yunchu raised her leg and sent her flying straight into a willow tree in the yard, then sliding to the ground. Her legs stretched out a bit, then drooped limply, and she didn't move. The crowd. The village head. Qi Shiyu, this girl. So fierce. Yuzo was worriedly looking at his master, wondering if he had done something wrong. Killed someone. A woman saw Aunt Gu lying motionless, trembled all over, screamed, then covered her mouth and fainted. Luo Yunchu. How ridiculous. She looked at the others, all staring at her like she was a ghost. She slowly lifted one foot. Thud thud thud. As soon as she lifted her foot, the villagers retreated in unison. Luo Yunchu. Stop. Luo Yunchu called out calmly. The crowd froze as if paralyzed. She walked up to the fainted woman and pinched her philtrum hard. The woman woke with a start, still muttering about murder. She's not dead, but... Luo Yunchu's eyes darkened as she stared at the crowd. Next time I want guarantee you'll leave upright. For these people, if you don't scare them, once they'll keep pestering you like flies. Carry her and get lost. The villagers, as if granted amnesty, lifted Aunt Gu and stumbled out. The village head also trembled as he prepared to leave, but Luo Yunchu called him back. Grandpa Lu. Young girl, what is it? The village head turned around shakily, his slightly cloudy eyes fixed on her. Grandpa Lu, don't be afraid. I don't eat people. Luo Yunchu shook her head helplessly. In the past, she had rarely interacted with ordinary people. She had only dealt with desperados who lived on the edge. Even though everyone feared her, no one had ever shown fear in front of her. Instead, they were defiant. Of course, those who could show fear never had the chance, they died. So she never knew that the narrowing of her eyes was fatal to others. The village head thought the way you are, you wouldn't eat people, but you'd kill them. Of course, he could only think it, not say it. He stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth and carefully inquired, young girl, is there anything else? No, there isn't, Luo Yunchu said with a smile. I just wanted to ask Grandpa Lu, since I've already been sold by old man Liu's family, and the deed of sale is with my old husband, then I have no further ties with old man Liu's family, correct? The village head was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, since the deed of sale is signed, you are naturally no longer a member of old man Liu's family. Luo Yunchu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. No need, said the village head. Luo Yunchu looked at village head Lu and smiled with a nod. The village head thought she still had something to say, so he stood there with his head bowed. Luo Yunchu thought, why isn't he leaving? The village head wondered, is there something else? Why isn't she speaking? After a few breaths, neither spoke nor moved until a clear, cold voice broke the awkward silence. Is there anything else, village head? Chi Shiyu approached, supported by Yuze. No, nothing. The village head shook his head. Since there is nothing, then please return, village head. In my ailing state, I want see you out, Chi Shiyu said, weakly cupping his hands toward the village head. The village head quickly returned the gesture, then turned and hurried away. Luo Yunchu was speechless. So she had to actually see him off before he would leave. What a hassle. She glanced at the man who seemed on the verge of collapsing, as if he might fall over and die at any moment. Luo Yunchu pressed her lips together, but ultimately said nothing, turning instead to walk into the kitchen. These two were not ordinary people. She found it troublesome and didn't want to stir up more issues. So let him fend for himself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she shouldn't meddle. With a clear conscience, she went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The original owner was an ordinary peasant girl, the only daughter in the family. In this era that valued men over women, a girl was treated like an object and a cheap one. Her name was Lu Yun. Her life was both fortunate and unfortunate. Lucky because her parents never abandoned her. Before the age of 5, she lived happily and carefree, though poor, her parents were extremely kind to her. Unluckily, when she was 5, war on the border led to conscription. Her father was forcibly taken as a soldier, and news of his death came soon after. Her mother drowned in tears, every day growing increasingly despondent. With no man in the house, life became harder day by day. Finally, her mother followed her father, leaving the 5-year-old Lu Yun to struggle alone in this world. The villagers all thought she was cursed, a jinx who had killed her parents. No one was willing to adopt her. Even her own grandparents hurled abuse at her and drove her away. The village head, unable to bear it, used his authority to forcibly send her back to her grandparents' home, unaware that he was sending her into a den of iniquity that devoured people without spitting out bones. She did the hardest and most exhausting work in the household, but received the worst and least food. Her once lively and cheerful personality grew increasingly silent, even somewhat gloomy. Her family feared her, yet tormented her all the more. She longed day and night for her parents to come and take her away, because before her mother left she had said, Yuna, your father has come for me. Mother can't stay with you anymore. Until the day her grandparents decided to sell her for 20 taels of silver to the man who had mysteriously appeared in the village a year ago. She refused, wanting to escape, but where could she run? Fleeing in the dead of night, she fell into a trap set by the villagers for hunting and was captured. Fearing she might escape again, they rushed her into the mountains that very night. The jolting journey along the rugged path caused the already severely injured Lu Yun to breathe her last halfway. Yet inexplicably, she had transmigrated into this world, taking over this frail body. Gazing at the earthen stove before her, Luo Yunchu smiled faintly. In her past life, she had lived on the edge of a knife. Now, this identity wasn't bad. Moreover, not only had she come over, but the base she had painstakingly built in her previous life had come along with her. This meant that from now on she could live however she pleased. Luo Yunchu entered the kitchen. Yuze helped Chishiyu sit on a stone bench in the yard, and lowered his voice, Master, did I make a mistake? Chishiyu looked toward the kitchen, occasionally catching a glimpse of a busy figure through the door and window. A mistake? Yuze nodded. Yes, I wanted to find a girl to take care of you, but He also cast a glance toward the kitchen. This girl was so violent his master's frail body couldn't withstand one of her kicks. Master, do you think she might be? Yuzei suddenly thought of something and turned sharply to look at Chishiyu, but was interrupted. No, she has no inner energy. No faction would send someone without inner energy to deal with him. To eliminate him, those people would stop at nothing, deploying every resource they had. Yuzei thought it over and agreed. When this violent girl was unconscious yesterday, he had clearly checked. No inner energy, and she looked frail. Besides, she was born in this village. Could those people have planted a baby here over a decade ago? With that thought, Yuzei dismissed the absurd notion and got to the point. Master, this medicine hunt likely won't go smoothly. Why not summon Fengxian? This trip to the southern frontier would take at least 2 to 3 months, plus dealing with those who constantly sought to trouble his master. He might not return for over half a year. His master couldn't even wash up alone. How could he be at ease? Chishiyu nodded. Find a suitable identity. Yes, Yuzei agreed. Master, let me help you lie down, Yuzei said hurriedly, seeing Chishiyu's complexion growing paler. Chishiyu nodded. He was indeed in great pain. The internal injury festering for years constantly tormented every nerve. The poison within him eroded his organs with every passing moment. His time was already short, but he couldn't die yet. He had to find every possible way to hold on. Half an hour later, Luo Yunchu brought out 3 steaming bowls of noodles. Seeing no one in the yard, she set the noodles on the stone table and went to the brother's door. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, Yuzei opened the door, his expression less than pleasant. What is it? Ignoring his sour face, Luo Yunchu walked straight into the room. The man on the bed had features as exquisite as jade carving, though his skin bore a sickly pallor. His eyes were shut, lips tightly pressed. His beautiful brows were slightly furrowed. One glance told her that even in his sleep he endured inhuman agony. This kind of morbid beauty, even for Luo Yunchu, who had never known what beauty was, compelled her to sigh, indescribably stunning. Beautiful as he was to Luo Yunchu, appearance didn't really matter. Weren't they all just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? But a good-looking person was pleasing to the eye, at least not making you want to punch them at first sight. So, she still preferred someone who was easy on the eyes. What do you want? Yuzei, seeing Luo Yunchu ignore him and walk straight toward his master's bed, staring at him like a lovesick fool, blocked her path and said coldly, Your brother is in great pain. Wake him up. I made noodles. Getting him to eat something will make him feel better, Luo Yunchu said, shifting her gaze from the bed to Yuzei. This guard was handsome too. With a stalwart bearing and striking features, eyes like cold stars, brows painted like lacquer. Quite the cool look. Having said that, she completely ignored Yuzei's murderous glare and walked straight out of the room. Yuzei gritted his teeth. This woman had absolutely no manners. Luo Yunchu had almost finished her noodles and was about to head into the mountains when finally, Yuzei helped Chishiyu slowly come into view. Luo Yunchu slurped the last of her noodles, her eyes fixed on the approaching pair. Sigh. Heaven is jealous of beauty. Oh no, handsome man. Yuzei, seeing Luo Yunchu's almost drooling expression, furrowed his brow deeply. This woman was utterly crude. Indeed, country women could never be refined. He suddenly regretted buying her. But Luo Yunchu wasn't really drooling over his looks. She noticed that the dark circles under the man's eyes were deeper than yesterday. It meant that last night's poison flare-up hadn't been suppressed at all. Today he was even weaker, and she could see that every step he took was a tremendous effort. By the time they sat down, Luo Yunchu had finished her last noodle. It had been at least 15 minutes. The other 2 bowls of noodles were already clumped together, the broth dried up. Luo Yunchu pushed the bowls over. Just eat it for now. He'll make more at noon. With that, she got up and went to the kitchen. Chishiyu frowned at the noodles, but didn't move. Yuzei picked a few strands from Chishiyu's bowl and ate them. After a moment, he said, Have a little, brother. You haven't eaten a proper meal in a long time. These noodles smell good with a slight sourness. You should be able to eat them. Chishiyu looked at Yuzei doubtfully. Sour. Yuzei watched him expectantly. Try it. Only then did Chishiyu pick up his chopsticks, tentatively take a strand, and slowly eat it. After a long while, without the anticipated nausea, Chishiyu's long unsettled heart couldn't help but tremble. He had not eaten any staple food for nearly 2 months, let alone meat. 2 months of plain rice porridge had nearly worn away his temper. And today he could actually eat these noodles. Not to mention the noodles were already delicious. Even if they were bland, he could still eat them. When Luo Yunchu came out carrying 2 glasses of milk, she saw that the bowls in front of the 2 were empty, even the broth was gone. 4 sparkling eyes were staring at her without blinking. Luo Yunchu looked at the 2 with confusion. What's the matter? Ignoring their gazes, she placed the milk on the table and pushed a glass to each. The noodles are dry, have some milk to soothe your stomachs. Milk? Chishiyu stared suspiciously at the white liquid in front of him. What is this? Thinking about the bowl of noodles he had just eaten, he asked with extreme seriousness, perhaps this. Could he also drink milk? Luo Yunchu was stunned for a long time. She had forgotten that this time and space might not have milk. Ahem, she hadn't switched identities yet. Although she had forgotten, she quickly recovered and even turned the tables. As if their ignorance was their problem, not that she had produced something that didn't exist in this time and space. Milk, as the name implies, is milk squeezed from cows. Don't tell me you've never had it. Luo Yunchu was talking nonsense with a straight face. Cow's milk. Can it be drunk? Qi Shiyu and Yu Zhe were skeptical. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow, took a glass, and drank it directly, then shook the empty cup at the two. Sorry, only one cup left. Yu Zhe. It was obvious that he was the one who wouldn't get to drink. Seeing Luo Yunchu drink, Qi Shiyu directly picked up the cup and took a sip, but then... Ugh, Luo Yunchu. There's something I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say. It's just milk. Is it really that bad? She had even heated it up. Damn, she didn't have many bottles left in her base. Ugh, Moss. Yu Zhe immediately supported Qi Shiyu. In his haste, he almost called out the wrong title, but fortunately stopped in time. Brother, are you alright? Yu Zhe looked at the mess on the ground that included the noodles he had just eaten, frowning deeply. He had clearly eaten it. Why? Could it be that he could only eat noodles? Nothing else? Or was it just an illusion? Brother, bear with it, I'll get you some water. Yu Zhe helped him sit up straight, then quickly ran to the kitchen and brought a glass of water. Brother, rinse your mouth. Qi Shiyu was completely exhausted, drenched in cold sweat, and trembling non-stop. Yu Zhe could only feed him water to help clear the strange taste in his mouth. Luo Yunchu watched quietly the whole time. She couldn't understand why drinking milk caused such vomiting. Even a milk allergy wouldn't cause such a reaction. Besides an allergy, it must be something wrong with his body, but what problem could cause this? Luo Yunchu couldn't figure it out, but seeing his pale, almost transparent complexion, she felt inexplicably irritated. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be the poison in his body, but other than that, what else could it be? Unable to understand, Luo Yunchu was extremely irritated. It wasn't that she was overconfident, but in nearly 30 years of life, this was the first time she encountered an ailment she couldn't diagnose. Luo Yunchu frowned, thinking hard. Yu Zhe was busily cleaning up Qi Shiyu, who was already so weak from vomiting that he let Yu Zhe handle him. He was almost vomiting out his intestines. Luo Yunchu was stubborn, or in her past life, almost everyone around her had said so. They said she couldn't adapt, that once she set her mind on something she would achieve it at all costs. If not for this personality, she wouldn't have had to perish together with them in her past life. The more she couldn't understand, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more irritated she became. Once irritated, she acted impulsively. Then, Yu Zhe looked at the woman who had almost thrown him out of the yard with a face full of black lines. This woman is definitely problematic. What do you want? Yu Zhe instantly returned to his original position, blocking Qi Shiyu, completely preparing to defend against Luo Yunchu with murderous intent. Besides the poison, there should be something else in your brother's body. Luo Yunchu narrowed her eyes, glancing at him calmly. Stay aside. Meeting Luo Yunchu's gaze, Yu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine, but he still didn't move an inch, staring at her with murderous eyes. If this woman made any suspicious move, he wouldn't hesitate to send her off. If you don't want your brother to die, step aside, Luo Yunchu said with patience. Yu Zhe was about to say something, but was interrupted by Qi Shiyu tapping his shoulder from behind. Brother, how are you? Yu Zhe quickly turned around and half embraced his shoulder, asking urgently. Qi Shiyu was already dizzy from vomiting with double vision, and his internal organs were screaming and tearing apart. He tried several times to open his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Yu Zhe leaned close to his ear. Brother, what are you saying? Let her see. Qi Shiyu said word by word, his eyes wandering as if trying to look at someone, but unable to see. Yu Zhe looked at his master in disbelief. He had never imagined that his master would agree to let this woman examine him. Clearly this woman was exuding wrongness from head to toe, problematic. Although surprised and shocked, as a subordinate who followed orders, his body always moved faster than his mind. He slowly helped Qi Shiyu sit on a stone stool, then crouched in a horse stance with his back against him, using himself as a backrest to make him more comfortable. Seeing that the two had agreed, Luo Yunchu slowly approached, crouched in front of Qi Shiyu, and reached for his pulse. She had been observing this man all along. Poisoning was certain, and his internal injuries were severe, but besides that, she hadn't noticed anything else wrong. But today's situation was clearly telling her you are not good enough. So feeling the pulse turned into a thorough diagnosis. Luo Yunchu was exceptionally careful, frowning deeply. Poison, internal injuries, really nothing else. Luo Yunchu frowned deeply, lowered her head to look at the rather disgusting vomit, and then looked at Qi Shiyu's occasional nausea, which he painfully suppressed. Luo Yunchu seemed to see a little person taunting her. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Luo Yunchu withdrew her hand. Apart from what she had already observed, she didn't diagnose any other problems. She stood up with a frown, her small face full of impatience and visible irritability. There must be something wrong inside him, but she couldn't find it. She was almost going crazy, but she clenched her back teeth tightly, her watery eyes staring fixedly at Qi Shiyu, who was about to collapse. You? Qi Shiyu was dizzy, his vision blurred, but he knew Luo Yunchu had stood up. Because the warmth on his wrist was gone. He wanted to ask her if she knew the cause, but as soon as he opened his mouth he felt nauseous, and he was too dizzy to speak. Yu Zhe felt Luo Yunchu stand up. Without time to ask her anything, he quickly turned around and pulled Qi Shiyu into his arms, placing his right hand on his abdomen, sending a warm current into his body. Luo Yunchu pondered for a long time. She hadn't detected anything wrong in his body except for the poison and injuries, but those were not the source of the illness. Luo Yunchu racked her brains, but came up with nothing. Instead, she recalled the noodles she had made in the morning. She always liked to add vinegar to her noodles, the sourness making them particularly appetizing. And he had eaten that bowl of noodles without any discomfort. On the contrary, it was because of drinking the milk. The milk was sweet with nothing added. That is to say, could it be he could only eat sour things? To confirm this conjecture, Luo Yunchu pretended to take a piece of hawthorn from her sleeve. Eat it. Under Yuze's internal energy guidance, Qi Shiyu had slightly recovered. But as soon as he came to, he saw Luo Yunchu handing him something that looked like a pastry, and instinctively recoiled. Yuze, on the other hand, glared at Luo Yunchu with cold fury, and said in a harsh tone, "You'd better stay away, or he'll kill you." Luo Yunchu was not annoyed because the problem with this man's body was more intriguing than his brother's attitude, so she didn't mind. "This is hawthorn. I added it to the new—" Yuze was taken aback. He knew about hawthorn cakes, but they didn't look like this, did they? And what did it mean to put hawthorn in noodles? Qi Shiyu signaled Yuze to withdraw his internal energy. Leaning on Yuze's body, he struggled to sit up straight, then took the hawthorn cake that Luo Yunchu handed. His deep eyes were filled with confusion, yet he still put the hawthorn into his mouth. Rather than suffering, he was more willing to give it a try. Perhaps it would work. After swallowing the piece of hawthorn, Qi Shiyu felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, the nauseating sensation that had rushed up his throat was suppressed. His eyes suddenly brightened. It worked. Yuze was also incredulous. His master couldn't eat anything new every day. It was just plain water and plain rice porridge. Occasionally a little salt was added, but not too much. This had been going on for nearly 2 months, and the master had become emaciated. But now there was actually something he could eat. Even Yuze, who always wore a grim face, couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes. Seeing the barely contained joy on their faces, Luo Yunchu knew she had guessed correctly. She nodded. Since sourness could suppress that problem in his body, it confirmed her idea. She just didn't know yet the exact cause, but she would find it out eventually. Luo Yunchu relaxed her furrowed brow and said calmly, "Sit still and rest for a while. They'll go make you another bowl of noodles to fill your stomach." Then she turned to Yuze and said, "Rinse the yard. It's ruining my appetite." Qi Shiyu. He was being despised. He looked at the mess on the ground, quickly turned his head away disgusted. Yuze, being overjoyed, didn't catch the disdain in Luo Yunchu's words. He nodded happily like a simpleton, helped Qi Shiyu into a comfortable position, confirmed he was fine, and then quickly ran off to fetch water. By the time Luo Yunchu came out with the noodles, there was no trace of any strange odor in the yard. Qi Shiyu sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed while Yuze stood like a flagpole a meter behind him. Seeing Luo Yunchu emerge, he hurried over eagerly to take the bowl of noodles, grinning foolishly at her. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. She sensed that this simpleton was trying to apologize to her. She understood his eagerness to protect his master, so she didn't intend to take offense. "Brother, try it quickly." Yuze held the noodles, presenting them like a treasure before Qi Shiyu, staring at him expectantly. Qi Shiyu also caught the sweet and sour aroma, and his throat involuntarily moved. He lifted his eyes to glance at Luo Yunchu, then picked up his chopsticks. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Soon the bowl of noodles was almost finished. Qi Shiyu used immense willpower to barely restrain himself from drinking the soup. As if reading his mind, Luo Yunchu said, "Drink the soup too." Qi Shiyu froze as if his thoughts had been exposed. An awkward atmosphere filled the air, yet he still picked up the bowl and drained it completely. After waiting nearly a quarter of an hour, and seeing no signs of discomfort, Luo Yunchu's relaxed brows began to knit again. She turned and walked back into the kitchen. She was going to try again. Meanwhile, the master and servant were already slightly excited. They exchanged a glance, and Yuze sprang to his feet. Just as Luo Yunchu came out carrying a glass of milk. With a thud, Yuze knelt on both knees. His face, which had been overjoyed as if seeing a savior, darkened instantly upon seeing the white liquid called milk. He leaped up from the ground, his left hand reaching out to snatch it. Luo Yunchu turned, her wrist bent down, and kicked. With a bang, Yuze was sent flying several meters. Yuze was furious, whether from anger or shame. Earlier, when she had thrown him off, he could deceive himself by saying he was off guard, but Yuze didn't know whether this woman he had bought was friend or foe. But he was certain she was no ordinary person, definitely not some peasant girl. "Who are you really?" Luo Yunchu was exasperated. She walked past Yuze, giving him a look as if he were an idiot, and went to Qi Shiyu. Placing the milk before him, she spoke with particular calmness. "Drink it. I added something. If my guess is correct, you should be able to drink it." Seeing that Luo Yunchu completely ignored him, and instead gave that poisonous milk to his master, Yuze's heart filled with malice. "You're asking for death." Yuze. Seeing Yuze's murderous intent, Qi Shiyu raised his hand to stop him. Having eaten something, he no longer felt nauseous, and his complexion had improved. Qi Shiyu looked intently at the girl before him. Her features were small and delicate, her complexion slightly sallow, and her palm-sized face still had a hint of baby fat. She was not exactly beautiful, but possessed an indescribable dynamic beauty. Yet the expression on her face was utterly at odds with her appearance, calm, placid, and exuding an extraordinary confidence. Those who did not know her would think her overly confident and arrogant. But Qi Shiyu inexplicably felt that she deserved to be confident. In fact, he thought she could be even more assertive. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he inexplicably felt it. Yuze was stopped by Qi Shiyu. Although he didn't know why his master did this, as a subordinate's instinct, his body always reacted faster than his mind. He retreated behind Qi Shiyu, his eyes always warily fixed on Luo Yunchu. Glug. Without saying a word, Qi Shiyu directly picked up the cup of milk that might once again make him nauseous and drank it down in one gulp. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Qi Shiyu frowned slightly, waiting for that nauseating sensation, even clenching his hands a little. Yuze also shifted his gaze from Luo Yunchu to his own master, gathering internal energy in his hands, fully alert and waiting for any reaction. The entire courtyard was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Only Luo Yunchu, as if nothing was wrong, walked over to a stool and sat down, leisurely watching the tense pair of brothers. After about 10 minutes or so, Luo Yunchu finally spoke leisurely. Alright, although I still don't know the root cause of your condition, you can now eat. As long as it's sour or you add something acidic or alkaline to the food you want, vomit. Qi Shiyu was quite surprised that he could finally eat. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, which had long been devoid of much emotion. Yuze looked at Luo Yunchu somewhat awkwardly. Luo Yunchu noticed his gaze, tilted her head to meet his eyes, smiled, but said nothing. Yuze, why does it feel a bit chilly? That. Qi Shiyu wanted to ask something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized he didn't even know the girl's name. A sense of awkwardness immediately pervaded the air. Luo Yunchu, her thin lips slightly parted, said calmly, Luo Yunchu. Qi Shiyu murmured, then asked, what is that acidic and alkaline substance you mentioned? Luo Yunchu was taken aback. Oh, she forgot that this era didn't have the term acid and base. It's just sour things. Luo Yunchu. Qi Shiyu wanted to call her by her full name and surname. Moreover, although he hadn't deliberately tried to learn about her, he knew that the family Yuze had bought the girl from was surnamed Lu. Why did she say her name was Luo Yunchu? He paused, suppressed the doubt in his heart, and continued, Miss, do you know the reason? He had lived for so long, yet this was the first time he had heard of such an illness, and it happened to be on himself. It takes all kinds. Luo Yunchu looked at him with an inexplicable expression. Some people can only eat sweet things or cannot eat sweet things. It's not unusual that you can only eat sour things. However, she was also very interested in the source of this condition. Qi Shiyu frowned. Since nearly 2 months ago, he had suddenly started vomiting everything he ate. He couldn't touch any staple food and could only drink plain water and white rice porridge. But today he ate noodles and drank that sour and sweet milk. A warm feeling of satisfaction filled his abdomen, making him feel as if he had come back to life. This girl Yuze had bought back this time was no ordinary person. Perhaps she was the hope for him to live again. This thought suddenly popped into Qi Shiyu's mind, and he believed this feeling was absolutely correct. Miss can cure me, right? Though it was a question, his tone was very certain. The corners of Luo Yunchu's mouth curled up. This man. Very smart. She knew that this man was definitely a troublemaker, and rationally, she shouldn't get involved. However, she was dying of curiosity to know what was wrong with him, so. Luo Yunchu spoke up. Let's talk. Qi Shiyu nodded without hesitation. Yuze. Qi Shiyu tilted his head. Yuze nodded. Brother, I'll go to the mountains. Rest if you're tired. Qi Shiyu nodded. After Yuze left, he looked at Luo Yunchu, a gentle smile on his handsome face. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. This man was very understanding. What's your name? Looking at this face, she was in a good mood. Qi Shiyu. Luo Yunchu nodded and got straight to the point. You were injured at the core by a hidden force, and there are 18 kinds of poisons in your body. Qi Shiyu's eyes contracted. He was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely unexpected. I can help you detoxify. Before Qi Shiyu could speak, Luo Yunchu casually dropped a sentence that made his heart race. Qi Shiyu's mind was full of the thought that his poison could be detoxified. His feeling was indeed correct. This woman could really save him. However, Luo Yunchu spoke again leisurely, and just those 2 words made Qi Shiyu's heart clench. He was not afraid of death, but he could not die now, absolutely not. Miss, if you have any conditions, just say them. Even if you cannot cure me completely, as long as you can suppress it for a few years, I can fulfill any request you make. Qi Shiyu was slightly anxious, but still spoke calmly. He did not ask her to actually save his life, as long as she could let him live a few more years like a normal person. Even if he became a cripple, he would do anything. Is it your comprehension problem, or my expression problem? Luo Yunchu couldn't help rolling her eyes. So little trust in her. She forgot that they were not familiar, and she was just a farmer's daughter who couldn't read a single character. The fact that he was willing to let her treat him was already a desperate gamble. How could she expect him to trust her? Wishful thinking. Of course, Luo Yunchu had no such awareness. In her view, if she said she could detoxify, then she definitely could. It was just a matter of trouble. Qi Shiyu looked at her doubtfully. What did she mean? Luo Yunchu glanced at him and said, I said I can detoxify, and I definitely can. It's just a bit more troublesome, but it doesn't affect the effect. However, besides the injury and poison, there is another. Something I don't know what it is. I haven't been able to determine it yet. Luo Yunchu tapped the table with her left index finger, her eyes scanning Qi Shiyu's body up and down as if trying to see through him. Qi Shiyu allowed her to examine him, feeling her gaze sweep over him, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. In the past, if someone had stared at him like that, they would have been thrown away long ago. How can I trust you? Qi Shiyu believed she was correct, but he still wanted to confirm her ability. You've been poisoned for over 3 years, relying on your profound internal energy to balance the toxins. If not for this poison, the injury in your body wouldn't have been incurable. Now your body is almost at its end, isn't it? Having internal energy is useless. As she spoke, Luo Yunchu supported herself on the table and slowly leaned closer. Looking at the stunning face so close, she raised a delicate eyebrow and gave a wicked smile. As long as you let me study that condition in your body that I can't identify, I will detoxify you. Qi Shiyu looked at the little face before him. Her complexion was slightly sallow, and though her features were delicate and even somewhat cute, her expression was incomparably confident. Just that. Luo Yunchu was taken aback. Do you have a misunderstanding of the word study? Study meant she had no certainty at all. A single misstep could be. Qi Shiyu gave a nonchalant smile. I was going to die soon anyway, wasn't I? His calm tone made it seem as if he wasn't talking about himself. Luo Yunchu's body tensed, dazzled by that smile. This man, he was so handsome. It would be a pity for him to die like this. Realizing she was overthinking, Luo Yunchu blinked and sat back on the original stool. You want live long, so treat a dead horse as a living one. Qi Shiyu, then let's do it. At noon I'll try again to see if I can find out what that thing is inside you. After speaking, Luo Yunchu waved her hand, picked up a bamboo basket by the door, and walked out of the courtyard. She was going to check out the ancient mountains to see if she could find any medicinal herbs or wild vegetables. Then she would find time to go to the town. There was nothing in this house. She didn't even have a change of clothes. There were clothes in the base, but not to mention that this body was only 16 years old and had shrunk a lot. Even if she could wear them, she couldn't wear them out in public. Qi Shiyu watched that slender but straight back, exuding a lazy yet unrestrained aura. He didn't know what he was thinking, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Master, I believe she is not to be trusted. Yuzhe had come to stand behind him at some point, voicing his concerns. Qi Shiyu drew a deep breath, his gaze traveling beyond the courtyard wall, as if looking at something unseen. Do you have any other choice? Yuzhe lowered his head and said nothing. Indeed, there was no other choice. Over the past few years they had sought out countless physicians and so-called miracle doctors, yet none could offer a cure. Not a single one claimed to be able to neutralize the poison. All professed helplessness, repeating the same words time and again. Those words had gradually transformed their initial fury into a resigned expectation. But today they had heard a different outcome, that the poison could be dispelled, that the master could live. This was what they had dreamed of, yet when it finally came they were seized by a fear that it might all be but a dream. Master and servant sat and stood in silence, one gazing into the distance, the other gazing at him. So quiet, so still. Luo Yunchu had not gone far before she sensed someone watching her. Yet when she focused she could detect nothing. The aura hidden in the shadows felt strangely familiar. It was exactly like the feeling she had during her missions in her past life, the instinct of an assassin. But Luo Yunchu smiled contemptuously. This person's concealment still fell short. Though she had not yet pinpointed the observer for an assassin, even the slightest flaw could determine the outcome of a mission. A flaw meant failure, and failure meant death. It seemed this convenient husband of hers was not to be underestimated. Despite his handsome appearance, having someone tail her was truly unscrupulous. Glancing at her current frail body, she realized her strength was less than a tenth of her former self, and she lacked inner energy. The opponent, on the other hand, was clearly formidable in internal energy. Open confrontation was impossible, so she could only pretend not to notice. The reason she had managed to shake Yuzhe earlier was that he had not been on guard against her in terms of physical force. She had been intrigued by the strange ailment, and had acted purely on instinct. If she were to truly fight Yuzhe, she doubted she could last more than 30 moves under his hands. No help for it. He had inner energy, and her current body was too weak for her to fully unleash her martial skills. However, if she added the firearms hidden in her base, she believed there was no one in this era she could not kill and no door that could hold her. Luo Yunchu collected herbs along the way, gathering quite a few. But none of these herbs could cure Qi Shiyu's poison. They could only nourish his body and prepare him for the future detoxification. She also discovered an abundance of wild vegetables, fungi, and wild animals. Reaching a high vantage point, she could clearly see her small courtyard. The patch of land closest to the house on the right was suitable for turning into a vegetable garden. Later she would repair the house and build a vintage-style courtyard house, realizing the pastoral life she had always yearned for but never attained in her previous life. Lost in thought, she walked on until her bamboo basket was full, filled not only with herbs, but also wild vegetables and fungi. At home, there were only rice flour and game, but no vegetables. The invalid's diet had to be low in grease-rich and alkaline and acidic substances and nutritionally complete, otherwise it would surely impede the future detox. The more she thought, the more she felt he was nothing but a burden, a troublesome one at that. With limited resources, she could only gather more wild vegetables for now. Tomorrow she would find a chance to go to the town to buy seeds for fruits, vegetables, and some clothes. At noon, a Luo Yunchu figured it was time to head back. Without betraying any sign, she glanced behind her, then shouldered her bamboo basket and descended the mountain. The 16-year-old girl, though petite, exuded an air of tenacity. The hidden observer's eyes flickered with complexity, yet he continued to follow closely behind. Returning home, Luo Yunchu intended to prepare some food in the kitchen. Seeing Yuze busy inside, she turned around and emptied everything from her bamboo basket onto the ground. She set aside the wild vegetables and fungi for later consumption. The herbs that could not be cultivated were spread out on the ground to dry, while the ones that could be planted were placed in a shaded spot. She would try to cultivate them in her space later. While she was busy, Chi Shiyu's gentle voice came from behind. "Chua, what are all these?" "Chua." Luo Yunchu turned and gave him a strange look. The words on the tip of her tongue were eventually changed. It was just a form of address after all. "These are herbs to condition your body. But the mountains don't have all the herbs I need. They'll go to the town tomorrow to see if I can find some ingredients for the antidote." However, she didn't know how bountiful the herbs were in this era, but based on her observations on the mountain, this place was probably not suitable for its growth. Since she was going to the town tomorrow anyway, she used it as an excuse. "What herb?" Chi Shiyu asked gently with a smile. "Blood lotus." Luo Yunchu ignored his tenderness. She wondered what had gotten into this man. Was he trying to seduce her? What kind of trick was this? "Snow lotus. I think I have one." Luo Yunchu turned around surprised that he actually possessed a blood lotus. "Let me see it." Chi Shiyu turned to fetch it from the room, but as soon as he moved, a wave of dizziness assailed him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. He staggered. Luo Yunchu instinctively reached out to steady him, lightly tapping several points on his back. Then in a flat tone she asked, "Feeling better?" Chi Shiyu had been in great discomfort, but after Luo Yunchu cleared his inner acupoints he felt fine. Yet the faint fragrance emanating from her stirred a ripple in his dormant heart, and he was reluctant to let go. Thus he remained limp, speaking weakly, "It's in the room. Come with me to get it." Luo Yunchu, suspecting nothing, nodded and helped him inside. Following his direction, she found a wooden box. The moment she opened it, Luo Yunchu froze. She stared at the dried flower in her hand, momentarily speechless. Chi Shiyu recovered some strength, and seeing Luo Yunchu fixated on the box, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Luo Yunchu turned to him, her expression complex. "This is a snow lotus, not a blood lotus." "Chi Shiyu, is it a snow lotus or not a snow lotus?" Rarely confused, he exuded a sense of curiosity. "Luo Yunchu, is my language so imprecise? It's the blood of bleeding, not the snow of snowfall." "Chi Shiyu." He blinked awkwardly, his eyes shimmering with innocence. "Chuer is so clever. It's my fault for being slow." Luo Yunchu remained impassive, merely asking calmly, "Can you draw?" Chi Shiyu nodded. "He'll describe it, and you draw it. Then send someone to search for it." "All right." The blood lotus, also known as the fire lotus, usually grows with creeping or erect roots. The plant clusters and its leaves are fleshy and opposite. The leaves are densely arranged, forming a quadrangular, overall shape. The color is generally light green, but you need to find the bright red ones. The light green ones are not old enough and won't work for you. As Luo Yunchu spoke, she watched Chi Shiyu paint, occasionally correcting his mistakes until a lifelike depiction of the blood lotus emerged, except for the coloring. "That's good enough. Search for it according to this." With that she turned and walked straight out. Once again ignored Chi Shiyu. "That's fine. Search for it according to this." After saying this she turned and walked straight out. Once again ignored Chi Shiyu. Luo Yunchu arrived at the courtyard carrying wild vegetables and mushrooms into the kitchen, ill-cook. Yuze cast a glance but said nothing, nodding and stepping out. Luo Yunchu shot a sideways glance at the retreating figure. This Yuze was most likely a guard, not a brother. Whoever he was, as long as he didn't hinder her, it made no difference whether he was human or ghost. She washed the wild vegetables and mushrooms, then retrieved the remaining half of the wild chicken from the cold water basin, chopped it into pieces, and began to stir-fry. It had been a long time since she last cooked, but her skills were certainly still there. She took out various seasonings from the base along with some hawthorn and a lemon she had found in the base's refrigerator. For cooking, lemon was indeed the better choice. Soon a pot of chicken and mushroom soup along with 2 small dishes was ready. "Time to eat," Luo Yunchu called out after setting the table, then sat down to wait. Yuze helped Chi Shiyu out. A sweet and sour aroma wafted through the courtyard, making his taste buds dance with joy. Luo Yunchu pushed a small bowl of rice toward Chi Shiyu. "Soak it in the soup and eat. No meat, but vegetables are fine." Chi Shiyu looked at the dishes on the table. Ordinary, common, yet irresistibly tempting. He couldn't eat the meat. Yuze's heart raced as he watched his master. This was the first time someone had told his master, "You can't have this, you can't have that." Just quite remarkable. Suddenly a chill ran down his neck. Yuze immediately sat upright and began wolfing down his rice at an incredible speed. Seeing him eat only rice and not the dishes, Luo Yunchu picked up a spoon and ladled a piece of chicken into his bowl. If you don't eat it, it's wasted. Waste is Yuze. Just because it would be wasted. Chishiyu, noticing her giving meat to Yuze, radiated a chilling aura. Yuze shuddered, glanced at both of them, and finally steeled himself to eat. Well, he thought he should go along with Luo Yunchu for now. After all, hadn't his master stopped resisting her? The moment the chicken entered his mouth, Yuze's eyes widened. It was tender, fresh, with a hint of sweet and sour. Indescribably delicious, yet incredibly apt. Seeing him eat, Luo Yunchu withdrew her gaze and turned to Chishiyu, her meaning clear. Eat up. Chishiyu. Finally Luo Yunchu spoke. You haven't eaten solid food for too long. Your stomach is weak, meat is hard to digest. Chishiyu paused in the act of ladling soup. So it was because he couldn't digest it. A faint smile appeared on his stern face, like a winter sun, nearly blinding even Luo Yunchu. Though he couldn't have meat, he ate plenty of the wild vegetables and soup, until Luo Yunchu snatched his chopsticks away. Overeating. Do you want to die sooner? Chishiyu froze for a moment, then slowly snapped out of the hunger-driven daze. He had never considered himself a man of gluttony, but today he was ravenous, consumed by a feeling of never being full. After the meal, Luo Yunchu busied herself with the herbs she had gathered. She spread out the ones that needed drying, then took the cultivable herbs into her room. Once she was inside, Chishiyu also rose and returned to his room. What did she do? He asked, his voice cold and distant, a far cry from the gentle demeanor he showed Luo Yunchu. Master, she just gathered herbs and wild vegetables, then walked around the entire hill and came back. A shadowy figure emerged, speaking respectfully. Chishiyu frowned. Had she really only gone to gather herbs? He waved his hand, and the shadow vanished. Yuze approached, helped Chishiyu lie down, and said, Master, something has gone wrong in Chuanzhou. They'll have to leave tomorrow, or I might not make it in time. Chishiyu lay on the bed and hummed softly in acknowledgement. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he soon fell asleep. Seeing this, Yuze withdrew to pack his clothes and rations, and to brief Fengxian. In the base's gym, Luo Yunchu exercised for a while, then took a shower. Carrying the herbs, she headed to the vast open space in the base to try planting them. This open space hadn't existed before. Previously, it was filled with plains and tanks. For some reason, after arriving here, the plains and tanks had vanished. Not only that, but the concrete floor was gone, replaced by soil. Ridiculous. Still, she was quite adept at making use of waste. If it worked, it would mean she had an inexhaustible mobile herbarium. After planting the herbs, she spent some time in the armory touching her old companions she hadn't handled in a while before reluctantly leaving the base. Luo Yunchu glanced at the spot where the herbs were drying. The sun was no longer on it. It must be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. She suddenly found herself at a loss for something to do. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, she picked up a hoe and headed toward the plot of land she had earlier chosen for a vegetable garden. Turning the soil would double as the sun gradually sank. Luo Yunchu frowned at the somewhat lonely little courtyard. Without much thought, she finished turning the remaining half of the soil, then shouldered the hoe and went home. Upon entering, she saw neither Yuze nor Chishiyu. Could they still be sleeping? They had been asleep all afternoon. No. She dashed to Chishiyu's room and pushed the door open. There he lay on the bed, brows tightly furrowed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Chishiyu, she called. When he didn't respond, she immediately took his pulse. The poison had struck. Luo Yunchu looked at the unconscious Chishiyu in confusion. The poison shouldn't have activated yet. If she had been any later, even the gods couldn't have saved him. With no time for formalities, she propped Chishiyu up with one hand, supporting him in a sitting position, while the other hand retrieved the silver needles from the base. The 7 ultimate needles. She rarely used them, and when she did, blood was always drawn. This was the first time she used them to save a life. She laid the needles flat on the bed and prepared to undress him. The belt was impossibly stubborn, so she simply drew a dagger and cut through both belt and clothes. 1 inch below the neck, 3 inches below the left armpit, right shoulder, 3rd vertebra, 2 vertebrae above the coccyx, 2 inches left of the ribs, 3 inches below. 7 needles, all inserted within 10 seconds. Luo Yunchu was drenched in sweat. The 7 ultimate needles were not easy to handle. The slightest deviation in acupoint or force, thus she had to be fully alert. With only one hand free and her current body frighteningly weak, she gasped for breath, utterly drained. The needles had to remain in the acupoints for 10 minutes to reverse the blood flow, forcing the toxins that had spread to the organs to a single point for expulsion. Luo Yunchu was contemplating where to drive the blood to when a chilling, murderous aura surged from behind. Instinctively, she wanted to dodge. But just as she was about to move, she remembered the man she was holding up. With no choice, she fixed Chishiyu in place with both hands and took the palm strike squarely on her back. Fresh blood splattered all over Chishiyu. Luo Yunchu let out a muffled groan. Her already weakened body now wavered precariously. Yuze was about to strike again when a shadow emerged from the dark and blocked him. Yuze, she's detoxifying the master. Yuze froze immediately, withdrew his hand, stepped forward, and seeing the silver needles in his master's body, breathed a sigh of relief. Then with a face full of shame, he looked at Luo Yunchu. Seeing her ghastly pale complexion and the scattered drops of blood on his master and the bed, Yuze bowed his head deeply and muttered, I'm sorry. I thought. He truly hadn't meant it. As soon as he entered the courtyard and saw that his master's door was open, he threw down the things he had prepared and rushed inside. Upon entering, he saw the dagger by the bed and the master's figure obscured by the bed curtains. In his haste, he struck out directly. He hadn't seen clearly who it was. He truly didn't know it was her. Luo Yunchu took a deep breath to steady herself, then reached for the silver needles set aside. Now she could only drain blood from his hand, but she couldn't guarantee the effect. Using the silver needles, she cleared the acupoints and meridians in his right hand, allowing the poisonous blood to flow along the channels. Then she pried open his, not caring whether they were on the bed. She directly cut a deep gash on his palm, and dark, murky, poisonous blood slowly oozed out. After doing this, Luo Yunchu felt her head throbbing unbearably and her chest suffocating. She shook her head, then beckoned to the distant shadowy figure standing afar. Her voice was soft, laced with weakness and chill. You come and support him. Don't touch the silver needles on his body. The shadowy figure responded respectfully and properly, supporting Qi Shiyu. Yuze, standing nearby, opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end swallowed his words. Luo Yunchu didn't even bother to glance at him. She walked to the side, sat down, and took out silver needles to treat herself. Only after the dizziness in her head subsided did she remove the needles. She walked somewhat laboriously to the bedside, observed for about 2 minutes until the flowing blood turned from black to red, then reached out to support Qi Shiyu and signaled the shadowy figure to step aside. With a flick of her fingers, she removed 7 silver needles almost simultaneously. Then after taking out the needles on his arm, she laid Qi Shiyu flat on the bed and softly called, Qi Shiyu. Qi Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment he finally opened his eyes, confusion still lingering in his gaze. Luo Yunchu took out a silver needle and pricked him between his eyebrows. This is a... He twitched his nose. The smell of blood was heavy. Seeing that he was awake, Luo Yunchu simply rose and left. Yuze, seeing her get up, wanted to speak, but Luo Yunchu didn't give him the chance. Qi Shiyu frowned deeply. He saw the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What happened? Master, this subordinate hurt her. Yuze knelt directly without any excuse, confessing his guilt. Hurt her? Qi Shiyu's eyes darkened slightly. Yes, this subordinate admits fault and accepts punishment. Qi Shiyu said nothing, merely turning his gaze to the shadowy figure beside him. If he wasn't mistaken, that man had been present when Luo Yunchu was there. The shadowy figure also knelt. This subordinate failed in his duty, didn't protect the lady well, and accepts punishment. At first, when Luo Yunchu rushed in, he had intended to stop her, but seeing her anxious expression, not like someone who would harm the master, he didn't come out. Until Yuze returned, because he was monitoring Luo Yunchu, he was unable to stop Yuze in time, resulting in Yuze injuring her. It was his dereliction of duty beyond any excuse. Very good. Qi Shiyu laughed in fury, his already dark complexion turning ashen. 50 strokes of the military rod recorded for now. He then looked at Yuze. You return to Chuanzhou tomorrow. Report and receive your punishment. 100 strokes of the military rod. Yes. Yes, both acknowledged. The shadowy figure vanished, and Yuze withdrew. He had to go to the kitchen to boil hot water. The master was obsessive about cleanliness, and the bed was covered in blood. Just now Luo Yunchu had also sprayed blood all over the master. Though the master hadn't said anything, he knew very well that if he didn't clean up, soon the master might go mad. Luo Yunchu returned to her room. Before she could close the door properly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, spattering the entire door frame. She looked at the bed not far away, frowned deeply, feeling powerless. She slid down against the doorframe. She didn't dare enter the base, but could only take out a potion from it. The enhancing agent, a potion capable of regenerating and strengthening all human indicators. It was also the thing she had spent her entire previous life researching. And because of it, she had been driven to a desperate corner, detonating her own base to perish together with those insatiable bastards. After injecting, she put away the syringe and fell into a deep sleep against the doorframe. This enhancing agent had no other issues. She had tried it in her previous. The only side effect was that after use, the person would be forced into a dormant state until the drug's effects were fully absorbed. Moreover, if the Boda's constitution was substandard, one might die in the dream due to being unable to withstand the drug's power. This body was too weak. She was afraid it couldn't withstand the drug's power, so she had never used it. But now she had no other choice. That palm strike had nearly taken her life. By the time Qi Shiyu had cleaned up and come out, it was almost dawn. He felt much more comfortable and lighter. The oppressive feeling in his chest was gone, and his complexion was noticeably rosy. The bed was naturally cleaned by Yuze. He came to Luo Yunchu's door and spoke softly with a hint of caution. Chu. No one answered. He called again. Chu. Still no reply. Qi Shiyu's eyes narrowed. He tried pushing the door. It opened a crack, and he immediately saw the bloodstain on the doorframe. Flustered, he pushed the door open and entered. Sure. Only after entering did he see Luo Yunchu sleeping against the doorframe, traces of blood still at the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, and her lips were utterly bloodless. Qi Shiyu thought she had fainted. He lifted her horizontally, gently placed her on the bed, and then checked her pulse. Only when he found she was merely asleep did he breathe a sigh of relief. He took the washcloth placed at the foot of the bed and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He had just heard the entire process from Feng Xian. She could have dodged Yuze's palm strike. And the result of dodging was obvious. Even if Yuze could have pulled back in the end, it would certainly have hit the silver needles on his body. But she didn't. Instead, she took the blow hidden. In the middle of it, she had even treated herself with needles. One could imagine how much pain she was in, yet she insisted on removing his needles, and only left after this girl. Qi Shiyu quietly gazed at the young girl on the bed. Her complexion was a bit sallow, and she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, yet she possessed a unique temperament and tenacity that other women lacked and could never imitate. He didn't know why she had saved him like this, but he acknowledged this debt. From now on, no matter what she asked, as long as she spoke it, even if it meant giving everything, he would fulfill. He kept watching her like that until Yuze's voice came. Master, please go rest for a while. Ill. Qi Shiyu cast a flat look at Yuze, who lowered his head. He knew he was wrong, but could the master please stop looking at him like he was livestock? In the end, Yuze slunk out. Qi Shiyu, as before, sat quietly and watched. The next day, when Luo Yunchu woke up, she saw Qi Shiyu sleeping against the edge of the bed. Had he been guarding here all night? Luo Yunchu moved her limbs slightly and casually checked his pulse. The poison had been compressed into his abdominal cavity. Unless affected by external forces, it would be fine for now, but it was ultimately a temporary solution, not a cure. Qi Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered. His beautiful eyes held a touch of weariness and delight. Chuer, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Internal injuries? I want Dot. Luo Yunchu stood up and passed him, showing no signs of severe injury. Having lain for so long, she was dry-mouthed. She poured herself a cup of water and drank. Qi Shiyu knew she was angry and understood, but he didn't know what to say. Having just suffered a poison outbreak all night, his face was pale, and he felt torn between advancing and retreating. Chuer, I'm sorry. Luo Yunchu set down her teacup. I understand your loyalty to your master, but understanding doesn't mean I have to be magnanimous. After saying this, she left, leaving Qi Shiyu standing there, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The enhancer's effect was excellent. She now felt incredibly full of energy, and her physique was constantly strengthening. She planned to wait until this enhancer was fully absorbed before using another one. Although there was an accident yesterday, it caused no real harm to her. She didn't hold much resentment toward Yuze, because she was not familiar with them in the first place, so there was no question of trust or lack thereof. Simply put, to her they were just passers-by strangers, so she didn't care. Because she didn't care, she felt no pain from being distrusted, nor any anger. Arriving at the village entrance, she saw Erniu, the cart driver, waiting. She walked over, handed him 2 copper coins, and directly boarded the ox cart, closing her eyes to feign sleep. Young girl, are you heading to the town? A woman came over with a fake smile. As if she didn't know. Why board an ox cart if not going to town? Sightseeing. Luo Yunchu rested with closed eyes, too lazy to bother with her. The woman snubbed, shrank her neck, and went back to the other side, whispering with a, Auntie, is this girl really that formidable? The woman looked at Luo Yunchu, who had her eyes closed, as she couldn't see how this frail child could kick away a person weighing 150,160 gene. Of course you weren't there to see it. She kicked Aunt Gu over with one kick. All those men present were stunned into silence by this girl. Another woman whispered in a low voice. Are you talking nonsense? Yin girl has been timid since childhood. If she had such skills, would she have been bullied in the Liu family for? The woman clearly didn't believe it. Hey, why don't you believe me? So many people were there, how could I possibly make this up? If you don't believe me, ask them. The auntie, displeased, pointed to the people who had gone with her. The woman looked at them, they all nodded vigorously like pounding garlic, and each sat deliberately far away, but the ox cart was only so big so they couldn't be too. The crowd chattered endlessly. Luo Yunchu, unable to tolerate it any longer, opened her eyes with a cold flash. The villagers, startled, immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and not speaking. The ox cart instantly fell silent. Luo Yunchu closed her eyes again. Standing on the antique street, Luo Yunchu took a deep breath. What a marvelous feeling. She had truly escaped that dark, sunless purgatory. Finally, she only needed to live for herself. The hawking stalls, the fragrant wine shops, the chatting tea houses, and the occasional verses of poetry that reached her ears made the chaotic scene seem remarkably harmonious. Of course, it would be more harmonious without the shadow behind her. Luo Yunchu stood on the street and thought she still had 3 copper coins on her, so unrestrained shopping was out of the question. She decided to first go to the herb shop to check the prices and effects of the herbs here to see if they differed from what she knew. If she still had no money, she would have to go back to find Qi Shiyu, who surely had money. As soon as Luo Yunchu stepped into the pharmacy, a young boy quickly approached. Miss, are you here to get medicine or see a doctor? Luo Yunchu looked at the young boy who seemed about 12 or 13 and felt a bit of goodwill toward him because he didn't disdain her despite her plain attire. She always forgot that she was now just a 16-year-old girl. Get medicine, Luo Yunchu replied. Miss, do you have a prescription? The young boy asked with a bow. No, I'll pick them myself. Luo Yunchu was unusually patient. Miss, you know medicine? I really couldn't tell. The young boy was surprised, but didn't say much only. Then please look around yourself, miss. If there's anything you don't understand, call me. After the boy left, Luo Yunchu looked at the herbs displayed in the hall. They were all common herbs. It seemed better herbs were not available in the outer area. As for the differences compared to what she knew in her past life, only some herbs had different names. For example, hui grass was called baiji here, kangar was called seer. Changhuo was called chongqing here. After looking around, Luo Yunchu found nothing special, so she wanted to call the boy to ask about the prices. Just then a man dressed as a guard burst in through the door, followed by 4 people carrying a white-clad youth who was gasping for breath. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his face ferocious as he roared toward the inner hall. Doctor, where's the doctor? Come out quickly, save him. The young boy busy attending to patients was greatly startled by the roar. He quickly recovered his composure and gathering his courage stepped forward. Sir, what is the patient's condition? Seeing the boy dressed as an apothecary apprentice, the man, extremely impatient, lifted the boy up directly. Where is the doctor? The boy, terrified by the man who seemed like a god of death, trembled and couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Seeing the boy couldn't say anything, the man threw him aside, glanced at the inner hall, and with a flicker of movement within a blink, he dragged out an old man. Treat my young master's wounds immediately, or he'll slaughter your entire clinic. The man threatened, pressing his sword against the old man's neck, but Luo Yunchu could see his panic. His slightly trembling hands revealed his fear, his bloodshot eyes and harsh words were merely masking his anxiety. The old man, trembling all over, shuffled forward to take the youth's pulse, glanced back at the man, then reached out to feel the youth's elbow and kneecap. After fumbling for a long time, the old man prostrated himself on the ground and cried out in a trembling voice, "Spare my life, sir. This young master's limbs have been broken, and he has been poisoned. There is also a hidden force rampaging within his body. This old man's medical skills are shallow. I am powerless." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire clinic knelt down. The patients who had come for treatment had already fled in fright when the man burst in. Those remaining were all workers in the clinic. "Spare us, sir. Please, for mercy," arose one after another. The man's sword fell to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands. "You all deserve to die. Wait." Just as the man was about to go on a killing spree, Luo Yunchu spoke up. The man turned, staring coldly at Luo Yunchu as she approached. The chill in his eyes seemed to solidify. "Who are you?" Luo Yunchu looked at the man and knew he was probably on the verge of chi deviation, commonly known as demonic obsession. His mind now was only filled with his young master. Heal the master, or if not, then perish together in a blaze of destruction. Luo Yunchu brushed past the man with a flick of her sleeve, her expression indifferent, utterly unaffected by his murderous aura. "If you want to save him, calm down." The man was stunned for a moment, then the crimson in his eyes gradually faded and his fierce glare turned somewhat flustered. "You can save the young master, can't you?" It was clearly a question, yet he spoke it with absolute certainty. Luo Yunchu gave a slight nod as she too felt a bit bewildered. Why had she stepped forward? She had never been one to pity the world or meddle in others' affairs. Was she out of her mind? Luo Yunchu looked at the man, trembling all over. Perhaps it was because she had never witnessed such sincere, uncontingent emotion before. In her past life, she was always surrounded by wolves and tigers with danger at every step. When you were injured or weak, no one would say they'd find help for you or worry about you. Instead, they'd think of how to stab you and take your place. So when she saw this servant-dressed man nearly breaking down and losing his mind over that youth, her long-lost compassion seemed to stir. "I can't. Carry him into the room, lay him flat on the ground, and he'll fetch some medicine." Luo Yunchu's voice was soft, carrying a soothing. The man nodded, ordered the youth to be carried inside, and followed Luo Yunchu's instructions. Then he stood at the door, staring anxiously at her as she gathered herbs. "That child," Luo Yunchu called out. The little boy turned his head, glanced at the man standing at the door, tentatively straightened up, and when he saw the man wasn't paying attention, he boldly ran over. "Don't be afraid. Take them all out and wait at the door," Luo Yunchu said gently. The little boy knew she was helping them. Though he wasn't sure if she could truly save that young master, looking into her eyes, he inexplicably felt she could. He thanked her and quickly shooed everyone out. During this, the boy nervously watched the man at the inner hall door, only to find the man hadn't even spared him a glance. Luo Yunchu grabbed several medicinal herbs and walked into the inner room. She said to the man guarding the door, "Have them all leave. Guard the entrance and don't let anyone in. You stay here." She knew it was impossible to make him leave. The reason he was so obedient now was that as she passed by him, she had sprinkled some hallucinogenic and calming powder on him. After everyone had left, Luo Yunchu finally approached the youth. The youth was already showing symptoms of chest tightness, cyanosis, and shortness of breath. Luo Yunchu took out her medical kit, then a puncture needle, and aimed it at his chest, thrusting it in sharply. The next second she pulled out the needle's core, and a thin stream of air hissed out. The youth's chest, which had been on the verge of suffocation, rapidly deflated, and his breathing slowly returned to normal. This was a lung laceration caused by a rib fracture, ultimately leading to pneumothorax. It was also the most troublesome injury for the youth. Troublesome, of course, only for physicians of this era. Once the biggest problem was resolved, the next was the relatively severe fractures. Luo Yunchu first removed the youth's clothes, then took out a chest band to bind his chest, reducing the pain from coughing and expectoration afterward. Next came the treatment of his fractured hands and feet. Fortunately, with the base, she lacked nothing. 2 hours later, Luo Yunchu wiped the sweat from her forehead, straightened up to stretch her nearly numb legs, then fetched some blood-activating and stasis-removing medicines from the pharmacy, such as Sanqi Pian and Danshin Pian, and fed them to him. As for the poison, that bit of poison was hardly poison. A single injection of serum cleared it all away. Finally, she took his pulse. The external injuries were treated, but the internal injuries. Luo Yunchu looked conflicted at the youth lying on the ground, barely breathing. The youth had a face like jade, around 16 or 17, with features not yet fully matured. Unlike Qi Shiyu's cold austerity, the youth's features were softer and gentler. Luo Yunchu realized she was getting sidetracked. She lightly patted her forehead. Why was she comparing this youth to Qi Shiyu? Annoyed at her own wandering thoughts, her tone lost its previous softness and turned rather cold. Come in. As soon as she spoke, the man waiting at the door appeared before her like a ghost. The effect of the powder had worn off, but the man was much more lucid than before. He had been pacing anxiously outside, wondering why he had let a young girl treat the young man. But since she had already gone in, he dared not barge in. He couldn't take the risk. What if that girl could actually heal him? He kept reassuring himself, it's okay, it's okay. Finally, when he heard the girl's voice like heavenly music, he instinctively rushed in at top speed. Miss, my young master. The man looked at Luo Yunchu nervously, his whole body tense, not daring to even glance at the youth still lying on the ground. Luo Yunchu was amused by his cautious demeanor. She smiled slightly. His life is saved, but his internal injuries are troublesome. If they aren't healed, he'll become a cripple. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Miracle doctor, you can surely heal him, right? Thump, thump, thump. Please, miracle doctor, save my young master, please, save my young master. He kowtowed as he spoke. His young master couldn't become a cripple. That would be no different from killing him. Luo Yunchu was startled by his actions. Although many had begged her for treatment in her past life, no one had ever knelt before her. Though it was normal in this era, every person born is equal, no one is nobler than another. But, if in her past life, someone had reached out to her like this, would it have? Seeing Luo Yunchu silent, the man frantically fumbled inside his robe, and in an instant a stack of silver notes was thrust before her eyes. Silver notes. How much does the miracle doctor want? If it's not enough, I can owe you. Any condition is acceptable as long as you save the young master. Seeing Luo Yunchu still unmoved, the man shouted toward the door, come in, all of you. In an instant 4 other guards appeared in the room. The man sprang up, ripped the money pouches from their waists, and thrust them at Luo Yunchu. Silver notes. As he spoke, he knelt again, hot tears streaming from his crimson eyes. Please, please, please. The 4 behind him quickly caught on, and knelt with a thud. Please save the Luo Yunchu. Looking at the stack of silver notes and 4 money pouches held before her, she suddenly felt like a robber. But then, money, who doesn't love it? And what did she lack? Money. Luo Yunchu took the silver notes and pushed the pouches back. They'll save him. You all go out first. The 5 men kowtowed in unison, expressed their thanks, and retreated. After sending them away, Luo Yunchu glanced roughly at the silver notes in her hand. The smallest was 10 taels, the largest 500 taels. There were at least 20 or more notes, totaling probably several thousand taels. Luo Yunchu clicked her tongue. She knew the young man came from an extraordinary background, and she had intended to make some money. But she never imagined he would be carrying so many silver notes. She had figured maybe 100 taels at most, but instead she had stumbled upon a windfall. She tucked the banknote into the base and closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into it. Her enhancement agents were scarce. Despite having the base and the instruments, she lacked the medicinal materials, and there were also countless data points that needed recalibration. It would be impossible for her to reprepare them anytime soon. In other words, each dose used was 1 less. So her medicine was worth that much. Moreover, this would benefit the youth for a lifetime. His martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds after this injection, and his physical constitution would also improve accordingly. Of course, it ultimately depended on whether the youth's physique could perfectly integrate with the agent. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would be sufficient to save his life. The young man's body was more than capable of enduring the potency of this agent. As soon as her consciousness entered the base, Luo Yunchu was stunned at a glance. She blinked, confirming she wasn't mistaken. The enhancement agent that she had clearly used yesterday was still lying intact, in its original spot. She remembered that when she woke up this morning the tube was empty. Could it be that the base can regenerate? This thought struck her and became irresistible. She directed her consciousness to another area. Sure enough, the milk and seasonings she had used yesterday were exactly as they had been at the start. Even Luo Yunchu, who was usually inscrutable, couldn't suppress her joy. Did this mean she could use them without restraint, without worrying that one day the base would go on strike? Or was the supercomputer still there? As this thought struck her, Luo Yunchu felt immensely relieved. She took out an enhancement agent and injected the youth without a shred of reluctance. Then she produced a bottle of vitamins and a bottle of calcium tablets, poured out half of each, ground the pills into powder, and found some yellow and white paper in the room to wrap them in 6 small packets. Only then did she call out, "Come in." When the man entered, she handed him the prepared medicine packets. "Take these with warm water, 1 packet of each type, 3 times a day. Do not move him for the next 2 days to avoid bone displacement and the internal injuries." The man nodded, asking hesitantly, "He'll wake up in about a day. Once he's awake, the internal injuries will be healed, barring any unexpected events." Luo Yunchu said, casting a teasing glance at him. "Your young master will make rapid progress." Hearing this, the man walked over to the youth, examined his body, and found that the hidden force within him was slowly dissipating. Only then did the weight truly lift from it. The 5 exchanged glances, then bowed deeply to Luo Yunchu. "Thank you for saving our young master's life, miss. May we ask your name? When the young master recovers, he will surely come to express his gratitude in person." Luo Yunchu waved her hand. "Luo Yunchu. No need for thanks. The consultation fee has been paid. We each got what we needed." With that, she left, leaving the 5 staring at each other. Luo Yunchu disliked trouble, so instead of leaving through the main entrance of the clinic, she slipped out through the back door and quietly made her escape. With the windfall clutched in her hand, Luo Yunchu headed contentedly toward the clothing shop. The burlap clothes she wore had been on her for days, and though she bathed daily, they were still dirty. Arriving at the shop, she first picked out 3 outfits for herself. She had always favored only 2 colors in her attire, black and red. But here the women's ready-made clothes were mostly in pink, green, white, or red. So after selecting a set of dark purple and a bright red one, she turned to the men's section and picked out a well-fitting black outfit. After buying what she needed, she browsed the men's section and eventually chose 3 more sets, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 light blue. Since money was no object, she selected the best the shop had to offer. Her 3 outfits cost 36 taels in total, while the 3 for Chi Shiyu cost her 50. Luo Yunchu clicked her tongue, suddenly feeling disgruntled. She, a living person, had been sold for only 20 taels, yet a few sets of clothes cost nearly 100 taels. How worthless was she? And why was the cost of living in this town so high? Clutching the clothes, she walked out of the shop amidst the shopkeeper's profuse thanks. Weighing the 14 taels of loose silver she had received as change from the shopkeeper, she went next door to buy 3 pairs of shoes, 2 for women and 1 for men. Then she stopped at a roadside meat stall, buying 5 pounds of pork and 3 ribs. Seeing her large purchase, the vendor threw in a free pork leg bone. Pork was 20 per pound and ribs were 15 per pound. After paying, Luo Yunchu carried her purchases to a stall selling bamboo baskets. She bought a basket about half her height, stuffed everything inside, and began her shopping spree once more. She visited a pastry shop, a vegetable stall, and a fruit stand. Only when the bamboo basket was packed to the brim did she arrive at the final stop of her spree, the grain and oil shop. Looking at the rice, oil, seasonings, flour, and other items she had selected, Luo Yunchu's mouth twitched. How was she supposed to get all this back? The shopkeeper, perceptive as ever, approached with a smile and asked, "Would you like me to arrange a carriage for you, miss?" Luo Yunchu nodded eagerly. "Please, idea." The shopkeeper soon returned with a carriage. He called over a shop assistant to load her goods, but when Luo Yunchu handed him the silver, he smiled and declined. "You've bought so much, miss, and this carriage is from my own stable. Please feel free to come again." Luo Yunchu looked at the shopkeeper. He certainly knew how to handle things. Luo Yunchu didn't stand on ceremony. She thanked him and boarded the carriage. The driver cracked his whip and headed toward the village. A carriage rarely entered the village, so everyone stopped to stare. Some even followed behind, curious to see which house it was headed to. Luo Yunchu listened to the whispers and footsteps outside, letting them follow. After a while, the driver pulled back the curtain. "Miss, we've arrived." Luo Yunchu nodded and jumped down. The driver, perhaps following the shopkeeper's instructions, began unloading the goods into the courtyard without a word. Yuze heard the commotion and came out. Seeing so many things, he stood frozen for a long time, not snapping out of it, until Luo Yunchu brushed past him. He then helped carry everything in. Luo Yunchu fished out some copper coins from her sleeve, about 20 or 30, and handed them to the driver. The driver waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't take this, miss. The shopkeeper said you are a valued guest, and I shouldn't accept any money from you." Luo Yunchu pressed the coins into the driver's hand. "Tell your shopkeeper favors are favors, but business is business." The driver was stunned, not understanding her words, but he could only accept the money because she had already gone inside and closed the door. The villagers who had followed, seeing the endless stream of items being carried into the courtyard, were dumbfounded. Was Yun's husband's family so wealthy? She had bought so many things. The gleaming white rice and the hanging slabs of meat were mouth-watering. A few old women exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. "Chua, you're back." As Luo Yunchu entered the door, Qi Shiyu's soft, slightly weak voice Luo Yunchu responded with a grunt, set down the basket, and took out the clothes and shoes wrapped in coarse cloth, placing them on the stone table. She handed the three men's outfits and a pair of boots to Qi Shiyu. "These are for you. I noticed you only have 2 sets of clothes to change into." Qi Shiyu was taken aback for a moment, staring blankly at the clothes before him for quite a while. Just as Luo Yunchu was about to take the garments back to her room, he lifted his head with a faint smile. "Thank you, Chuer." Luo Yunchu paused for a moment at the door, but said nothing, walking straight into the room. Qi Shiyu caressed the several sets of clothes. The fabric was not particularly fine, but in this place it was considered decent enough. Although it was not even a tenth of what he had once possessed, it inexplicably warmed his heart. Yuze, who had been standing at the door, watched silently. Suddenly he felt like a forsaken puppy. No one cared for him, no one loved him. Qi Shiyu's gaze darkened as he looked at Yuze. "What's wrong?" "Not happy." Yuze pouted. He truly knew he was wrong. When he remained silent, Qi Shiyu's eyes grew even deeper. "You have no right to be unhappy." Yuze shuddered. "Your subordinate admits his fault. The one you should apologize to is not me," Qi Shiyu said indifferently, leaving behind these words as he took his clothes and shoes and walked toward the house. Though his pace was unhurried, it was impossible to ignore. Yuze clenched his fists. He had already delayed for a day, knowing that he would have to leave by tomorrow morning at least 3 or 4 months, perhaps even longer, before he could return. With this thought, he went to Luo Yunchu's door and knelt down with a thud. Luo Yunchu was tidying up the room when she heard the sound. Thinking something had happened to Qi Shiyu again, she immediately came out. Seeing Yuze kneeling, her brows knitted tightly together. This was how it was in this ancient era, kneeling at the drop of a hat, crying out for death at every time. When she emerged, Yuze immediately kowtowed. "Sister-in-law, Yuze begs for punishment." Luo Yunchu said nothing, simply gazing at him in silence. Yuze was at a loss. What did this mean? "Yuze deserves death. Please punish me." Luo Yunchu nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, then go ahead and die. Die far away." A boom seemed to explode in his ears. Yuze was completely stunned. Luo Yunchu squinted. "You said you deserve death. I told you to die, but you don't move. What? Is this just empty talk from a younger brother?" Yuze gritted his teeth as if making a decision and looked up at Luo Yunchu. "When my brother recovers, if you want my life, sister-in-law, it will be yours any time." With his master in this condition, he could not die. Luo Yunchu sneered. "Then what are you even talking about?" Yuze was baffled. "And your acting is terrible. Don't pretend to be brothers anymore." Luo Yunchu shot a glance at the still kneeling man. She really wanted to slap him to death. "I'm not dead yet. Don't go kneeling at every turn. It's bad luck." Yuze was stunned. "Acting terrible. Don't pretend." She had seen through them. And what did bad luck mean? How was kneeling bad luck? Luo Yunchu put the clothes into the base, gave the room a rough cleaning, and then went to the yard to sort the spoil she had brought back. Meanwhile, a few old women burst into the Lu family's home, chattering with great excitement. "Oh, Sister Lu, you have no idea. Your girl Yun bought so many things. That gleaming white rice, those strings of pork, and so many beautifully packaged little boxes. Probably the pastries rich folks eat." Yes. Who would have thought that girl Yun is so lucky? Her husband's family must be incredibly wealthy. Right, with all that money, they only spent 20 silver taels to buy her. And she spends so lavishly without even helping the Lu family. Exactly. In the end, a girl is just not loyal. Yes, a married daughter who doesn't think of her mother's family is utterly heartless. The old women chattered on every word, judging Luo Yunchu. Lu Linshur, who was standing nearby, chimed in, "Mother, do you think that girl did this on purpose? She clearly knew her husband's family was rich, yet she insisted on severing ties with us. It's obvious she wants to keep everything for herself." At these words, old Madame Lu could no longer sit still. She sprang up, her vigorous movements nothing like those of a woman nearly 70. "That wretched girl dares to scheme against us old Lu family. What a shameless, ungrateful wolf." Old Madame Lu stormed off, cursing all the way, followed by Lu Linshur and the gossiping old women. Luo Yunchu had just finished sorting the items and was about to hand the pastries to Yuze, who had been trailing her eagerly, when a group of people burst in aggressively. Turning around, she saw her vicious grandmother and the shameless Aunt Lu Linshur. Their appearance and demeanor made their intentions clear. Luo Yunchu crossed her arms, lightly tapping her right index finger on her left arm, and regarded the group with calm composure. Old Madame Lu swept her gaze around the yard, and her eyes, already slightly dim, were instantly flooded with greed. Rice, white flour, pork ribs, and the game Yuze had brought back from the mountains that morning. Everything in the yard made her mouth water. After a long while, old Madame Lu finally looked at the 3 people standing beside the goods. She dismissed Qi Shiyu and Luo Yunchu as a worthless girl and a dying cripple, but she was somewhat wary of Yuze. However, in the end, greed overcame fear. In her entire life, she had never seen such fine rice and flour. Game and meat were even rarer in the past. Having meat once a month was considered a sign of a old Madame Lu shot a glare at Luo Yunchu, snorted coldly, and reached for the goods. With a sharp slap, Luo Yunchu unceremoniously struck her hand back. Old Madame Lu screeched, "You little bitch. I'm your grandmother. How dare you hit me?" Qi Shiyu, standing nearby, instantly froze at the words little bitch, his eyes turning icy as he stared coldly at the old hag. "Grandmother?" Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. "As I recall, your old Lu family sold me off. What kind of grandmother are you?" At this, old Madame Lu immediately recalled Lu Linshi's words and glared viciously at Luo Yunchu. "You little bitch. So that's why you dared to leave the Lu family. You had it all planned out." Luo Yunchu was momentarily confused. "Oh, what did I plan? Little slut, don't play dumb." Old Madame Lu glared greedily at the items in the yard, hurling curses of little bitch with every breath. "I went through all the trouble of finding you a good marriage, and now that you're living well, you ungrateful wretch want to ditch us? No way." Luo Yunchu's face turned completely cold with each little bitch. Her lightly tapping fingers switched to rubbing her fingertips together. Anyone familiar with her would know she had already been stirred to kill. Lu Linshi, standing nearby, looked around nervously, feeling a chill down her spine. She suddenly remembered Aunt Gu, who still hadn't gotten out of bed, and tugged at old Madame Lu's sleeve, but was violently shaken off. Old Madame Lu's eyes were fixed solely on the items in the yard. They were all hers, and she would take them all back. Luo Yunchu was filled with murderous intent, yet she remained utterly calm. Because when she truly meant to kill, she was always as still as an ancient well without a ripple. Qi Shiyu and Yuza, standing beside her, also looked at her with some confusion. Was she perhaps too calm? "They're here to freeload, but what exactly are you here for?" Luo Yunchu's voice was slow as she gazed at the several elderly women standing at the doorway. Meeting Luo Yunchu's gaze, the crowd recalled how she had kicked Aunt Gu earlier, and they all trembled, shrinking back timidly without a word. Luo Yunchu let out a scornful laugh, bold in thought, but cowardly indeed. Turning to old Lu and her companion, who were practically drooling, she asked, "Want some?" Old Lu nodded instinctively. "If you want it, pork is 50 when per catty, ribs 40 when per catty, rice 300 when per catty, and white flour 200 when per catty. How much do you want? He'll weigh it for you." "What did you say? You little wretch." "Oh." Old Lu was about to curse, but before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain on her face. It took her a moment to realize that this wretched girl had slapped her. Old Lu was furious, her fleshy face trembling, and a piercing shriek erupted as she pointed a gnarled finger at Luo Yunchu. "You damned." Crack. Old Liu's voice was cut off by the sound of a breaking bone. "Ah!" A deafening, agonizing howl filled the air. Luo Yunchu raised a hand to rub her temples, then grabbed each of them by the scruff of their necks and tossed them out of the yard, a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes. "Let me tell you once more, don't point your finger at me. Next time it won't be just one finger." Old Lu was old, and with one finger already broken, the throw left her lying on the ground, unable to move for a long time. It wasn't until the other elderly women in the yard came to their senses that they carried her back. Luo Yunchu returned to the yard, thinking those people wouldn't come again, but she underestimated their shamelessness and fearlessness. Sure enough, just as Luo Yunchu finished cooking and Yuza had tidied up the yard, the three were about to eat, when, boom, a group burst in again, the already flimsy wooden door creaking on its hinges. Luo Yunchu's face darkened, and a fierce, murderous aura emanated from her, as if countless vengeful spirits were swirling around her, filled with deathly energy. Qi Shiyu and Yuza, startled by this side of Luo Yunchu, exchanged a glance, both finding it unbelievable. A group of 7, the original owner's grandparents, eldest uncle, eldest aunt, and 2 elder cousins, all from old Liu's family, along with the village head who had been dragged along. Luo Yunchu coldly sized up the old man at the front, the original owner's grandfather, Lu Shuzhen. Lu Shuzhen felt a chill under her gaze, but as a patriarch of decades, he was more composed than old Lu. He frowned, feeling that this person was vastly different from the timid girl who always hid in the background in his memory. After staring for a while, without finding anything off, he recalled his purpose and barked coldly. "Lu Yun, have you grown bold? Laying hands on your own grandmother. Such filial impiety. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Luo Yunchu laughed in fury. "Divine retribution? If you're not afraid, why should I be?" "Insolent!" Lu Shuzhen roared. "Lu Yun, do you think that just because you're married I can't touch you? Oh, and how do you plan to touch me?" Luo Yunchu's tone turned dangerously sharp, a hatred flickering in her eyes that even she found slightly surprising. Without waiting for his reply, she turned to the village head. "Uncle Lu, what do you say?" Village head Lu shuddered, instinctively glancing behind Luo Yunchu, his voice trembling. "Well, young girl, you really shouldn't have struck your grandmother. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues." Luo Yunchu interrupted, her expression calm, but her eyes slightly reddened as she narrowed them, slowly sweeping across their faces. "Them? Are they worthy? Well, The village head was at a loss for words. The old Lu family indeed didn't deserve Yun girl's filial piety, but you're utterly heartless. An ungrateful wretch. Why doesn't heaven strike her down with lightning? The old couple cursed Luo Yunchu in fury while Lu Jingcai following behind wanted to speak, but was tightly held back by Lu Lincher. She had thought her father-in-law could intimidate the wretched girl, but instead he was left red-faced and humiliated. Holding back Lu Zhengkai with one hand and blocking her two sons with the other, she felt that if she dared to make another move there would be no good outcome. You don't act with dignity in old age, yet expect me to respect the elderly. Are you delusional in broad daylight? Luo Yunchu exuded a fierce aura, yet her tone was eerily calm, a faint sardonic smile playing on her lips. Old Lu trembled with rage, the broken finger causing her to break out in a cold sweat from pain. Even so, she shrieked curses. You little wretch. Our old Lu family raised you for 11 years, and this is how you repay us. 11 years. Luo Yunchu laughed out loud. 11 years of hauling water and chopping wood, 11 years of washing and cooking. 11 years of being beaten and scolded at will, 11 years of relentless bullying. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten how I survived those 11 years. Luo Yunchu leisurely counted on her fingers, enumerating each detail, her slightly rough hands waving before her, as if she were telling someone else's story. From start to finish, Qi Shiyu hadn't spoken a word after all. They weren't truly husband and wife. Yet listening to her calmly describe those 11 years, something deep within him stirred. Watching her waving fingers, he suddenly wanted to hide her away so no one could ever harm her again. The group was left red-faced by Luo Yunchu's words while the village head buried his head, unable to meet her gaze. I remember saying that if there's a next time you'll come in standing and leave line. Luo Yunchu paced slowly, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. Just half an hour ago, I also said that next time it won't be just a broken finger. I wonder, what do you plan to leave behind this time? Old Lu, startled by Luo Yunchu's sudden approach, collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Lu Shujin instinctively glanced at his wife's broken finger, clenched his fists, and already felt the urge to retreat. Qi Shiyu watched the slender figure before him, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger. He signaled Yuzo with a glance, and Yuzo nodded, already calling her a little wretch and a vile thing over and over. What kind of family was this? Truly nauseating. He reached for his waist, pulling out the dagger he often used for hunting and butchering chickens. His gaze toward the group was like looking at the dead. If you want leave, then stay. As Yuzo moved to act, Lu Shujin and his crew toppled over like rolling melons scattered on the ground. Only the village head, perhaps because Luo Yunchu had treated him decently, was spared from Yuzo's murderous intent. Even so, his legs trembled violently, and cold sweat poured down his face. Yin, little yin, no, don't, it's not possible, child. The village head trembled all over, his lips quivering, yet he still stood in front of the Lu family blocking. Lu Shugin, seeing the village head blocking the way, hastily dragged old Mrs. Lu by the arm, trying to leave. He believed that this menacing man truly and Lu Lincher also pulled Lu Zhengkai and their two sons. But old Mrs. Lu, oblivious to the situation, kept cursing loudly as she was dragged out, spewing the most vile insults. Luo Yunchu didn't want to tangle with them any longer. Let them leave. After all, they were the grandparents and family of the original owner. She couldn't really kill them. Luo Yunchu had just sat down to eat when suddenly a scream from old Mrs. Lu came from the doorway. Luo Yunchu looked over and saw the dagger, which should have been in Yuze's hand, gleamingly embedded in old Mrs. Liu's right thigh. Luo Yunchu. Was it really alright to be this ruthless? She still had to live here. But one word: awesome. Let's eat. With the appetite spoiling person gone, Luo Yunchu radiated contentment and sat down nonchalantly, inviting the two to eat. Luo Yunchu ate with gusto, as if the person who had been so murderous moments ago was not her. Qi Shiyu watched her with a calm gaze. This teenage girl gave him a sense of mystery that he could not fathom or predict. Who was she really? She could cure his poison, knew that his background was extraordinary, and carried an aura of death that even he who had killed countless had never possessed. What did you see? Luo Yunchu, having finished eating, put down her chopsticks and propped her chin to look at Qi Shiyu. His eyes were dark and unreadable, but he still smiled gently. Chu, or you surprised me. Yes, surprised. He thought she had some unusual experiences, but he didn't know that her story was truly that of an ordinary peasant girl. She was born here, grew up here, and had never left this village. But all her actions told him that she was different. He even felt that the girl before him was not the one he had bought. This feeling was absurd, yet he couldn't shake it. Surprised too. Luo Yunchu smiled faintly. I thought you would say I was possessed by a ghost. Luo Yunchu sat up straight, tapping her fingers lightly on the table, and spoke slowly. Do you think that as a child raised under their oppression my behavior is puzzling? Do you think I am not myself? Luo Yunchu said, looking at him teasingly. What if I told you that I am not Lu Yun? Would you believe me? Qi Shiyu raised an eyebrow and looked at her without speaking. Seeing that he seemed to be seriously considering the possibility, she mentioned Luo Yunchu couldn't help but laugh. Do you know the saying extremes meet? I am Luo Yunchu. I changed it myself after being sold to you. Because they never acknowledged me, and I don't want to acknowledge them anymore. You may not believe it, but when I heard they were going to sell me to you, I once thought of drugging them, and setting a fire letting their filth disappear with the flames. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. I ran away, but unfortunately, I didn't escape, and was taken to you that very night. From then on I changed. I became no longer myself. I became a form that I didn't like, but that suited me. So from now on I am just me. I want to live the way I like, not the way they like. She spoke half-truthfully. The truth was that the original owner had indeed thought of this, but also truly hadn't dared to act. She slowly stood up and brushed off the hardly noticeable dust on her clothes. Didn't you understand? Actually, I don't know what I said either. Just take it as if I'm possessed by a ghost. After saying that, she turned and left. Just as she was about to enter the door, her voice came again. Because I am no longer the person I used to be. Luo Yunchu went inside. The food on the table had gone cold. Yuze stood by without speaking. Qishiyu picked up his bowl and ate a bowl of rice with a now. She had just said he didn't understand. No, he did understand. But what exactly he understood he couldn't articulate. For the first time, Qishiyu felt somewhat frustrated. After eating his meal tastelessly, he frowned and returned to his room. As for Yuze, who had been ignored by both, he finished the cold leftovers, cleaned up the dishes and the kitchen, then went to pack his belongings alone. The next day, Luo Yunchu got up early and busied herself in the kitchen. When Yuze helped Qishiyu out, she handed a bundle to Yuze. Yuze looked at her questioningly. This is some dry provisions and pastries. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 500-tael banknotes from her sleeve. It might not be enough for the Blood Lotus, but it won't be far off. You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. Then she turned and left, leaving a bewildered Yuze and a puzzled Qishiyu. Last night Feng Xian had reported that she had saved someone in town, and they had guessed there would be some reward, but never expected it to be so much. Moreover, she had given this 1,000 taels for his medicine. This 1,000 taels might not be of great use to them at the moment, but it was like a ray of light in the darkness, warming his heart. Yuze clutched the banknotes, feeling a mix of emotions. Last night he had been telling his master that something had gone wrong in Xuanzhou. Their supplies had been intercepted. Now, apart from the few hundred taels on them, they had no other source. And in this situation, he glanced deeply towards the kitchen and silently called out in his, Master, I will definitely bring back the Blood Lotus. Take care of yourself. Yuze clutched the bundle and banknotes tightly, speaking firmly. Qishiyu looked up at him. Yuze, how long have you all been with me? Master, we are all orphans. We followed you when we were 3 or 5 years old. Even the youngest, old Tin, has been with you for 50. So if fate wills it, go find them, and take them away from this life of deceit, and strive to live as carefree wanderers. Master, Yuze was terrified. I will definitely bring back the Blood Lotus, and Madam will surely save you. Qishiyu waved his hand. Go. He knew their character and understood their nature. As long as he was still breathing, they would never give up. He also knew that even if he died, they would not leave. Instead, they would carry him and charge into the capital, dying together on the path of assault. Yuze cupped his hands. Master, take care. Then he turned and left. Luo Yunchu was at the kitchen door not far away. They hadn't lowered their voices deliberately. Perhaps it was because of her words last night. He was also indirectly telling her about his identity. She curled the corner of her mouth into a faint smile, but it carried a hint of desolation. In her past life, if she had had someone like Yuze by her side, would she not have gone to such extremes? Luo Yunchu brought out steamed buns and vegetable congee, pushing the congee toward Qishiyu, while she herself took the buns and congee to eat. Qishiyu, sure, why don't I have any steamed buns? A plaintive voice reached Luo Yunchu's ears. Do you think everything can be seasoned with vinegar? Luo Yunchu rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Qishiyu finished the congee in a few gulps, his eyes smiling with a tenderness that seemed to drip with water. Sure is amazing, earned over 1,000 taels in one trip. Luo Yunchu didn't look up. 2,000 taels. Qishiyu. Flaunting wealth invites robbery. Sure, Qishiyu called out. Luo Yunchu waited for him to continue, but hearing nothing for a long time, she looked up at him. If I can't find the Blood Lotus and my poison can't be cured, would Sure be sad? Qishiyu looked at her with a hint of caution. No, Luo Yunchu said without hesitation. Why would she be sad? They had only known each other for a few days. He was overthinking. Hearing this, Qishiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he lowered his eyes, saying no more. The rest of the time passed in this strange atmosphere until Luo Yunchu finished eating, cleared the dishes, and brought out a bowl of medicine. This medicine was blended with serum and agent to neutralize the toxins. He had 18 poisons in his body. It was impossible to cure them one by one. She could only slowly neutralize them, merging the 18 poisons into one. She couldn't be sure what the neutralized poison would become, so she had to find the Blood Lotus. The Blood Lotus, a supremely toxic and inane object, but that was only what ordinary physicians believed. She was different. She had the 7 ultimate needles. With the 7 ultimate needles and the toxicity of the Blood Lotus, she could ensure that the poisons in his body were fully neutralized into one and forcibly suppress the complete eruption for 1 hour. and that 1 hour would be enough for the strengthening agent to dilute, dissolve, and regenerate the toxins within him. Without the blood lotus, when his poison fully erupted, the strengthening agent would have no time to take effect, and he would have only one path: death. Luo Yunchu handed the medicine to Qi Shiyu. This neutralizes the poisons in your body. Qi Shiyu was still recalling the resolute way Luo Yunchu had answered him just now, and he stared at the bowl she offered without moving. After a moment of thought, Luo Yunchu decided to tell him, "You have 18 poisons in your body. Each one is easy to cure, but the problem is that if you cure one, the others will instantly lose their balance and erupt. In other words, it's not that they can't be cured, but there's no time. By the time I produce an antidote, you'll already be cold. What I can do now is to neutralize their toxicity without disrupting the balance between them, merging them into one. But if use it doesn't return within half a year, you will die for sure, because I have no toxic substance to suppress the poison in your body, and thus I won't have time to cure you." Qi Shiyu's eyes darkened. Although he had long known he didn't have much time left, and had accepted this fact early on. The look in Luo Yunchu's eyes, as if she were looking at a doomed man, stirred an inexplicable rage in his heart. He also recalled her resolute words that she would not grieve for him. Qi Shiyu snatched the medicine bowl as if in a sulk, downed it in one gulp, and then said in a somewhat exasperated tone, "Yuzo will come back. And he won't die because he doesn't want to die. He's going to drag it out with this girl." Luo Yunchu was taken aback by his flustered state, took the bowl, and said, "Do your best, and leave the rest to fate." Qi Shiyu. He felt that if he died one day, it wouldn't be from poison, but from being angered to death by this wretched girl. This girl was impervious to reason, treating him as if he were invisible. For all his worth, he was once the foremost man in the capital, with countless noble ladies vying for a single glance of him. Yet this dead girl. If it's not that those noble ladies were blind, then this dead girl is blind. Seeing Luo Yunchu leave without even a glance at him, carrying her basket on her back, Qi Shiyu muttered indignantly. Luo Yunchu paid no heed to his thoughts. Carrying the seeds she had bought yesterday, she came to the small patch of land she had tilled. Today she would finish tilling the land, plant the melons, fruits, and vegetables, and use the reagents from her base. Within 10 days, she would be able to eat fresh vegetables. In the morning she tilled, and then fetched water to moisten the soil, went home to cook a meal, and sowed seeds in the afternoon. A perfect schedule for the day. Luo Yunchu looked at the sown seeds with a full smile. She took out a bottle of emerald green reagent from her base, divided it into 2 buckets of water, waited for it to dilute, and then used a wooden ladle to water carefully, scoop by scoop. Not until the sun sank in the west did she rub her slightly aching lower back and head back. As soon as she got home, she saw Qi Shiyu sitting in the courtyard with a resentment. Somehow Luo Yunchu felt a touch of awkwardness, but she still stepped forward and asked, "Not feeling well?" Qi Shiyu remained silent. Seeing that he didn't seem unwell, Luo Yunchu turned to cook, but Qi Shiyu grabbed her. She turned back and looked at him inquiringly. "Qi Shiyu." After a silent standoff, Qi Shiyu finally spoke first. "Why is Chuer so cold to me?" Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow, instantly feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Cold? Isn't that just the nature of our relationship? Besides, she had already been very good to him, something that would have been absolutely impossible in her previous life." "No," Qi Shiyu said urgently. "No, we are husband and wife, not passers-by, let alone strangers. Chuer should not treat me like this." Luo Yunchu curled her lips and sat down. "Husband and wife. Have we performed the wedding ceremony?" Qi Shiyu. "Have there been the 3 letters and Qi Shiyu. Have we consummated the marriage?" Qi Shiyu suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Luo Yunchu. "So that was the reason." Luo Yunchu. "Does this kid have some serious illness? He always focuses on the most unexpected points. Kid, are you overthinking this?" Luo Yunchu helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Between you and me, first, there were no 3 letters and 6 rites. Second, no wedding ceremony. Third, no bridal chamber. So we are not husband and wife, at best a doctor-patient relationship. Moreover, put your hand on your heart and tell me, did you really buy me to be your wife?" Qi Shiyu fell silent. He slowly lowered his eyes, hanging his head like a defeated rooster. But deep in his eyes, where Luo Yunchu couldn't see, a glint of determination flashed. "Just a wedding ceremony. Wait and see." Luo Yunchu smiled and turned away. "Can't I handle an old fossil like you?" After dealing with some game, Luo Yunchu prepared to start a fire and cook. Holding the flint, she was slightly lost in thought. Qi Shiyu. He was not an ordinary person. She had known that from the moment she arrived here. He was destined never to spend his whole life in this mountain valley. He was like an eagle in the sky. One day he would spread his wings and leave. He was showing her kindness and weakness, also silently telling her something, but she didn't want that. At least not for now. After the meal, Luo Yunchu examined his body. Tomorrow she could try a medicinal diet. With his emaciated appearance, she was afraid he would kick the bucket before the poison. "Chuer, you're unfair." Qi Shiyu dressed himself slowly, his tone languid. "Moi. You prepare meat dishes every day, but I can only watch, not eat. They'll switch to medicinal meals tomorrow." Luo Yunchu gave a helpless smile, then paused thoughtfully before adding, "With meat." Qi Shiyu's lips curled into a smile. Good. Bathe first, then I'll perform acupuncture later. Qi Shiyu nodded and rose to head toward the washroom. Luo Yunchu carried the heated water to the washroom, beckoned Qi Shiyu inside, and then began her exercises in the courtyard. She was a modern person without inner energy, simply practicing punches and close-quarters combat techniques. After a full set of boxing forms, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. She cast a discreet glance toward the corner, saw that Qi Shiyu was still occupied, and then turned to fiddle with the pile of wood she had brought back over the past 2 days. In the shadows, Feng Xian's eyes sharpened. As a shadow guard, he had been trained to eliminate enemies in the shortest time possible, never allowing them a chance to counterattack. Yet the few moves Luo Yunchu had just practiced, though seemingly chaotic and without form, would have actually engaged, make him uncertain of subduing her within 10 exchanges. He might even sustain injury. Creak. Qi Shiyu emerged. Luo Yunchu set down her work, helped him into the room, and only after he lay on the bed did she sit beside him. Qi Shiyu was slightly out of breath, perhaps from bathing on his own. Previously, Yuza had always assisted. After a long silence, once his breathing steadied, she took out the silver needles. This is the second session. The first time you were in a deep coma and felt no pain. If you feel any discomfort or excessive pain during this, speak up directly. Qi Shiyu nodded slightly. All right. Even with the mental preparation, as Luo Yunchu inserted the needles, he clenched his fists tightly and let out a muffled. Luo Yunchu watched the veins bulge on his hands, bit her lip, and unwittingly softened her voice. This is the 7 absolute needle technique. Each needle targets a major acupoint. During the procedure, it feels like scraping bones and cutting flesh. Don't force yourself to bear it. Her unexpected tenderness caught Qi Shiyu off guard, and for a moment, he forgot the pain, until it dragged him back to reality. He forced a pale smile. It's fine, sure. Just proceed with the needles. So she yielded to gentleness, but resisted hardness. After finishing the needles, Luo Yunchu, as if under some spell, took the initiative to hold his hand. Hold on a little longer. Once the poison in your body is neutralized to an average level, you won't have to suffer like this anymore. Qi Shiyu's dark, deep eyes stared at her, unable to look away for a long time. Perhaps his gaze was too intense. Luo Yunchu felt uneasy and tried to withdraw her hand, but he caught it firmly. His low, raspy voice reached her. After the poison is gone, will you return with me, sure? Luo Yunchu smiled lightly, pulled her hand back, and walked to the table to sit down. Can't we just be a quiet doctor and patient? Why must we be bound together? Bound? Qi Shiyu was agitated, but more confused. Why does Chuer see it as being bound? If you come home with me, I will surely welcome you with a grand procession, 10 miles of bridal red. You can do whatever you wish. I won't restrict you, let alone bind. Qi Shiyu, how long have we known each other? Luo Yunchu turned to face him, utterly serious. Do you understand me? Do you know who I am? How can you be sure that what you're saying now isn't just a spuro feminine impulse? How can you guarantee that it's not the curiosity triggered by my sudden change, the desire to explore the secrets I might hold? Sure, I am by no means acting on impulse, nor am I driven by curiosity. Qi Shiyu paused, and after a long silence he spoke again earnestly. Yes, I admit that I did become curious about you, and I confess that when I bought you, I never intended to treat you as my wife. But your feelings come too suddenly, even without reason. Luo Yunchu shook her head and interrupted him with a smile. Qi Shiyu, you and I are from different worlds, we can never be bound together. I like this place, so let it be my reward. It'll cure your poison, and after that we go our separate ways. Bridges are bridges, roads are roads. It's better for both of us. Qi Shiyu lowered his eyes and said nothing. Silence fell over the room again. After a while, Luo Yunchu removed the needles, instructed him to rest well, and returned to her own room. Watching her retreating figure, Qi Shiyu furrowed his brows deeply. He knew she didn't believe what he had just said, and he himself didn't believe it either. Yet he still said it, though he didn't know why. But every time he saw her standing at the door, aloof and distant, he felt as if she would vanish at any moment, and his heart clenched painfully. Going separate ways. That depends on whether he agrees. As she left, Feng Xian slipped in. Master, what is it? Unless something urgent occurred, the shadow guard would not appear without summons or danger. The lady knows martial arts. Feng Xian felt he must report this. Though he hadn't discerned much, a peasant girl after being bought by the master had suddenly changed drastically, not only skilled in medicine but also in martial arts. Oh, Qi Shiyu's eyes darkened. She has no inner energy. He had already probed that earlier. True, no inner energy. But her fist techniques are fierce and lethal. If we were to fight for real, I might not be able to subdue the lady. Feng Xian reported on. He had simulated Luo Yunchu's recent moves. Escaping unscathed was possible if he kept his distance, but killing her would be very difficult. Relying solely on techniques without inner energy, Qi Shiyu suddenly felt that this girl was full of surprises. Master, the lad's killing intent is heavier than. Feng Xian hesitated, perplexed. You mean to say that when she's angry she exudes a fierce, murderous aura, but once she calms down there's no trace of it? Yes. She's better than you all. In other words, she was more like an assassin than them. He had noticed this when Luo Yunchu displayed deathly aura and killing intent while dealing with the old Lu family's troublemakers. Back then he hadn't understood the reason. Now it all made sense. Enough. No need to follow her anymore. She doesn't need your protection. Who knows who would protect whom? Master Butt. She practiced those punches in the courtyard full of killing intent and lethal moves. That was meant for you to see and to tell me to stop spying on her. If you continue to follow her, she'll likely practice that set of moves on you tomorrow. Feng Xian widened his eyes in shock. So that set of punches was meant for him. So the lady had known all along. He had thought he was hiding so well. Luo Yunchu naturally had no idea what they discussed, but she knew someone had entered Qi Shiyu's room. She didn't interfere. She only hoped he understood her message. Luo Yunchu went to the kitchen, fetched a bucket of hot water, and carried it to her room. Though she could bathe at the base, she still had to maintain appearances. After entering, she first visited the gym, then the training ground to check on the herbs planted the day before. In just one day they had grown noticeably taller. After watering them, she dripped a single drop of the potion onto each plant. Only then did she clap her hands and go to bathe. The next day, Luo Yunchu practiced her boxing in the courtyard early in the morning. Since she had already told him, there was no need to hide any longer. A moment later, a man in black helped Qi Shiyu out of the room. Luo Yunchu paused her movements and said, "Introduce us. Madam, this subordinate is Feng Xian, the master's shadow guard." Feng Xian approached Luo Yunchu, cupped his hands, and spoke respectfully. Being in the open is better than staying in the shadows. There are many places where he is inconvenienced. For instance, last night, he nearly suffocated from gasping just by taking a bath. Luo Yunchu was quite satisfied with Qi Shiyu's approach. After washing her face, she simply cooked some congee in the morning and stir-fried a small dish. After eating, Luo Yunchu slung a bamboo basket over her shoulder and headed out. "I'm going to the mountains to look for herbs. They'll be back soon. Be careful, don't go deep into the mountains," Qi Shiyu called out after her. Luo Yunchu agreed, but whether she would follow his advice was another matter, for she intended to venture deep into the mountains to see if she could find some rare herbs. At Qingyang Town, inside the medical hall. "Young master, you're finally awake." The young man had just woken up, his eyes still filled with confusion. After a long moment he gave a light cough and said, "I'm still alive." His tone carried an indescribable feeling tinged with a sense of survival, but devoid of any joy in being alive. The guard knew his master's mood and sighed, yet still tried to console him. "Young master, no matter what, there is hope as long as you live." "Is there hope in living?" The young man smiled. "Who saved me?" He had thought he was doomed after all. But now he was still alive. The poison was gone, his internal injuries had healed, and aside from some fatigue and a tingling ache in his broken limbs, he felt no discomfort. It was a young lady. "She said you would wake up in about a day, and indeed you woke up after just a day and a half," the guard said excitedly. Seeing him so elated, the four people not far behind him twitched their mouths. They remembered how just a short while ago he had been murderously ordering them to find that female. "That young lady also said you only need to rest in bed for 3 days, and your body will fully recover. Your hands and feet will be as before without any last." The four behind him. They looked at the sky and the ground, pretending not to know this man who was now beaming with joy, when just moments ago, he had been clamoring to kill the female swindler, and now he was singing her praises to the skies. Seeing their expressions, the young man frowned. "Lin Shi, did you force that young lady?" Lin Shi looked up in panic. No, absolutely not. How could he have forced her? He hadn't even figured out why he had let a young girl treat the young master, so how could he have forced her? The young man stared at Lin Shi with a cold gaze, saying nothing, just watching him silently. Lin Shi stammered fearfully, "This subordinate really didn't force her. I just..." Lin Shi stiffened his neck, closed his eyes, and steeled himself. "I only threatened the doctor at this medical hall." The young man. "What difference does that make? This scoundrel. Did you at least give her thanks?" I did. I stuffed all the silver notes I had into her hands." Then, as if aggrieved, he added, "I had nothing else on me at the time." The young man hummed in acknowledgement and closed his eyes. As long as he had paid her, it was fine. They had come out this time to find medicine for the third prince. The silver notes they carried amounted to over 10,000 taels. Apart from what he had on himself, Lin Shi should have been carrying about half. Let it be for now. If they met again by chance, he would go to thank her in person. Seeing the young master had fallen asleep, Lin Shi went outside. "Well, did you find—" "No. As soon as I left the town, I was knocked unconscious. I woke up the next day. I followed the wheel tracks to a village called Liujia Village, but I don't know which household it was." "All right, go get some rest. Later relieve the others." Lin Shi waved his hand. He knew that young lady was no ordinary person, but he hadn't expected her to even knock them out. It seemed the young master was right. One should never underestimate those insignificant little people. What Lin Shi didn't know was that it wasn't Luo Yunchu who had knocked that man out, but Feng Xian. After Luo Yunchu left, Qi Shiyu and Feng Xian practiced the boxing technique she had demonstrated back and forth in the courtyard. The more they practiced, the more chaotic it seemed to Qi Shiyu, completely lacking in any discernible form. It even had a somewhat roguelike feel, but he had to admit that it could be surprisingly effective when least expected. After nearly half an hour of practice, without figuring anything out, Qi Shiyu was panting heavily. He was about to call a halt, and asked Feng Xian to prepare water for a bath, lest Yunchu come back and find him reeking of sweat and despise him. Before he could speak, Feng Xian suddenly assumed a combat stance, facing the door, his eyes fixed on the courtyard entrance. Qi Shiyu's eyes also darkened. He narrowed his eyes. They had come faster than expected. Immediately afterward, 3 men in night clothes burst through the door. Spotting Qi Shiyu, they charged at him with swords drawn. Feng Xian rushed forward, intending to take on all 3 alone, but he couldn't manage it. After taking a sword wound to his left shoulder, 2 of them bypassed him and charged at Qi Shiyu, while the third continued to engage Feng Xian. Panic seized Feng Xian, and he retreated to Qi Shiyu's side at the cost of severe injury, glaring coldly at the 3 before them. Who sent you? Qi Shiyu narrowed his eyes, his body radiating murderous intent. The 3 men remained silent, but a flicker of fear passed through their eyes, a primal dread emanating from the depths of their souls. They were afraid of Qi Shiyu. But it was only for an instant. Then their eyes hardened with ruthlessness, and they charged again with their swords. Assassins. Qi Shiyu instantly recognized their identity and knew he could extract nothing from them. His eyes grew cold. His whereabouts had been discovered after all. Feng Xian kicked 1 man away. Qi Shiyu dodged the other 2, cursing under his breath as his inner energy surged. He had just found a reason to live. He couldn't give up now. There was still so much he had to do and a great revenge to exact. And someone who had not yet returned. A few breaths later, the courtyard was littered with bodies, 3 corpses and 2 dead fish. Feng Xian was unconscious. Though Qi Shiyu was still awake, he was trembling and weak all over. By channeling his inner energy, he had broken the balance of the poison in his body. Fortunately, Luo Yunchu had performed acupuncture on him twice before, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Even so, he was now on the verge of collapse. The blood trickling from his mouth was slowly turning from red to black, and his lips were purple. He glanced at the bodies in the yard instinctively, not wanting Luo Yunchu to see any of this. But he couldn't even move a muscle. All he could do was fix his gaze on the gate, hoping to see that familiar silhouette appear there. Finally, in the moment Qi Shiyu lost consciousness, he seemed to see that flash of crimson figure rushing toward him in desperation. Luo Yunchu, battered and bruised, finally returned. From afar she saw the shattered courtyard gate, her expression shifting as she hurried back. A scene of utter chaos. Luo Yunchu glanced at the half-rigid corpse on the ground, and Feng Xian, who lay unconscious nearby. Then she stepped around them to reach Qi Shiyu. Seeing the black blood at the corner of his mouth, she frowned deeply. She helped Qi Shiyu into the room, and then brought Feng Xian in as well. Feng Xian had merely lost too much blood, and was not in immediate danger, but if Qi Shiyu was not saved soon, he would be paying a visit to the King of Hell. Silver needles, serum, and a dagger. Luo Yunchu produced these items, directly stripped off Qi Shiyu's clothes, and applied the 7 absolute needle technique before injecting the serum. His condition was more perilous than ever. The poison within him unbridled rampaged through his body while his inner energy raged violently under its influence. She could only take a risk, using the 7 absolute needle to forcibly balance the poison within him, then employing the serum to neutralize the toxin that had been forced into his arm. She did not know what the consequences of removing that particular poison would be, but she knew that if she did not, he would not survive half an hour. She could not use a stimulant on him, as it would forcibly repair his body. Once that poison was fully agitated, the other toxins would erupt completely, and he would still die. Most importantly, his body, in its current state, could not withstand the medicinal properties. I must have owed you in a past life, Luo Yunchu muttered under her breath. Soon the serum was absorbed. Qi Shiyu's entire body trembled, his hands clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged, a testament to his immense suffering. Luo Yunchu frowned delicately, grabbed the dagger, and slashed her own palm. With one hand supporting Qi Shiyu's neck to tilt his head back, she pried his mouth open with the other and pressed the wound to his lips. The process lasted nearly 15 minutes. Qi Shiyu's trembling gradually subsided, and his dark complexion slowly turned pale. Luo Yunchu knew she had gambled correctly. She withdrew her hand, removed the silver needles, and laid him flat. She was about to attend to Feng Xian's wounds when thud. Luo Yunchu tumbled off the bed. My legs asleep. Hiss. Having maintained the same position for nearly 20 minutes, how could it not be numb? Cursing under her breath, Luo Yunchu rubbed her aching legs and arms. Already covered in wounds, and having lost so much blood, even an iron-forged body would give out. Tomorrow I'll definitely drag that guy back to guard the house for me. After a moment's rest, Luo Yunchu approached Feng Xian, who lay discarded on the floor. With a sigh, she resignedly began to dress his wounds. His left shoulder, right calf, abdomen, and back. 4 wounds so deep the bone was visible. Luo Yunchu looked at his face, pale from excessive blood loss, and couldn't help but sigh. This man, he sure can take a beating. How is he still breathing in this state? She stripped off his clothes, pulled out the medical kit, disinfected the wounds, stitched them, applied medicine, and bandaged. Half an hour later, Luo Yunchu collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. Slowly rising, she approached the bed. What's this? On Qi Shiyu's abdomen, there was a small, slightly raised lump pulsating rhythmically. Luo Yunchu, her weary eyes wide, stared intently at the pulsating lump on Qi Shiyu's abdomen. Ever since she obtained her base, she had felt like Doraemon, able to produce anything she needed, but now she realized this man's body was even more miraculous than her base. How could one person have so many things inside them? Yes, that constantly pulsating lump was a worm. A goo insect. It was also the very thing that had puzzled Luo Yunchu for so long. So this was why Qi Shiyu couldn't eat staple foods. Luo Yunchu dripped her blood on the other side of Qi Shiyu's belly, and sure enough, the small lump immediately moved to that spot. It seemed it really liked her blood. Luo Yunchu smiled wickedly. A goo insect, she liked it. Glancing at the unconscious Qi Shiyu, she deeply suspected that she had transmigrated here just to repay a debt to this man. After packing away her belongings, she looked again at the still pulsating lump. They'll spare you for now. Once I've recovered, I'll come for you. Luo Yunchu injected herself with a stimulant, and then fell into a deep sleep, leaning against the edge of the bed. If anyone else came now, they could all die together. A gentle breeze swept by as Feng Xian awoke to a pungent odor. He sprang up abruptly, but the sudden movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to inhale sharply. Master. Turning around, he saw Qi Shiyu lying quietly on the bed, while the mistress, covered in blood, was slumped against the bed frame, either asleep or unconscious. Seeing his master bare-chested, he knew the mistress had treated him. Aside from his pale complexion, his breathing was steady, and there were no abnormalities, so Feng Xian allowed himself to relax. Feng Xian took one of his master's robes and draped it over Luo Yunchu, then gently lifted her and placed her on the inside of the bed beside Qi Shiyu. He pulled the blanket over them both, then suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, he realized his own clothes had been removed, and even his pants were gone. Feng Xian's face instantly flushed crimson. It was only when he saw the stitched wound on his right calf that shock flickered in his eyes. Suture technique. This was a suture technique that only existed in legends. It seemed this mistress of his was truly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to himself, Feng Xian had grown increasingly accustomed to calling her mistress, and was becoming more and more convinced. Feng Xian slipped out, changed his clothes, and went to dispose of the 3 corpses in the courtyard. As night fell, Qi Shiyu slowly regained consciousness. Feng Xian immediately brought a bowl of plain congee, kneeling by the bed with a worried and remorseful expression. This subordinate is incompetent and deserves death. Qi Shiyu shook his head and said weakly, "It's nothing, don't blame yourself." Sensing someone beside him, he turned his head to look. Luo Yunchu lay quietly next to him, exuding a gentleness usually absent. When awake, she was always cold and distant, keeping people at arm's length. Asleep, she was rather well behaved. Seeing Qi Shiyu's gaze on Luo Yunchu, Feng Xian's heart grew anxious. In his haste, he had forgotten about his master's cleanliness obsession, and the mistress was covered in wounds. He dared not move her too much, nor could he leave her on the floor, so he had placed her beside his master. Master, the mistress is covered in blood and surely injured. She was asleep, leaning against the bed, so Feng Xian hurriedly explained, fearing his master would take his anger out on her. The mistress, despite her own injuries, detoxified you and stitched my wounds. She must be utterly exhausted. Qi Shiyu listened to Feng Xian's defense and raised an eyebrow, a hint of pleasure curling at the corner of his mouth. This girl, cold as she seemed, had a knack for winning people over. In such a short time, even Feng Xian was defending her. It's fine. You should rest as well. Qi Shiyu sat up, took the bowl of plain congee, sniffed it, and set it down. Master, please have some. It has no vinegar. I can't drink it. Feng Xian understood, but then looked at him in confusion. Master, I searched the kitchen, but there was no vinegar. None? Qi Shiyu asked in confusion. She were cooked every day, adding hawthorn vinegar, or that lemon thing. Why was there none in the kitchen? Qi Shiyu gazed at the sleeping Luo Yunchu. Your secrets are truly numerous. It's nothing. Go rest. Feng Xian acknowledged, retreating to the doorway, and leaning against the Qi Shiyu stretched his limbs, then turned sideways, propping his head on one hand, staring at the obedient young woman before him. He noticed that in just a few days the young woman had become much more beautiful than when she first arrived. Her skin was fairer and more delicate, her features more refined, and of course her personality grew increasingly unfathomable. Sometimes her smile bloomed like a flower, other times she was as cold as frost. Yet the times he saw her smile were few and far between. Qi Shiyu did not know that Luo Yunchu's transformation was due to the enhancer, which could reorganize and regenerate human cells, perfecting every aspect of the body. The sky was dark. Sensing someone watching her, Luo Yunchu snapped, her eyes open, a cold sharpness flashing as she moved to strike. Qi Shiyu barely caught the fist she threw, speaking softly, "Sure, it's me." Luo Yunchu frowned, then remembered she had injected an enhancer due to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Withdrawing her hand, she glanced at Qi Shiyu. Any disgust? Qi Shiyu beamed, shaking his head. No, Chuer's medical skills are remarkable. You've saved me once again. Then he looked at her with guilt. Sure, I'm sorry for making you. Luo Yunchu examined herself. Under the enhancer's effect, her wounds had healed, though the bloodstains on her clothes were still alarming. But she couldn't let him know, or he'd surely think she was a monster. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Luo Yunchu said nonchalantly. Besides, this injury wasn't because of you. I stepped on a collapsing mound of earth and rolled down the mountain. With that, she rose to leave. Where are you going? Sure. Shiyu, seeing her about to go, swiftly blocked her. I'm fine. I left something in the mountains. I need to It's so late. Go tomorrow. Going now is perfect. It might be gone by tomorrow. She had originally planned to go tomorrow, but unexpectedly woke after only half a day of sleep. Going now would be ideal and shouldn't require much effort. It's unsafe at night. Shiyu blocked her by the bed, pouting stubbornly. Luo Yunchu. A grown man making such an expression. Was that really appropriate? I need to find it. Tomorrow, I'll run away, Luo Yunchu said patiently. Find whom? You'll know when I bring it back. Go tomorrow. No. Then we'll stay like this. With a thud, Shiyu collapsed onto the bed. Luo Yunchu shook her hand, got up, and left the bed. He had such an aloof, restrained look, yet always did such childish things. She cast him a disdainful glance, and stepped out of the room. Madam. Feng Xian appeared before her, like a shadow. Luo Yunchu. Truly like master, like servant. Feng Xian stealthily peeked at his master sprawled undignifiedly on the bed, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If you don't want to become a cripple, find a place to lie down. Luo Yunchu shot him a glance, and said irritably. Feng Xian. He did not wish to. Seeing him unmoving, Luo Yunchu added, or should I help you too? In an instant, Feng Xian vanished. He'd rather walk on his own, at least while still conscious. With no one blocking her, Luo Yunchu washed her face in the courtyard and swiftly headed toward the deep mountains. She had already severely wounded that tiger, but she had also sustained significant injuries in the afternoon. It had slipped away, and after a long chase without success, she had fallen and ended up covered in dirt. So she had returned first. The tiger was badly hurt, and couldn't flee far, likely just finding a cave to hide. She could have caught it tomorrow. Who knew she'd encounter that trouble at home, forcing her to use a second enhancer. Unexpectedly, she woke after only half a day's sleep, meaning her body had adapted to the Half an hour later, Luo Yunchu arrived at a messy, clearing the site of her afternoon battle with the tiger. Bloodstains still littered the ground. She retrieved a flashlight from her base and followed the blood trail for about an hour and a half, reaching a remote cave. Turning off the light, she crept closer to the end. She had to admit, for a beast, this tiger was clever. The cave it chose would have been impossible for others to find, especially since it had circled countless forks. By the time it neared here, the scent of blood on it was nearly undetectable. Unfortunately, it met her. No matter how chaotic the tracks or faint the blood scent, they guided her way. Luo Yunchu slowly crept into the cave. It was deep and damp, hardly suitable for the tiger to recover. She silently cursed the tiger for being foolish, seeking only concealment, without finding a proper place to heal. As she ventured deeper, the silence was as if no living creature existed. Suspicious, Luo Yunchu turned on the flashlight. She couldn't hear a thing, and the deeper she went, the darker it got, forcing her to rely on the light. The end. Luo Yunchu examined the cave curiously. Inside lay the corpse of a wolf, clearly just killed, but no tiger in sight. The tiger must have entered this cave and definitely hadn't left. As she pondered, a drop of blood fell from above. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. It could even because tigers have limited climbing ability, she hadn't even thought to look up. Her desire to tame it grew stronger. Luo Yunchu pretended not to notice, picked up the wolf carcass, and headed outside. After she left, the tiger lingered on the rock wall for a long time until it assumed she was truly far away. Then it released its claws and crashed to the ground with a thud. Already battered from fighting for food, it had then encountered Luo Yunchu on the way back and been beaten. To evade her, it had faced the dead wolf. Now the tiger was a true paper tiger. It lay on the ground, tongue out, panting heavily like a giant cat. Seeing this, Luo Yunchu couldn't help but burst out laughing. The tiger jolted, trying to stand, but after several attempts it gave up, glaring fiercely at Luo Yunchu with its tiger eyes. Sorry, I couldn't help it. How was this infuriating girl still here? Hadn't she left? The tiger's life was surely over. As it thought, the ferocity in its eyes suddenly faded. It lay limp, utterly despondent. The sight startled Luo Yunchu, who laughed. What? Giving up already? She walked up to the tiger and glanced at its wounds. Superficial injuries, nothing serious. The tiger snorted, turning its head away in a show. Haha. Luo Yunchu was amused by this little gesture of hers, and reached out to ruffle its head. Such a big frame, yet so adorable. Come on, bite me. Luo Yunchu teased it. Aren't you supposed to be fierce? The tiger. Please let it die. This human girl is too infuriating. No, too infuriating for a tiger. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Luo Yunchu looked at its wound. Though not fatal, losing too much blood was still bad. After all, she still needed it to guard the house. She couldn't let it bleed to death. Wanna live? I can save you. The tiger had no reaction, even giving her a look of contempt. Hey. Luo Yunchu was so annoyed by that look that she almost choked. Taking a deep breath, she said again, If you promise to follow me and guard my house, I'll save. Another roll of the eyes. Hey, are you being too cheeky? Luo Yunchu laughed in anger. Don't play dead with me, I know you understand. The tiger, if I didn't understand, could I roll my eyes at you? Not only can I heal you, I can also make you stronger than you are now. The tiger, not listening, it's nonsense. And it'll feed you 5 gene of meat every meal. Huh, 5 gene of meat every meal. The tiger suddenly turned its head, its eyes wide and sparkling at her, almost drooling. Wow, it's a foodie tiger. She treated its wounds, and it despised her as she offered to make it stronger, and it still despised her, but when it came to food it got excited. Are you from some era where you haven't eaten meat? After working for nearly a whole night, she finally finished treating it. Finally, she took out a strengthening agent and injected it into the tiger. Luo Yunchu leaned wearily against the tiger. After a day of fuss, she was so tired she didn't want to move a finger. She murmured, Xiaohu, are you a Siberian tiger? Why did you come here? Judging by your size, you're only a little over a year old. Where are your tiger parents? Xiaohu snorted, and Luo Yunchu sensed a touch of desolation in that sound. Tiger parents most likely gone. Maybe died of illness, old age, or maybe killed. Then you should follow me even more. I'll protect you and let you eat meat every day. As she said this, Luo Yunchu's head tilted to one side, and she fell asleep. Xiaohu turned to stare at her. This human had indeed never had murderous intentions toward it, just kept teasing and pestering it. As for itself, it had really wanted to eat her, but she was like a loach. Couldn't catch her, couldn't shake her off. Now she had healed its wounds, and it sincerely felt her kindness. Alone in this deep mountain, it didn't know how long it could survive. Perhaps following her would be a good choice. After making up its mind, Xiaohu carefully curled up its body, wrapping half of Luo Yunchu. Luo Yunchu stirred, found a comfortable position, and slept until she naturally woke up. Gurgle. Luo Yunchu was woken by hunger. From yesterday to today, she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, going through fights and saving people and tigers. She felt like a machine running non-stop. Huff. Seeing Luo Yunchu awake, Xiaohu nudged her with its head, snorted, and then lowered its head. Luo Yunchu saw its demeanor and knew it was showing submission. She smiled and reached out to pat its head. You're very smart. Follow me, and at least no person or animal can bully you. And I'll let you have a full belly. While treating its wounds, she had noticed that Xiaohu's body was covered in old injuries, and it was both hungry and exhausted. It was precisely because it was so hungry and already at the end of its tether that she had the chance to spar with it and eventually subdue it. If it had been a fully intact prime tiger with her current body, she couldn't even get close, let alone subdue it. Luo Yunchu patted her stomach and looked at Xiaohu. Are you hungry? Saying that, she took out a piece of lamb from the base and brought it to its mouth. Eat. Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and it bit into the meat, devouring it greedily. Luo Yunchu watched it tenderly, finding it utterly adorable. She then took out 2 pieces of bread and milk for herself. Just make do with this for now. When we get home, I'll process the wolf you killed and keep it as your rations. Xiaohu chewed and snorted in agreement. Luo Yunchu was carrying the wolf as she stepped out of a cave. Suddenly, Xiaohu let out a tiger roar that resounded through the sky. Luo Yunchu was startled and said angrily, What are you doing? Xiaohu stared at her with wide eyes, shook its body, and gestured for her to look. Luo Yunchu awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. Its body was covered in many cuts caused by the dagger that is caused by Luo Yunchu. There were also many tearing wounds. To treat them, she had to shave its fur. Wherever the wound was, she shaved. And then it turned out like this. Xiaohu's whole body looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Missing patches here, and they're utterly comical. This is for stitching your wounds. If I didn't shave the fur, how could I stitch? Luo Yunchu said without any guilt. Right, she absolutely refused to admit that it was entirely because she had no aesthetic sense, and she even thought Xiao, who looked cuter now. Growl. Xiaohu let out a low growl, but then helplessly lowered its head. It will grow back soon. Luo Yunchu saw its dejected look and softened. Don't worry. Your wounds will heal by tomorrow. As for the fur, it won't take long. A few days and ITLL, never mind what she had used on it. Luo Yunchu ruffled its head again. Come on, I'll take you home. Remember, once we're out of the mountains, you can't just roar loudly, or you'll be Xiaohu snorted, indicating it understood. With one hand carrying the wolf and the other on the tiger's head, the person and the tiger walked back triumphantly, full of spirit. Because it was still very early, they didn't meet anyone at the village entrance. But as soon as they entered the village, they encountered a group of uncles and elders carrying hoes on their way to the... Because the weather was so hot, they all started work early. From a distance, they saw a person carrying something with something else following beside. An animal that they couldn't identify walked over. Out of curiosity, everyone waited in place to see who had gone hunting so early. As the person slowly approached, one person nudged the person next to him. Zhuzi, look, doesn't that look like? Zhuzi also frowned and looked carefully, trying to see clearly. A big tiger, it looks like a big tiger. Uncle, look, it's a big tiger, a live big tiger. He nudged the uncle beside him again. Oh heavens. Finally someone let out a loud cry. Hoes and carrying poles dropped to the ground. Cries of alarm rose one after another. A group of grown men trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word except for screams. Big tiger, someone finally shouted. Run. Another one. Help. There's a big tiger, the third. Oh my god, a big tiger has entered the village, the fourth. In no time, everyone had fled, leaving behind a field of hoes and carrying poles, as if to welcome Luo Yunchu and Xiaohu. Luo Yunchu. She looked at Xiaohu. Scary. Clearly so cute. Xiaohu also looked at her with a bewildered expression, its tiger eyes blinking innocently, as if to say, it wasn't me, I didn't scare them, I didn't roar. Luo Yunchu seemed to understand and rubbed the tiger's head. They are afraid of Xiaohu, which shows Xiaohu is formidable. Come, let's go home. Xiaohu nodded its big head, as if half understanding, provoking Luo Yunchu to tease it again. Xiaohu allowed her to do as she pleased, finding it quite comfortable. The one person and one tiger returned home. From afar they saw the gate of the detached courtyard wide open with someone standing at the entrance. Although it was some distance away, there was no one else at home. Luo Yunchu muttered to herself, could it be that he is waiting for me? With that thought, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Because she had subdued Xiaohu, she was in an exceptionally good mood, having long since forgotten the unpleasantness of last night. Thus she greeted Qishiyu with a relatively friendly smile. Qishiyu watched the figure in bright red approaching rapidly, and the anxious heart that had been hanging finally settled. However, as soon as she came close, his face darkened completely, as if someone owed him money. Luo Yunchu. Is there something wrong with this guy? Waiting eagerly here, then putting on a straight face when she returns. Who is he trying to impress? Meanwhile, Xiaohu, who had been completely ignored, saw its master's displeased expression and rushed forward, fiercely baring its teeth at Qishiyu. Qishiyu. What is this? A tiger? Was the person he heard shouting big bug just now referring to this? A tiger wrapped in bandages with no fur. What kind of creature is his wife? Feng Xian heard the commotion and rushed out with a spatula in hand. Madam, you're back. He choked on the words, unable to finish. What did he see? A huge tiger. Xiaohu. Luo Yunchu soothed the tiger by patting its head, signaling it to be quiet. Then she threw the wolf in her hand into the courtyard. Feng Xian handled this wolf and used it as food for Xiaohu. Feng Xian nodded reflexively. Oh, wolf. Wolf. Just as he was about to pick it up, he realized that the madam had said wolf. That is to say, not only did the madam bring back a tiger, but she also killed a wolf. As a qualified shadow guard, Feng Xian suppressed his shock and prepared to carry the wolf away for processing. Was it really necessary? Was Xiaohu that scary? She frowned and looked at Xiaohu with doubt. It was clearly so cute. Xiaohu thought she was angry and roared at Qishiyu and Feng Xian. Roar. Clang. The spatula in Feng Xian's hand fell straight to the ground, his face filled with despair. In his current state, he probably couldn't handle it. Although terrified, he still stepped in front of Qishiyu at the first moment, watching Xiaohu warily. Qishiyu swallowed hard. His wife was indeed extraordinary. His anger at being knocked out by her reckless run into the deep mountains late at night, his resolve to have a proper talk with her, all dissipated in the tiger's roar. Xiaohu, are you itching for a beating? Luo Yunchu gritted her teeth and looked at Xiaohu. Xiaohu trembled all over. Not itchy, absolutely not itchy. Then it quickly ran to a corner of the wall to face the wall in self-reflection, trying to stay far away from those two cowards. Clearly they were the cowards, yet they got it scolded. Luo Yunchu watched Xiaohu run away, feeling both amused and exasperated. Then she turned to Qishiyu and Feng Xian, smiling awkwardly. Xiaohu is very cute. It won't harm you. From now on, when I'm not here, let it guard the house. Qishiyu's eyebrow twitched as he looked at the creature that had its backside facing them. Xiaohu. Cute. Humph. Sure, last night you went to catch a tiger. Luo Yunchu nodded. I encountered it yesterday afternoon. I couldn't catch it then, and I was injured quite badly. I slipped and rolled down the mountain, so I came back first. Qishiyu. His expression was indescribable. Feng Xian, the madam is fierce. Feng Xian, go handle the wolf. Xiaohu is hungry. Luo Yunchu said, then called out to Xiaohu. Xiaohu immediately trotted over happily and rubbed against Luo Yunchu's leg. A tiger over a year old should normally weigh over 100 jin and be about 1.5 meters long, but Xiaohu was probably less than 100 jin, barely more than skin. She patted its big head. Xiaohu, be good. I won't be harsh with you from now on. Then she pointed at Qishiyu and Feng Xian. They are our people now. You should help me protect them, not scare them, understand? When Qishiyu heard Luo Yunchu say, our people, his heart rejoiced, and the last bit of gloom vanished. Sure, may I pet it? Luo Yunchu looked at Xiaohu. Is that okay? Xiaohu tilted its head. This guy had just gotten it scolded by its master. Then looked back at Luo Yunchu. It was a good tiger, it didn't eat people, it would be obedient, then its master wouldn't scold it, and would give it meat. In the end, Xiaohu nodded and walked toward Qishiyu. Qishiyu's legs trembled, almost cramping. He fought the urge to step back, and watching the tiger's head approach, slowly extended his hand. Feng Xian watched from behind with a pounding heart, only relaxing when his master's hand touched the tiger's head. Xiaohu was very docile. As Qishiyu continued to pet it, he grew bolder, and said to the still-dazed Feng Xian, Go fetch a wild chicken or rabbit first. Feng Xian snapped out of it. Oh. Soon a cleaned wild chicken and rabbit appeared before Xiaohu. Xiaohu's mouth was watering, but it still turned to look at Luo Yunchu, as if asking if it could eat. A flicker of wonder passed through Qi Shiyu's eyes. This tiger was so human-like. Luo Yunchu smiled and nodded. From now on you can eat anything given to you by the three of us. Never touch anything given by strangers. Also, if others don't hurt you, you must not bite or scare them. But if someone tries to harm you, just bite back. If they die, you'll take responsibility. Xiaohu nodded its big head whether it understood or not, and continued to stare at Luo Yunchu expectantly. Luo Yunchu laughed. Eat up. After eating, find a place to rest. Tomorrow, I'll build you a shelter. Feng Xian, you handle this wolf. Xiaohu killed it itself. Luo Yunchu pointed again at the dead wolf, reminding the stunned Feng Xian. Feng Xian responded, and cheerfully carried the wolf out. Luo Yunchu then looked at the still-dazed Qi Shiyu, and pointed at a stone table not far away. You go sit over there. I'll cook. After all, no matter how human-like the tiger was, she still feared its wild nature might be hard to tame and hurt him. After all, Qi Shiyu at this moment was like a porcelain doll unable to withstand any bump. Qi Shiyu. He was a bit flustered, but not scared. It wasn't that he was a coward, he simply didn't wish to die just yet. With his inner energy sealed, could anyone remain calm before such a massive tiger? Besides, hadn't he already managed to befriend it? Despite these thoughts, he obediently walked over and sat down at the stone table. His gaze fixed on the tiger that had devoured a wild pheasant. In 2 bites, his heart giving a startled leap. Turning to look at the figure busying herself in the kitchen, he realized he might have underestimated his wife. Luo Yunchu prepared 5 dishes: a hearty bone soup stir-fried, with ear mushrooms with meat, pickled vegetables, sweet and sour spare ribs, and a cold radish peel salad. During the meal, an unspoken understanding seemed to settle among the three. Luo Yunchu asked no questions, Qi Shiyu offered no explanations, and Feng Xian simply kept his eyes down, focused entirely on his bowl. Noticing how Feng Xian, much like Yuza before him, only ate plain rice without touching the dishes, Luo Yunchu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. The dishes aren't just for display. Since they're on the table, eat properly. Don't spoil my appetite. Feng Xian paused, looking from Luo Yunchu to Qi Shiyu. Tentatively, he reached out his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of spare rib, and quickly withdrew his hand. Qi Shiyu paid him no mind. Instead, he wondered why Chuer wasn't asking him anything. Why did she seem to already know everything? Little tiger, Luo Yunchu called out. The tiger, previously lying in the distance, trotted over eagerly. If not for the scars and patches marring its coat, it might have looked quite majestic. But as it was, the sight was somewhat comical. Little tiger nuzzled affectionately against Luo Yunchu, snorting softly, its eyes gleaming as it's still hungry. Luo Yunchu picked up a large bone and asked, "Go ahead, eat." She swept the remaining bones from the table onto the ground for it. Seeing that her attention was solely on the tiger with no intention of acknowledging him, Qi Shiyu finally couldn't hold back. "Chuer, why don't you ask who those people were?" Luo Yunchu gave him a look that said, "Isn't it obvious? It's clear as day." Qi Shiyu fell silent. "I told you you're no ordinary man. And I just want to quiet." Qi Shiyu looked from Luo Yunchu to little tiger, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You call this a quiet life? A woman keeping a tiger this large was already scandalous enough, and she talked about quiet. You'd better control yourself. Don't use your inner energy carelessly, or else." Luo Yunchu's gaze turned cold as she fixed her eyes on him. "You'll be waiting for death." Qi Shiyu was speechless. Indeed, from her lips came not honey but blades. Each one stabbed straight into his heart. Taking a deep breath, Qi Shiyu finally spoke. They were death warriors. They never stop until they achieve their goal. Meaning, since they failed to kill him this time, they would surely return. "Are you afraid, Chu?" Luo Yunchu paused in her movements, and Feng Xian quickly looked up at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. He believed that madam who could subdue such a massive tiger was undoubtedly skilled. She had also managed to detoxify the master, as surely she could protect him. Death warriors. She was their progenitor. Afraid? No, she simply dreaded trouble. Luo Yunchu set down her chopsticks and met his gaze. In her past life, she had been taught how to kill. Was she afraid of death? No. She just loathed complications. Besides, she had no desire to be entangled in such chaotic affairs. Hearing her speak of trouble, a shadow passed over Qi Shiyu's eyes. Indeed, trouble was never in short supply around him. Her words inexplicably weighed on his heart, causing a dull ache. Seeing his silence, Luo Yunchu, never one for eloquence, picked up a slice of radish peel and placed it in his bowl. "As long as you stay here, I'll ensure your safety." A faint smile touched Qi Shiyu's lips. "All right, Chuer will protect me." There were countless questions he wished to ask her, but in the end he held back. Everyone had their secrets, she did, and so did he. "After you eat, go bathe. Don't wear your outer robe. I need to examine you and retrieve something small." Luo Yunchu finished her meal, took the dishes to the kitchen, and then heated a bucket of water. "Little tiger, stay by the door. Don't go anywhere. If you're disobedient, I'll pluck your fur out." Luo Yunchu thought it safer to keep little tiger at her own doorstep, lest it run off and cause chaos. Little tiger's body gave a start, and in the blink of an eye it had dashed to Luo Yunchu's doorway, snorting softly to indicate it would absolutely not run off. Feng Xian quickly collected the dishes and scurried into the kitchen. Luo Yunchu followed her usual routine, enjoying herself thoroughly at the training grounds before taking a comfortable bath. When she emerged, the courtyard was empty. Feng Xian came out from the other side. "Madam, the master is ready." A few black lines appeared on Luo Yunchu's forehead. "Ready?" What was that supposed to mean? Deciding not to dwell on it, Luo Yunchu quickly entered the room. She was very curious about the little bug inside Qi Shiyu. She had studied goo worms, but had never encountered one, nor had she ever cultivated them. That was why she hadn't initially considered the possibility. She had always assumed he was suffering from some illness one her medical skills couldn't diagnose, perhaps due to the differences in their eras. She never expected it to be a worm. Little worm, here I come. Qi Shiyu, wearing only his inner robe, sat by the table. Hearing the commotion, he looked towards the door. He saw Luo Yunchu approaching, her eyes sparkling, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Qi Shiyu was stunned. What was wrong with her? "I've found the reason you can only eat sour foods," she said, sitting down opposite him, her gaze fixed excitedly on his abdomen. Qi Shiyu followed her gaze. He couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. "There's a worm inside you. It's active in your abdomen, near your stomach. Based on your reactions to food, it's usually dormant. This means it doesn't react when you avoid staple foods. But the moment you eat them, it stirs up trouble, even damaging your internal organs. Acidic and alkaline substances are its bane. It avoids them, which is why you can eat those types of food." His abdomen. So she had been looking at his abdomen. A goo worm. When had he been infested? Yes, there are many kinds: white goo mother, red armor, goo mother, golden crown goo mother. The one inside you is likely the lowest grade, the white goo mother. It's not extremely harmful, but it often causes mischief within the body. For example, it prevents you from eating. When it becomes active, it causes severe abdominal pain as it damages your organs. In severe cases, people can die on the spot. Your method of stubbornly not eating is clumsy but effective. At least it stops the worm from damaging your organs. Qi Shiyu was speechless. Though it was the truth, couldn't she have put it more gently? "Can you remove it?" "Yes." "How did you discover it?" "Sure. Yesterday when I used my blood to suppress your poison, it became active. I tested it later. It only stirs because it's attracted to my blood." Luo Yunchu said it, as if it were nothing. "Your blood, oi." Qi Shiyu frowned. She had used her own blood to save him yesterday. So the metallic taste in his mouth when he woke up. It was Chuter's blood. Luo Yunchu made Qi Shiyu lie on the bed, then took out a dagger, gently cut her finger, and a drop of blood fell onto Qi Shiyu's abdomen, searing his heart. He had never known that she would shed her blood to save him. Soon the scent of blood stimulated the goo worm, and a small lump rose on his abdomen, moving slowly yet swiftly toward the direction where the blood had fallen. Luo Yunchu's lips curled slightly. Does it like her blood? Very well. Taking advantage of the goo worm still moving, she pulled out a silver needle and a test tube from her sleeve, then looked again at Qi Shiyu's abdomen. Seeing the goo worm stop 1 centimeter away from the blood drop, and not move, she frowned in confusion. Why isn't it moving? Is it because it can't suck? Or is the blood not enough, lacking attraction? Thinking this, she cut open the nearly healed wound on her finger again, and a large drop of blood fell onto his abdomen. Qi Shiyu's whole body tensed, and his stomach also contracted. The moment that drop of blood landed on his abdomen, it hurt more than his own injury. Damn. Luo Yunchu slowly turned her head, staring at Qi Shiyu with a sinister look. It's just a drop of blood. A big man like you, is such a big reaction necessary? Qi Shiyu. The sadness instantly receded. He looked at her with an awkward expression, not daring to speak, because the lump had already disappeared. Luo Yunchu clenched her fist, really wanting to knock him out with the palm. Play dead for me. If you move again, it'll knock you out. Luo Yunchu again dripped her blood onto his abdomen. This time, she dripped quite a lot, and the blood almost flowed down his waist onto the bed. After a long while, the lump reappeared and swiftly moved toward the blood. The silver needle in Luo Yunchu's hand was poised. When the goo worm reached the blood, her fingers flew rapidly, instantly sealing off all possible escape routes for the goo worm. You can't escape, Luo Yunchu said calmly, watching the goo worm that kept pulsing and agitated on his abdomen. Then she took the test tube and collected half a tube of her own blood, then picked up the dagger. Don't move. If I slip, don't blame me for affecting your later life. Qi Shiyu. Luo Yunchu's hand moved swiftly, and the knife fell. Qi Shiyu's brow furrowed slightly. The lump on his abdomen was cut open. Luo Yunchu took out tweezers and slowly pulled out a white insect the size of an adult's thumb. Is that it? This goo worm technique isn't that impressive, is it? She extracted it with the simplest and crudest method. She put the insect into the test tube, sealed it, and placed it into her sleeve. Actually, it had already been sent to the base. Only then did she remove the silver needle, wipe the blood off Qi Shiyu's abdomen, sprinkle some hemostatic powder on it, and then take out 2 band-aids to put on a cross-shape, a small 2-centimeter wound. It will be fine by tomorrow. Alright, from now on you can eat whatever you want without suffering. Luo Yunchu waved her hand and prepared to leave. She was eager to study that little insect, wondering if her blood could keep it alive. Sure, Qi Shiyu had been tense throughout, not daring to move a bit, who knew she would leave as soon as she took out the worm. Luo Yunchu turned her head. Is there something? Qi Shiyu choked. Sure, your wound. This little wound. It'll be fine soon. Luo Yunchu glanced at it, completely unconcerned. I'm fine. I'm leaving. You rest. Luo Yunchu left without any hesitation. Qi Shiyu frowned deeply. He finally understood why he always felt that Shu'er was different, but could never figure out what was wrong. The wound. Yesterday her palm was clearly wrapped in gauze, blood all over her hand, the wound obviously not small, but today her hand was as good as new without any scars. Just now she cut herself, but in just a few breaths while the blood on his abdomen was still wet, her wound had healed. So, does Shu'er have self-healing ability? Or, suddenly Qi Shiyu's mind recalled what Luo Yunchu had said that day. If I tell you that I am not Lu Yun, would you believe me? Just think of me as being possessed by a ghost. Because I am indeed not the me from before. So what Shu'er said that day might really be literal. Qi Shiyu stared at the ceiling in disbelief. If she is not Lu Yun, then who is she? Where did she come from? Why did she become Lu Yun? Why did she say her name was Luo Yunchu? After a long time, Qi Shiyu's deep eyes gradually became firm. No matter who you are, since you've been sold to me, you are mine. Shu'er, I said I would welcome you with a grand wedding procession. I meant it, and I will do it. You can only be mine. 1 week later. Luo Yunchu was in the courtyard plucking Zaya's fur. These days Luo Yunchu didn't go into the mountains or to the town afraid that someone might come to kill Qi Shiyu again. She had promised to heal him and also said she would protect him. Though she wanted to kill, she had never failed to kill, even if it meant mutual destruction. Similarly, though she wanted to protect, she had never failed to protect. Whatever was lacking, she would have Feng Xian buy it. The goo worm in Qi Shiyu's body was also resolved, so there were no longer any dietary restrictions. After a week of medicinal meals, his complexion improved enormously. The only thing that made Luo Yunchu depressed and unhappy was that the little insect had died from her playing with it. It couldn't withstand much, just a few blood draws for experiments, and it kicked the bucket. Really. The wood prepared earlier was made into stakes, a set of parallel bars, and a swing. Feeling extremely bored, she took Xiaohu to cut some bamboo and made a recliner. Zaya's fur had grown back, though it was still a bit uneven. At least it didn't affect its appearance. Occasionally, she would have Xiaohu accompany her for exercise. Sometimes Feng Xian also got itchy hands, as he had always coveted the set of boxing techniques the lady practiced before. So the sparring partner changed from Xiaohu to Feng Xian. So Luo Yunchu was bored and Feng Xian had finished his work. After being knocked down countless times, Feng Xian still couldn't find any pattern in Luo Yunchu's moves. Instead, the more he fought, the more chaotic it became, and her techniques were endless, making him completely unable to defend. He asked Luo Yunchu, "Lady, why are your moves different every time?" Luo Yunchu, being unchanging is your greatest flaw. My technique is to have no technique. As long as the goal is achieved, who cares about the technique? Feng Xian felt the latter's logic was wrong, but couldn't find any fault. But every punch and every form has its meaning. Moreover, some of your techniques are too inelegant. What chest striking, groin kicking? What is this all about? If you lose your life, do you still care whether your technique has meaning? Luo Yunchu snorted disdainfully. As for techniques, only those who have reached the pinnacle can use them. What level do you think you are at? At least I can't. What I can do is to kill those who threaten me while keeping myself alive. As long as I can kill him, even biting with teeth is a technique. Feng Xian was stunned. He had studied martial arts for so long, but this was the first time he heard that biting with teeth is also a technique. However, what the lady said was right. If you are about to die, what use is good technique? Being able to live is the real winner. In her past life, when she was only 5 years old, Luo Yunchu was cast into that hellish realm for the first time. A room full of children. They slaughtered each other, tore at one another everywhere, were bitten off ears, gouged out eyeballs, and knocked out teeth. She killed for the first time without any weapon, without any companion, without any technique. All she had were her hands and her mouth. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live to find her family. She struggled desperately in that purgatory, starting from trembling and cowering, ending in numbness. It was all because of her first kill, the first time she used her mouth to bite to death a boy who looked older than her, a person whose name she never even knew. Luo Yunchu came to the doorway, lifted her head, and gazed at the boundless sky. She didn't know what she was looking for, as she just wanted to look, just to look. In her past life, there were too many nameless passers-by in her existence like that boy. He had killed many people. In the end, only the two of them remained in that room. He charged at her with murderous intent, and she used every ounce of her strength. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live, she wanted. He pressed down on her, and she couldn't even move a muscle. She thought she was going to die. Just as she was about to give up resistance, the boy leaned close to her and said, "Little sister, I killed them to help them." She didn't believe him, glaring fiercely and spitting in his face, "You're full of shit." He gave a mocking smile. "You don't believe me. You'll understand later. Come on, bite down on my neck. Bite me to death, and you'll survive." She widened her eyes in disbelief, but still sank her teeth in. She didn't want to die. This person had killed so many he deserved to die. She bit down fiercely, her mouth filled with blood. The metallic taste made her nauseous, but she held on, not loosening her grip. As blood flowed into her mouth, she swallowed. Finally his weight gradually lessened until his entire body slumped onto hers motionless. She pushed him off and saw his outline clearly. His face smeared with blood and grime was delicate, and a smile still lingered on his lips. That smile stayed with Luo Yunchu for her entire life. She never understood why he had let her kill him, or why he had died with a smile. Until she relived that scene over and over again, as if time were flowing backward, unable to escape that nightmare. Until she grew up and finally understood what that boy's smile meant. It was liberation. It was his final celebration and first joy at finally being able to leave that hell. And she too finally understood why he had said killing them was helping them. Later she grew up and gained strength. She had thought about escaping. After spending more than 10 years, she finally managed to break out, killing many people along the way. But she was betrayed by the one she considered her best friend, her confidant. She lived day after day being hunted. Alone she was ultimately no match for the organization. She was gravely wounded, and in the middle of it all a fool saved her. Yet she couldn't even remember that fool's name, and even his face had blurred. All she remembered was his silly smile and his silly words, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." In the end he really died before her eyes, and she was powerless to do it. She returned to the organization once again, becoming a mere killing machine. To regain their trust she agreed to all sorts of unequal treaties. She spent 10 years fulfilling everything the organization wanted, including using the enhancer she had developed to create super soldiers. She also completed all the plans to break free from that hell. She came to the control room. That super base nourished with her blood would be the burial ground for both her and, but in the end she died before them. Then in an extremely bizarre state, she avenged herself. She thought perhaps if she had chosen to die at that boy's hands from the very beginning, would she never have become a demon. She thought of that fool who saved her. If she hadn't scolded him, hadn't deliberately mocked him, would he not have had to be so cautious? If she had chosen to tell him the reason, would he not have foolishly taken a bullet for her? Pity it was too late. She had grown up too slowly. She had become sensible too late. Chishiyu looked at the girl standing at the doorway, a flicker of panic rising in his heart. It was this feeling. When facing Chuer, he always inexplicably felt this ethereal sensation, as if she were nothing but an illusion, and that the moment he blinked she would vanish. He felt a groundless fear of fluster. Her silence made him at a loss. He wanted to grab her, hide her away, and never give her any chance to leave. Yet he dared not touch her, afraid that the moment he did she would disappear. Feng Xian was sparring with a wooden stake, while Xiao Hu lay curled up in his nest snoring loud. Luo Yunchu stood there in the doorway, her head tilted back, gazing into the distant sky. Only when her neck grew, so did she shake her head. Just as she was about to go inside, a staggering figure in the distance caught her attention. It looked like a young boy. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow and waited for him to approach. Chishiyu, who had been watching her all along, noticed she seemed to have spotted something and hurried to her side. "Chewer this." Luo Yunchu turned to glance at him and smiled. "Another patient. Are you going to save him?" Chishiyu asked, puzzled, for he didn't think she was the meddlesome type. "Just to pass the time." Luo Yunchu waved her hand, indicating she was simply bored. Chishiyu. He was speechless. After a while the youth finally drew near. Luo Yunchu could clearly see the various knife wounds covering his body. She suddenly felt that this world was truly inharmonious and unfriendly, with murder and arson happening everywhere. Could it be that this Liujia village had so few people because they were all killed by bandits? Luo Yunchu mused darkly. Just as she was about to say something, the youth stared at her, his lips moving. With a thud, the youth fell straight at Luo Yunchu's feet. She glanced down, then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him inside. She held him by the back of his collar like a chick and tossed him onto a lounge chair. Then she went into the room and brought out a small parcel. The youth couldn't have been more than 15, his face covered in mud and blood. Feng Xian, fetch some water. All right. Feng Xian responded, and soon brought over a bucket of water. Wipe his face clean. It was dirty. Chishiyu stood aside, watching the two of them busily working with considerable displeasure. One gave orders as if accustomed, the other acted as if it were routine. They were almost like her servants. Feng Xian nodded. After a moment a face appeared, fair-skinned, delicate, with a hint of youthful immaturity, yet exquisitely refined like a porcelain doll. Chishiyu instinctively glanced at Luo Yunchu, but she showed no reaction whatsoever, as usual, as if all appearances looked the same to her. Chishiyu, could it be that Chuer doesn't distinguish between beauty and ugliness? Luo Yunchu had Feng Xian strip off the youth's clothes and clean away the dirt and grime on his body. She meanwhile prepared the things she would need later, having no intention of paying any attention to the man beside her. "Chuer, aren't you afraid he's a bad person?" Chishiyu asked, seeking conversation as she ignored him. "If he's bad, I'll kill him," Luo Yunchu replied nonchalantly. Chishiyu was speechless. "Then why not ask clearly before deciding whether to save him?" Luo Yunchu said, boring. Chishiyu fell silent. She always managed to drive him to the brink of madness, yet he could do nothing about it. Could they not even have a proper conversation? These days he racked his brains for topics to discuss, but her only activities were self-imposed training, calling him for meals, and plucking the tiger's fur. After all his efforts, the words exchanged each day remained scarce. So much so that he would rush indoors near mealtime just to hear her call out, "Time to eat." Luo Yunchu paid no heed to Qi Shiyu. She crouched down, disinfected, stitched, applied medicine, and bandaged. Half an hour later she clapped her hands, stood up, and felt his forehead. No fever, his constitution was decent. Due to excessive blood loss the youth was in a deep coma, so the suturing was done without anesthesia, dry stitches. Feng Xian, watching from the side, recalled his own previous injury, and felt fortunate he had been unconscious then. Otherwise how excruciating the pain would have been. After finishing, Luo Yunchu washed her hands, sent the bundle into the room, disinfected it, and then called for little tiger to prepare to go out. Qi Shiyu, finding himself ignored again, could no longer bear it. He rushed to the door, blocking it, and glared angrily at Luo Yunchu. "Where is Chu-er going?" Luo Yunchu replied, "Going for a stroll in the mountains." "Aren't you afraid those people will come once you leave?" Luo Yunchu paused. She had forgotten about that, so she patted little tiger's large head. "Little tiger, you stay and guard the house. If any strangers break and bite them to death, but don't eat them. They'll bring back rat." She couldn't let it eat human flesh, or it would become uncontrollable when it grew up. Little tiger was reluctant to stay. All because of this man. Little tiger bared its teeth fiercely at the cowardly Qi Shiyu. Qi Shiyu was speechless. "Could you not just say to take me along?" Luo Yunchu ignored the standoff between the man and the tiger, sidestepped, and walked straight out the door. She needed to get some fresh air in the mountains and find some food for little tiger. Staying cooped up in that small area all day was driving her stir crazy. Once in the mountains, Luo Yunchu was like a wild horse freed from its reins, frolicking freely in the jungle. Qi Shiyu failed to stop Luo Yunchu and couldn't go out with her. He could only stay home, glaring at the stinking beast blocking his way. After a long while, little tiger considered the consequences of harming this coward and decided they were beyond what it could bear. Not only could it not harm him, but it also had to protect him. Little tiger found this truly perplexing. The more it thought, the angrier it got. It snarled at Qi Shiyu for a while, then flicked its massive head proudly and went to lie down in its shed. It wouldn't stoop to the coward's level, it would wait for its master to bring back rations. Seeing this great beast threaten him, Qi Shiyu's anger flared. Bullying him because he couldn't use his inner power. Just wait. He would pluck every last hair. Since Luo Yunchu had left, Qi Shiyu saw no need to feign docility. He turned and went back to his room. Feng Xian quickly followed, leaving the youth lying alone and forgotten in the courtyard. In Luo Yunchu's absence, Qi Shiyu became cold and unfathomable. Though his face always bore a sickly pallor, it only made him seem more aloof. Master Yuza has crossed the border. It will take about 10 more days to reach Chuanzhou, Feng Xian reported with a cupped fist salute. Tell him to instruct Shaoqi to keep a close watch on Chuanzhou and not to act rashly unless necessary. Tell Shaoqing to be careful and not to be exposed, Qi Shiyu said with a stern air. Inform Xiao Yun that he can slowly wake up now. Yes, Feng Xian acknowledged, then added, Shaoqing reports that the third prince sent the young master of the Lin family to Chuanzhou, but he was seriously ambushed by the Qi family en route and has been missing since. Oh, Qi Shiyu raised an eyebrow. The Lin and Qi families had always been on good terms. Why would the Qi family attack the Lin family? It's said to be for seeking medicine for the third prince, but subordinates suspect it's more likely to probe the situation in Chuanzhou. No, the Lin family is blindly loyal. They wouldn't stoop to such sinister schemes. Qi Shiyu shook his head. The Lin family was the only one who had opposed his demotion to Chuanzhou. The Lin family was likely deceived by the third prince. Have someone keep an eye on the young master Lin and help him if necessary. Consider it repayment for their plea for leaning. Yes. Feng Xian withdrew. Alone in the room, Qi Shiyu thought he needed to speed things up. Otherwise, once they discovered Chuanzhou was in his hands, an army would descend, and he would be powerless. Summoning Feng Xian again, Qi Shiyu asked, Feng Xian, what do you think of the lady? The lady is very good. At least so far the lady had twice pulled the master back from death's door, and even captured a tiger to guard the house. He believed she would never harm the master. You think she's very good too, don't you? Qi Shiyu's lips curled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. Yes. The lady was truly wonderful. He had often wondered what their future mistress would be like, and now he felt it should be a woman like her. Courageous and resourceful, and far more beautiful than any first beauty in the capital. Qi Shiyu squinted, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Sure, I will never let you leave my side. In the evening, Luo Yunchu returned drenched in sweat. Little Tiger was waiting at the door, wagging its tail from a distance. As she approached, it nuzzled her affectionately, then drooled over the large game in her hands. How had it learned to fawn for favors? When exactly had she raised this creature wrong? A proper tiger devoid of any kingly aura, was it still a tiger? How had it learned to fawn for favors? When exactly had she raised this creature wrong? A proper tiger devoid of any kingly aura, was it still a tiger? Luo Yunchu carried the wild boar into the yard. Qi Shiyu stood silently in the courtyard looking up at something unknown. The youth on the recliner still lay motionless, apparently not having woken. As for Feng Xian, he was already in the kitchen lighting the fire to cook. Feng Xian handled this wild boar. He'll cook. Luo Yunchu handed the boar to Feng Xian, who was already accustomed to the lattice hunting. He cheerfully took the boar to the stream outside to process it. Luo Yunchu went to the back mountain and picked 2 cucumbers and a small winter melon. It would have to do. In a few days everything would be ripe, and they'd have plenty to eat. Maybe she could even sell some at the town market for silver. Though she wasn't short of money, who would complain about having more? After dinner, Luo Yunchu lifted 2 wooden buckets and was about to leave. Chuer, where are you going again? Qi Shiyu stopped her once more. To water the back hill. I planted fruits and vegetables, and I haven't watered them today. Luo Yunchu walked around him and continued. He'll go with Chuer. Qi Shiyu followed. Are you a child? Do you need to find your mother? Luo Yunchu stopped helplessly. What was wrong with this man? Why was he becoming more and more abnormal? Could it be the effect of removing that goo worm? It's not far. I can handle it, but I just want to follow you, Qi Shiyu insisted, his phoenix eyes blinking as if they were about to mist. Luo Yunchu. Ridiculous. How had this perfectly fine man changed so much over time? You can come, but if you collapse on the road, it'll give you an extra kick. Luo Yunchu looked at him wickedly, still coming. Qi Shiyu. The plan was mercilessly nipped in the bud before it even sprouted. Luo Yunchu walked around him, fetched 2 buckets of water, and headed to the back hill. Seeing the garden full of green and red fruits, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment welled up within her. In the past, when she returned from completing missions amidst gunfire, she had never felt this way. This feeling was wonderful, full, satisfying, joyful, a joy beyond. After watering the last patch, Luo Yunchu was about to head home. A roar. Xiaohu. Xiaohu rarely roared like this. Even when angry, it only gave low, restrained growls and less. Something was wrong. Luo Yunchu threw down the wooden ladle and sprinted toward the small courtyard. Indeed, the yard was already in chaos. Xiaohu stood rigidly, shielding Qi Shiyu behind it, glaring at a group of black-clad men. Feng Xian stood with his robe billowing in the wind, sword in hand, already wounded, but not retreating a single step. Luo Yunchu hid behind a large tree. Due to the angle, she couldn't see clearly, but roughly estimated there were about 10 people. A direct confrontation was certainly out of the question. No matter how formidable Xiaohu was, it was still young. 3 men could hold it back, and the swords in their hands were nothing to scoff at. A Luo Yunchu also feared for Xiaohu's safety. After weighing several options, Luo Yunchu decided on a sneak attack. The black-clad men were startled by Xiaohu, but quickly regained composure. One gestured and 5 of them split off to attack Qi Shiyu, while the remaining 5 tightly entangled Feng Xian. Luo Yunchu watched anxiously from outside. This Feng Xian. If only she had given him a strengthening agent earlier, he would have suffered less. Xiaohu let out a tiger roar, leaped, and sent the 2 charging men flying. Then, twisting its massive body in midair, it once again stood in front of Qi Shiyu, baring its teeth and licking its front paw, its tiger eyes fixed fiercely on the black-clad men. Indeed, it had been cut by a sword on its paw when it sent the 2 flying. Even wounded, it still stood in front of Qi Shiyu. The master had said it must not leave this coward for a single step, or else it wouldn't get meat. Thus a tiger and 3 men stood locked in a standoff. The 2 who had been sent flying were sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The 3 exchanged glances. First, eliminate this tiger. Qi Shiyu was well protected by Xiaohu, completely unharmed, but Xiaohu had sustained many more wounds. Although they were only flesh wounds, each cut drew blood. Qi Shiyu was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that this tiger would actually protect him. True, he had heard Luo Yunchu often tell it, if strangers appeared, it must never leave him nor chase anyone. And Xiaohu's current behavior perfectly embodied Luo Yunchu's words. Each time it repelled the black-clad men, and then quickly returned to his side, never straying. Before, he had only regarded it as a beast, a wild and untamable creature. He had never known that it truly understood human speech and possessed human nature. It remembered every word Luo Yunchu had said. As for Feng Xian, even though his desperate fighting style boosted his combat power, 2 hands were no match for many. Before long, his body was covered in blood, and he was swaying unsteadily. He really could no longer protect his master. Just as despair gripped Feng Xian, a series of piercing sounds rang out. In his last moment of consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a red figure. At that moment, he knew his master was saved. There was no reason, he simply believed. Luo Yunchu hesitated for a moment. Her instinct was to use the gun, but in the end she restrained herself. That was her trump card, and no one could know about it. But if she fought barehanded, she was not confident she could handle so many experts with internal energy. In the end, she chose the crossbow. This was the one he had used to train her when she was still not qualified to use a firearm. It was also the only time he said, "For you. Practice well." She had always kept it carefully. Later she almost forgot about it, never expecting to use it here. Luo Yunchu pulled the trigger repeatedly. Short arrows shot out one after another. 3 of the 5 men surrounding Feng Xian fell instantly, The other two dodged, and one was grazed on the arm. Taking advantage of their evasion, Luo Yunchu pulled the unconscious Feng Xian out of the encirclement and brought him to Xiao Hu and Qi Shiyu. Sure, Qi Shiyu's eyes were filled with anxiety when he saw her return. Luo Yunchu threw Feng Xian to him. Shut up and stay over there. Qi Shiyu. Luo Yunchu stared coldly at the remaining 5 black-clad men. She had fired 5 arrows, but only taken down 3. There was only 1 arrow left in her crossbow. Originally there had been 10. She had lost 4 during a mission in her past life. After that she always used the gun and never replenished them. If not for today, she would have almost forgotten about the crossbow. 4. She wanted to test how her current skills compared to the internal energy of this world. Just in case, she still retrieved the silver needles from the base and secretly tucked them into her sleeve. The black-clad men stared at the suddenly appearing girl. She wore a red dress, her ink-black hair tied high fluttering in the night breeze. The girl stood motionless, yet they sensed an aura from her similar to their own. However, the killing intent emanating from the girl seemed even more intense than theirs. This person had taken down 3 of them in one go. Almost instinctively the 4 of them tightened their grips on their swords. The leading assassin roared, "Kill!" Luo Yunchu handed the crossbow to Qi Shiyu. Having no skill with long swords, she did not take the one he offered. Instead, she pulled out a pitch-black dagger. Qi Shiyu looked at her sleeve curiously. He noticed that Chuer's sleeve was like a treasure pouch. She could pull things out and put them back in endlessly. Luo Yunchu cast a cold glance, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. At that very smile the 4 of them faltered for a moment, and an inexplicable chill crept up their spines. It was too late to retreat, and they could not retreat anyway. "Kill!" the leading assassin ordered. The next second, a blood-red dagger slashed across the bridge of his nose, covering his face with blood. If he had not instinctively stepped back, his head would have been sliced off. Luo Yunchu paid no heed to his thoughts and attacked the 4 again. This time she aimed for another. She could see that the leader wanted to retreat. Qi Shiyu noticed it too, and was about to say something when he heard Luo Yunchu shout, "Xiao Hu, guard the door. You get inside." Qi Shiyu certainly did not intend to enter, yet he still retreated a few steps with Feng Xian placing him at the doorway, his gaze anxiously fixed on the fluttering red. Little Tiger surged forward with a leap, bringing down one adversary, then stood majestically guarding the courtyard gate. Luo Yunchu entangled 3 foes, her dagger drawing blood with every strike. The black-clad men had indeed considered retreat earlier, but they hadn't truly intended to flee, for even if they returned failing their mission meant certain death. Now, however, they had to retreat. They must deliver the intelligence back. This tiger and this woman. The leader of the black-clad men signaled to the other 2, then pushed off the ground to soar away. Luo Yunchu swept her foot, leaning at a 45-degree angle to evade the pair. Silver needles shot from her hand, a muffled grunt was heard, and the black-clad man who had just reached the wall tumbled down with a thud. Little Tiger. Little Tiger braced himself with his paws and leaped directly onto the black-clad man. A roar. And with one bite he sent the man to meet the king of hell. The remaining 2 men realized that since the one had failed to escape, they too would find it difficult to withdraw unscathed. This woman's hidden weapons were too swift. If they faced her head-on, they could barely defend, but once they attempted to flee they would leave their backs exposed. The 2 exchanged glances, and the killing intent in their eyes reignited. Since they could not escape, they would kill her. When dealing with enemies, Luo Yunchu never underestimated. Her strength had not fully recovered, and she lacked internal energy, so she kept 2 silver needles pinched in her left hand. The 2 black-clad men attacked Luo Yunchu with a ferocity that promised a killing blow. Qi Shiyu watched from the side, his heart pounding, his fingers gripping the crossbow until the tips turned white. Luo Yunchu pivoted on her foot, parrying a long sword with her dagger, then swept one man off his feet with a leg sweep, plunging the dagger into his chest. Due to inertia, Luo Yunchu's entire body pressed against the black-clad man's chest. The killing intent surged from behind as she tried to rise, but the pinned man gripped her arm tightly, grinning smugly. A smirk curled at the corner of Luo Yunchu's mouth. Did he think this would kill her? Naive? Just as she was about to act, she was embraced from behind by someone. A thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh. A familiar weak groan reached her ears. With a boom, it felt as if a string snapped in Luo Yunchu's mind. She didn't need to turn around to know it was Qi Shiyu. Though furious, she was more stunned. Qi Shiyu called weakly. Luo Yunchu had no time to tend to him. She pulled out the dagger, shoved him aside, and leaped up from the black-clad man, while Qi Shiyu was pushed back by the force. As for the black-clad man, he was already long dead. Luo Yunchu stared coldly at the remaining one. Are courting death. The black-clad man's heart trembled. Gripping his long sword, he let out a roar and charged again. Luo Yunchu leaned to the side, raised her right hand, and flung the dagger straight at the man's face. The black-clad man swung his sword to parry. Luo Yunchu flicked her left hand, sending 2 silver needles, one high and one low. With a bang, the black-clad man fell to the ground, a silver needle embedded in his forehead, leaving only the butt visible, his life utterly extinguished. As for the two black-clad men who had been rendered helpless by Little Tiger earlier, he had already finished them, bitten them to be precise. Luo Yunchu gathered Qi Shiyu into her arms and lifted him directly. Qi Shiyu's pupils contracted. The faint delight he felt was thrown into disarray by Luo Yunchu's sudden action. Him being carried by Chuer, what was that about? Luo Yunchu's heart was a turmoil of emotions as she paid no attention to the hint of smugness that flickered across Qi Shiyu's lips, nor his current stiffness. She laid him on the bed, made him lie face down, and removed his clothes. Just as she was about to treat his wound, Qi Shiyu stopped her, speaking breathlessly. Chuer, are you injured? Luo Yunchu stared at him coldly. If looks could kill, Qi Shiyu would be utterly dismembered. He felt a chill run down his spine, a creeping unease, and said sheepishly, Chu, are you hurt somewhere? As he tried to rise, Luo Yunchu pressed him back onto the bed and said coldly, if you want to die, pack your things now and get the hell out of here. Die wherever you please. If you don't want to die, behave yourself and don't force me to kill you. Qi Shiyu stared, wide-eyed disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the small face, so close a flicker of hurt in his eyes. Wait, he had taken a sword for her. Shouldn't she be moved, then hold him and cry, asking why he was so foolish? Why was it different from the storybooks? Feng Xian had. Why did Chuer want to kill him? Qi Shiyu spat blood. This time it was real, not feigned. Whether from injury or frustration, only he knew. Luo Yunchu swiftly bandaged the wound, then treated Feng Xian and administered a dose of a strengthening agent to him. After finishing, she dragged him to her own room to rest, only then discovering that another person, the young man, was already in her bed. Luo Yunchu gave it no thought, nor did she wonder why he was sleeping there. She shifted the young man further and tossed Feng Xian onto the bed, and then went out calling for Little Tiger, who was wrapped in bandages, to help drag the corpses. After dragging the bodies to the back mountain, Luo Yunchu slipped into the base and emerged about half an hour later with a yellow potion. She dripped a drop onto each corpse. Soon a sizzling white smoke rose. In a short while the 10 corpses were completely corroded, and even the patch of ground where they had lain was left barren, unable to sustain any plant life. Luo Yunchu set a small fire on that patch of earth, waiting until the residual potency of the potion had fully evaporated before returning to the courtyard with Little Tiger. After all this commotion, the sky was beginning to lighten. Luo Yunchu lay on a recliner in the courtyard, staring blankly at the starry sky. Fearing she might be cold, Little Tiger dragged 2 wooden stools over, placed them beside her, and lay down on them, pressing his fur close to her. Luo Yunchu stroked the tiger's head, gazing at the vast firmament, her mind in turmoil. Having come to this strange world, she was surrounded by unfamiliarity, unfamiliar environments, unfamiliar people. She tried hard to ignore that sense of estrangement, to blend into this world and become an ordinary plain person. Perhaps she thought this was fate's favor. In her previous life, she had lived amidst bloody slaughter, and in this life, she had become a simple country girl. She believed she could live here in peace and tranquility. She strove toward that calm, but unfortunately things did not go as she wished. Since arriving here, she had not lived the life she had hoped and dreamed of. Time and again she saved others, even resorting to killing once more. She had revealed her uniqueness and special abilities one by one, time and again, before that man. Why did she have to save him? Was it because of a promise? In truth, she knew it was self-deception, but if she had to give a real reason, she didn't know either. It was just, she didn't want him to die. Over and over in her mind flashed the image of him holding her, taking a sword for her, and asking worriedly, "Are you injured?" She recalled the shocked and pained expression on his face at her words. Just now it seemed her heart had ached too. She did not wish to be entangled with him, yet he repeatedly sought to intertwine their fates. She was no child, as she knew exactly what had just happened to her. Her heart had stirred. In her life, there had never been sunlight, nor a rainbow. And Qi Shiyu. He was like a ray of blazing sun, piercing the pitch-black depths of her soul, warming her, and even awakening a faint sense of reluctance to. That feeling was so unfamiliar. Her instinct recoiled, yet she could not stop herself from revisiting it over and over. Did you hear that? There was a tiger roaring in the back mountain last night. Yeah, it was ferocious. I nearly pissed myself. Last time we saw someone with a tiger, and they said it was Yun Yadu. Could it really be her? What do you mean, could it? That's her. If you don't believe me, let's go see. Go. You go if you want. I'm not going. Yun Yadu has been strange ever since she got married, downright eerie. Oh, whatever. Shouldn't we at least check? What if Yun Yadu and her people were eaten by the tiger? Go, go, go. You go if you want. I don't want to die. The village was in an uproar over last night's fight, while Luo Yunchu had just fallen asleep. The sunlight was perfect, the breeze gentle. Luo Yunchu woke at noon. Xiaohu pressed close to her, its tiger eyes fixed on the boy before them, baring its teeth to keep him at bay. The moment the boy took a step forward, it opened its massive jaws, its icy fangs, as if they would crush his skull in the next instant. Yet Xiaohu made no sound. Its master had finally fallen asleep, and it wouldn't disturb her nor let this little brat bother her. The boy stared longingly at Luo Yunchu sleeping in the recliner, his watery eyes brimming with endless grievance, teardrops still clinging to his porcelain-like. Feng Xian, too severely injured, remained unconscious, though with the enhancement agent, he should awaken by tonight. Qi Shiyu stood at the doorway, gazing at the figure in the courtyard, his eyes harboring complex emotions. The moment Luo Yunchu opened her eyes, she saw this scene. Fresh from sleep, she exuded a languid, untamed air, a stark contrast to her usual ice. Seeing her awake, the boy's aggrieved eyes lit up with joy, sparkling as he looked at her. Xiaohu nuzzled Luo Yunchu affectionately, letting out a dissatisfied grunt, as if to say, "Did this kid wake you?" Luo Yunchu soothed Xiaohu, then turned to the boy. "Better." The boy nodded. His wounds didn't hurt as much. Roughly speaking, he was healed. Luo Yunchu nodded, then go. The boy froze, then shook his head violently. No, he wouldn't leave. He had finally found her. How could he leave? Not leaving? Luo Yunchu frowned at his refusal. The wounds were healing. In 2 or 3 days the scabs would form, and he'd be fine. Why wouldn't he go? Why? Seeing the change in her expression, the boy knew she was angry. He hung his head, not daring to meet her eyes, his fingers nervously intertwining. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out?" Luo Yunchu lost patience, slowly approaching the boy with a cold voice. The boy shuddered, jerked his head up, and stared at her in disbelief. A moment later, a loud wah. Startled, even Xiaohu blinked in bewilderment at the boy. Qi Shiyu instantly appeared beside Luo Yunchu, his face dark as he glared at the boy. He was contemplating how the boy should die. Luo Yunchu was also. She stiffened as she looked at the boy clinging to her, wailing loudly. Several times she nearly kicked him off, but held back. "Whoa!" The boy cried harder, his arms tightening around her. Luo Yunchu raised her hands at a loss. "Get off!" Luo Yunchu gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to kick him away. "Whoa! I want." The boy sobbed, clinging to Luo Yunchu with an air that was 3 parts stubbornness, 7 parts sincerity. "Elder sister, don't drive Yuer away. Yuer searched for you for so long. I finally found you. Why won't you acknowledge me? Why do you want to send me away?" "No, elder sister must not send Yuer away. Yuer can't live without you. Elder sister." "Woo." The boy spoke rapidly, tears and snot smearing his face. Luo Yunchu felt the wetness on her leg, frowned deeply, and pulled him off her. "Xiaohu," Luo Yunchu called. Xiaohu growled, leaped in front of her, and glared at the boy. If he dared take another step, it would bite his head off. Qi Shiyu stepped forward as well, shielding Luo Yunchu completely. His patience had reached its limit. The boy kept sobbing, his eyes wounded as he looked at her, then plopped down on the ground. "Elder sister, I am Yuer. Why won't you acknowledge me?" The boy muttered to himself, weeping, his words brimming with countless grievances and longing. Luo Yunchu cast him a cold glance. "You've mistaken me. I am not your sister." The boy shook his head. You are. You look exactly like mother. You are my sister." "They'll say it one more time, I am not your sister." Luo Yunchu's patience had long run out, her expression so icy that the boy felt a wave of unfamiliarity and fear. The boy shook his head, staring incredulously at the girl who resembled his mother. Had he really mistaken her? Why did she look so much like mother? In his dreams, his sister always smiled at him gently. Even when he was mischievous, as long as he cried, she would patiently soothe him. His sister had never been so cold. Not sister. Not sister. The boy stared at Luo Yunchu, murmuring desolately. That face overlapped once more with the one in his dreams. How could it not be? How could it? Luo Yunchu had already left, Xiaohu following. Qi Shiyu looked at the boy with an unreadable expression. "Elder sister." Could it be that Shuer truly has some background? But Yuze's previous investigation couldn't have been wrong. Shuer should have no connection to those great families. The boy's gaze followed Luo Yunchu's retreating figure, tears streaming down as if they cost nothing. "She looks so much like mother. Why? Is it because Yuer did something wrong so you won't acknowledge me, eh? Yuer is very good. Please don't reject me, okay?" Qi Shiyu listened patiently to the boy's rambling. Perhaps Yuze had indeed missed something. Luo Yunchu turned a deaf ear. She could sense the boy's emotions were genuine, but she knew she was not his sister. The original owner's memories were clear, and she had accepted all of them, from birth to death. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Luo Yunchu emerged carrying 2 bowls of noodles. "Qi Shiyu, you haven't eaten since morning, have you?" Little Tiger was outside the door, noisily gnawing on a large pork leg. Qi Shiyu snapped back to reality, looking at Luo Yunchu with some surprise. He had thought she was ignoring him. He had been on tenterhooks all morning, terrified. She knew he had been deliberate, which was why she had said those things to him last night. Yet he never expected she would still care whether he had eaten. Could it be that he had overthought things last night? Had Shuer only spoken that way out of concern for him? Tough on the outside, soft within. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, casting aside all his earlier doubts. The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint, incredibly gentle smile. Shuer does care about me after all. Luo Yunchu rolled her eyes at him upon hearing this. "If there's a next time, you can pack your things and get lost." After speaking, she glanced at the dispirited youth. There was another bowl of noodles in the kitchen, but seeing his state, she figured he probably wouldn't eat, so she said nothing. What do you plan to do, Chur? Chi sure you asked while eating his noodles, casting a sidelong glance at the youth. Let him go, Luo Yunchu replied reluctantly, not wanting to allow. Look at him, he seems like he's about to pass out. With a thud, the youth fainted again. After such extreme joy and sorrow, even Chi sure you knew he would faint. Naturally, Luo Yunchu had known long before. But she didn't want to get involved. Chi sure you lowered his head to eat his peripheral vision, constantly observing Luo Yunchu's reaction. Seeing her indifference, a sliver of doubt surfaced in his heart. Chu, aren't you going to check on him? No. He seems quite badly injured. You're not one to meddle. Speak your mind. Luo Yunchu was too lazy to play guessing games with him, and said bluntly. Chi sure you was silent for a moment. He said you look exactly like his mother. He organized his thoughts before speaking. There are thousands of similar faces in this world. Would you acknowledge them all as family? Luo Yunchu scoffed. Are there that many? Chi sure you asked skeptic. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. Luo Yunchu finished her last strand of noodles and put down her chopsticks. I know who I am better than anyone. My parents have passed away, and I cannot be someone else's child. Chi sure you put away those unrealistic wild thoughts of yours. Also remember what I said last night. Stop trying to court death. If there's a next time, get out. Chi sure you just thought she was being stubborn and smiled. It was instinct. I couldn't just stand by and watch when you were in danger, Chur. Luo Yunchu narrowed her eyes. Chi sure you knowing your limits is saving someone, overestimating yourself is seeking death. Are you worried about me, Chur? Chi sure you leaned in close to Luo Yunchu, whispering softly in her ear. His deep voice lightly brushed past her ear. The momentary tingling sensation made Luo Yunchu tremble slightly. Her dark eyes flickered, and she instinctively turned her head away. A look of triumph flickered across Chi sure yes' face, but it vanished instantly as he sat down with a straight face. Rest assured, Chur, your husband is very strong, not as weak as you imagine. Luo Yunchu had already regained her composure. She never paid any mind to the various nonsensical titles they used like Madam Chur or husband. They could call her whatever they liked, it had nothing to do with her. Chi sure you I don't know what scheme you're cooking up, and I don't care. Luo Yunchu said seriously. What I hate most is being used and betrayed. I hope you won't be. Hearing this, the smile on Chi sure yes' face slowly faded. He was enveloped in a natural kingly aura as he looked at Luo Yunchu with utmost seriousness. Chur, I admit my initial intention was merely to buy a maidservant. But I have never used you, and I will never betray you. No matter what your secrets are, or who you truly are, as long as it's you, that's all that matters. Luo Yunchu stared directly at him, as if trying to discern something from his face. After a long moment, she averted her gaze, and stopped her aggressive questioning. I'm going to the town. He'll be back early. Make sure the door is locked. Chi sure you chuckled softly. Rest assured, Chur, they won't be coming for a while. Luo Yunchu nodded and left. She hadn't been to town in a long time, and didn't want to take an ox cart because it was too noisy. So she chose to jog to town instead, treating it as exercise. Halfway there, she found a secluded spot, entered her base to take a shower, and changed clothes, feeling much while bathing. Chi sure yes' face played on an endless loop in her mind, along with his words, no matter who you are, as long as it's you, that's all that matters. Dressed in black men's clothing, unable to style a man's top knot, she simply tied her hair back into a high ponytail, which looked clean and neat. Luo Yunchu took several shortcuts. The original owner had never left the village, so there were no memories to guide her. She figured she would be going to town often, and finding a shortcut would be convenient, but several paths she tried led nowhere. There was only one path left. If this one was also a dead, and she would have to take the main road. The path was overgrown with thorns, so Luo Yunchu took out her dagger. If you don't pay up, this cave will be your grave. After walking for nearly an hour, a gruff voice reached Luo Yunchu's ears. Luo Yunchu stopped. Someone was on this path. But if there were people, didn't that mean the path was open? She didn't want to interfere, and planned to wait until they were done before moving on. Brother Lin, please give me a few more days. I really have no money. Another hoarse, weak voice pleaded. From the sound of his voice, Luo Yunchu could tell he was severely injured, and at least 60 years old. I don't care whether you have it or not. Brother Fu said, if you don't have the money by tomorrow, you can start collecting the corpses of those kids of yours. You. The man being pressed for money trembled as he spoke. He suddenly scrambled up, grabbed a stick from somewhere, and swung it hard at the other man's head. Brother Lin had never expected the man to dare resist, and was completely unprepared. He took the full force of the blow and was knocked down instantly. The stick rained down like a storm. You forced me to gamble, cheated me out of the 2 silver taels I worked so hard for, and it still wasn't enough. The man yelled, bringing the stick down on him again and again. You forced me to gamble, lent me money, wouldn't let me leave when I refused, threatened me, and now you come to demand repayment. Where is the justice in this world? The man continued to beat him with the stick as he spoke. And now you dare to target my children. This is an outrage. If you dare touch them, I'll fight you to the death. Well, all die together. The sound of the beating continued, accompanied by the cries of many children. Father, stop hitting him. Father, he's not moving anymore. Is he dead? Father, stop. Someone's dead. Father. Father. Luo Yunchu was stunned. Just how many children did this man have? For the first time, curiosity stirred within Luo Yunchu. She stepped forward to take a look. Good heavens! Were all these people this old man's children? The oldest looked over 10, the youngest just a few years old. This. Luo Yunchu was unable to contain the shock in her heart, staring blankly at the vast crowd before her. She knew people in ancient times had many children, but she had never imagined so many. 50 or 60 children. That would be. A child about the same age as Luo Yunchu stepped forward, gently pulling away the nearly frantic old man, and spoke in a mild tone, "Father, we are all fine, nothing will happen. This man is dead, he can no longer harm us." The old man seemed to have lost his soul as the children led him aside to sit. Then Luo Yunchu saw 5 or 6 teenagers carry the disfigured man to a nearby thicket, followed by a rustling sound. Clearly they were digging a grave. Luo Yunchu wanted no trouble, and even less to meddle. Just as she turned to leave, a soft, adorable voice called out, "Big brother, who are you?" The sweet, childish voice made Luo Yunchu pause. Luo Yunchu. When did this little one get here? Where was her vigilance? Had it been devoured by a dog? Big brother, are you with that bad man? Luo Yunchu had no desire to confront these children harshly, and could only reply, "No, big brother is just passing through." With that, she lifted her foot to leave, but unexpectedly a group of teenagers surrounded her, trapping her in the middle. "I really am just passing through. Why were you sneaking around and hiding here if you're just passing through?" The boy who had comforted the old man earlier walked over from behind, staring at Luo Yunchu with hostility. "You're busy. Busy killing and burying a body. What did you see?" The boy stared straight at him, his gaze rather sinister. Luo Yunchu narrowed her eyes, studying the child. She felt he bore a striking resemblance to herself when she first entered the base in her past life. "You're busy. Busy killing and burying a body. What did you see?" The boy stared. Luo Yunchu observed the group with keen interest. The boy's gaze grew colder and more ruthless. Though young Luo Yunchu sensed within him a desire to destroy heaven and earth. Though he couldn't achieve it. "You cannot leave," the boy blocked her path. "Then what do you want?" Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. What did he want? He didn't know either, but she couldn't leave. If this person reported them to the authorities, father would surely be taken away, and once taken he would never return. "Little one, I don't have time to play with you, and I won't speak of this to anyone. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. But you cannot stop me." Luo Yunchu was too lazy to say more. She reached out and gently tapped the boy's shoulder. The boy felt his entire body go numb, rendered immobile. The boy stared wide-eyed at Luo Yunchu's retreating figure, silently praying that he was not an accomplice of that man and would not report them. Until Luo Yunchu's silhouette disappeared down the path, he heard her voice, "Little one, burn that man. A body without a trace is the best way to conceal the truth." The boy suddenly understood, and an inexplicable relief washed over him. He felt that the boy about his age would not reveal this matter. Suddenly the boy thought of something and opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. He couldn't hear him anyway. The other children stood silently, watching the immobile boy. He frowned until the numbness faded. "Xiao Wu, take Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu to dig that man out, drag him to the cave, and burn him." A child stepped forward, trembling with fear. "Brother, burn him." "Yes. As long as there's no corpse, those people can't do anything to us." Xiao Wu nodded and left with the other children. As dusk fell, Luo Yunchu clutched a dagger, her brows tightly furrowed. She had been walking along a narrow path, and the farther she went, the more she felt something was wrong. This wasn't leading out of the mountains. It led deeper in. But she wanted to see where it led, so she never turned back, pressing forward instead. Yes, deeper in. Deeper and deeper. Until there was no path left. She realized. She was lost. For the first time in 2 lifetimes she was lost. Quite novel. Both amusing and frustrating. What madness had possessed her to take this small path, wasting an entire afternoon? She should have realized it earlier. If there had been a shortcut, the villagers would have used it long ago. Why would it be left for her to discover? Truly, a genius, she mocked herself, not knowing what else to say. Luo Yunchu ate a piece of bread and drank a bottle of milk, then picked up her flashlight and began the arduous journey home. Meanwhile, Qi Shiyu stood at the door, his elegant figure tinged with restlessness, losing a bit of its usual unapproachable aura. Even Feng Xian's arrival behind him went unnoticed. Feng Xian had woken up half an hour ago. Seeing his master standing at the door, staring expectantly outside, clearly waiting for the lady, he dared not disturb him. He could only tidy the courtyard, feed little tiger, and prepare some dinner before daring to approach his master. But his master didn't even spare him a glance, so he ate the mediocre meal alone. Why was it that whenever the lady cooked, she always had ingredients that weren't in the kitchen? This question had puzzled him endlessly. The moon hung high in the sky. Qi Shiyu stood at the door, radiating endless violence. Feng Xian cowered nearby, and even little tiger stiffened its tiger eyes wide open. Feng Xian mustered his courage and approached. "Master, the lady will be fine. With her skills, shouldn't they be worried about anyone who dared to target her?" Qi Shiyu cast him a glance. Feng Xian pursed his lips and lowered his head in grievance. Suddenly he missed Yuza. In situations like this, only Yuza could get close to their master. For him to have come this far today was a miracle. He shouldn't have said a word. He stepped back, then back again, and stood still, motionless. Qi Shiyu waited for a long time, but the familiar figure never appeared. Just as he was about to go out filled with murderous intent, little tiger let out a low roar and blocked the door. Move aside. Qi Shiyu stared at the massive beast. Reason told him this tiger was following Chuer's orders, but he couldn't be rational. Facing Qi Shiyu's overwhelming fury, little tiger instinctively wanted to retreat, but remembering its master's command, it braced itself and bumped Qi Shiyu with its head, signaling him to go inside. Then it walked outside, growled at Feng Xian to close the door, and swiftly turned to dash out into the night. It was more worried about its master than anyone else. But its master had said that no matter what happened or who came, it must never leave the courtyard. It had held back, but now it couldn't bear it any longer. It had to find its master. Following the faint, lingering scent, little tiger searched with great difficulty. Since it was late and no one was around, and the path Luo Yunchu had taken was desolate, with few conflicting smells, it soon found the trail. But little tiger growled at the boy across from it, while the boy stared back, trembling uncontrollably. A big beast. Why was there a big beast here? The boy stiffly turned his head to look at the distance behind him. No, he couldn't go home. But he only wanted to wait here for the boy from the afternoon. At that time, fearing the boy would report him to the authorities, he never thought to warn him. By the time that person reminded him to destroy the evidence, it was already too late for him to offer a warning. After dinner, his father had also come to his senses. He told his father about encountering Luo Yunchu, and his father scolded him severely. He had always felt he was wrong, so he kept waiting here. Perhaps that person was lucky and managed to escape. If he could get out, he could take him home to take shelter. But now, instead of waiting for the person, he encountered a large tiger. The boy watched Xiao Hu's claws scraping incessantly, listened to its increasingly impatient low growls, and broke out in a cold sweat, trembling all over. Xiao Hu was both angry and anxious. Wouldn't this human just move out of the way? Roar. Xiao Hu was worried about Luo Yunchu, but his mind echoed Luo Yunchu's words, cannot harm people at will, and definitely cannot eat people. Xiao Hu was so anxious that he snorted constantly, every hair on his body displaying his impatience. Roar. This idiot, shake, what the hell are you shaking for? Move aside. Can't you just give way? Lord Tiger doesn't eat people, so what's the meaning of blocking the road? The boy was so frightened by Xiao Hu's two roars that he collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling. Xiao Hu thought, you idiot, just move aside. Xiao Hu went crazy and walked step by step toward the boy. Roar. Xiao Hu mustered all his strength, and with a tiger's roar the boy's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Xiao Hu. Glancing at him with disdain, Xiao Hu leaped and dashed straight into the jungle. Just moments ago, Xiao Hu had heard two banging sounds from deep within the forest. It should be the master. At this moment, Luo Yunchu, covered in blood, was facing a pack of wolves. Damn it. What kind of hellish place is this? She had never encountered a wolf pack in her own mountain, yet she met one here. Luo Yunchu never overestimated herself, but she had underestimated the intelligence of the wolf pack. While dealing with the fourth wolf, Luo Yunchu was outwitted by the wolf pack. She had been hovering at the edge of the wolf pack, always vigilant not to fall into their encirclement. But who could tell her were the creatures of this era, all so intelligent? They actually used their own kind as bait just to encircle her. Her clothes had been torn into strips. In the end, she had to draw her pistol, and after taking down a few, she gained a moment to catch her breath. With a gun in each hand, she stared coldly at the wolf pack. The wolves seemed intimidated by Luo Yunchu, only howling menacingly, their emerald eyes gleaming with a heart-stopping light, growling and snarling. Every cell in Luo Yunchu's body was alert. She concentrated on every rustle and movement, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Roar. Just as Luo Yunchu was about to break through at the cost of serious injury, a tiger's roar descended from above, followed by Xiao Hu's gaping maw, which bit a wolf's neck and flung it away. Luo Yunchu's almond eyes brightened. With a few gunshots, she spun and charged diagonally, creating an opening in the direction Xiao Hu had come from. Luo Yunchu came to Xiao Hu's side, looking at the proud and spirited tiger, and felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Xiao Hu, how did you get here? The wolf pack's formation was disrupted by Xiao Hu's sudden charge. Fear filled their eyes. If Luo Yunchu had brought them anger, then Xiao Hu's appearance brought terror and unease. Xiao Hu snorted, licked the wound on her leg, his tiger eyes fierce and bloodthirsty, as if saying, how dare they hurt you? Luo Yunchu patted his head soothingly. Xiao Hu, I'm fine. Kill them all or keep them for your food. These wolves must not be allowed to live because there were people ahead. That was also why she preferred to fight the wolf pack to the death here rather than flee. If Xiao Hu hadn't come, she would have had to use heavy weapons. Xiao Hu growled low, they hurt you, so they must die? Xiao Hu explosively charged into the wolf pack, his tiger body, weaving through them, clumsy yet agile, each bite drawing a splash of crimson. Luo Yunchu took the opportunity to climb a tree. Any wolf that tried to ambush or surround her died under her bullets. The forest was filled with wolf howls and tiger roars. Fortunately, it was late at night with no one around, otherwise the sound alone would have scared half a person to death. After a while, the ground was littered with bodies. Xiao Hu licked the blood from his muzzle. Luo Yunchu climbed down from the tree and looked at Xiao Hu's wounds with deep concern. Xiao Hu walked over to Luo Yunchu and licked her wounds, his tiger eyes flickering with worry as he gazed at her pitifully. As if saying, lick it, and it won't hurt. Luo Yunchu smiled, feeling warmth in her heart, and stroked Xiao Hu's head. I'm fine. Xiao Hu is injured. Luo Yunchu took out a medical kit and carefully cleaned Xiao Hu's wounds, her almond eyes shimmering with tears. She had always been a solitary person. Killing alone, hurting alone, happy alone, sad alone. She never imagined that one day she would be warmed by a tiger. Xiao Hu, are you hungry? Let me change clothes, and then prepare food for you. Composing herself, Luo Yunchu cut the bandage in her hand and smiled affectionately. Xiao Hu nodded obediently, waiting by her side. Luo Yunchu's figure flickered like a breeze and vanished from the spot. Xiao Hu's tiger eyes widened, and he turned in circles anxiously. Luo Yunchu took a bath, treated her wounds, and then came out. The wounds were not very serious, but numerous. Even her hands had several scratch marks. After bandaging, she felt like a mummy. In the end, Luo Yunchu ripped off the bandages, thinking they would heal by tomorrow anyway. They were just in the way. When she came out, Xiao Hu had already piled all the wolf carcasses together and was lying listlessly nearby. Upon seeing Luo Yunchu, Xiao Hu went wild with joy and kept circling around her. Luo Yunchu thought he was seeking praise. Looking at that tigerish expression, her heart softened. Xiao Hu is so amazing. Xiao Hu snorted, seemingly unhappy. Luo Yunchu did not understand animal language after all. Xiao Hu will store all these away for you to eat slowly later. With that, she placed her hand on the wolf carcasses, and with a thought, the pile of bodies vanished into thin air. Xiao Hu watched the bodies disappear, his tiger eyes widening again, and he kept nudging Luo Yunchu. His food. Xiao Hu flopped down on the ground, looking utterly despondent. Luo Yunchu. This tiger is such a drama queen. Luo Yunchu took out a wolf and placed it in front of Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu snorted and lifted his head. Where did that come from? After treating the fur, she cut off a leg, and then threw the rest to Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu happily dragged it over with one bite, and ate noisily, his face covered in blood. Luo Yunchu started a fire, preparing to roast the wolf leg. She turned to glance at Xiao Hu and frowned at the sight of him eating covered in blood. Usually he ate small pieces processed by Feng Xian, basically one piece per bite, so this situation had never occurred. But now, Luo Yunchu snatched the food from Xiao Hu's mouth, causing Xiao Hu to bare his teeth and snarl. Luo Yunchu glared with her almond eyes, and Xiao Hu will roast it for you, raw meat is too bloody. Xiao Hu looked at the golden, oily wolf leg in Luo Yunchu's hand, then looked at his own. Yeah, wait for the master to roast it, master's food is fragrant. Luo Yunchu found 2 branches propped up the half-eaten wolf meat, and soon it was sizzling with oil, making Xiao Hu's mouth water. After a short while, the forest was filled with a fragrant aroma. Xiao Hu, enticed by the scent, circled restlessly, staring at the wolf meat with unceasing drool. Luo Yunchu said with mild exasperation, such a glutton. Xiao Hu snorted discontentedly, its eyes fixed on the meat. Finally, when the wolf meat was cooked, Luo Yunchu laid a cloth beside it, placed the meat on top, and then signaled Xiao Hu to eat. Xiao Hu took a huge bite, and was instantly filled with bliss. Delicious, delicious. A person, a tiger, and a feast of meat in the tranquil woods with the faint glow of fire, the occasional chirp of insects, and Xiao Hu's hearty munching. Luo Yunchu suddenly felt a sense of serene contentment. In her past life, she had never experienced a hint of warmth. Every day, she opened her eyes to kill, and closed them in fear of being killed. Even her dreams were filled with endless slaughter and boundless darkness. She was like a solitary boat adrift on a vast, boundless ocean, unsure of where she came from or where she was headed. Now she seemed to be living the life she had once dreamed of, rising with the sun and resting with it set, no longer shedding blood and sweat for others' interests and greed, nor drinking blood daily, just to survive. She was battle-hungry and bloodthirsty, but that was never her true intention. It was merely a means for survival, a necessity she had to embrace. Yet she didn't want it, but those bloodthirsty instincts were deeply ingrained, so much so that now she could barely suppress the restlessness within her. When she encountered the wolf pack, she could have easily avoided them by hiding in the base until they dispersed, but she didn't. Instead, she was exhilarated and eager to engage. Her blood boiled with anticipation. She didn't overestimate herself, but she still placed herself in danger. If Xiao Hu hadn't come, she would have had to use heavy weaponry to— In the end, she had been arrogant. The night air was cool. After the person and tiger had eaten their fill, they finally got up and headed home. After about half an hour of walking, Luo Yunchu saw a person lying in the middle of the road and was utterly speechless. Did you do this? Xiao Hu. It didn't. The man had fainted from fright. Luo Yunchu approached to check his breath, found he was merely unconscious, moved him to the side of the grass, and left with Xiao Hu. Halfway home, Luo Yunchu was exhausted. After a whole day of turmoil, she had accomplished nothing and was a complete mess. Alas! Luo Yunchu sighed helplessly, once again mourning her recklessness. She thought that if anyone beside her had acted this way, she would have slapped them. The person and tiger stopped and started arriving at the village entrance close to midnight. Finally almost there. Luo Yunchu let out a long sigh and silently warned herself there will never be a next time. When she arrived home, the courtyard gate was wide open and the yard was empty. She checked the rooms and no one was there. She went to her own room, where only the young man lay quietly on the bed. Feng Xian was also absent. Where is everyone? Have they left? No, his poison hasn't been cured yet, he wouldn't leave. So where did he go so late at night? Full of ailments and causing worry, always acting recklessly. She thought this man probably didn't want to get better. Luo Yunchu was very tired and wanted to go look for him, but then she thought if the man himself didn't care about himself, why should she always be the one to rush? She was only responsible for detoxifying him, not being his nanny managing his every need or stopping him from seeking death. She took a blanket from the room and as if in a huff lay down on the recliner in the courtyard and fell asleep. With resentment, Qi Shiyu stared angrily at this heartless woman. He had been worried sick all night, even risking exposure by going to the town to find her. And here she was returning without waiting for him, sleeping soundly. Feng Xian stayed quietly in the background praying for his master. Xiaohu woke up when Qi Shiyu returned, but upon seeing him it turned its head and went back to sleep. It was too tired to bother with this man. Luo Yunchu finally opened her eyes, slightly dazed as she looked at the pale-faced, angry man before her. Aren't you going to sleep? Standing there like a living fossil, Luo Yunchu said with a touch of morning grumpiness, her voice hoarse and languid. Qi Shiyu. He felt that if it went on any longer he would explode on the spot. This woman. Seeing that his master had woken up, Feng Xian vanished in a flash to escape, knowing his master's fury was about to erupt and not wanting to be caught. Qi Shiyu leaned over, trapping Luo Yunchu in the recliner, his eyes blazing with anger. Do you know how worried I was? Do you know how long I searched for you? Do you know how terrified I was when I couldn't find you? Do you know that I nearly turned the entire town upside down looking for you? Luo Yunchu snapped awake, looking at him in confusion. Had he gone out to find her? Or had he looked? No, wait, why was he looking for her? Chu, next time you go out, take me with you, okay? Qi Shiyu suddenly softened, as if all the strength had drained from him in an instant. He held Luo Yunchu tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. Luo Yunchu was stunned by his actions, raising her hands in helplessness. You? Chu, next time you go out, take me with you, okay? Qi Shiyu repeated, his lips brushing against her ear, and she could clearly feel the tremor in his lips. He held her tightly, afraid that she might never return. At first he only wanted to cure the poison, but gradually he found her more and more intriguing and harder to understand. His curiosity about her grew, and he wanted to keep her close to get to know her. He even deliberately took a sword for her, acted foolishly just to get her attention. Until today, when she didn't come back, he panicked. The long wait made his heart clench painfully every moment. He couldn't wait any longer, he had to find her. He rushed to the town as fast as he could, not knowing where she was. Though he knew she could protect herself, he was still afraid. What if she was somewhere waiting for him to save her? He turned the town upside down, but found no trace of her, not even a whisper. Everyone said they hadn't seen her, and his heart sank bit by bit. Either something had truly happened to her, or she had already left. He returned home with the last shred of hope, and only when he saw her sleeping soundly in the yard did his anxious heart finally settle. Seeing her exhaustion and the wounds on her body, he felt both anger and relief. Angry that she always got hurt, angry that she was so carefree. But the thought that she was still here, lying safely, filled him with immense relief. In that moment he knew he was done for, fallen for this heartless woman. He held her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very bones. Feeling his trembling and unease, Luo Yunchu on a whim placed her hand on his back and gently patted him, soothing him. Qi Shiyu, I'm fine. Sure, don't go out alone anymore. If you have to go out, take me with you, okay? Qi Shiyu insisted, his voice tinged with a hint of humble pleading. Alright, I'll take you along. Luo Yunchu agreed. She could truly feel his unease and panic, his concern, and his sincerity. Get up first, I can't breathe. Luo Yunchu blinked her almond-shaped eyes with a hint of helplessness. Qi Shiyu rose, but did not leave. Instead, he sat down close beside Luo Yunchu. Fortunately, the reclining chair was spacious enough, otherwise it would surely have collapsed. Where did Shuer go? What happened? Why are you injured again? Qi Shiyu held her hand, tightly gazing at the scratches on her palm. Though his words tumbled out in rapid succession, his voice was gentle and tender. Luo Yunchu gave him a long, deep look. Then a radiant smile blossomed on her delicate face. I got lost and ran into a pack of wolves. Luckily, Xiaohu arrived in time. Luo Yunchu succinctly recounted the afternoon's events to him, skipping over the encounter with the children. In her view, it was just a minor episode with no need to... Qi Shiyu listened quietly. He knew the actual experience must have been far more perilous than her description, or just looking at Xiaohu's bandages told him that. But since she didn't elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. As long as she was safely back, that was enough. Don't ever do this again. I'll worry. Luo Yunchu looked up at him. His face was pale, and though he was clearly exhausted, he still sat there, as if afraid that if he let go she would vanish. Come inside, I'll change your dressing. Luo Yunchu sighed, helplessly pulling him toward the room. She didn't notice the shift in her own tone, so gentle and cautious as if afraid of startling him. Qi Shiyu let her lead him, a triumphant smile spreading in his heart. Indeed, his chewer was the most stubborn in words, but softest in heart. After changing his dressing, Luo Yunchu carefully examined the poison in his body. She discovered that her blood had achieved 1/10 the effect of a potent enhancer. The poison was now completely subdued and slowly merging. In another half-month, the toxin within him should become unified. As long as he was not affected by external forces and refrained from using his inner energy, he could hold on for at least half a year. Luo Yunchu went to the kitchen and brewed a bowl of cold-dispelling medicine. Drink this, it will make you feel much better. Qi Shiyu took the bowl and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, he continued to stare at Luo Yunchu. From the moment she entered, his eyes had been fixed on her. Wherever she moved, his gaze followed, making her extremely uncomfortable. Get some sleep. Luo Yunchu, feeling extremely uneasy under his relentless gaze, dropped the words and hurried away. Qi Shiyu watched her flustered retreat, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Then he looked at the medicine bowl in his hand and frowned. He had just detected a faint metallic taste of blood. So, was Chewer using her own blood to prepare his medicine? A storm gathered in his eyes. Never had he hated the one who poisoned him so much. The next day, Luo Yunchu took Xiaohu for a run in the mountains, watered the vegetable garden, and then returned home to cook. Feng Xian had already helped Qi Shiyu wash up. When Luo Yunchu returned, the two of them, one sitting, one standing, waited for her to feed them. But behind the door at the back stood a rather forlorn figure. Feng Xian, come get the noodles. Luo Yunchu called out. Feng Xian rushed over and carried a tray out. Luo Yunchu also brought a tray steaming, and today's breakfast was taken from the base by Luo Yunchu. There was no rice or flour left at home, as she had originally planned to buy some in town yesterday, but ended up wasting. The noodles were instant. Luo Yunchu had processed a wolf from yesterday, cutting some hind leg meat. The rest was being roasted for Xiaohu to eat later. There were also ham, sausages, milk, and some snacks, cookies and cakes. Qi Shiyu looked at the bowl of curly noodles before him. Chewer, this noodle. How is it? Luo Yunchu had anticipated their question. The noodles themselves look like this. I just boiled them. Hearing this, Feng Xian swallowed hard. But madam, there's no such noodle in the kitchen. Luo Yunchu nodded. Yes, there isn't. Feng Xian wanted to say more, but Qi Shiyu stopped him with a look. Chewer is really amazing. The three sat down, and Luo Yunchu handed them milk. Drink this first to warm your stomach. The milk had been warmed. The entire household was made up of the injured and the sick. In previous days, they had only eaten medicinal meals. Now the fruits and vegetables from her small garden were ready to be harvested. She planned to use the supplies from the base to nourish them for a few days, then go into the mountains to gather wild herbs and mushrooms and hunt some game to make medicinal meals. First she would restore their health, then head to town in a few days. Come eat. After all, she finally spoke. Luo Yunchu sighed inwardly. She didn't know if it was the influence of the original owner, or if she herself had truly changed, but now she seemed to have grown much softer. The young boy who had been standing at the door suddenly lifted his head, light shining in his eyes. He covered the distance in 3 steps, running over. He stared at Luo Yunchu with eager eyes. When she lowered her head to eat her noodles without showing any intention of acknowledging him, he dropped his head pitifully. But before his disappointment could fully take hold, it was swallowed by the aromatic food before him. After breakfast, Feng Xian took charge of washing the dishes. Luo Yunchu brought out the wolf carcass from the kitchen, lit a fire in the yard, and started roasting meat for. The young boy stood awkwardly not far from Luo Yunchu, hesitating for a long time before summoning the courage to speak. Can I call you sister? Luo Yunchu didn't even look up. No. The boy fell silent. Qi Shiyu watched Luo Yunchu's utterly unmoved expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, his chewer was still so aloof. But he liked it. The boy's eyes reddened and panic seized him. He was terrified that Luo Yunchu would drive him away. He couldn't leave. He hadn't made a mistake. He was certain of it. His sister had left home at birth, so it was normal that she didn't recognize him or their parents. He had to stay by her side. He believed that if he didn't give up, one day his sister would. If not sister, then how should I address you? The boy asked weakly. Luo Yunchu glanced at him. Your injuries are no longer serious. Meaning you can leave now. No need to worry about what to call me. The boy felt a chill. He wasn't stupid. He understood her implication, but he couldn't leave. Absolutely not, even if it killed him. I won't go. Sister, please don't drive you away, okay? The boy dropped to his knees with a thud, teardrops streaming down his porcelain-like face. Even Luo Yunchu, with a heart as hard as stone, felt an involuntary softening. Luo Yunchu looked at him, lost in thought for a long time. The coldness in her eyes gradually melted and her voice was no longer as icy as before. Suit yourself. With that she continued, turning the meat over the fire, ignoring him. The boy was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly, ecstatic. Thank you, sister, thank. The boy scrambled to his feet, stomping excitedly. If not for his utmost restraint, he would have burst into laughter. Luo Yunchu looked at the boy and suddenly regretted her decision. She sighed inwardly. Soft-heartedness is a sickness, one that needs to be cured. Qi Shiyu was taken aback when Luo Yunchu suddenly decided to keep the young man. He then looked at her with confusion. The way she had looked at the boy just now was clearly off, as if she were seeing someone else through him. Could it be? Chu wasn't actually forgetting. She simply didn't want to acknowledge it, so she pretended to have amnesia. As Qi Shiyu was lost in wild speculation, Luo Yunchu spoke up. What's your name? The young man struggled to suppress his excitement. My name is Morongyu. Sister, just call me Yue. Luo Yunchu nodded to show she understood. I was impulsive again. Well, never mind, let him stay. It's just one more mouth to feed. Qi Shiyu heard the young man's words and furrowed his brows. If he remembered correctly, the only descendant of the Guardian General's mansion was named Morongyu, but he had never heard of the Morong family having a daughter. Moreover, why was the young master of the Morong family found here, covered in wounds, and lying right outside his door? Was it a coincidence, or? Feng Xian had just finished washing dishes and came out of the kitchen to hear Morongyu's words. He then turned to look at Qi Shiyu. Qi Shiyu gave an almost imperceptible nod. Feng Xian understood and walked over to Luo Yunchu as if nothing had happened. Madam, let me handle it. Luo Yunchu saw that it was almost done, so she didn't say much. She handed the brush to Feng Xian. Just flip it 2 more times. Feng Xian acknowledged and took it, then gave the tiger a rub. Xiaohu bared its teeth in protest, but eventually held back. It couldn't bite, or its master would be angry. Morongyu followed Luo Yunchu closely, and she allowed it. Then a scene unfolded in the courtyard. Luo Yunchu busied herself in the yard, washing clothes, picking vegetables, practicing boxing. No matter what she did, a cautious little tail followed behind her. Luo Yunchu seemed oblivious, letting him trail after her. Qi Shiyu's face grew darker by the minute. Feng Xian, on the other hand, had somehow produced a dagger and was intently cutting meat, feeding it piece by piece to Xiaohu, who was thoroughly enjoying it. Sure, Qi Shiyu could no longer bear it, his eyes dark and aggrieved as he fixed his gaze on Luo Yunchu. What is it? Luo Yunchu set down the half-picked vegetables and looked over. Chu isn't paying any attention to me. I feel awful. Qi Shiyu spoke in an extremely pitiful tone. Luo Yunchu assumed he was unwell and got up to take his pulse. It's nothing. Qi Shiyu grabbed her hand and shot a warning glare at Morongyu, who was not far away. Startled by the look, Morongyu stepped back unwillingly. Seeing that the young man was sensible enough, Qi Shiyu said no more. He pulled Luo Yunchu into the room, opening his mouth several times, but holding back. As soon as they entered, Feng Xian set down his knife and swiftly moved to block the door, his eyes fixed on Morongyu. Morongyu stared at the closed door, then turned and walked away in disappointment. But disappointment aside, at least he had managed to stay. He believed he hadn't been mistaken. He would find a way to make her trust him and take her home. Inside the room, Luo Yunchu sat quietly waiting for Qi Shiyu to speak. Qi Shiyu shook his head helplessly. He was truly defeated by this girl. Why did you keep him? Sure. The him needed no clarification. Luo Yunchu smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated his question. He reminds me of someone. Qi Shiyu's expression froze. Who? Someone who is no longer in this world. Luo Yunchu looked out the window, a faint melancholy radiating from her mixed with an indescribable longing. After a moment, she turned back to face Qi Shiyu, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. Actually, if you were to talk about resemblance, Qi Shiyu's silhouette was even more alike. Qi Shiyu looked at her like this, and an inexplicable pain pierced his heart. Chu seemed to have experienced so much, her demeanor often betrayed a weariness beyond her years. Qi Shiyu closed his eyes briefly. What was he thinking? She was only in her teens. What could she have been through? Do you want to know? Luo Yunchu suddenly asked. Qi Shiyu was taken aback, then nodded. Yes. You're everything I want to know. That person was timid, cowardly, and incompetent, always cowering, afraid of offending anyone. Luo Yunchu spoke. She didn't know why she was telling Qi Shiyu all this. She simply felt like talking, so she did. Perhaps it was because of his concern for her last night, or perhaps she felt lonely. But as cowardly and useless as he was, whenever someone bullied me, he would always charge ahead of me and shield me from everything. Even if he was beaten black and blue, he would wipe his hands clean, spotless, and then reach out to pull me up. He would say, "Don't be afraid. He'll protect you." Luo Yunchu paused, her voice laden with deep self-reproach and guilt, the rest an almost tangible longing. Do you know why he wiped his hands? Because I once said he was dirty. Luo Yunchu gave a self-deprecating laugh. Speaking of dirtiness, how could he be dirtier than me? He didn't dare to look me in the eye, afraid that I would despise him. He always kept his head down, cautiously tending to my every need. And what about me? I was a person of extreme coldness, yet he gave all his strength and tenderness to me. And I, who clearly had the ability to protect him from all harm, always watched as he shielded me from behind, watched him be beaten black and blue, and then mocked him for being useless. Luo Yunchu's voice was slow and unruffled, yet one could still hear the endless regret. In the end, I drove him away. What did I say back then? Oh, I said I don't need a burden who only knows how to get beaten and bullied, and I certainly don't need your protection. Your protection is far too cheap for me. Luo Yunchu stood by the window, her mind flashing back to the hail of bullets in her past life, and a thin, yet steadfast figure. She had already driven him away, yet he still followed her, even blocking that fatal bullet for her. Watching him collapse in a pool of blood, She felt as if her world had in that instant gone dark. An endless darkness enveloped her. She only felt that this man was so foolish enough to give his life to save a stranger, someone who looked down on him and would never even be grateful. But she cried. For the first time since she could remember, she shed tears. For a stranger, a person whose name she didn't even know. She had known that fool for only 3 days. All she knew was that he lived alone in a dilapidated tile house. She looked down on him because even a child could bully him, though he himself was still just a child. Yet he had brought the gravely injured her home, saved her, protected her in every way, and finally gave his life for her. He was truly foolish, but his foolishness became an indelible tenderness in her heart. She avenged him, but he could never come back. That young man who had guarded her in his own cautious way, he would never return. Shiyu was like an outsider, quietly watching and listening. While he was glad that Chuer was opening her heart to him, he also ached for her past experiences. But the past was the past. He could do nothing about it. Yet from now on, he wanted to shelter her under his wings, shielding her from any wind or rain. It turned out that there had long been a person who left an indelible mark on her heart. So much so that for a mere hint of resemblance, she was willing to take in a stranger she did not even like. It was easy to imagine that person was unmatched in her heart. Shiyu felt both pity for her and jealousy toward the one she held dear. Taking a large stride forward, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace, whispering gently, "Chuer, from now on I will protect you. I will never let anyone harm you." Shiyu spoke with unwavering conviction, and in the days to come he would prove the weight of those words through his actions. Caught off guard by the embrace, Luo Yunchu instinctively tried to break free, but she stopped the moment he spoke. Protect her. This was the second person who had vowed to protect her. The first fool had paid with his life, leaving her no time to react. She could not understand how in just 3 days he had come to care for her so deeply. Yet those 3 days remained the most unforgettable and warmest in her past life. So she did long to be protected. But she had grown accustomed to solitude, to facing everything alone, to walking in silence, and to licking her own wounds in private. Now, recalling the fool who had trotted after her, insisting on protecting her, she suddenly realized she had actually looked forward to it. Yet sometimes what you anticipate is not sweet. It may be yet another tragedy. Luo Yunchu freed herself from his grasp. "You are the second person who said they would protect me." Shiyu masked the disappointment in his eyes. "Sure, I cannot change your past, but I hope there will be a place for me in your remaining years. And please believe me, I have the strength to protect you. I do not doubt you because someone before you paid with his life for it." Luo Yunchu poured a cup of water and drank it in one gulp. Then she turned to look at Shiyu. Over the past days this man had stirred her emotions time and again, and she had even thought. But in the end she was not a person of this world. She did not seek to return knowing it was impossible. All she wanted was a quiet place. To live a life she had never had before, and one day in the distant future to pass away peacefully with hair turned silver. "Shiyu, I believe you mean what you say now, but people change." Luo Yunchu looked at him seriously, her almond eyes brimming with sweet laughter. "Besides, you and I are not from the same world. Do you understand?" Her smile was faint, her tone indifferent. Shiyu, however, looked deeply wounded. After all he had said and done, all he received was her claim that they were not from the same world. Was she afraid he would look down on her? Or did she simply look down on him? "Sure, I care nothing about your background, nor about what others think. What I care about is you." Hearing this, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Luo Yunchu. Indeed, those who had never experienced it would never think of such a thing. A borrowed corpse to return a soul. Who would believe that? Yet that was the truth. When I say we are not from the same world, I do not refer to our origins. Besides, I never thought your birth was particularly noble. Luo Yunchu replied. Then why? Shiyu was baffled. Why did Chuer keep emphasizing this? And why did she say it was not about that? I mean it literally. Whether you can understand or accept it is none of my concern. Too exhausted to explain, Luo Yunchu rose and walked out the door, leaving Shiyu stunned alone. That night Luo Yunchu lay on a recliner in the courtyard, gazing at the boundless starry sky. In her mind flashed the rainy night of her past life. She was drenched in blood, driving away the boy who had been following her closely. "Your protection is too cheap. Ooh, I don't need it. Get lost now." The boy said nothing, simply stubbornly trailing behind her. "You are nothing but a burden to me, understand? If you don't leave, I'll send you off myself." Luo Yunchu aimed her gun at the boy's forehead. He finally lifted his head, he turned, and walked away. Luo Yunchu watched his retreating figure, parted her lips, and whispered, "Thank you. Thank you for the protection over these days, and for letting me know that this world is not entirely an endless inferno." The footsteps behind her grew softer. Once the boy's figure had completely vanished from sight, Luo Yunchu turned and dashed in another direction. Wounded, she did not run far. Facing the dark, menacing crowd before her, she let out a bitter, sarcastic, angry, and helpless laugh. Since there was no escape, she would take them all down with her. Yet just as she prepared to end it all together, the boy returned. Before she could even see him clearly, he fell right before her eyes. She was stunned. Hadn't he left? Why had he come back? But it no longer mattered, he was dead. She hated him. Hated his foolishness, his recklessness, his self. She hated herself even more. Hated her powerlessness, her arrogance, her conceit. Luo Yunchu pulled herself back from her memories, took a deep breath, and looked toward the room beside her. It had taken her over a decade in her past life to forget the image of that fool falling before her. But today she recalled that rainy night once more, the cautious, timid figure of Murongyu, who bore a faint resemblance to the man in her memory. As for Chishiyu, he possessed the same stubbornness as that man. From their time together she understood his intentions and knew what he wanted. Yet she could not give it to him. She did not understand where his feelings came from nor why in just a few short days he could appear so devoted. Just as after living 2 lives, she still could not fathom why the great fool after a mere 3-day encounter would give his life for her. Perhaps she was overthinking. A sleepless night passed. At the first light of dawn Luo Yunchu set out with Xiaohu. Chishiyu too had not slept a wink. He spent the whole night pondering Luo Yunchu's words, but could not grasp their meaning. Seeing her leave he followed on impulse, not hiding, but walking openly behind her. Xiaohu kept turning back, baring his teeth at Chishiyu. Luo Yunchu pretended not to notice, led Xiaohu to the vegetable garden, picked some greens, and headed. Sure. Chishiyu stood at the garden gate. As Luo Yunchu passed by he grabbed her arm. What is it? She paused, thought there was nothing to be embarrassed about, and looked at Chuo. I thought all night, and still don't understand. But that doesn't stop me from liking you. Why do you insist on pushing me away? Chishiyu's face was pale, but his voice was resolute. He had never fallen in love before, and didn't know what it felt like to like someone. But he knew that this girl, whom he could not fully see or fathom, had already imprinted herself on his heart without him realizing it. He wanted to get close to her, to understand her, to shield her from the wind and rain, to cut through thorns for her. What do you like about me, eh? Luo Yunchu asked calmly, looking at him. She was surprised that he would say such a thing, as she almost lost her composure. Like you, Chishiyu said firmly, unconsciously tightening his grip on Luo Yunchu's hand. Feeling the force on her wrist, the sense of powerlessness from yesterday surged back. She found that every time she encountered Chishiyu, she was somewhat at a loss. When she treated him with coldness, he was always gentle as water, making it impossible for her to remain cold. Her many moments of attraction all stemmed from her own indulgence. Yesterday her sudden outpouring had sounded an alarm for her. She had been confiding her past to someone she didn't know well, who was even constantly in trouble, and that made her feel so much so that in the end she didn't even know what she was saying, and she fled from that room. That made her flustered. It wasn't until this morning that she realized what she had done and said yesterday. Unfortunately, what should and shouldn't have been said could not be taken back. I understand. Luo Yunchu twisted her wrist free from his grasp, patted the baring teeth, Xiaohu, and walked toward home. Her steps appeared steady, but only she knew she almost walked with the same hand and foot. I understand. What does that mean? Chishiyu stood dumbfounded. Why could Chuer always leave him speechless? Chuer, seeing the figure and the tiger gradually walking away, he quickly followed. Chuer, what does I understand mean? Luo Yunchu, you like me, I understand. Chishiyu, then what next? Luo Yunchu, then. What then? Chishiyu, I like you, you understand, then what? Luo Yunchu, oh no then. Off. Chishiyu said. Smells so good, sister, what are we eating today? Murongyu hopped into the kitchen following the aroma. Hand-pulled noodles. Luo Yunchu replied flatly. Did sister make the noodles herself? Murongyu asked, seeing the leftover dough on the cutting board. Sister is so amazing. I've only seen Nanny Lin knead dough at the mansion, and it was very tiring. Sister, are your hands sore? Yuer will massage them for you later. No need. Sister. Murongyu was about to say more, but Luo Yunchu interrupted. It's ready to eat. Go wash your hands and call them for the meal. Oh. Murongyu replied aggrievedly, and turned to leave. Was sister annoyed with him? But if he didn't tell sister more about the people and things in the mansion, how could he? Luo Yunchu came out with the noodles. Feng Xian, there are 2 cold dishes in the kitchen. Go get them. Okay. Eat up, then we'll go to the town. Luo Yunchu pushed the noodles toward Chishiyu. Chishiyu's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Chuer means we. I'm going to the town. I promised before that I would take you with me when I go out. Oh, was it just because she had promised? Sister, I. Murongyu hesitated as if wanting to say something, but stopping. If you have something to say, say it. Luo Yunchu actually disliked people who spoke haltingly, but every time she saw his cautious and timid expression, she couldn't bring herself to be harsh. I want to go too. We're just going to get some supplies, we'll be back soon. Luo Yunchu said patiently. But Murongyu wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Feng Xian coming out with the cold dishes. Xiaohu can't go out as someone needs to look after him. There's a lot to do at home. You're staying here not to freeload. Then what do I need to do? After all, he was still childlike, quickly distracted. The water vat is empty, the firewood is gone, Xiaohu's food is gone, the vegetable garden hasn't been watered today, and the fallen leaves in the yard. Can't you see them? Feng Xian sat down counting each item one by one. With each item Morong, yes, baby face fell a little more. Do I have to do all these? Morong, you asked sullenly. Fetch water chop would water the garden sweep leaves. Feng Xian said while eating. Why do I have to do so much? Murong Yu protested. Feng Xian glanced at him calmly. Then you go hunting. My injuries haven't healed yet. He'll just do these for now. After saying that, he slurped his noodles and buried his head in eating, not saying another word. Listening to their conversation, Luo Yunchu unconsciously curled the corners of her mouth. This home seemed to be getting livelier. Actually, with more people it didn't seem so noisy. Madam the Master's health is not good. Before leaving, Feng Xian followed out to nag again. Countless dark lines crossed Luo Yunchu's forehead. She raised her hand to stop him. That's 5 times, Feng Xian. How about you come along? As soon as Luo Yunchu finished speaking, Feng Xian felt a chill on the back of his neck. He awkwardly waved his hand and bowed. Madam and Master, take care. Luo Yunchu. Qi Shiyu, your gaze really isn't subtle at all. Luo Yunchu sighed, helplessly patted Xiaohu beside her. He'll be back soon. Take good care of the house, and he'll bring you something tasty. Xiaohu grunted and nodded. At the village entrance. Hand. Luo Yunchu extended her hand, said flatly. Qi Shiyu, his smile unchanged, extended his hand. Luo Yunchu carefully felt his pulse. Should be no major problem. Then she looked at the approaching ox cart. The ox cart is bumpy. If you really can't ride it, don't force yourself. Qi Shiyu smiled. It's fine, Chuer, need not worry. Luo Yunchu nodded. After the ox cart stopped, she pulled Qi Shiyu onto the cart and settled him in the triangular corner. Sit here. Qi Shiyu let her arrange him like a puppet, just watching her with an unchanging smile. Luo Yunchu showed no emotion on her face, but inside she was extremely helpless. This man was becoming more and more unscrupulous. On the ox cart, the villagers seemed not to see Luo Yunchu, and the other keeping their distance voluntarily. Luo Yunchu enjoyed the peace. I heard the town has been unsettled these days. Would better go early and come back early and not linger. A woman said. How is it unsettled? A man asked puzzledly. You don't know? The woman scanned the people present with doubt, and seeing their blank expressions, she continued. Yesterday, I went to town to sell Wanner's embroidery. Thinking it was rare to go to the main street, I planned to buy some snacks for my grandson. Just as I was about to buy something, I ran into constables searching house to house. I asked around, and it turned out there had been 2 murders. What murders? Tell us. I'm not too clear either. I heard an old man was beaten to death in a gambling den. The old man's son came to seek justice, but was beaten and driven out, and then. Soon after, I heard the gambling den's young master was killed. Everyone says it was the old man's son who did it, but I don't know if they caught him. Beaten to death in a gambling den. Why didn't they report it to the authorities? Ernyo, who was driving the cart, interjected timely. Report to the authorities. Do you have money? Without money, the officials won't even bother with you. The woman said huffily. Luo Yunchu kept her eyes closed, feigning sleep, occasionally observing Qi Shiyu's condition. The entire journey passed amid the idle chatter of the villagers. After getting off the carriage, Luo Yunchu pulled Qi Shiyu toward the main street. What items do you need to purchase, Chuer? Qi Shiyu tightened his grip on her small hand, making conversation. Daily necessities. Luo Yunchu ignored his slight gesture, for this man indeed had many ailments, and there were always those eager to eliminate him. Holding his hand was a form of fire. 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 Where? The Wanxing gambling house is on fire. The Wanxing gambling house. Then we must hurry and put it out. Otherwise the entire street will be affected. Exactly, that's why everyone is calling for help. Quick, quick. Hurry, all of you. As Luo Yunchu stepped onto the street, she saw chaos before her. Flames soared into the sky not far away, nearly dyeing half the heavens. Sure. Qi Shiyu was about to speak when Luo Yunchu pulled him toward a tavern. Let's go have some tea and wait until they put out the fire before heading over. What would you like to eat, honored guests? As soon as they entered, a waiter approached. Do you have bilyuakun? Luo Yunchu asked. Yes, please have a seat over here by the window. The waiter led them to a table. Have you had bilyuakun before, Chu? Qi Shiyu looked at Luo Yunchu in surprise. He found that Chuer was like a treasure. The more he interacted with her, the more dazzling points he discovered. In terms of appearance alone, she did not resemble a peasant girl. Even the most refined noble lady might not possess such bearing. Furthermore, her mannerisms and speech, though not following any specific rules, were simply impossible to dislike. Even when she was angry, she was beautiful. Luo Yunchu had no idea what he was thinking. If she did, she would have rolled her eyes. He was clearly viewing her through rose-tinted glass. I have tasted it. Qi Shiyu. Then which do you prefer, bilyuakun or tea guanyin? Luo Yunchu, both are tea. As long as I can drink it, it's fine. Qi Shiyu pressed his lips together and lowered his head. It was truly difficult to chat with Chuer. Seeing his expression, Luo Yunchu pursed her lips. She had indeed not asked what he wanted to drink. Since he asked which was better, tea guanyin or bilyuakun, she thought he must want tea guanyin, so she said, what do you like to drink? Maybe we could switch to tea guanyin. Qi Shiyu's lips curled upward, a hint of triumph flickering in the corner of his eyes. Indeed, his Chuer was most susceptible to this. Whatever you like, I like. Luo Yunchu thought hardly necessary. She didn't actually like it, as she was just being casual. Feeling Qi Shiyu's burning gaze, Luo Yunchu grew extremely uncomfortable. This man was becoming more and more brazen, almost as if he wanted to engrave the word, like, on his forehead. When did this all begin? Luo Yunchu could not fathom it. Did people these days develop feelings so quickly? Honored guest, your tea is ready. Please enjoy. The waiter set down the tea and was about to leave when Luo Yunchu stopped him. Waiter, do you know anything about the Wanshan gambling house? Luo Yunchu took a small silver ingot from her sleeve and placed it on the corner of the table as she asked. The waiter glanced around, then bent down to pocket the silver. What would you like to know? The old man who was beaten to death. Luo Yunchu hated beating around the bush, so she went straight to the point. The matter involving the gambling house reminded her of the group of children she had encountered when she got— "Ah, you mean Old Man Chu?" The waiter nodded, sighed as if with regret, and said, "Old Man Chu was a pitiful soul. If you say he was pitiful, it's not that he had no money. On the contrary, he originally had a modest fortune. He was a carpenter with decent skills, and the neighbors often sought his help, so his life was comfortable. But suddenly, for some unknown reason a few years ago, he began taking in those little beggars. He took in more and more until eventually there were dozens of them, turning his place into a beggar den." The waiter paused for a moment before continuing. "It seems about half a year ago, Old Man Chu and those children suddenly vanished. I've forgotten exactly how long they were. All I know is that after a long while we occasionally saw Old Man Chu at the market exchanging things for food, but we never saw those children again. We asked Old Man Chu and he said they had all scattered, so we didn't pry further." Luo Yunchu was somewhat stunned. How benevolent must a person be to give up everything for a bunch of unrelated children? She herself knew she could never do such a thing. Then why was he beaten to death at the gambling house? The waiter hesitated, touched the silver ingot at his chest, and lowered his voice. "In the Wanshan gambling house, nothing is surprising. Miss, be sure not to get into Luo Yunchu nodded. Thank you. Some time ago, Old Man Chu came to the market to exchange goods, and was spotted by Brother Lin from the Wanshan gambling house. Business had been bad for him lately, so he grabbed anyone he could. All of us have been caught. We had no choice but to spend money to avoid trouble. What good could come of Old Man Chu being dragged into the gambling house? At best, he was forced to gamble, or they simply robbed him of his money. I didn't have the nerve to find out the details. But when Old Man Chu came out, he was covered in injuries. Then yesterday, Old Man Chu came again. I only noticed he went straight into the gambling house. I was busy with business and didn't pay much attention. Not long after, I heard someone shouting that a man had been beaten to death. That's when I learned that Old Man Chu had been beaten to death. I suspect Old Man Chu was tricked into signing an IOU. Many of us here have signed such things. Borrow 10 taels from the gambling house, and one day later you owe 100 taels. Luo Yunchu frowned slightly. 10 taels, 100 taels in a day. Even loan sharks wouldn't dare to be so bold. This ancient world was truly lawless. What about the young master of the gambling house? The gambling house. The waiter hesitated, looking around nervously. Luo Yunchu placed another silver ingot on the table corner. The waiter stared at the silver for a long while before gritting his teeth and pocketing it. What young master of the gambling house? The gambling house is actually run by our county magistrate. The young master of the gambling house is the county magistrate's son. Yesterday, Old Man Chu's son came, and in the end he was surely beaten out. But not long after, news spread that the young master had been killed. People suspect it was Old Man Chu's son, but I think it's impossible. How old is his son? A scrawny teenager. How could he kill someone inside the gambling house and not get caught? The waiter waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Unlike the waiter's skepticism, she found it quite possible. Remembering the boy who bore a faint resemblance to her, she suspected it was highly likely to be that child. And the fire? Luo Yunchu suppressed her curiosity and asked. The waiter let out an "oh" and unconsciously raised his voice. The gambling house didn't open today? The fire started shortly after you arrived, suddenly blazing up. Luo Yunchu nodded. Thank you, waiter. The waiter waved his hand and walked away, clutching the silver. Luo Yunchu curled her lips, making a bold guess. Yesterday, the county magistrate lost his son, so the gambling house would certainly not open today. Thus that kid took advantage of the chaos to set another fire. He was indeed a ruthless one. Qi Shiyu's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yunchu. Seeing her smile deepen, he could not help but ask, "Sure, what brings you such joy?" Luo Yunchu refilled his tea and replied, "Nothing much, just remembered an interesting person." Luo Yunchu had merely spoken casually, but to Qi Shiyu's ears her words carried a different implication. His lips flattened at a visible speed as he muttered sullenly, "Oh." Shu'er still refused to accept herself, did she? Yet she had clearly brought him along. "Shu'er, where shall we go first?" Qi Shiyu suppressed his emotions and asked. No matter what, Shu'er truly thought this was the first time in so long that he had seen her smile from the heart. That fleeting beauty made him wish he could freeze time at that moment. Luo Yunchu glanced downstairs and spotted an herbal medicine shop diagonally across the street. She said, "Let's go to the pharmacy first and buy some herbs for you. You'll need a medicinal bath later." Having said that, Luo Yunchu placed a silver ingot on the table and rose to leave. Qi Shiyu's smile deepened. All right. He rose and followed. So in Shu'er's heart he ranked first and was still important. Thinking this, he quickened his pace and carefully took her hand. Luo Yunchu instinctively tried to pull back, but then remembered who it was, so she refrained and let him hold her hand. The speed or slowness of time is never determined by time itself, but by those who dwell within it. Luo Yunchu looked up at the sky. It was barely noon, yet she felt as if she had been wandering all day. Seeing her look up, Qi Shiyu followed suit. Was it already? How had it passed so quickly? They had done nothing yet. Chua, why did you buy so many pastries? Qi Shiyu recalled the large bundle of snacks she had just purchased and asked in confusion. Things bought are meant to be eaten. Let's go back, we've bought enough. Luo Yunchu weighed the basket on her back and said with no intention of explaining further. It's already noon, Chua. Let's eat before we return. Qi Shiyu spoke. The thought of the tiger at home made him gloomy. It always hogged Chua and wouldn't let him near her. With his current broken body and his internal strength immobilized, he was all show and no substance. Are you hungry? Luo Yunchu was about to say that there were still several mouths waiting at home, but the words turned into, then let's grab a bite at the tavern before going back. This afternoon'll take you somewhere. You're the best, Chua. Qi Shiyu nodded, his face full of docility. Luo Yunchu shuddered all over, as if she saw a big, white dog wagging its tail at her. Luo Yunchu shook her head. She was hallucinating, she must be hallucinating. Qi Shiyu was becoming more and more abnormal. Could it be that she had added something wrong to his medicine? She would have to check carefully when they got back. Stop at the intersection ahead. Luo Yunchu naturally took Qi Shiyu's hand and said, Miss Luo here. Ernie was puzzled as he halted the ox cart. They were still half the journey from home, and there was nothing around. Why get off here? I discovered a certain type of fungus over there last time. I want to pick some. Luo Yunchu pointed in the opposite direction and fabricated casually. Be careful then. Seeing her answer, Ernie didn't think much of it and drove the ox cart away. Chua. Seeing Luo Yunchu about to get off, Qi Shiyu also Luo Yunchu pressed him down. You go back with the cart. They'll be back soon. Qi Shiyu opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Yunchu had already alighted. She stood below waving at him with a radiant smile. Qi Shiyu forced a stiff smile and raised his hand to wave back. Only after the ox cart disappeared from sight did Luo Yunchu turn and walk into the bushes by the roadside. Alone she moved swiftly. In about a quarter of an hour she heard the crying of children. Luo Yunchu frowned slightly. Without even looking, she knew what kind of scene it would be. She disliked such scenes. They reminded her of her own childhood. The same endless crying, begging, screaming. A suffocating sense of despair. Luo Yunchu suppressed the discomfort rising in her heart and stepped out from the corner. Her sudden appearance silenced the crying children instantly. A pair of bewildered and terrified eyes stared at Luo Yunchu in unison. Big brother, it's that big brother from the other day. A tiny milky voice broke the silence, speaking timidly. A boy stepped forward, eyeing Luo Yunchu with hostility. May I ask what business this young miss has? Luo Yunchu knitted her brows. Young miss? Why did it sound so grating? I heard you've gotten into trouble with the Wancheng gambling house. Luo Yunchu couldn't be bothered with the form of address and cut straight to the point. The boy frowned. Who was this person? Why had she disguised herself as a man when passing by before and happened to stumble upon them being hounded by the gambling house? And now she was dressed as a woman. What was she trying to do? Seeing the boy silent, Luo Yunchu knew he was suspicious. She was in no rush, simply watching him, waiting for him to speak. After a long while the boy finally couldn't help but ask, What do you want? Luo Yunchu smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just came to see you all. She set down her basket and took out a bundle, the flatbreads and pastries she had just bought. I just heard about what happened in town and guessed you might be involved, so I bought some food. Have some. Luo Yunchu placed the bundle in front of the boy. The boy didn't take it. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's not poisoned. They stared at each other for a long time before the boy finally accepted it, but you've come here twice now. Just tell me what you're really after, miss. The boy was clearly impatient. This woman gave him a dangerous feeling. He hadn't dared to act rashly last time, and even less so now. I want to help you. Luo Yunchu stated directly. The boy looked at her doubtfully. He didn't believe in free lunches. What's the price? A smart one. Luo Yunchu praised him. This boy had a ruthless edge to him, the kind that risked everything. If trained well, he might become a capable subordinate, though. Loyalty was not yet guaranteed. You want revenge, don't you? Luo Yunchu walked over to the side, pulled a stool from beside the cellar entrance, sat down, and spoke slowly. The boy said nothing, but his eyes burned with deep hatred. I can help you get revenge, Luo Yunchu continued. A glimmer of light rose in the boy's eyes. He had killed the gambling house's young master and burned down the establishment today. If he were alone, he wouldn't worry much. But with so many younger siblings, he had no way to escape with them. Though this place was hidden, it wasn't a long-term solution. He was filled with regret for his impulsiveness. He should have sent his siblings away first before coming back for revenge. When he heard Luo Yunchu say she could help him get revenge, his first thought was that his siblings could be saved. How? The boy asked excitedly. You're worried about them. Luo Yunchu's gaze swept over the huddled group behind the boy. The boy pressed his lips together. It was all his fault harming his younger siblings. I can't take them in either. Luo Yunchu paused. Seeing the light in the boy's eyes gradually dim, she continued, but I can make it so they don't have to hide. The boy lifted his head abruptly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. What do I need to do? As long as you can guarantee their safety, I'll do anything. Luo Yunchu nodded with satisfaction. It's simple. Kill the county magistrate, and everything will be fine. To cure the disease, one must treat the root cause. Only by uprooting the source can the illness be healed. The boy froze. Kill the county magistrate. How? He couldn't even show his face now. I said I can kill him so I can, Luo Yunchu said slowly. It just depends on whether you want to do it yourself, or have me do it. Either way I have conditions. What conditions? The boy gritted his teeth. He had already acted impulsively once, causing his siblings to hide in fear of being seen. Now he had no retreat, no escape. But judging by this young lad's demeanor, she didn't seem to be making fun of him. Loyalty to me for a lifetime. Luo Yunchu's eyes turned icy cold as she stared straight at the boy. The boy was stunned. Pledge loyalty to her. A mere girl. Though he knew she was no ordinary child, he deemed her unworthy of his allegiance. But, alas, Luo Yunchu let out a long soft sigh. This little one was defiant. What to do? She shifted her form slightly, and the boy felt only a gust of wind before his eyes widened in shock. He saw Luo Yunchu rise slowly, and then a wave of suffocation washed over him. The boy realized his neck was seized. The pressure told him that the hands, seemingly boneless and soft, could snap his neck in an instant. He had no doubt. The boy struggled painfully, his flushed face betraying terror. Big brother. Big brother. The children behind him only just recovered their senses. Seeing their leader caught, they charged forward. Luo Yunchu pressed a dagger to the boy's neck, and the group froze. An older child stepped forward. Miss, we have no grievances. Why trouble us children? Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. So there was a refined one among them. That old man Chu was truly a benefactor. I never meant to trouble you. Want to save your leader? Yes, the children chorused. Simple. A life for a life. She brandished the dagger. Who volunteers? The children recoiled, many shrinking back, yet several stood firm, fear in their eyes but defiance in their lifted chins, glaring at Luo Yunchu. I will. The articulate child stepped forward. Release my leader. Take my life instead. Very well. Luo Yunchu slowly brought the dagger toward the child. He squeezed his eyes shut, but stood motionless. Seeing his trembling lips, she couldn't help but laugh. Enough. I'm done teasing you. She released her grip. The boy stared at her, unable to gather his wits for a long moment. She had already loosened her strength long ago, merely holding him. So he knew she wouldn't hurt him, and that she wouldn't kill. Yet he couldn't grasp her motive, and her power made his heart tremble. Convinced, Luo Yunchu looked at the boy, her crimson lips parting slightly. The boy finally understood. She had seen his defiance, and so, with a thud, he knelt, cupping his hands. Chu Yi is willing to follow you, to serve you unto death. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with hatred. As long as you avenge me. Luo Yunchu smiled approvingly. Do you want to take revenge yourself, or shall I do it for you? I want to do it myself, but... Chu Yi looked at her. Of course he wanted to kill that dog of a county magistrate with his own hands, but he couldn't. Then do it yourself. Luo Yunchu pulled him up, her tone airy. Then she turned to the children, who had split into two groups. You few come here. The children, who had not retreated, exchanged glances, and finally looked at Chu Yi. He nodded, and they slowly moved to the other side, lining up in a row. Luo Yunchu swept her gaze over each child. 14 in total, 4 girls, the rest boys. Then she fetched the bundle she had set aside, and handed it to Chu Yi. You haven't eaten, have you? Distribute these. Fill your stomachs. Chu Yi nodded, took the bundle, and began sharing. When all was given out, he returned to her side. All done. She looked at the empty cloth in his hands, then at his own empty palms. You're not eating. Chu Yi shook his head. I'm not hungry. Luo Yunchu nodded. She had bought plenty, though not enough to sate them fully. There was some for everyone. If he chose not to eat, that was his own doing. Have something for now. They'll come back tonight with more food. Miss. Chu Yi hesitated, struggling to speak. He wasn't foolish. During the distribution, he had pieced together her meaning when she threatened to kill him. But they were still young, ignorant. Chu Yi serving me requires only 2 things: obedience and absolute obedience. Her eyes darkened, her cool voice piercing his heart. Chu Yi dropped to his knees. Yes, this subordinate was wrong. The children I singled out can stay. The rest I will find a place for. They will live well. You only need to do your duty. She lowered her voice, chilling. I cannot take all of you. My subordinates have never been useless. Understood. Chu Yi clasped his hands. Prepare them. You know what to say. Then she shouldered her basket and left. Chu Yi acknowledged. Only when she was far away did he stand slowly, his trembling legs a reminder of the person he now followed. He did not regret it. She could help him avenge. For vengeance he would pledge not just loyalty, but his very life. Moreover, with his father gone, he couldn't feed all these younger siblings. Perhaps this lady could truly help him settle them. Chu Yi turned to watch the children devouring the food. Some ate quickly, some slowly, The quick ones tried to snatch from the slow. This was the norm. They had always lived like this. In the past their father watched over them, so he never had to worry. But now, recalling the moment he was seized, and they scrambled backward, Chu Yi's side. He knew they were too young yet. His heart ached. Sending them away was for the best. At least they wouldn't struggle just to survive. He trusted that the lady would find them a good place away from this life of... For some reason, he trusted Luo Yunchu, a person he had only met twice. After all, if she truly meant to kill him, he would already be dead. He had nothing worth scheming for, did he? Luo Yunchu returned home in the late afternoon. Qixu was not in the courtyard, presumably resting in his room. She didn't bother with him, handed the bamboo basket to Feng Xian, and took Xiaohu to the vegetable garden. Seeing Murong Yu watering the plants, she only picked some melons and vegetables. Then on her way back she took a wolf from her base, and started cooking upon returning. Feng Xian also returned from hunting. Seeing the wolf at the door, and then looking at the few chicks and rabbits in his hands, he twitched the corner of his mouth. Luo Yunchu was washing mushrooms. Seeing Feng Xian return, she called out, "Feng Xian, clean this wolf, and roast it." Feng Xian nodded, mechanically put down the chicks, and carried the wolf out. After 2 steps, he felt something was off, and turned back. "Madam, there's something I don't understand." Feng Xian dropped the wolf on the spot, and ran to Luo Yunchu. "My." Luo Yunchu looked up. "What is it? Where do all your things come from, madam? Why do you always have all sorts of things when cooking, like vinegar noodles?" Feng Xian's gaze shifted to Luo Yunchu's sleeve. "Madam, how much can your sleeve hold? And how much can it produce?" Luo Yunchu. "If I said this sleeve is a Doraemon pocket, would you believe me? I ran into this wolf on the way back." Luo Yunchu glanced at the door, and said without guilt, "Feng Xian, what do you think I believe?" "Madam, I'm not stupid." Luo Yunchu. "Did I say you were stupid?" Luo Yunchu looked at Feng Xian's troubled face, a hint of amusement in her almond eyes. "Feng Xian, my sleeve is a secret, just like your master's identity." Feng Xian was startled, then gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, madam. I was just curious. I didn't mean anything else." Every time he saw madam produce all sorts of things, they were small items. This wolf, he never saw where madam brought it out. Either she would walk into the kitchen and come out carrying it, or walk into the garden and bring it back. It made him, every time the master was resting, go search everywhere. He had dug 2 big holes in the garden, but didn't find a single wolf hair. Mainly he was curious. Luo Yunchu naturally knew he meant no harm, and didn't mind. She just waved her hand. "I know. Go busy yourself. He'll use the wolf meat later." Feng Xian nodded, turned, and took the wolf to the creek outside to clean it. Qixu stood by the window watching the figure busy in the courtyard through the gap. His eyes flickered, and a sense of loneliness rose inexplicably from the depths of his heart. His identity indeed could not be told to Chuer, for now, after all, danger lurked around him. Knowing too much would do her no good. Was it because of this that Chuer was unwilling to accept him? "Sister, I've finished watering." "What is this?" Murong Yu carried a wooden bucket in from outside, went straight to Luo Yunchu, and asked curiously, looking at the mushrooms in the basin. Luo Yunchu looked up at him. "Mushrooms? You'll know when they're cooked. Is it to pinch off this black part?" Murong Yu put the bucket aside, squatted down, and picked up a mushroom imitating Luo Yunchu. Luo Yunchu nodded. "Yes, pinch it off and break it into pieces. You do that. They'll cook the rice." "Okay." Murong Yu replied, cheerfully watching her retreating figure, a determined glint in his eyes. "Sister looks so much like mother. She must be my sister. I can't be wrong. Mother said sister has a birthmark on her neck. He just needs to find a chance to confirm it." Qixu looked at Murong Yu outside, his brows deeply furrowed. He called Chuer sister. Chuer was 16 now. Judging by his appearance, he didn't seem much young. Moreover, why would the only son of the Murong family come here alone, without a single attendant? Although he had never interacted with the Murong family, they would never allow Murong Yu to go out alone, unless something happened on the way. But who would dare to touch someone from the Murong family? The Murong family had always been neutral, the only family in the entire court that had clearly stated their stance. They showed no regard for anyone except the emperor. Moreover, the entire Murong family was notoriously protective of their own, to the point that they could be described as... Even the emperor would not easily provoke the Murong family. Who would be so bold as to lay a hand on the only son of the Murong family? And regardless of who dared to harm Murong Yu, was it really a coincidence that he came here? Should he tell Chuer about Murong Yu's identity? At the dinner table, Luo Yunchu looked at Xiaohu behind her, drooling and staring at the wolf meat with wide eyes. "Feng Xian, didn't you feed Xiaohu anything?" Feng Xian wolfed down the food in his mouth, nearly choking. After a pause he said, "I did. 2 chickens and a rabbit." "Xiaohu." Luo Yunchu frowned and called out. Xiaohu huffed, came to her side with reluctant steps, looking at her pitifully. "This wolf has another use. If you're hungry, I'll have Feng Xian roast another one for you later. This one is off limits." Luo Yunchu rubbed the tiger's head, unable to... Xiaohu was unhappy, snorting, but still nodded. Then it sat down beside and glared at Feng Xian. Even Feng Xian understood that look. It was saying, "Hurry up and eat, then roast some meat for me." Feng Xian, clean up the table. "I'm going inside to rest." Luo Yunchu took her own dishes to the kitchen and sat at the door. When the wolf meat is roasted, pack it in the food box. With that, Luo Yunchu went straight into the house, leaving Qi Shiyu staring at the door like a wronged wife. Luo Yunchu silently cleaned up his own dishes, then went to Luo Yunchu's door and sat on the steps. Qi Shiyu watched Luo Yunchu's dejected appearance and frowned deep. As soon as Luo Yunchu came out of the base, she heard Feng Xian's voice outside. Madam, the wolf meat is roasted. Luo Yunchu came out of the base. Just as she opened the door, she saw Luo Yunchu sitting on the steps. What are you doing sitting here? Luo Yunchu turned at the sound. His gloomy face upon meeting Luo Yunchu's eyes instantly brightened from overcast to partly cloudy. Qi Shiyu standing at the other door unconsciously clenched his fists. Sister, Luo Yunchu pouted, looking at Luo Yunchu with moist eyes. Are you going out? Can I go with you? Luo Yunchu nodded. I am going out, but you can't come with me. Luo Yunchu wanted to say something, but Luo Yunchu didn't listen anymore. She directly passed him and went to the courtyard. Feng Xian had already cut the wolf meat into pieces and packed it in a food box. Madam. Luo Yunchu took the food box and patted Xiao Hu, who came to her side. Stay home and watch. He'll be back soon. He'll bring you some food. Xiao Hu snorted, nodded its big head, and watched Luo Yunchu leave. Then it glanced disdainfully at Qi Shiyu standing at the door and returned to its shed. By the time Luo Yunchu arrived at the cave dwelling, the children had already shouldered their small bundles. Her gaze fell upon Chu Yi, who stood at the forefront, and a glimmer of approval flashed in her eyes. Decisive and efficient, not bad at all. Form a line and eat something first. Luo Yunchu looked at Chu Yi, who nodded promptly, and soon organized the chaotic crowd into 2 orderly rows. Luo Yunchu was once again satisfied with Chu Yi's execution. She opened the food box, drew out a dagger, and distributed a small piece to each child. The children, obedient enough, quietly took their portions and retreated to the side to devour them ravenously. Chu Yi stood by, his gaze lingering on the children before he couldn't help but ask, Miss. From now on, call me Master. Luo Yunchu replied, without looking up, her tone indifferent. Chu Yi's words caught in his throat, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Master, may I ask what you plan to do? Temples, charity halls, theater troupes. There are many places they can go. Luo Yunchu spoke without deliberately avoiding the children's ears, trusting that Chu Yi had already informed them. They're old enough to fend for themselves. You can't support them, and neither can I. As she spoke, Luo Yunchu turned back, her gaze falling coolly upon Chu Yi. Since you've chosen to follow me, remember my requirements. I will certainly settle them properly. When you have the means in the future, you can always see them. She wouldn't send them far away, definitely within this town, where she could always keep an eye on them. Chu Yi said no more, bowing his head and stepping aside. When the food box was empty, exactly the 14 children she had selected remained unfed. She stood up, looking at those who were swallowing hard. I'll give you yours later. The children nodded, neither arguing nor fussing, only gazing at Luo Yunchu with longing eyes. Chu Yi, there's water over there. Give them some to drink. You all should refrain for now. Luo Yunchu pointed to a wooden bucket in the corner. Chu Yi turned and noticed the bucket of water for the first time. Recalling Luo Yunchu's words, his eyes flickered, as if he understood something. Master, this. Luo Yunchu said nothing, merely watching him calmly. This was the final test to see how he would choose. Chu Yi lifted his gaze to meet Luo Yunchu's, conflict evident in his eyes. His hands clenched at his sides, but in the end he turned and walked toward the wooden bucket. He carried the bucket to the children. Go get bowls from the cave and drink some water. After that, we'll head to our new home. Perhaps out of trust in Chu Yi, or perhaps because they were young, the children didn't hesitate or doubt for a moment. They all ran into the cave, and each brought out a broken. When the bucket was empty, everyone looked at Luo Yunchu with anticipation. But she remained silent, standing quietly to the side. The night wind rustled through the mountains. Luo Yunchu said nothing, and no one dared to speak. They all waited in silence, gazing at her with a mix of anxiety. Thud, thud. One by one, the children at the front began to collapse. Luo Yunchu's gaze rested lightly on Chu Yi, watching as he took a step forward, then silently withdrew it. Feeling the questioning stares of the other children, Luo Yunchu's lips curled slightly. His performance was acceptable. Soon, all the children had fallen. Luo Yunchu was also satisfied with the reactions of Chu Yi and the others. She walked over. You all go wait for me at the intersection ahead. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, gesturing for those behind him to follow. Once they were far away, Luo Yunchu approached and waved her hand, causing everyone to vanish instantly. She entered the base to check, confirming that all were asleep, then retrieved some food from the kitchen before flashing out and heading outside. At the intersection, she saw Chu Yi and the others huddled in the tall grass. She beckoned, and Chu Yi quickly came over while the other children stood at a distance looking. Chu Yi, come back with me. They'll stay here for now. Once I've arranged a place, he'll come to fetch them. Without waiting for Chu Yi's reply, Luo Yunchu turned to the children behind him and continued. Stay put in the cave. Tomorrow I'll send Chu Yi to take you away. The children were all afraid of Luo Yunchu and merely nodded silently. Chu Yi wanted to say something, but seeing Luo Yunchu's stern expression, he ultimately held his. All right, you all head back now. Chu Yi, come with me. As Luo Yunchu took a few steps forward, the children flinched and scrambled backward. Luo Yunchu said nothing more, simply handing what she was carrying to one of the older children. Take this and go eat. Tomorrow morning Chu-yi will bring you food. Don't. The child glanced at Chu-yi, and only after seeing his nod did they timidly reach out to take it. Then at Chu-yi's signal, they led the other children back into the cave. Luo Yunchu waited until they were far away before turning to head home. Chu-yi followed quietly behind, opening his mouth to speak several times, but stopping. Are you wondering where those children went? Luo Yunchu's voice came from ahead. Chu-yi looked up sharply and instinctively quickened his pace. Yes, master, can you tell me? They're perfectly safe. You'll come with me to settle them. Luo Yunchu stopped and turned to face him. Chu-yi, there are things I can't tell you, not because I won't, but because I can't. You only need to know that I'm no saint, but I don't go around killing and burning either. What I've promised you I will fulfill. As for you, just remember my requirements and your own words. None of them will come to harm. Yes. Chu-yi bowed his head in acknowledgement, not uttering another word. Since his master said he would go with her to settle them, it meant they were safe for now. And at this point he had no choice but to trust. By the time they returned home, it was already past the hour of the boar, around 9:00 to 11:00 p.m. Feng Xian appeared immediately. Madam. Luo Yunchu nodded, then looked at Chu-yi. This is Feng Xian. Go with him to wash up and he'll show you where to rest. Chu-yi nodded and bowed slightly to Feng Xian without speaking. Feng Xian, noticing this newly appeared person, instinctively glanced toward a certain room before responding. Madam, where will he stay? There were only 3 bedrooms here. One for the master, one for the madam, and one that had originally been for him and Yuzo, which they had now given up for Morongyu. He'll sleep with Morongyu just for one night. With that, Luo Yunchu paid no further attention and entered her own room, completely unaware of the figure by the adjacent. The next day, Luo Yunchu rose before dawn. Xiaohu was even earlier, driven by hunger. Hungry already? Didn't you eat quite a lot yesterday? To be honest, Luo Yunchu was impressed by Xiaohu's appetite. The little tiger affectionately rubbed against her leg, letting out a low, suppressed snort. Alright, I know you're hungry. Let's go for a run first, and I'll make you something to eat when we're back. Luo Yunchu gave Xiaohu's big head a firm rub, then tied up her skirt with a strip of cloth and patted his back. Xiaohu, let's go. Master. Luo Yunchu had just reached the courtyard gate when she heard Chu-yi's voice. She paused mid-step. Up so early. Perfect, come run with me. Chu-yi stared at Xiaohu beside Luo Yunchu, swallowing hard. Wasn't this the same great beast he had encountered last time? Xiaohu doesn't bite. You've met before. Luo Yunchu chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Xiaohu's head. Chu-yi cautiously lifted his foot, edging along the opposite side until he was near Luo Yunchu. Master, is this great beast yours? He's very gentle. He doesn't bite. You can pet him. At these words, Xiaohu let out a low growl, not as fierce as last time, but far from friendly. Chu-yi swallowed hard. Master, I'd rather not touch him. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow, not pressing him. Then will you come along? Chu-yi glanced at Xiaohu, then at Luo Yunchu, and slowly nodded. Let's go then. Why didn't you sleep longer? Luo Yunchu asked as they ran. I'm used to it, Chu-yi replied. Luo Yunchu turned to look at him. True, among all the children, he was the oldest and naturally the most burdened. Were you all orphans before? Chu-yi nodded. More or less. Some were lost, some abandoned, some had their families killed or died of illness. In short, we are all orphans. Father picked us up one by one from outside. His tone was flat, betraying little emotion, as if being an orphan had long become routine. Luo Yunchu glanced at him, sideways, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. From now on you will have a home of your own. Hearing this, Chu-yi's steps faltered slightly as he stared at Luo Yunchu, who had already run ahead. Don't just stand there. After breakfast we still need to settle your younger siblings. Keep running. Master, will we live here from now on? And those people? Who are they? Luo Yunchu smiled. Actually, I'm not much different from you. I'm an orphan too. In both her past and present life, she had indeed been an orphan. As for the people in the house, don't worry about who they are. You won't be staying here. Yes. Master. Feng Xian entered with a basin of water. Why didn't you come out when you woke up? Qixu looked up at him. Who is that child? I don't know, my lord. Feng Xian shook his head. But I heard the child call the lady master. Qixu nodded, rose, and walked to the basin to wash. His mind drifted to Luo Yunchu's words from yesterday. An interesting person. Could she have meant this child? Had Chuer taken him in? Why could she accept a complete stranger yet refuse to try accepting him? He seemed to forget that between him and Luo Yunchu, they were also merely strangers. He didn't know Luo Yunchu, so he had no idea that she had already been more than. In the past, such treatment would have been utterly impossible. Is the water boiling? Qixu took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable frustration swelling in his chest. The fire is lit, and it's just starting to boil, Feng Xian replied. Qixu nodded. Go watch the water. Chuer should be back soon. Yes. After Feng Xian withdrew, Qixu unfastened the jade pendant he always wore at his waist. The jade was fine and warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, a faint trace of green drifted across the white cloud pattern, as if forming a character. His fingertip traced slowly over that faint green, his gaze growing distant, the corners of his mouth twisting into a bitter curve. Chu probably wouldn't even deign to take it, would she? Qi Shiyu stared blankly at the jade pendant in his hand, when Feng Xian's voice came from the courtyard. Lady, the water is ready. He quickly fastened the pendant back to his waist, and opened the door. The wolf the lady brought back last night is already roasting. Luo Yunchu acknowledged. I have matters today, so I won't be back for lunch or dinner. Fix yourselves something to eat. With that, Luo Yunchu entered the kitchen, followed by Chu Yi, while Xiao Hu trotted back to his shed. Xiao Hu had already caught the scent, and was lying beside the wolf meat, staring intently. Qi Shiyu opened his mouth, then closed it silently. He lowered his eyelids. Chu seemed to be avoiding him. But why? Everything had been fine just yesterday. Feng Xian glanced at Qi Shiyu, his brows furrowing tightly at the sight of his master hanging his head. Why didn't he just follow her? If he liked her, he should pursue her. After a moment's thought, he steeled himself, walked over to Qi Shiyu, and grabbed his arm. Master, go help the lady in the kitchen. Qi Shiyu frowned, slightly puzzled. Feng Xian said helplessly, go add firewood for the lady. Qi Shiyu remained confused. The main reason was that Chu had never allowed him into the kitchen, and he had never entered, so the thought had never crossed his mind. Only when Feng Xian pushed him to the kitchen door, did Chu Yi, who was adding firewood at the stove, glance back suspiciously. Do you need something? Qi Shiyu. Hearing the commotion, Luo Yunchu also craned her neck to look. Seeing it was Qi Shiyu, she asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Shiyu's eyes darkened. Could he only come to Chu when he was unwell? No, I wanted to see if there's anything I can help with. He stepped inside, his gaze fixed on Luo Yunchu, not sparing Chu Yi a single glance. Seeing him like this, Luo Yunchu assumed he had something to say. She turned to Chu Yi. Chu Yi, go set the table, and call the person who slept with you last night to come. Yes. Chu Yi rose and left, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Shiyu. This man felt strange somehow. If you have something to say, just say it. What's the matter? After Chu Yi left, Luo Yunchu stirred the noodles in the pot and asked. Qi Shiyu stepped closer, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Must I always have a reason to come to Chu? Startled Luo Yunchu then let out a soft laugh. Heh, what is Chu going to do today? Qi Shiyu sighed inwardly, then asked directly, Not today. Before Qi Shiyu could finish, Luo Yunchu interrupted. I'm going into the mountains today. You can't go with your condition. Qi Shiyu. It's just that I can't use my inner strength, he said helplessly. I'm not as weak as Chu thinks. Luo Yunchu shook her head again. It's not about whether you're weak or not. It's that you can't go. Qi Shiyu lowered his eyes, hiding his disappointment, before speaking again. That child, the one Chu said was interesting yesterday. Luo Yunchu nodded. More or less. Why did Chu take him in? Qi Shiyu pressed. No reason. I just like the look of him. Luo Yunchu fished out the noodles, divided them into 5 bowls, and sprinkled some chopped green onions from the cutting board. Chu Yi, come take the noodles. She called out, then glanced at Qi Shiyu. Can you carry a bowl? If so, take one outside and eat. He'll prepare your medicinal meal. Just heat it up at noon and eat. The herbs for the medicinal bath are already portioned here. At the end of the shun period 5:00 p.m., tell Feng Xian to boil them on high heat for 1 shurch in 2 hours, then soak until the water is slightly cool. Chu Yi quickly entered, took 2 bowls of noodles and left. Qi Shiyu gazed at her silently, words stuck in his throat, finally bursting into a fit of coughs. Luo Yunchu sighed, reached out, and patted his back gently. Qi Shiyu, I've made it very clear to you. You're truly strange. She genuinely couldn't understand where such intense emotions came from. Sometimes she felt so dazed that if she hadn't confirmed she hadn't lost any memory, she would wonder if she had abandoned him heartlessly. It was absurd. Luo Yunchu packed the food prepared for the children into a lunchbox, turned, and left with her own bowl of noodles. Qi Shiyu caught his breath, silently staring at the doorway until Feng Xian arrived. Then the master and servant came to sit in the courtyard. Sister, why are you up so early? Murong Yu yawned as he emerged from his room, sniffing involuntarily. It smells so good. Sister, don't you sleep at night? How can you wake up so early? At home, his father forced him to practice martial arts every day, and he had barely managed to sneak out while his father was away. So why did he still have to wake up early here? Actually, he could have stayed in bed. For instance, on the second day after arriving, he was still injured and didn't get up in the morning. The consequence was that there was no food. He endured hunger the entire morning, not daring to make a sound. Hearing Murong Yes' words, Luo Yunchu smiled faintly. Why sleep so much in life when you'll rest forever after death? Everyone, Feng Xian and Chu Yi, had been eating their noodles quietly, but even their subdued slurping was audible. The moment Luo Yunchu spoke, the entire courtyard fell silent, all eyes fixed on her. Startled, Luo Yunchu gave an awkward smile. What? Got flowers blooming on my face? Or grass growing? Why are you all staring at me? Sister. Murong Yes' voice suddenly raised, startling Luo Yunchu. What? What was wrong? Why was this little puppy bristling? Sister, don't say such unlucky things. Luo Yu stomped over to Luo Yunchu, looking quite at Luo Yunchu. Just a joke. Don't take it seriously. She had barely managed to save her life, though she wasn't about to court death. Chu Yi looked from Luo Yunchu to Luo Yu, then to the man who kept staring at her mistress, as if he wanted to devour her. Feng Xian silently lowered his head and began wolfing down his noodles. Luo Yu puffed out his cheeks, glaring at Luo Yunchu. She gave an embarrassed smile. All right. Go wash up and eat. These people seemed very sensitive to the word death. She'd have to choose her words carefully from now, unless she'd be regarded as a freak. Then she turned to Chu Yi. Eat quickly. We have things to do later. Yes. Chu Yi nodded, lowering her head and quickly slurping up her noodles. Luo Yunchu couldn't be bothered with them anymore. She picked up her bowl of noodles, walked over to Xiao Hu, and poked the wolf meat on the rack with the back of her chopsticks. Xiao Hu, it's about done. Eat it yourself. Hurry up and finish. Then come with me. Xiao Hu instantly grew excited, swiping the wolf meat off the rack with one claw and chomping away enthusiastically. As he ate, he kept glancing up at Luo Yunchu. Seeing her eating too, he hurriedly lowered his head and devoured his food. Luo Yunchu smiled at his little antics. Xiao Hu, are you racing me? At those words, Xiao Hu's chewing abruptly stopped. Clearly Luo Yunchu had guessed correctly. Heh. Luo Yunchu chuckled softly. How about I eat slower and wait for you? Xiao Hu. Roar. He let out a low growl at Luo Yunchu, clearly displeased. Luo Yunchu was amused. Alright, take your time. He'll wait. No rush. Qi Shiyu looked at the harmonious scene over there, then slowly withdrew his gaze and stared blankly at his own bowl of noodles. He felt like he understood Chewer less and less. Sometimes she seemed very gentle and easy to talk to. But at other times she felt unreachable, even just a little. Like yesterday he thought he had. But now looking back, yesterday felt like a dream, utterly unreal. Luo Yunchu paid no attention to Qi Shiyu and the others. When Luo Yu approached with his bowl of noodles, she had just finished eating, and they brushed past each other. Luo Yu stood frozen with his bowl of noodles, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Luo Yunchu went to the kitchen, rinsed her bowl, and began preparing Qi Shiyu's medicinal meal. She organized everything meticulously so that it could be steamed direct. After finishing, she started sorting the herbs she had bought yesterday, dividing them into 3 portions, each sufficient for 2 baths. Originally Luo Yunchu had planned to go to town once a week, but now that she had so many children in her space, she couldn't go today. She would go tomorrow instead. Today she had to go into the mountains to find a spot and roughly set up a shelter. Chu Yi and the others, more than a dozen of them, couldn't all stay here. So she decided to find a piece of land in the mountains and build houses herself. Mistress Xiao, who has finished eating, Chu Yi said from the doorway. Coming. Luo Yunchu replied, placing the prepared water aside. She checked everything carefully, then called for Feng Xian. At the end of the shun period, add this water to the cauldron. Boil it on high heat, then simmer on low for 1 shurchen. Yes, Feng Xian responded. Madam Yu. He wanted to say more, but Luo Yunchu had already walked out the door. Feng Xian cast a glance at the departing duo, and the tiger then looked at his own master, who sat motionless and let out a silent sigh. Hadn't they gone to the town together? It was one thing that they didn't return together, but why after the madam came back did the atmosphere between them suddenly feel so strange? Master Yu and the madam. Qi Shiyu ignored him, rose, and walked toward his own room. Only after he left did Feng Xian notice that the master hadn't touched his. Luo Yu chased to the doorway, but seeing that no one paid him any heed, he huddled alone in the corner of the entrance, feeling dejected for a moment. Before long, however, he bounced back to life, picked up the water bucket that sat nearby, filled it, and headed toward the vegetable garden. At the village entrance. Take these provisions to them, then lead them to the mountain ahead, and wait for me there. Try to avoid people as much as possible, understand? Luo Yunchu pointed to the mountain peak ahead, and instructed Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded. Master, where are you going? Luo Yunchu looked at the village not far away. I need to go to the village for some business. First bring them over, and be careful. He'll have little tiger wait for you there. Understood. Chu Yi responded, took the food box, and jogged away. After Chu Yi was far off, Luo Yunchu crouched beside little tiger, and pointed to the distant mountain peak. Little tiger, you go over there, and wait for Chu Yi. There will be many children later. You must not hurt anyone, hear me? Huff. Little tiger let out a low snort, nodded his big head, indicating he understood. Luo Yunchu smiled with satisfaction. Good boy, no fierce behavior. There are little girls among them, and you'll scare them. Huff. Little tiger nodded, then obediently walked into the mountain, looking back every few steps. Once little tiger disappeared into the forest, Luo Yunchu turned and made her way toward the village. Everyone she met along the way pointed and whispered about her. Luo Yunchu paid them no mind, nor did she care to listen to their words. She walked straight to the village. Just as she reached the door, she heard an argument from inside. Village head, that Yun girl's family has raised a tiger. We can't even go into the mountains anymore. How are we supposed to survive? A gruff voice rang out. Exactly, village head. If you don't do something, well, all starve to death, another voice chimed in. That's right. If they're capable, let them buy the back mountain. Otherwise they must get rid of the tiger. Get rid of it. That won't work. It'll still be in the mountains. Another voice spoke up. Yes, yes, we must kill the tiger. Otherwise, how can we ever go into the mountains again? Right, kill the tiger and share the meat among us. What meat? I heard that some noble loves to keep such tigers. If we sell the tiger to that noble, we won't have to worry about food for years. Right. I've heard that too. These tigers are worth a lot. Exactly. And what about all the losses we've suffered? We haven't been able to go up the mountain for firewood. Our fuel is all used up, let alone hunting. We're all starving, village head. Are you going to do something or not? If you won't, well, find a noble ourselves. That's right. If not, well, go to the authorities, to the magistrate. Today, no matter what, we demand an explanation. Hearing this, Luo Yunchu's face darkened instantly. Kill little tiger. Sell him to a noble. These people truly had audacious hearts. The village head stood at the door staring at the crowd in the courtyard, his brow deeply furrowed. Can't you speak with a conscience? Have you not gone into the mountains these days? The Yun girl's family has raised a tiger, but that tiger has never left their yard. When has it ever hindered any of you? A village head, you can't say that. Oh, I can't say that. Then how should I say it? Luo Yunchu walked in from the doorway, a slight curl at the corner of her lips, her eyes cold and arrogant, her gaze directly landing on the man who had just spoken. An icy killing intent descended like an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone present. Little tiger is mine. Pray tell, which noble do you intend to sell? Perhaps I should deliver him for you. The moment they saw Luo Yunchu, the crowd shrank back several steps, as if encountering a ferocious beast. Luo Yunchu sneered. Wretches like you. How dare you even think of laying a hand on little tiger? She lifted her eyelids lightly, her expression calm. Little tiger's rations have been running low lately. How about you? Shall I go fetch little tiger now? The crowd was instantly terrified. They exchanged uneasy glances, and the faint-hearted ones found their legs trembling. They stared at Luo Yunchu as if she were a monster filled with sheer terror. Lilu Yun, don't be too arrogant. We won't let you keep that tiger. If you want, kill it, then sell it. One man shouted, his neck stiff. That's right. Whether you agree or not, well, report you to the authorities, another man chimed in. Report me. Luo Yunchu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Heh, interesting. You were the first to dare threaten me. As she spoke, she closed the courtyard gate behind her and slowly advanced toward them. Perfect timing. All the village men are here, aren't they? How about all of you stay? Her voice was low, yet every word pierced their ears, sending a chill down the spines of the men. For some reason, even though she was still the same person, they couldn't shake the feeling that the Lu Yun before them now was no longer the one who would never talk back, no matter how much she was bullied or scolded. As she drew closer, the crowd shrank together, backing away until they could retreat, no more trapped in the courtyard. What do you want? The man in front stammered, his eyes wide with panic and fear as he looked at Luo Yunchu. What do you think I want? Luo Yunchu chuckled softly. You've set your sights on what's mine. What do you think I should do now? Yun girl. The village head, seeing that Luo Yunchu seemed truly angry, hurried down the steps. Yun girl, don't be angry. They wouldn't dare do anything to that. He spoke, gently trying to calm her. They. The village head sighed, as if at a loss for words. Luo Yunchu gave a dismissive snort. Isn't it just about money? Village head, just tell me how much silver is needed to buy the back mountain. He'll buy it. Buy it. The village head stared at Luo Yunchu in astonishment, thinking he had misheard. It was not until he saw Luo Yunchu nod that he finally came to his. Yun girl, are you serious? The village head confirmed again. Actually, if possible, you only need to pay some silver each year. Luo Yunchu chuckled softly. She still harbored a trace of goodwill toward this village head. At least in all the years the original owner had lived in this village, only this village head had treated her like a human being. Grandpa Lu, I'm serious. Paying rent is not as good as buying it outright. Luo Yunchu spoke calmly, then turned to look at the crowd of cowards who wanted to take advantage, but were afraid of death. However, let me say this in advance, once the mountain is purchased, it will be mine. If I find anyone daring to enter the mountain to hunt, without permission, Xiaohu's tiger claws will not recognize anyone. Everyone stared at by her gaze, no one dared to speak. Clearly, the person was still the same person, but why did Lu Yun now seem so terrifying? Grandpa Lu, could you please see how to handle the procedures? How to buy it? Let's finalize it now. Luo Yunchu was too lazy to say more to them. She turned to the village head. I only want the back mountain starting from my home. I want the entire back mountain. It happened that she was planning to find a piece of land in the mountain to build a new house. Now it would be good to take care of all these troublesome matters at once. The village head looked at Luo Yunchu and said with some difficulty, Yun girl, buying out the back mountain will require a lot of silver. Grandpa Lu, just say it directly. How much? I just want the land deed. Luo Yunchu, her patience exhausted, said directly. Seeing this, the village head knew he could not persuade her anymore. He thought to himself that this child was still too young and naive. Even if her husband's family was wealthy, she couldn't squander money like this. As for the specific price, I need to demarcate it first. If it's the entire mountain, at least 500 taels. The village head sighed. Yun girl, why not reconsider? Luo Yunchu shook her head, declining the village head's goodwill. No need, Grandpa Lu. Just tell me directly how much for the back mountain. How do the land deed procedures work? 300 taels, not a single coin less. At this moment, Aunt Gu, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, pushed the door open and entered. Following her was a group of elderly men and women. Luo Yunchu glanced roughly and estimated that almost the entire village had come. She looked over calmly and spotted the old Lu family members trailing behind the crowd. The original owner's grandparents' uncle and aunt had all come. Huh, Luo Yunchu sneered. Aunt Gu, you have quite an appetite. The entire mountain is only 500 taels, yet you want 300 for just the back mountain. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to digest it? So what? Aunt Gu stuck her neck out, glaring at Luo Yunchu as if she wished she could swallow her alive. This mountain belongs to our Lu family village. We say what it's worth. If you don't agree, we'll report you to the officials and let the magistrate handle it. Exactly, this is our Lu family village's mountain. We say what it's worth. If you don't agree, we'll go to the county office and ask the magistrate to decide. Another plump ant stepped forward. Exactly, without money you still dare to talk big here. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? A boy about the same age as Luo Yunchu squeezed out from the crowd, looking at her with disdain. However, Luo Yunchu did not pay them any attention. She merely raised her head slightly and looked at the village head. Grandpa Lu, you tell me the price. He'll pay. The village head opened his mouth, looking at Luo Yunchu for a long time without speaking, his expression full of difficulty. Village head, we all know you favor this girl, but on this matter there is absolutely no room for negotiation, right everyone? Seeing this, Aunt Gu hastily called out again. Instantly the crowd that had been intimidated by Luo Yunchu began to echo her. Yes, no negotiation. Luo Yunchu looked at these insatiably greedy people. Her eyes gradually turned cold, and a faint ambiguous smile curled at the corners of her lips. You want money, don't you? Grandpa Lu, how about this? He'll pay 300 taels, but... As she spoke, Luo Yunchu's gaze lightly fell on the old Lu family members. I have one condition. I want an official declaration of severance of family ties issued by the government along with the land deed for the back mountain. From now on I will have no connection whatsoever with the old Lu family or Lu family village. Isn't it just money? Fine, she would like to see how they would divide those 300 taels. With the disgusting faces of the old Lu family, with the declaration of severance between her and the old Lu family in between, there was absolutely no way they could split the 300 taels evenly. Well, the village head also turned his gaze to the crowd. Lu Shujin's brows were so tightly furrowed that they could kill a few mosquitoes. Old Lu, tell me, do you agree to Yun girl's request? Lu Shujin didn't speak. He inexplicably felt that this method was of no benefit to their old Lu family. The indenture contract with which they had sold Lu Yun had not yet been through the government, so if it were to be scrutinized, Lu Yun was still a member of the old Lu family. And now if they really went through the government, then they would truly have no relationship with Lu Yun. This girl now opens her mouth and asks for 300 taels. He didn't know how much money that sickly husband had, but it was certainly more than 300 taels. Otherwise, how would Lu Yun, this bastard, dare to start with 300 taels? I agree. 300 taels. He'll go to the county office with you, village head, later. However, before Lu Shujin could make up his mind, old Lu Shi beside him could no longer wait. She directly pushed Lu Shujin aside and squeezed out from the... Luo Yunchu looked at her limping figure, and her hand wrapped like a zongzi, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew even wider. She knew that old Lu Shi would definitely agree. Seeing this, Lu Shujin frowned deeply but still said nothing. And so the matter was settled. The village head nodded and turned to look at Luo Yunchu. This child had suffered for over a decade. If she could truly break away from the old Lu family and find a good husband, that would be good. Alright, I'll go to the county town later and get the procedures done for you. After it's done, you can pay the silver, how about that? Luo Yunchu nodded. Okay. Alright. Since that's the case, you all go back. Wait until I return from the county town tomorrow. The village head waved his hand impatiently and shooed everyone out. Go on. Not until everyone had left did the village head turn to look at Luo Yunchu. Yin girl, you came here. Is there something? Grandpa Lu, I have something I'd like to ask you. Luo Yunchu withdrew her gaze, and as she looked at the village head, the aura around her also dissipated. What is it? Tell me. The village head looked at Luo Yunchu with a warm smile, his tone becoming much kinder. Grandpa Lu, could you tell me if there's a shanjitang or a temple nearby? Luo Yunchu inquired about the purpose of her visit. Why do you ask? The village head frowned. Is your husband treating you poorly? It shouldn't be. If he could casually offer 300 taels of silver, how could he mistreat her? Luo Yunchu chuckled lightly. No, Grandpa Lu, don't worry. I'm doing well, and my husband treats me kindly. I just wanted to ask around. I'd like to visit a temple to draw a fortune stick. You know, Grandpa Lu, I've never left this village since I was a child, so I'm curious about the world. The village head eyed Luo Yunchu suspiciously, as if trying to discern something from her, but after staring for a long while, the girl showed nothing but a placid smile. As for shanjitang, there are 2 in the town, but they're small and the conditions aren't great. If you go to the county, there's a decent one. The village head spoke while observing her. The temple is on Xiaoyang Mountain outside the town, called Liangquan Temple. The abbot and I have some acquaintance. If you'd like to go— No need, Luo Yunchu nodded slightly. Thank you, Grandpa Lu, but my husband is not well, and I must return to care for him. I won't trouble you further. As for the deed to the back mountain and my severance letter, I'll ask you to take care of them. The village head nodded. Alright, I'll handle it for you. But, Yin girl, in the future, never throw around hundreds of taels like you did today. It will invite trouble. Luo Yunchu gave him a faint smile. I understand. He'll be careful from now on. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Then, he'll take my leave now. Go on. The village head waved his hand and sighed heavily as he watched Luo Yunchu's retreating figure. After all, she was still a child, unaware of the vileness of human hearts. Luo Yunchu arrived at the hilltop and saw Xiaohu lying behind a small mound, covering its eyes with its paws, while across from it were a group of children led by Chui. Master. Chui rose quickly as he saw Luo Yunchu approach. Huff. Xiaohu also stood up quickly upon hearing the sound. As it moved, a rustling of low exclamations came from the other side, and the group of children huddled together. Chui glanced back and shook his head helplessly. Master, I told them, but... Luo Yunchu shook her head. It's fine. It's natural to be afraid. Once they get familiar with Xiaohu, they won't be scared anymore. Let's go into the mountain. Luo Yunchu bent down, ruffled Xiaohu's head vigorously, and signaled it to lead the way. Xiaohu nuzzled her hand and obediently skirted the children heading into the mountains. Chui gestured for the children to follow. Don't be scared. Xiaohu is very gentle and won't hurt anyone. Hurry, don't fall behind. Big brother. Only after Xiaohu had gone far did the children dare to rise slowly. An older child comforted the little sister beside him and quickened his pace to catch up with Chui. Big brother, where are the other younger brothers and sisters? Where did they go? Chui glanced at Luo Yunchu ahead and lowered his voice. They're fine. They'll go with the master to settle them later. Don't worry. Also, Chui, go tell them that from now on they must remember to greet the master and not anger her. All right. Chui nodded and hurried to the back. He comforted the frightened younger siblings while relaying Chui's instructions, repeating them until he was sure they understood, then let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yunchu was naturally aware of the commotion behind her, but chose not to intervene. After all, with such a large tiger, it was already commendable that the children hadn't screamed or cried. As she walked, she surveyed the terrain. Feng Xian went hunting in the mountains every day, so this time she chose a deep mountain spot, the place where she had captured Xiaohu last. If she remembered correctly, below the cave where Xiaohu had hidden was a hollow with steep cliffs that were very difficult to descend. But that place was an excellent hiding spot, and what she really coveted was the natural training ground. She just wasn't sure if the space below was large enough for building houses. Regardless, the cave where Xiaohu had hidden could serve as a temporary shelter. She would go down and check first. If houses could be built, she would construct them below. If not, she could build them right next to the cave. The only drawback would be less concealment. But in those deep mountains and old forests, unless deliberately sought out, ordinary people wouldn't venture there. After about half an hour of walking, they finally arrived. Xiaohu obediently lay down at Luo Yunchu's feet, resting its head on its forelimbs, trying to appear less. Chui stood beside Luo Yunchu, while Chui led the group of children at a distance, gazing timidly at Luo Yunchu. Chui gave Chui a meaningful look. Chui swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, Chui greets the master. Chu San greets the master. Chui San Wu Chi Shire Sherwu. What about the missing numbers? Luo Yunchu asked. Master, because there were too many of us and our old father had trouble remembering names, we used numbers instead. Chui bowed in reply. The missing ones are all dead. Luo Yunchu nodded, bent down, and patted Xiaohu. Xiaohu, go into the cave first. Come out later. Huff. Xiaohu grumbled discontentedly, but obediently got up and went in. Chui, from today onward you will change your names. Keep the surname Chu. Luo Yunchu looked at Chui beside her and said solemnly. Chui was taken aback, then suddenly knelt down, and the group of children knelt as well. Please bestow names upon us, master. Luo Yunchu frowned. I should name you. She had intended for them to choose their own names, and she would just note them down. Please bestow names upon us, master. We. Chui looked up at Luo Yunchu, seemingly hesitant or embarrassed. Master, among us except for Chui and little 12 few of us are literate. Luo Yunchu nodded. Then I'll name you. She beckoned to the 4 girls. They instinctively looked at Chui, who sensed their gaze, but gave no response. They now belonged to the master, not his younger sisters. As servants, they must know their place. Luo Yunchu was not in a hurry, giving them time to accept. After a long while, seeing that Chui paid them no heed, a slightly older girl took the hands of the 2 beside her, then signaled the remaining girl to join hands. Slowly she rose from the ground, came before Luo Yunchu, and knelt again. Greetings, master, the girl said softly. Greetings, master, the others quickly echoed. Luo Yunchu slowly crouched down to their eye level, scrutinizing them carefully. After a moment she spoke. You shall be Chu Yin, Chu Yue, Chu Jin, and Chu Su. I will write down your names for you later. Use these names from now on. Yes, thank you, master. Chu Yin led the response, then bent to kowtow, but Luo Yunchu stopped her. All right, all of you rise. Stand over there. Yes. Luo Yunchu turned to Chu Yi, Chu Li, then to Chu Air, Chu Mo, Chu Yin, Chu Chuan, Chu Ning, Chu Feng, Chu Yin, Chu Shan, Chu Jiang, Chu Ming. Luo Yunchu named everyone in one breath. To be honest, at first she had wanted to observe them and name them based on her impression. In the end, she simply named them on the spot using whatever came to mind, remembering each person's distinctive features. After all, a name was just a way for her to distinguish them. Though not very pleasant, at least she knew who was who. Practicality was best. Alright, Chu Li, take them to gather some dry firewood nearby and tidy up the cave. From now on you will stay here. They'll go check below. Yes. Xiaohu. Luo Yunchu called out loudly. Xiaohu quickly emerged from the cave, startling everyone into huddling close to Chu Li. You all go inside. Decide how to arrange things yourselves. He'll bring you supplies later. Under the leadership of Chu Li, everyone entered the cave one after another. Luo Yunchu didn't go in to take a look. The conditions inside were rather poor, but still much better than the pit they had been in before. She needed to go down and take a look first, then head to the town to buy some blankets and clothes. All these things needed to be prepared. After all, living in the mountains is different from living at home. The nights in the mountains are very cold. Little tiger, can you go down? Luo Yunchu stood at the edge of the cliff looking down. The entrance was not very large, but as long as the space below was wide enough and they made some coverings later, it would be a perfect hiding place. The only worry was that the space below might not be sufficient. Little tiger slowly stepped back, shaking its big head heavily. If it could go down, it wouldn't have chosen to hide in the cave lap. Then you stay up here and guard them, keep your distance. Luo Yunchu patted Little Tiger's head. Little Tiger grumbled in dissatisfaction and slowly began to retreat. Luo Yunchu chuckled. I know Little Tiger feels wronged. In a few days, when Little Tiger gets familiar with them, they won't be afraid of you anymore. Humph. Little Tiger nodded sullenly. It knew it was scary, but it was clearly very well behaved, so why did those bipedal creatures always fear it? Little Tiger didn't understand and lay down a bit further away, feeling dejected. Luo Yunchu smiled helplessly and directly turned around to jump down. In the moment of free fall, a wolf claw appeared out of nowhere in her hand, shooting straight toward a tree branch on the cliff wall. After falling for about 3 minutes, Luo Yunchu roughly estimated that the depth was at least over 20 meters. Just barely adequate, and it seemed that the space below was also acceptable. This place was like a gorge. The entrance above was not big, but the interior was quite good. At the very least, it was enough to accommodate the training of Chu Li and the others. However, with so much wild grass, if they wanted to live down here, it would be a major project. In an instant, Luo Yunchu felt a headache coming on. She began to carefully inspect the situation below along the cliff wall. There was a small ditch below, seemingly left by years of accumulated water. Not far ahead, there was a natural stone archway. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. Could there be more space over there? She quickened her pace, hurrying toward that direction. Sure enough, upon arriving, the terrain here was almost identical to that on the other side. Luo Yunchu looked up and saw sunlight filtering through the dense weeds. Not bad, one side for males, the other for females. Luo Yunchu studied what was needed for a while before returning to the place she had come down from, climbing up the rope. Little Tiger. Luo Yunchu retracted the wolf claw. Hearing her voice, Little Tiger quickly ran over and rubbed against her leg excitedly. You watch over here and don't let any wild wolves get close. I'm going out for a bit. Little Tiger nodded its big head, signaling that it understood. Luo Yunchu walked toward the cave entrance, which had already been cleared of a lot of weeds and dirt. Chu Li, you come with me to the town. Yes, master. Chu Li handed the items in his hands to Chu Mo and quickly came to Luo Yunchu's side. Regarding Chu Li's execution ability, Luo Yunchu was genuinely satisfied. Moreover, it seemed that these children were gradually accepting their current situation. By the time Luo Yunchu and Chu Li arrived in the town, it was already close to the end of the hour. 9:00. Take these and go buy a whole cotton batting, get some good quality ones, and gather here later. Luo Yunchu handed Chu Li 3 pieces of broken silver. Put on your hat, avoid running into those people, and keep your hatred to yourself. Yes. Chu Li lowered his eyes, took the broken silver, and quickly melted into the flow of the crowd. Luo Yunchu watched him disappear from view and went to a vendor to buy some snacks. Boss, could you tell me how to get to the Shanji Hall in this town? For Shanji Hall, just walk straight to the end, turn right, and walk to the end, and the broken door on your right side is it. The boss brought over the food, saying, there's another one directly across from it. Broken door. Luo Yunchu's mouth twitched awkwardly. Thank you, boss. No need to be polite, young lady. Enjoy your meal. The boss wiped his hands on his apron and hurried away. Luo Yunchu held the food and walked toward that direction with a nervous heart. Is it too shabby? Looking at the dooryard in front of her, Luo Yunchu felt a bit confused. Was this condition too poor? But if these children weren't settled, would she really take them all in? Then the expenses. Heavens. Moreover, the main issue was that she didn't need so many people. With so many people, not only were the expenses high, but she also didn't know how much effort it would take. However, looking at the scene before her, Luo Yunchu shook her head helplessly. Fine, she would just take them back. If she sent the children here, her expenses would only increase. Sighing, Luo Yunchu turned around to leave. It seemed there was no need to go to this county town. She couldn't possibly send all these people to a temple or a Shanji hall. Originally, she planned to divide a little for each and give some silver herself, which would almost suffice. But now that was simply unrealistic. Taking them back would only require her to put in a bit more effort. As for those timid children that she didn't find very pleasing, she could manage to handle them. Simply put, she would rather spend money than expend effort and brainpower. After figuring this out, she stopped being conflicted and resumed her shopping spree for pots, bowls, dishes, clothes, shoes, and various snacks. In short, the cart was once again full. She had the waiter help deliver it to a deserted alley, then sent him away, directly storing everything into her space. If she carried these things, it would be impossible to bring them back to the depths of the mountains. When Luo Yunchu led the cart out, the waiter widened his eyes, unable to help. But look, I stored it at a friend's house. You can head back now. The waiter nodded in a daze, blankly leading the cart away. Luo Yunchu pouted. She truly had no time. If she had time, she would have waited inside. If she didn't go back soon, those children would likely starve. Alas! Suddenly Luo Yunchu felt she was truly asking for trouble. Why was she acting so crazy for no reason? Absurd. Luo Yunchu made a cursory search of the streets, but failed to spot Chu Li, so she went directly to the intersection where they had parted ways earlier, intending to wait. Yet the sun was already high in the sky, and the street vendors had packed up and gone home. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Luo Yunchu furrowed her brows deeply. Could something have happened to him? After a moment's thought, she walked over to a roadside tea house and asked, "Excuse me, boss, where can I find the place that sells farm tools?" "On the next street over," the shopkeeper replied without even looking up. "Thank you." Luo Yunchu expressed her gratitude and quickly hurried off toward the other street. A vicious voice rang out. "You've got some nerve daring to come back here, do you?" MMPH. Luo Yunchu's expression hardened as she watched the crowd gathered over there. Could that be Chu Li? The sounds of kicks and punches mixed with muffled groans came from that direction. Luo Yunchu took a deep breath and stepped closer to see what was happening within the crowd. Chu Li was pinned to the ground by several men, and it looked like he was clutching something tightly. Luo Yunchu frowned deeply, shoved her way through the crowd, and with a single kick sent one man sprawling backward. "Who the hell dares to kick me?" The man cursed as he scrambled to his feet, but when he turned around and saw a girl of about 10 years old, his eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, a young lady, is it? Which family do you belong to?" The man looked Luo Yunchu up and down. Noticing her attire and bearing were unlike those of an ordinary child, he hesitated to act rashly. The beating stopped as Luo Yunchu arrived. The men all turned in unison, eyeing her with mocking expressions. The way their gazes fell upon her made Luo Yunchu's skin crawl, but she had no interest in them at the moment. Her attention was fixed on Chu Li. Was that Old Man Chu's corpse? Good. These people had precisely stepped on her last nerve. Luo Yunchu's hands had never been clean. She had never considered herself a good person. But killing was one thing, desecrating a corpse after death was another. She slowly raised her eyes, and the look she gave the man was cold enough to pierce bone. He was inexplicably frightened into taking a step back, only to realize he had been spooked for nothing. After all, she was just a child of 10 or so. He must have imagined it. "Chu Li," Luo Yunchu said calmly. "Carry Old Man Chu on your back. We're going home." Chu Li lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes were filled with an intense, overwhelming hatred. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and was about to hoist Old Man Chu's body onto his back when someone kicked him over. Luo Yunchu clenched her fists and said coolly, in broad daylight in front of everyone, "Do you intend to commit murder?" "Commit murder?" The man in front snorted contemptuously. "He's a murderer and an arsonist. What's wrong with us taking action? A murderer and an arsonist." Luo Yunchu let out a scornful laugh. Are you going to accuse someone and pass judgment with just your words right here in public?" Luo Yunchu raised her eyes calmly, a cold glint flashing deep. "Besides, who do you think you are? What right do you have to seize and interrogate someone?" Her words prompted murmurs of agreement from the surrounding onlookers, though they were soft whispers, as no one dared to speak up openly. After all, these men were from the Wanqing gambling house, which belonged to the county magistrate. Even if they wanted to help, they didn't dare. What a sharp-tongued little girl. The man laughed heartily as if he had heard a great... "She's asking me for proof, huh?" Instantly the other men around him joined in the laughter, their looks at Luo Yunchu turning increasingly contemptuous. They had thought she might be a young lady from some prominent family, but she was just an ignorant, naive girl. A faint smile curled at the corner of Luo Yunchu's mouth. "Is that so? So you don't care about evidence or the law, do you?" As she spoke, she casually handed the snacks she was carrying to a child. "If that's the case, then things are simple." Before anyone could react, Luo Yunchu was already in front of the man. She seized his throat with one hand and slammed him hard onto the ground. "Personally, I prefer dealing with people who don't play by the rules." She held the man by the neck, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. She seemed so frail and harmless, yet the strength in her hands rendered the man completely helpless. His mouth gaped open, his face turning a mottled red and purple. Luo Yunchu sneered. Is this all the strength you have? How dare you talk so big? With that she drove her fist viciously into the man's chest. A crisp crack sounded. At least 2 of his ribs were broken. Luo Yunchu slowly turned her head to look at the others who were now terrified. Well, can we talk about evidence now? Get him, brothers. One man suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that a group of grown men had been intimidated by a mere slip of a girl. He let out a loud roar and charged forward, his fist swinging. Luo Yunchu kicked, his wrist spun to evade another's attack, planted one hand on the ground, and delivered 2 vicious kicks to another man's chest. Those standing nearby could clearly hear the sharp crack of breaking bones. The onlookers instinctively backed away. Not a single person dared to step forward to help, nor would they have helped. Ever since the Wanxing gambling house was established, it had been the tyrannical overlord of Qingyang town. Backed by the county magistrate, the townspeople could only fume. Now that someone had finally dared to stand up to them, the crowd couldn't help, but they certainly wouldn't assist the gambling house's men. Some who wanted to curry favor were firmly held back by the older folks. Luo Yunchu coldly regarded the last 2 men, standing, the smirk on her lips growing more sinister. Still want to fight? If not, I'll be taking my younger brother home. If you want to arrest someone, come with official documents and evidence from the magistrate's office. He'll be waiting. Neither of them dared to reply. They stared at Luo Yunchu as if she were a monster, watching helplessly as she and Chuli made off with the body, not daring to utter. Chuli walked silently ahead, carrying old man Chu's body on his back. Luo Yunchu followed behind, equally quiet. It was her oversight. She had forgotten to ask if he had retrieved the body. But that Wanxing gambling house deserved to die. Once they were out of town, Luo Yunchu called out to stop Chuli. Chuli, take old man Chu home and find a good spot. He'll go buy a coffin. Chuli halted and slowly turned to stare blankly at Luo Yunchu. His young face was streaked with tears. Master, the silver you gave me was stolen. I didn't provoke them, but they left old man's body out in the sun to bake. Luo Yunchu reached out and gently patted his head. I know. I'm not blaming you. Take old man Chu home first and wait for me there. Yes, master. Young master, that girl just now is the divine physician who saved you earlier. In a tavern, Lin Chi leaned over and whispered into the young man's ear. Lin Yinzhou turned his head in surprise, looking at him. What did you say? That girl just now. The one who saved him. A divine physician. This. Judging by her appearance, she was only about 10 years old. Young master, you heard correctly. It was she who saved you, Lin Chi confirmed once more. In truth, your subordinate is also quite puzzled. At the time, I don't know what happened. It seemed as though. He furrowed his brow slightly. Your subordinate. It seemed I never agreed to let her treat you yet. Lin Yinzhou frowned. What are you saying? Lin Chi raised his hand and scratched his head. It's just. She wasn't someone I invited yet in my memory. It was indeed I who begged her to save you, master. It's very strange. I felt as though I was under some kind of control. It wasn't until she began treating you, master, that I gradually regained awareness, but I dared not intrude and could only wait outside. As he spoke, Lin Chi looked at Lin Yinzhou with lingering fear. Young master, you have no idea how anxious I was at that moment yet. After hearing Lin Chi's account, Lin Yinzhou furrowed his brow deeply. Gazing out the window, lost in thought, he said, Young master, we have lingered here for too long. Should we not depart? If we delay further, we will surely fail to procure the medicine for the 3rd prince in time. Lin Yinzhou let out a light laugh, his tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Chi, do you still not see the truth? Lin Chi frowned, puzzled. See what? This quest for medicine is merely an excuse for the Chi family to be rid of me. Lin Yinzhou spoke calmly, his tone so serene it betrayed no emotion. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi suddenly realized the truth and erupted in fury. This is the Chi family's doing. As the words left his mouth, Lin Chi seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yinzhou. Young master, then Shi Wanyan. Lin Yinzhou smiled bitterly, his gaze slowly drifting to the window. She was the only one who knew of our itinerary. Then, Lin Chi, if she is unwilling to accept a mundane life, then so be it. I am weary. Lin Yinzhou spoke with a half-smile. Lin Chi opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Yinzhou paid him no mind, sitting by the window in a daze, watching the bustling crowd below. How wonderful would it be if you were not born into an official family? Wanyan, we have finally come to this. The life I owe you is now repaid. I am truly exhausted, so let it end here. Young master, it's her. Lin Chi suddenly exclaimed excitedly from the side. Lin Yinzhou followed his gaze and saw the girl who had left now returning. Go and find out what grievances this young lady has with those people, Lin Yinzhou instructed after a moment's thought. Yes, Lin Chi acknowledged and withdrew. Lin Yinzhou watched the figure below. Though the consultation fee had been paid, she had still saved his life. If she encountered any difficulty, he would lend a hand to repay that debt of gratitude. Just as Luo Yunchu arrived downstairs, she felt someone watching her. Frowning, she glanced in a certain direction, but only caught a glimpse of a retreating back. A false impression. It couldn't be. Luo Yunchu gazed at the back by the window, her eyes fixed on the crown atop his head. A moment later, she averted her gaze and vanished into the crowd. Only after sensing that gaze depart did Lin Yinzhou slowly turn around. Was this girl so highly vigilant? Luo Yunchu walked through the streets twice, casually purchasing a mediocre coffin along the way. From one end of the street to the other, she surveyed the terrain around the Wanshan gambling house. After confirming everything, she found a small eatery, ordered a few small dishes and a pot of tea, and settled into the most inconspicuous corner. As she ate, she pondered whether she should make a trip to the county town. Even if she wiped out the Wanshan gambling house today, the county magistrate would remain a persistent nuisance. Moreover, if she destroyed the gambling house today, the county would surely send people tomorrow. With so many having seen her, and Chu Li today, trouble would be inevitable. The only way to resolve this completely was to go to the county town and uproot the source. But she had promised Chu Li that he would take his own revenge. This was quite vexing. Yet just as the bowl before her emptied, Luo Yunchu chopsticks in hand suddenly froze. Damn it, there was still a group at home with nothing to eat, and a pile in her space. Seriously, this was infuriating. Why did she have to meddle Luo Yunchu? Wouldn't it be better to be alone? What a waste of time. She placed a few copper coins on the corner of the table and rose with barely concealed impatience. She would return home first and come back. She rushed back to the mountains at top speed. Instead of heading to the cave dwelling where Chu Li was, she found a spot in the wilderness, dumped out all her purchases, and released the group still sleeping in her space. One by one she woke them. Upon seeing Luo Yunchu, the crowd began to retreat, their small faces etched with terror. They remembered drinking water given by someone and then falling unconscious. Now that you're awake, each take some things and go home, Luo Yunchu said, well aware of their thoughts, but with no intention of explaining. She was deeply irritated now, a profound restlessness and even anger radiating from her entire being. She truly couldn't fathom why she had to be so foolish. The group exchanged uneasy glances, looked at their surroundings, and the more timid ones burst into tears. Luo Yunchu grew even more annoyed. Grabbing as much as she could carry from the ground, she turned and walked away. If you don't follow when the wolves come, I won't save you. The crowd fell silent. Instantly the crying subsided and soon ceased altogether. Luo Yunchu's brow gradually relaxed. During her own earlier misadventure in the deep mountains, she had encountered a wolf pack, and their cave was not far from there. Thus these children must know about the wolves, perhaps even have seen them. As expected, invoking the wolves immediately made them docile. Luo Yunchu led them back to the cave entrance, where she saw Chu Mo and the others crouching. Little Tiger rushed forward upon seeing her, causing the trailing children to scream in fright. Luo Yunchu closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Little Tiger, go over there for now. They'll take you to play later. Little Tiger drooped his head sullenly and trudged away, clearly displeased. Chu Mo quickly approached, speaking while his eyes fell on the group of children behind. Master, let me carry some of those. Second brother. Second brother. Luo Yunchu nodded. I've brought them all back. Explain the situation to them. From now on they'll all live together. Yes. Chu Mo's lips immediately split into a wide grin. Happily taking some of the items, he eagerly led the group of children into the cave. The dozen or so children waiting there also rushed forward, each finding their companions, their joy and excitement outweighing any fear of the unfamiliar surroundings. Chu Mo. Luo Yunchu glanced at the sky, as she still had to hurry back to the town and make a trip home. Time was limited, so she couldn't afford to watch them embrace. Here. Hearing her voice, Chu Mo quickly squeezed out of the crowd, looking at Luo Yunchu with excitement, a faint light flickering in his eyes for the first time. Master, I am here. Luo Yunchu nodded. There are provisions in those sacks. Take them out, count them, and distribute them to eat. It will tide you over for now. Arrange for someone to clean up the pots and pans, then organize your sleeping quarters for the night. There are only a dozen or so quilts, so you'll have to squeeze together tonight. 2 of the sacks contain meat and vegetables. If I don't come tomorrow, cook for yourselves. Chu Li will return later. After you eat, stay inside the cave, and don't come out easily. I'm taking Xiaohu with me today, and I'll bring him back tomorrow. Tell them not to be afraid of Xiaohu. Until you have the ability to protect yourselves, he will stay here to guard you. Also, from now on you will be responsible for Xiaohu's food. So you need to adapt to your new life as quickly as possible. Luo Yunchu delivered all her instructions in one breath. Her mood was foul, so her tone was harsh. Chu Mo kept his head down, listening quietly, doing his utmost to remember every word she said. Alright, I have other matters to attend to. You all clean up quickly, then go into the cave after eating. Don't come out easily. And don't light a fire outside, only inside the cave. After eating, go to sleep. Cover yourselves with the quilts, and you won't be as cold. Understood? Yes, master. I've memorized everything. They'll tell them, and keep an eye on them. Chu Mo nodded firmly. Master, please take care of yourself. Luo Yunchu nodded, beckoned Xiaohu over, and turned to leave. Once they were far from the cave, she waved her hand, and sent Xiaohu into the spatial realm, following him in. Xiaohu, stay here obediently for now. He'll need your help later. Huff. Xiaohu nuzzled her hand affectionately, indicating he understood. Arriving at the cave dwelling, she saw Chu Li sitting numbly beside old man Chu's corpse, his body trembling slightly. Luo Yunchu sighed. Judging by their names, Chu Li was the first orphan old man Chu had adopted, so their bond was naturally deeper. Luo Yunchu released the coffin. Chu Li heard the sound and turned around instantly. When he saw it was Luo Yunchu, the wariness in his eyes gradually faded. Master. Chu Li stood up and walked over, wiping the tears from his face roughly with his hand. Stop crying. Let's bury old man Chu first. Luo Yunchu said calmly. Chu Li nodded and helped her carry the coffin to the already dug grave. Luo Yunchu glanced at him with slight surprise. This Chu Li was indeed a man of action. With proper training, he could become a very capable assistant. Chu Li alone carried old man Chu on his back and placed him in the coffin, then began to shovel the earth back shovel by shovel. Luo Yunchu offered to help, but she bowed toward the cave entrance and stepped aside. It was nearly dark when Chu Li finally turned and came to her side. Master, it's done. Luo Yunchu nodded. I've already sent your younger siblings back. Now I'm going to the town. Do you want to come with me or go back? Chu Li looked up puzzled. Master, didn't you say? There are too many of them. It's not easy to arrange. Luo Yunchu shook her head. She had underestimated the situation. Chu Li, do you know why I sent them away? Chu Li nodded, then shook his head. Was it because Master tested them through me? Luo Yunchu smiled approvingly. Yes, but also because there are too many. I don't need so many people. But now I have no choice but to keep them so. Her tone suddenly turned much sterner. From now on, those children will be mostly under your charge. I have a bad temper, and I hate betrayal above all. She paused, and a murderous aura abruptly burst from her. Once you enter my service, betrayers will die without a complete corpse. Do you understand? Chu Li met her gaze directly. The moment her words fell, he couldn't help but step back twice. After a moment, he snapped back to reality. Yes, I understand. Luo Yunchu nodded with satisfaction. No need to call yourself subordinate. Just address me as before. Yes. Chu Li bowed his head in acknowledgement. It was from that moment on that he fully realized the master he served was truly extraordinary. He had never seen her angry or in action before, so he hadn't felt it, but today he experienced it all. Just a single look from her had made him feel as though his breath had stopped. Enough. I'm going to the town. Are you coming with me or going back? Luo Yunchu walked out. Chu Li hesitated. Master, are you going to the Wanshan gambling house? Yes. He'll go with you. Chu Li quickened his pace to catch up. But master, behind the Wanshan gambling house is. Hearing this, Luo Yunchu cut him off directly. If I hadn't promised to let you take your revenge yourself this time, I wouldn't be going to the Wanshan gambling house. Chu Li's lips moved, but he said nothing more. Only the expression on his face unconsciously deepened. Let's go home first. Luo Yunchu headed home, quickening her pace. She would go back to check so Qi Shiyu wouldn't throw another unwarranted tantrum later, and then head to the town. The timing should be about right. When the two of them arrived home, it was already the high hour. Murong Yu stood at the door staring at the foot of the mountain with anxious eyes. The moment he saw Luo Yunchu's figure, he dashed over. Sister, why are you back so late? Brother thought you fell on the mountain and sent Feng Xian out to look for you. Murong Yu launched into a tirade as soon as he arrived. Luo Yunchu frowned slightly. Brother? I thought you didn't like Qi Shiyu. When did you start calling him brother? At this question, Murong Yu's eyes flickered, but he soon replied nonchalantly. Brother said sister is his wife, so little you should call him brother. Looking at Murong Yu's innocent smile, Luo Yunchu's brow furrowed again. It seemed Qi Shiyu knew Murong Yu's true identity. Perhaps they had made some kind of... However, as long as it didn't involve her, she could pretend not to know. As Luo Yunchu stepped into the courtyard, she caught a glimpse of a robe hem disappearing through the door on the right. She turned to look at Murong Yu, who was following behind. Go to sleep. I have to go out again later. Qi Shiyu, who had just been about to lie down in his room, heard this and immediately sat up again. Murong Yu's exuberant expression instantly fell. Sister, where are you? Can I come with you? It's dangerous at night. I know martial arts. Oh, I can protect you, he said, eagerly flexing his arm as if to prove his strength. Luo Yunchu chuckled softly. I know you can fight, but your skills aren't enough to protect me. Go to bed. But Murong Yu wanted to say more, but a single look from Luo Yunchu silenced him, forcing him to swallow his words. He shuffled back to his room, casting reluctant glances over his shoulder. Just as Luo Yunchu was about to check on Qi Shiyu, she saw Feng Xian entering through the... Madam. Feng Xian hurried over. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? The master was worried sick. I'm fine. I have to go out again later. Go get some rest. He'll check on Qi Shiyu. She still needed to go to the town, and time was short. Not wanting to explain further, she glanced at Chu Li, signaling him to wait, and then strode directly into Qi Shiyu's room. More importantly, her mood was truly foul today. She simply had no energy to engage with them. As she entered, she saw Qi Shiyu staring blankly at the door, then hastily averting his gaze when he saw her. Luo Yunchu pressed her lips together, composed herself, and spoke softly. Sit down. Let me take your pulse. Qi Shiyu gave a slight nod, walked to the table, and sat down. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his wrist, his gaze resting quietly on Luo Yunchu. Pretending not to notice, Luo Yunchu reached out and began to feel his pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and looked up at him. It's fine. No problems. The same medicine tomorrow on time, and the soak as usual. Qi Shiyu frowned. Chua, where are you going so late? To the town. There's something I need to take care of, Luo Yunchu replied calmly. Qi Shiyu lowered his eyes. If you don't want me to come, at least take Fengxian with you. I want rest easy otherwise. Luo Yunchu shook her head. There's no one here who can harm me. Don't worry about me. Focus on recovering. Getting better soon is what you should be doing. Recover soon, leave soon. With that she made to rise, but then hesitated, sat back down, and looked at Qi Shiyu seriously. Qi Shiyu, I've made it very clear before. We can be ordinary friends, but not husband and wife. We are not from the same world. I'm not as fragile as you think. And as you are now, you can't possibly protect me. The me you see now is only what I've chosen to show you. The real me. You wouldn't like it, and I won't let you see it. I hope you understand. Luo Yunchu stood and walked to the door. Without turning back, she added, I forgot to tell you. I've already bought the back mountain. So, they'll find a way to cure your poison as soon as possible. Once it's done, you'll leave. Having said that, she walked out, leaving Qi Shiyu stunned. After a moment, Qi Shiyu let out a self-deprecating laugh. His left hand resting on his thigh tightly clenched the jade pendant in his palm. He couldn't understand why Chua was always warm to others, but so cold to him. And her coldness, it came so suddenly. Weren't things fine before? Why had she changed so abruptly after returning from the town? He didn't understand. Truth be told, Luo Yunchu herself wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps it was because she had felt too keenly the way Qi Shiyu tried to draw close to her. Luo Yunchu walked along the path with Chu Li, the unceasing croaking of frogs, and the distant chirping of cicadas in the trees filling her ears, sounds she had never heard in her previous life. She truly loved this life, this identity. She didn't want to live a life of bloodshed anymore. She was exhausted. So she had to cut off Qi Shiyu's hopes decisively. If he were an ordinary man with no special background, she might have considered accepting him. But he wasn't. In casual moments, she could clearly sense the hatred in him, a hatred carved into his bones. And those who came to kill him were clearly no ordinary force. His identity, everything around him, all of it doomed her to never get close. If possible, once the house on the back mountain was built, she would move out of this small courtyard. In any case, she wanted no connection with the outside world. She would simply train these children well. Chu Li was quick to act, Chu Mo was steady, and the girls were all promising. After a few years of training, she could comfortably hand over the reins and live a life of counting money. Even though she hadn't figured out what to do yet, that didn't stop her from wanting to slack off and retire. Heaven had given her a rare chance to start over, and she was determined to seize it, never again placing herself at the center of a storm. Even if the storm wasn't deep, she still refused. Chu Li saw that Luo Yunchu was focused on walking and dared not speak, only quickening his pace to stay close behind. When they reached the edge of the town, it was already midnight. Chu Li, I'm here. Can you ride a horse? Luo Yunchu turned to look at him. Chu Li shook his head. Master, I've never ridden, but I don't think it's too hard. Luo Yunchu smiled faintly. She admired his unyielding spirit. All right, then we'll take all the horses from the Wanshan gambling house back with us. Yes. The two went directly to the alley beside the Wanshan gambling house. Luo Yunchu glanced at the opposite alley. Chu Li, watch that side. If anyone comes, imitate a bird call. Yes. Chu Li left without a word. After he was hidden and settled, Luo Yunchu released Xiaohu. Xiaohu, wait here. Don't run off, understand? Xiaohu nodded, obediently rubbing against Luo Yunchu's leg. She patted its head. Good boy. He'll need your help soon. Wait for me. Huff. After soothing Xiaohu, Luo Yunchu emerged from the alley and waved to the other side. Chu Li crept out, puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to keep watch? But before he could voice his confusion, Luo Yunchu swung her leg and kicked the tightly shut door off its hinges. He blinked, watching the door collapse with a crash, his mouth falling open in astonishment. This. The door was kicked down and a man with sleepy eyes rushed out. The moment he saw Luo Yunchu, it seemed his eyes were still not fully open. As he regained his senses and was about to say something, a cold gleam flashed. He clutched his throat with both hands as if trying to scream, but no sound came out. Chu Li, following behind, was frozen in place at the sight. Yet the next second a long blade flew toward him. He caught it in panic just as Luo Yunchu's voice reached him. Since you followed me, watch and learn well. Consider this your first lesson. With that, Luo Yunchu strode toward the backyard. Everyone in this Wanshan gambling house was a loyal dog of the county magistrate. In Qingyang town, no one hated them any less. Yet with their overwhelming power, no one dared to provoke them. In the end, they could only swallow their grievances, and surviving was already a luxury. Thus Luo Yunchu showed no mercy. Chu Li gripped the knife and followed closely behind. Though he had some martial arts skills, he now felt utterly useless. Who exactly was his master? That was the only thing he wanted to know now. Pushing open a door, Luo Yunchu pointed at the figure lying on the bed, signaling for Chu Li to go over. Chu Li tightened his grip on the knife and swallowed hard. Under Luo Yunchu's calm gaze, he slowly approached the bed. He raised the knife, but hesitated to bring it down. The person on the bed seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. However, in the next second a dagger flew past Chu Li's side and plunged straight into the man's throat. Chu Li turned in astonishment and saw the disappointment in Luo Yunchu's eyes. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing his own incompetence. Luo Yunchu paced around the room, gathering valuables into a cloth bag. Chu Li immediately bent down to search under the bed, and indeed found 3 small wooden boxes. Opening one, it was filled with silver notes. Not a huge amount, but more than Chu Li had ever seen in his lifetime. Another box held 3 gold bars, and the third contained 3 50 teal silver ingots along with some loose silver. Without hesitation, he carried the boxes to Luo Yunchu. Master Silver. Lots of it. Luo Yunchu gave him a deep look, shook his head helplessly, and took the 3 boxes. As he stuffed them into the cloth bag, he also stored them all into his space. Chu Li, if you don't kill others, they will kill you. A moment of mercy, and you will be the one to die. With that, Luo Yunchu turned and left. Chu Li clutched his knife and quickly followed. He kept telling himself to remember his master's words and never disappoint him again. These people were all evil and deserved to die. Killing them was both revenge and a service to the people. In the second room, Luo Yunchu once again let Chu Li act. This time Chu Li didn't hesitate and brought the knife down on the man's neck. Warm blood splattered onto Chu Li's face, keeping his eyes shut for a long time. Luo Yunchu nodded. Not bad, he was teachable. As long as he could be taught, he wasn't too hopeless. The two proceeded to ransack the room. Chu Li forced himself to stay calm and handed the found items to Luo Yunchu, though his hands trembled slightly. Luo Yunchu said nothing more, simply patted his shoulder gently and moved to the next room. About half an hour later, Luo Yunchu led Chu Li out of the gambling house, each carrying a cloth bag on their backs. They arrived at the alley. Xiaohu had been waiting behind a large bamboo basket at the entrance. The moment he saw Luo Yunchu, he rushed over. Chu Li froze at the sudden appearance of Xiaohu. Master Xiaohu, when did it come? Hadn't they left without Xiaohu? Without turning his head, Luo Yunchu said, it followed us. You just didn't notice. Alright, you stay here and watch the things. I'll take Xiaohu to handle something. He set down his bag, ignoring Chu Li's thoughts, and strode back into the gambling house, which Luo Yunchu moved all the bodies to the backyard, 8 in total. Then he dragged 3 corpses to the front yard, smeared blood everywhere, and said to Xiaohu, Xiaohu, look here. Luo Yunchu pointed at the corpse's neck. Bite but don't swallow. Xiaohu grunted in acknowledgement, then, moving like an oversized cat, lunged and sank his teeth into the neck, tearing off a bloody piece of flesh with skin. Xiaohu paused for a while. Luo Yunchu said nothing, just watched him quietly. After a long moment, Xiaohu spat out the flesh. Sensing Luo Yunchu's displeasure, he lowered his head and nudged her hand, almost as if seeking forgiveness. Luo Yunchu found him both exasperating and amusing. After a brief pause, she said coldly, go bite all of them, once each. Don't swallow, or I'll eat you. With a low whimper, Xiaohu reluctantly moved to the next corpse. After finishing the front yard, he went to the backyard. Soon Xiaohu returned. Luo Yunchu then went to the backyard, counted the 8 pieces of torn flesh, and nodded with satisfaction. Good, Xiaohu. You'll get a reward when we get back. Xiaohu snuggled up to her. Luo Yunchu rubbed his head vigorously. Now go to the entrance. Roar loudly in the street, so people see you, then come right back here. I'll wait for you. Xiaohu nodded and let out a deafening tiger's roar from the courtyard. Outside, Chu Li, unaware of what was happening, heard the sound and feared something had gone wrong. Just as he was about to rush in, he saw Xiaohu sauntering out of the courtyard. Not stopping there, the tiger raised its head and roared again. Chu Li shrank back instinctively. Was this the same oversized cat-like beast that followed his master? Before long, every household was ablaze with light as terrified screams and exclamations pierced the night sky in waves. After confirming that someone had spotted him, Xiaohu swiftly turned and dashed back into the gambling house. Luo Yunchu simply waved her hand, taking Xiaohu, and then she quickly gathered all the horses in the backyard into her space, leaped over the rear wall, avoided the crowds, and returned to the alley. Chu Li stared at Luo Yunchu, who had suddenly appeared from behind, and was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. Master, where is Xiaohu? Luo Yunchu waved her hand. Xiaohu has already returned. Let's go quickly. With that, she picked up the bundle on the ground, walked to the wall, and tossed it over. Then stepping back a few paces for momentum, she scaled the wall in just 2 strides. Chu Li watched Luo Yunchu's seamless movements and was speechless for a long while. He hadn't mistaken. His master truly had no inner strength yet. Her agility was no less than that of someone with inner strength. He shook his head, dispelling the bizarre thoughts in his mind, and then used the object stacked against the wall. When he made it over, he saw only Luo Yunchu and 6 horses behind her. Master, these horses. How did they get here? No one had they been brought here. He hadn't heard a sound. Luo Yunchu patted a horse's haunches. I brought them along just now. Let's hurry. Then she pointed to a smaller horse. That one is gentler. Ride that one. Give it a try. Chu Li nodded dazedly and climbed onto the horse in a daze. Once he was seated, Luo Yunchu delivered a sharp slap to the horse's haunches. Up. Chu Li, caught off guard, let out a startled cry, then quickly stifled it. Fortunately the town was already in chaos, otherwise that shout would have been quite— Luo Yunchu swung herself onto a horse, patted its neck, and then pulled the reins that were tied together. The horse neighed and instantly caught up with Chu Li ahead. By the time Luo Yunchu returned after sending Chu Li and Xiao Hu back to the mountains, the sky was already bright. Yawning, she entered the yard and saw Qi Shiyu sitting there with white smoke rising from the kitchen. Feng Xian must be boiling water. Qi Shiyu's eyes fell on Luo Yunchu's bloodstained clothes, and his brow furrowed deeply. He quickly rose and stopped her. "Who are you? Are you injured?" Luo Yunchu followed his gaze and noticed the blood on her hem. She shook her head. "No, it's animal blood." With that she walked past Qi Shiyu, glanced at her own door, then at the kitchen, and finally chose to enter the kitchen. "Clear the table. They'll take over. Lady, your clothes." Feng Xian also noticed the bloodstains and asked with concern. "It's nothing. I ran into a few wolves." Luo Yunchu replied nonchalantly. "You can go out. They'll handle this." Seeing this, Feng Xian had no choice but to withdraw from the kitchen. He exchanged a silent glance with Qi Shiyu in the yard. Qi Shiyu lowered his head and sat back down on the chair. He had thought for so long, but still couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. But he knew that Shu'er was distancing herself from him. So should he keep pestering her? Before long, Luo Yunchu's voice came from the kitchen. "Feng Xian, come get the noodles." "Coming." Feng Xian responded, and quickly brought out 2 bowls of noodles. Luo Yunchu, however, didn't even leave the kitchen. She took a quick bite there, washed her bowl, and then said to Feng Xian, "I left some soup. When Morong wakes up, tell him to cook some noodles and heat the soup. You two can handle lunch yourselves. Your master's medicine is on the chopping board." After saying that, she ignored their reactions, went straight into her room, bolted the door, entered the base to take a bath, and changed her clothes. She collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Outside, just as Feng Xian was about to say something, he spotted a white pigeon landing on the wall. His eyes flickered, and he quickly got up to catch it, removing the small note tied to its leg. "Master." Feng Xian handed the note to Qi Shiyu. Qi Shiyu unfolded it, and his already furrowed brow grew even more somber. "What is Lin Yanzhou doing in Qingyang town?" "Lin Yanzhou?" Feng Xian frowned in thought. "Has Lin Yanzhou arrived in Qingyang town?" Qi Shiyu hummed indifferently, his gaze once again fixed on the tightly shut door. Feng Xian said, "Master, the person the lady saved in Qingyang town last time. Could it have been Lin Yanzhou?" Qi Shiyu nodded. "Possibly." The Qi family latched onto Qi Jingyi and plotted against the Lin family. This time, they probably intended for Lin Yanzhou to die on the road. Feng Xian was puzzled. The Qi family schemed against the Lin family. Isn't Lin Yanzhou betrothed to the Qi family's young lady? The Qi family wants to marry Qi Wanyan to Qi Jingyi, so naturally, they need to get rid of Lin Yanzhou, her childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, Qi Shiyu sneered. With that stubborn old minister Lin, there's no way he would agree to break off the engagement. Besides, the Qi family has no reason for it. Feng Xian nodded in half understanding. Then why is Lin Yanzhou here? Qi Shiyu turned his gaze to Feng Xian. Naturally, he fled here. There's probably more to the story about Qi Jingyi's afflictions. Otherwise, how could a mere secretary of the Department of State Affairs catch Qi Jingyi's eye? He was probably about to act desperately. "All right, go water the vegetable garden." Qi Shiyu waved his hand and handed the note back to Feng Xian. Feng Xian took it and turned it to ashes in his palm. He was about to pick up the bucket and leave when he suddenly stopped, scanning the yard. Master Xiao, who hasn't returned. Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared on Qi Shiyu's lips, part mockery, part self-mockery. Xiao, who won't be coming back. The child who had come to sleep for a night would never come again. Feng Xian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately pressed his lips together and left with the water bucket. Qi Shiyu leaned back slightly to make himself more comfortable, but his gaze stubbornly remained fixed on that tightly shut door, as if he were determined to see through it, until Morong Yu emerged from his room. "Brother, what are you looking at? Has sister come back?" Qi Shiyu gave him a faint glance, said nothing, and rose to return to his room. Only when he reached the door did he pause and say, "Chu'er left you some soup. Cook your own noodles." "Oh," Morong Yu replied softly. Only after Qi Shiyu had gone and did he blink his bleary eyes. "Sister is back." He excitedly ran to the kitchen, scooped up some water to roughly rinse his mouth, and stared at the noodles on the chopping board, suddenly bewildered. "This? How do I cook them?" Morong Yu picked up the noodles, turning them over and over in his hands, then glanced at the extinguished stove and the flint lying beside it. He had no idea how to use a flint. He only knew how to use a tinderbox. But there was no tinderbox here. Finally, his gaze fell upon the soup on the stove. He walked over and tested it with his hand, and instantly his face fell. "Wah! It's cold. It's all because I slept too long. I wouldn't have slept so long, but I waited for sister all night, and only drifted off into a daze as dawn. Now that I'm awake, sister has already finished her breakfast. He would have to go hungry again." In the end, Morong Yu put down the noodles, picked up the bowl of soup, and poked at it with his chopsticks. Sure enough, he spotted a poached egg. He knew there would be an egg. Though it was cold, at least it was better than going hungry. So he drank the soup, ate the egg, rinsed the bowl, and put it away. Then buoyed by excitement, he went to the yard, glanced at the closed door, and prepared to look for his water bucket. But he found that his bucket by the door was gone. He frowned in bewilderment. Where was the bucket? Brother Fengxian must have gone to fetch food for little tiger. No one would take his bucket. Was it the person who came back with sister? Oh, who was that? He seemed younger than me. Could he be a little brother-sister adopted? Morong belatedly realized that he had even slept next to him all night. He stomped his foot in anger, then looked toward Luo Yunchu's door, a look of grievance gradually spreading across his face. But no one saw it. After a moment's thought, he found another bucket, turned toward the stream outside, fetched water, and headed to the vegetable garden. When he reached the garden, he happened to run into Fengshuan, who had just finished watering. Brother Fengxian, why are you watering here? Aren't you going hunting? Fengxian turned back. Little tiger hasn't returned, so I can go later. He looked at the bucket in Morong's hand. You go back and tidy the yard. Oh, and take this bucket. With that, Fengxian handed his own bucket and wooden ladle to Morong. I'm going to check the mountains. Start the fire at the end of the sea hour, and he'll come back to cook. Having said that, he left directly, not caring what Morong thought. Morong looked at the things in his hands, then at the bucket of water. Suddenly recalling Fengshuan's words, he shouted, Brother Fengshuan, I don't know how to use a flint. Fengxian waved his hand from afar, whether he heard or not. Luo Yunchu was jolted awake by a burning smell. A thick, pungent smoke filled her nostrils, making her cough violently. She quickly got up and opened the door, only to hear an earth-shattering cough that seemed to want to rip out lungs. The entire courtyard was filled with dense smoke. Luo Yunchu frowned deeply. Was there a fire? But a fire wouldn't produce this much smoke, would it? It wasn't a confined space. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Shiyu was crouching in the yard, completely choked by the smoke. He had intended to go out, but remembering Luo Yunchu was still inside, he had turned back just as he reached the door. But he was choked so badly he couldn't straighten his back. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the door of her room. He opened his mouth to call out, but only a string of coughs came out. Morong was lying at the kitchen door, coughing until tears streamed down his face. Luo Yunchu immediately darted into her spatial realm, grabbed a few towels, soaked them, and covered her mouth and nose. Only then did she feel some relief. Qi Shiyu, where are you? Luo Yunchu's muffled voice came through. Qi Shiyu heard her, and the worry on his face slowly faded, but he coughed even harder. Luo Yunchu listened carefully, pinpointing the two sounds, and quickly made her way to Qi Shiyu. She pressed a towel over his mouth and nose. Cover it, and with that she swiftly moved to Morong, covering his face as well. Come on, let's get out first. With one hand on each, she dragged both of them out of the yard. The sound of heart-wrenching coughing filled her ears. Luo Yunchu took a breath and noticed that Qi Shiyu's face was deathly pale, his eyes red from the smoke, and his whole body seemed drained of strength. Luo Yunchu frowned. Great. The medicinal diet and herbal baths of the past 2 days were all for nothing. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Luo Yunchu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and after a moment slowly opened them again. She looked at the two people coughing their lungs out, then sighed silently, rose without a word, and walked back into the yard, heading straight for the kitchen. Chew. Chew. Sister. Both spoke at once. Qi Shiyu tried to struggle to his feet, but failed. Morong managed to get up, but Qi Shiyu reached out and grabbed him. Morong turned in confusion, meeting a pair of furious eyes. Qi Shiyu took a deep breath and glared at Morong. Don't make things worse. Morong's face flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his head and stepped back, not daring to move again. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the smoke in the yard began to slowly dissipate. Qi Shiyu slowly rose from the ground, silently glancing at the bowed head of Morong, who lowered his head even further. Qi Shiyu walked slowly toward the yard, and behind him came Fengshuan's anxious voice. Master, what happened? Fengxian used his lightness skill to appear beside Qi Shiyu in an instant. He tossed the game he had caught toward Morong and reached out to support Qi Shiyu. The kitchen. Go help Chu. Qi Shiyu gasped, signaling Fengxian to go in and assist. Fengxian looked at the yard, then at Qi Shiyu. Under his master's gaze, he helped him sit by the door, settled him, and then rushed into the kitchen. But when he entered, Luo Yunchu had already finished. She was holding a fan she had somehow found, and all the doors and windows were wide open. The smoke had almost come. Madam, are you all right? Are you injured? Fengxian asked anxiously, seeing the black soot on her clothes and face. Luo Yunchu shook her head. I'm fine. What about your master? Is he still alive? Fengshuan. Master is at the door. He's fine. Fengxian didn't know what expression to make or what tone to use, so he simply replied flatly. But to Luo Yunchu that tone sounded like he was angry. She merely raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. As long as he's alive. There's nothing much here. Go look after him, help him catch his breath, and stop him from. If he kept coughing, she might have to do acupuncture again, and that would be annoying. When would these endless troubles ever end? Fengxian was stunned, repeatedly studying Luo Yunchu's expression. Was the madam angry? He pursed his lips and silently retreated. Once he was gone, Luo Yunchu's face darkened completely. The hand fanning the fan drooped weakly. Looking at the mess in the kitchen, she felt like turning around and walking away. The murderous intent in her heart could no longer be hidden at all. She felt a throbbing in her forehead, as if a violent aura was surging in waves pounding against her mind, making her radiate an aura that warned others to keep away. She stood quietly in the room, trying to calm herself. Yet after a long while, not only did she fail to settle down, but she grew increasingly irritable, even violent. Luo Yunchu closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Finally, she glanced at the window, slipped out, found a thicket, and ducked inside before disappearing into... Oh! Inside the space, she roared without restraint, stormed into the gym, and savagely worked out every piece of equipment. Only then did she finally release a bit of pent-up frustration. Yet she didn't know that her sudden disappearance had thrown the outside world into chaos. Where is she? Qi Shiyu caught his breath and saw Feng Xian being driven out. He frowned slightly. Seeing that the smoke in the courtyard had mostly dissipated, he decided to go in and check. But when he reached the kitchen, there was no trace of Luo Yunchu. Enraged, he was choked by the smoke again and coughed violently. Feng Xian used his inner energy to soothe him while scanning the room with suspicion. Your subordinate, just a moment ago the lady was still here. How could she vanish in the blink of an eye? Qi Shiyu turned and gave him a cold stare, brushing aside Feng Xian's hand. Go find her. Feng Xian, startled by the shout, quickly bowed. Yes, I'll go at once. He shot out like an arrow while Mu Rongyu stood at the door, his mouth slightly open, utterly at a loss. Watching the icy Qi Shiyu, he guessed why he was so furious. Probably because he thought his sister had left. Because that's exactly what he was thinking. Had she grown tired of them and left? Qi Shiyu shot him a cold glance and strode past him out the door. He had to find her himself. He couldn't let Chua leave. She had said they could be friends. If she truly couldn't accept him, being friends was better than being strangers. In any case, Chua could not just leave like this. Seeing Qi Shiyu leave, Mu Rongyu hurried after him. After exiting the courtyard, he dashed toward the vegetable patch. When Luo Yunchu finally calmed down and returned to the yard, it was empty. Luo Yunchu muttered to herself, where is everyone? Where could Qi Shiyu have gone? That's strange. She walked toward the gate mumbling. Where's Mu Rongyu? Why is everyone gone? I haven't been inside that long. Where did they all go? Luo Yunchu headed downhill until she reached the bend, where she ran into Qi Shiyu, who had stopped to rest. Seeing his pale face and the bulging veins on his hand clutching his chest, her brows knitted tightly. Chua. The moment Qi Shiyu saw Luo Yunchu, he relaxed completely, and his vision went dark. Just as Luo Yunchu was about to explode, he collapsed. Luo Yunchu clenched her fists so hard her knuckles cracked, and she nearly bit through her molars to suppress the surge of rage. She stood still, staring at the unconscious Qi Shiyu for a long time. Maybe I should just let him die. Just then Feng Xian's anxious voice rang out from a far master. Feng Xian scooped Qi Shiyu into his arms, and for the first time showed resentment toward Luo Yunchu. Madam, why were you just standing there watching? Don't you know that master came out to look for you out of worry? Luo Yunchu slowly raised her eyes. I only arrived when he fainted. She hadn't been there long. Besides, if he doesn't care about his own health, what's that to me? Feng Xian pressed his lips together, gave Luo Yunchu a heavy look, then carried the man back to the courtyard. Luo Yunchu clenched her fists and remained rooted to the spot. She desperately needed to calm down first. Over the past 2 days her temper had been getting worse. She felt like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. That was why she didn't want to mingle with people, but she couldn't bear solitude either. If left alone, things only got worse. Had it been otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen prey to betrayal in her past life. Mu Rongyu returned shortly after and saw Luo Yunchu standing alone at the foot of the hill. He quickly approached. But when he got close, he clearly sensed something wrong with her. He took a step back and asked weakly, Sister, what's wrong? Luo Yunchu shook her head silently. Let's go back. From now on, when I'm away, stay home and don't wander. She turned and walked toward the house, her tone icy. If this happens again, pack your things and leave. Mu Rongyu lowered his eyes and murmured, oh. But sister, next time you leave, could you tell us? Brother is really worried about you. Feng Xian and I worry too. Luo Yunchu said nothing, just kept walking home, unconsciously quickening her pace. Only when she reached the courtyard did she stop and softly reply, I'll let you know next time I go out. Mu Rongyu looked up in surprise, staring at her back as she headed toward... Did she just answer him? He thought she would ignore his words. But she did answer. She agreed. He knew his sister wasn't as cold as she seemed. But his joy was short-lived. It shattered the moment Feng Xian came out. Clean up at once. And from now on, you're not allowed in the kitchen. Mu Rongyu opened his mouth to defend himself, but under Feng Xian's gaze the words stuck in his throat, leaving him red-faced. He had said before, he didn't know how to use flint and couldn't start a fire. If only he had a tinderbox, he wouldn't have made such a mess. He hadn't meant to do this. Pouting with grievance, he silently began following Feng Xian, learning how to clean up. In the room, Luo Yunchu took his pulse while staring blankly at the pale face. Mu Rongyu's words echoed in her mind, he truly worries about you. So because he worried about her, he dragged his severely wounded body out to search for her, disregarding his own safety. So should she feel grateful? Were they too sentimental? Or was she too cold-blooded? although she did enjoy looking at that face and had developed some fondness for Qi Shiyu still. But that didn't mean she had to accept his unprovoked feelings, nor did it mean she had to reciprocate them. If that were the case, then Luo Yunchu would have liked far too many people. In her past life, how many handsome, pleasing men had she crossed paths with, how many had stirred her interest? Should she try them all? The word like is easy to utter, merely a matter of the upper lip touching the lower lip. But to truly like someone, and then transform that shallow fondness into what is called love, what must happen in between, and what must be sacrificed? No one knows. And she would never force herself for anything. How much less would she gamble her remaining years on an intangible, unseen love? After a moment, Luo Yunchu withdrew her hand side, helplessly took out silver needles, undid Qi Shiyu's clothes, and began acupuncture. Woo! After a while, Qi Shiyu groaned softly, his brow suddenly furrowing in pain. Luo Yunchu's brows twitched, her movements became a blur. In an instant, the silver needles on Qi Shiyu's body were removed, and she stepped back to the side. Coughed. A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Looking at the dark pool beside the bed, her brow finally relaxed. She wondered what was on this man's mind every day. His heart was so pent up it had reached this extent. Without acupuncture, that stagnant blood could not have been expelled. Luo Yunchu took a towel from the wooden rack by the head of the bed, wiped the blood from his mouth, and laid him flat. Just as she was about to put the towel away, her arm was Luo Yunchu turned back awake. How do you feel? The stagnant blood had been expelled, so there should be no major problem. But Qi Shiyu did not care about his own condition. He only stared at her stubbornly, holding her tightly. Shu, can you tell me why you suddenly distanced yourself from me? Luo Yunchu sighed, tossed the towel onto the wooden rack, and slowly sat by the bed. Qi Shiyu, can you first tell me where your feelings come from? Qi Shiyu opened his mouth to speak, but Luo Yunchu cut him off. Don't tell me it was love at first sight. I don't believe in love at first sight, nor do I believe that I could have made you fall for me at first sight. Qi Shiyu's words were stuck in his throat, and he stared at Luo Yunchu in bewilderment. What? She asked with a light laugh, when he didn't speak. Cack out your tongue. See, you don't even know what you like about me. So, let's stop playing these childish games, shall we? I promised I would cure your poison, and I will. So you don't need to go out of your way to please me. Luo Yunchu's smile was shallow and her voice was very soft, but her words constricted Qi Shiyu's heart. Sure, is that how you see me? He let go of her hand and forced himself to sit up. Do you think I approached you and said I like you just to get you to cure my poison? Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. I don't have a particular view of you, nor do I think you approach me with ulterior motives. It's just, the only connection between us is that I can cure your poison, isn't it? Saying this, she looked seriously into Qi Shiyu's eyes, meeting his gaze for the first time. Qi Shiyu, I believe you when you say you like me. At least, you must be curious about me. But I want to say that sometimes curiosity can only be curiosity. You just think I'm different from the person you knew. So you unconsciously pay attention to me, and over time you form a habit, making you mistakenly think you like me. Luo Yunchu's tone was light, but rapid, because she saw a glimmer in Qi Shiyu's eyes that made her heart tremble. She averted her gaze, sat up straight, and no longer looked at him. Qi Shiyu, that's not liking, and certainly not love. You're just driven by curiosity. Qi Shiyu, can you be rational? Think about your status, and then think about me. We can never be together, even if you truly like me. Even if that liking is deeply rooted. Having said that, Luo Yunchu prepared to get up and leave. Qi Shiyu suddenly rose and grabbed her hand again, a stubborn light in his eyes. No, that's just your opinion. Chuer cannot impose your views on me. I'm not a child. I know what I'm thinking and what I'm doing. I admit that I did pay too much attention to Chuer out of curiosity, and I did have Fengxian watch you. But that doesn't conflict with my liking you. Why can't Chuer believe me? Chuer can accept Moron, you can accept Chu Li, and even toward Yu Zhe who has hurt you, you can show a little kindness. Why with me won't Chuer spare even a glance? After hearing Qi Shiyu's words, Luo Yunchu let out a soft laugh, tinged with faint self-mockery. This Qi Shiyu was not easy to deceive. Unfortunately, she lacked many things, but love and friendship were not among them. If she had never experienced betrayal, she believed she would have lacked them and craved them. But she had experienced it, and had paid a heavy price for her trust. So she was no longer willing to accept it. She slowly turned around, helped Qi Shiyu lean against the bed, sat down again, and parted her lips. You want to know why I suddenly distanced myself from you? Qi Shiyu nodded, his eyes fixed on Luo Yunchu with a faint hope. He'll tell you now. First, I didn't suddenly distance myself from you, because we were never close to begin with. Second, because in the town I truly felt your urgent desire to get close to me, and I didn't want that, so I distanced myself. Third, I believe you like me, but I don't like you. Can you understand? Since I don't like you, I can't allow you to approach me. I must extinguish this fondness before it takes root. This is best for both you and me. Qi Shiyu slowly shook his head, his gaze stubbornly fixed on Luo Yunchu as he tightened his grip on her hand again. No, it's not like that. Chuer surely cannot feel nothing for me. He rose once more, his hand that had been grasping her arm, now becoming both hands. Chuer worries about my poison, shares past tales with me, and when I am hurt, Chuer also worries. So Chuer does not feel completely indifferent toward me, does she? Luo Yunchu looked down at her tightly gripped hand, feeling a wave of helplessness in her heart. I'm sorry, it was my foolish impulse that gave you a false impression. But Qi, please believe me, the reason I told you those things was purely because you were a stranger to me. Do you understand what I mean? It was only because I had been holding it in for too long, and at that moment you happened to be by my side, and I happened to be foolish, so those things that shouldn't have happened occurred. I apologize to you. Now can you comprehend my words? When she had spoken of her past life to Qi, it was truly a momentary lapse of reason, with no— At that time Qi was to her no more than a tree hollow. After all, they were strangers from different worlds who would never cross paths again. Even if she told him, he wouldn't know what she was talking about, or who she meant, so she had no reservations. After speaking, she regretted it immediately, especially when Qi embraced her and said he would protect her. She knew she had made a mistake. Unfortunately, the words were already spoken. She truly hadn't expected that Qi would take them so seriously. Were ancient people really so innocent? If so, then it was indeed her fault. Qi had been quietly watching Luo Yunchu, as if trying to read something from her face, but aside from a faint apology, he saw no other emotion. He slowly released his hand, lay back down facing the wall, and spoke calmly. I understand. I apologize for troubling Miss Luo all these days. I will cooperate with the treatment. Once the poison is cured, I will leave here and no longer disturb you. Hearing this, Luo Yunchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had finally made herself clear. Rest well. I'll prepare the medicinal meal. With that, Luo Yunchu did not linger and rose to leave. Only when the closing door sounded did Qi slowly turn over, the tear stains on his face all too evident. So to her he had always been just a stranger. How ridiculous. He had once believed he was different to Chuer. Fengxian, take this medicinal meal to your master. Luo Yunchu handed the prepared dish to Fengxian. Yes, madam. Fengxian took it and was about to leave when Luo Yunchu called him back. Fengxian, from now on don't call me madam. Call me Miss Luo. Oh. Fengxian stood frozen with the dish in hand, unable to recover for a long moment. Murong Yu, sitting in the courtyard, overheard their exchange, and a flicker of shock crossed his face. But having just blundered himself, he dared not ask, and could only bury his doubts in his heart. Luo Yunchu did not say more to Fengxian. She simply smiled lightly and turned back to the kitchen. Murong Yu, come and serve the dishes. Coming. Murong Yu responded loudly. As he set the table, Fengxian emerged from the room, looking at Luo Yunchu as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Luo Yunchu sensed his gaze, but did not turn her head or speak. She simply acted as if nothing had happened, ate her meal as usual, and after finishing took her bowl back to the kitchen. Fengxian watched the door, saw Luo Yunchu finish her meal quickly, then return to her room and emerge in a change of clothes. It seemed she was preparing to go out again. I need to go out. I may return very late, or not at all. Don't wait for me. Qishi's medicine is ready in the kitchen. The evening medicinal meal is prepared. Just heat it up. Clean up and rest early. With that, Luo Yunchu left directly, leaving Murong Yu and Fengxian staring at each other in silence. When Luo Yunchu arrived at the cave, the children were just eating. She did not disturb them, but took Xiaohu for a wild run through the woods. Only when Chuli came out to find her did she bring Xiaohu back. The little tiger obediently stayed away from the cave entrance, finding a spot far away to lie down, gazing longingly at Luo Yunchu's figure. Greetings, master. The moment Luo Yunchu stepped into the cave, a uniform shout rang out. Some voices cracking with adolescence, others still childlike. To Luo Yunchu's ears it felt oddly comical, yet also carried a faint trace of surprise. Though the voices varied greatly in volume and sounded quite immature, they were unexpectedly synchronized. Especially as the echo reverberated through the cave, it struck a chord. She looked approvingly at Chu Li and Chu Mo. These two had a hint of the scholar, and before coming here, Luo Yunchu had been filled with regret. Regret over her foolish impulse and rashness. But once she actually arrived, she suddenly realized that these children were not so bad after all. If she put in more effort, she might be able to teach them. Alright, has everyone eaten their fill? Luo Yunchu looked at them, smiling for the first time. Seeing Luo Yunchu smile, some of the bolder ones answered, "We're full. Master, we've also cleaned up, the bowls and chopsticks have been washed." Luo Yunchu chuckled. Good. Since you're full, it's time to get to work. Huh. Someone was puzzled. Master, what are we going to do? Naturally, we'll cut down trees and build houses. You can't stay in this cave forever, Luo Yunchu said. Now that the weather is warm, the cave is barely livable. When it turns cold later, the cave will no longer be suitable. So we must build our houses before the cold sets in. With that, Luo Yunchu raised her voice. Can you do it? Yes. Instantly, the echo made Luo Yunchu frown deeply. Alright, from now on, let's speak softly in the cave. It's harsh on the ears. The group was about to respond, but Luo Yunchu quickly raised her hand to stop them, leaving a moment of silence. Luo Yunchu suddenly felt she was leading a bunch of child soldiers. It was absurd. Truly distribute the tools we bought. Those who can cut trees, those who can't gather firewood or carry timber. In short, everyone should do what they can. Today's task is to fell trees. Luo Yunchu instructed, throw the felled trees down from the cliff beside us. Understood. Understood, master. Perhaps intrigued by the novelty, these children displayed immense zeal, each one brimming with excitement. Luo Yunchu did not realize that their enthusiasm stemmed not from curiosity, but from the fact that they were building a home for themselves. From that moment onward, they would have a home. No longer beggars, no longer children, without a place to call their own. Thus, every single one of them was exceptionally excited and worked with unwavering vigor. The youngest among them was a soft, chubby 5-year-old girl. Luo Yunchu had originally intended to let her stay inside the cave, but the child refused. She followed behind the older boys and girls, picking up small twigs. Occasionally, when she startled a bird, she would let out a joyful, curious laugh. Luo Yunchu would pause her work from time to time, gazing blankly at that child. To be honest, before this, Luo Yunchu had deeply regretted her decision to take in Chu Li and regretted her own impulsiveness. Yet in just a short hour or two within these mountains, she suddenly felt that having a group of chattering children around was not as irritating as she had imagined. Nor was it as noisy as she had expected. They were well-behaved and obedient. When a tree trunk was too heavy to lift, they would call more people to carry it together. Even the girls exerted their utmost strength to take the heaviest loads. Only when something was truly beyond their strength would they call out to each other and lend a hand. Though it seemed chaotic and clamorous, their actions were never disorderly. They had their own set of rules and their own rhythm. Thus, Luo Yunchu did not interfere with their methods, allowing them to work as they pleased. Before nightfall, nearly all the trees on the patch of land where they stood had been felled. Those that could be carried or rolled were transported downhill. Those left in place were truly immovable. Luo Yunchu took out the hemp rope she had bought earlier. Chu Li, tie all these ropes to the trees. Coming. Chu Li, hearing her voice, ran over quickly. Master, what are we doing this for? He picked up the rope from the ground, somewhat puzzled. Tie them first. Tomorrow we'll go down to clear the weeds below, Luo Yunchu replied. Oh, okay. Chu Li acknowledged, took a bundle of rope, and walked a distance away, calling out, Chu Mo Xiao Yue, come help. Luo Yunchu, seeing this, recalled that the wolf meat in her space was not yet finished. She glanced at Xiao Hu, who was docilely lying in the distance, feeling a mixture of inexplicable pity and amusement. She handed the rope in her hand to Chu Mo, who had come over, and instructed, take them to tie the ropes, and make sure they're tight. Yes. Chu Mo nodded, took the rope, and left. Luo Yunchu walked toward Xiao Hu. Seeing her approach, Xiao Hu eagerly rose from the ground, its tail wagging. Luo Yunchu, with a face full of black lines, said to it, Xiao Hu, can you keep your tail in check? Wagging like that really undermines your dignity, you understand. As she spoke, she crouched in front of Xiao Hu and gently stroked its large head. It must be said now that its fur had grown back, the texture was truly delightful. Hu. Xiao Hu snorted softly, slowly lowering its tail, and kept nuzzling Luo Yunchu's hand with its mouth. Hungry. Luo Yunchu reached out and tugged at its whiskers. Xiao Hu bared its teeth in a grimace, but let out a low whine, nodding pitifully at Luo Yunchu. Come on, let's go make some food in the cave. Luo Yunchu stood up and patted Xiao Hu's neck. The two of them, one human, one tiger, headed toward the cave. The children still couldn't help but feel afraid when they saw Xiao Hu. Luo Yunchu said nothing, simply telling them to go outside and play for a while. Xiao Hu, stay here quietly, and he'll make you some food. Luo Yunchu pointed to a corner nearby, but Xiao Hu shook its head and kept following her. Luo Yunchu sighed helplessly. Fine, follow me if you must, but don't cause any trouble. Hu. Xiao Hu nodded, emphatically indicating it would absolutely not cause any disturbance. Seeing that no one else was in the cave, Luo Yunchu flashed into her space, processed the wolf meat, and then emerged carrying 2 wolf carcasses. Xiao Hu's large eyes were filled with utter wonder as it looked at Luo Yunchu. However, Luo Yunchu was busy roasting the meat and did not notice. Even if she had, she might not have fully understood Xiao Hu's expression. In short, the communication between Luo Yunchu and Xiao Hu mostly involved Xiao Hu accommodating her. After all, Xiao Hu could understand her words, whereas she could not fully comprehend Xiao Hu's meaning. She could only try to understand by half-guessing based on its sounds, expressions, and actions. Half an incense stick later, a rich aroma began to emanate from the cave, and all the children outside turned their heads in unison to look inside. Big brother, it smells so good. Yes, so good. Second brother, I'm hungry. What is master making? It smells so good. Chu Li and Chu Mo exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and silently shook their heads. It really was deliciously fragrant. All the children gazed longingly at the cave entrance, their throats involuntarily moving. Slowly their hands stopped working. As the aroma grew richer and richer, everyone began to peek inside. The younger ones occasionally let out audible gulping sounds. Chu Li, bring them in. Luo Yunchu's voice came from within the cave. Chu Li blinked, snapped back to reality, threw down what he was holding, and called everyone inside. But as they approached, many couldn't help but retreat. Only Chu Li, Chu Mo, and the original dozen or so children managed to come to Luo Yunchu's side. Luo Yunchu turned to look at them, then at Xiao Hu, who was eating voraciously beside her, and suddenly conceived a rather mischievous idea. She drew a dagger from her waist, cut the meat piece by piece, and began distributing it one by one, starting with Chu Li. Only after the 14 children who had come forward had all received their portions did Luo Yunchu turn to look at the children standing at a distance, staring longingly. She said calmly, "Who will come first?" As she spoke, she sliced off a piece of wolf meat weighted in her hand and added, "Come and get it yourself, and you'll have something to eat." The crowd stared at the meat in her hand, then at their older siblings who had already retreated inside and were eating. They all swallowed in unison. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Luo Yunchu withdrew her outstretched hand further inward. It had originally been beyond Xiaohu, but now it was within In other words, to get it now one would have to cross Xiaohu. The crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to approach. Chu Li and Chu Mo watched anxiously from the opposite side, yet dared not utter a word. "If no one comes, they'll let Xiaohu finish it all," Luo Yunchu declared, and immediately a stir broke out among them. Even Xiaohu, who had been engrossed in his own dinner, lifted his head in dissatisfaction, his tiger eyes gazing at Luo Yunchu with grievance. His expression seemed to say, "I have my own, I want to eat theirs." Luo Yunchu was speechless. "I wasn't talking about you. Eat yours." What kind of look was that? Was this tiger truly so intelligent? Xiaohu snorted, then lay down on his forepaws in a pitiful manner, causing Luo Yunchu's eyes to twitch. She shuddered with distaste, resolutely ignoring this drama queen, and raised her eyes to the children across. "Coming. If not, I'll eat it myself." Chu Li and Chu Mo frantically signaled from the other side, but the children still dared not move. Luo Yunchu was naturally aware of their subtle gestures, but she said nothing, merely watching them quietly. Finally, a child about 8 years old mustered the courage to step forward. He looked at Xiaohu's hindquarters. No way to pass unless he climbed over the tiger. The only way was to go around from the front of Xiaohu's head. In the end, the desire to eat overcame his fear. He took a deep breath, squinted, and skirted around Xiao, who finally grabbing the meat he had been longing for. Luo Yunchu's lips curled slightly, both amused and inexplicably sorry. However, they would have to coexist with Xiaohu for a long time. If they could not conquer their fear and remained like this, what would happen in the future? When they went down below, the space was limited. Could Xiaohu stay up here? Deep in the mountains and forests, if Xiaohu weren't here, she feared some wild beasts might appear. With 47 children, to put it bluntly, if one were snatched away in a moment of inattention, she might not even notice in time. Sure enough, once there was a first, a second followed. After all, they were children who had been busy all afternoon and were already hungry. All they needed was someone to take the lead. Soon the entire wolf meat was divided cleanly. Seeing that they were still not fully satisfied, Luo Yunchu's gaze fell on the half left by Xiaohu. Then, under Xiaohu's shocked, dissatisfied, yet unvoiced anger, Luo Yunchu took the half of the meat from the rack. Xiaohu looked down at the small piece clutched under it. He hadn't eaten enough yet. He had only eaten half. How could his master take his food? Luo Yunchu pretended not to see Xiaohu's accusing gaze, quickly divided the wolf meat, and then pointed to the water flask by the fire. "The water inside is warm. Drink it yourselves. Xiaohu will sleep at the cave entrance tonight. Don't be afraid. Xiaohu won't hurt you. He is here to protect you. Don't suddenly scream or shout. Don't startle him, and he won't harm you. Understand?" Luo Yunchu patiently explained to the children. The first dozen or so were fine. The main concern was those who were originally meant to be sent away. The biggest problem was that they were too young. Many times it wasn't that they wanted to be afraid, but that it was instinct. Not to mention children, even an adult would be terrified seeing such a huge tiger. Otherwise the villagers wouldn't have used Xiaohu to scare them. "Surely I'm going back. Keep an eye on them. Don't cause any trouble, and don't go out, understand?" "Yes, I understand, master. Please be careful on your way down the mountain." Chu Li nodded. Luo Yunchu replied indifferently, then stood up and patted the still aggrieved Xiaohu. "Let's go to the cave entrance." Xiaohu snorted and got up. Though Luo Yunchu couldn't understand the sounds, she knew that the snorts were filled with accusation and complaint. When they reached the cave entrance, Luo Yunchu produced 2 roasted chickens from behind her, as if by magic. Xiaohu's eyes instantly lit up, leaving Luo Yunchu utterly speechless. Just so real. After feeding Xiaohu, Luo Yunchu got up and descended the mountain. When she stepped into the courtyard, the candlelight in the room on the right went. In the past, Feng Xian would always be the first to greet Luo Yunchu when she returned. Today there was no one. Luo Yunchu's lips curled slightly. For the first time, she felt completely at ease. Her gaze lingered briefly on a certain room, then she fetched water and entered her room, went into the base to wash up, and after coming out she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the village head arrived at the courtyard gate just as Luo Yunchu was returning from her morning run. "Grandpa Lu." "Ah, young girl, you're up so early," the village head replied warmly. Seeing the changed Luo Yunchu, he felt for the first time that the Lu family had finally done something good. At least now this child was truly living well. In the past, she had always been dark-skinned, lacked proper clothes, and was perpetually dirty. After her parents died, she became increasingly withdrawn, and no other children wanted to play with her. "Alas, Grandpa Lu, have you returned from the county?" Luo Yunchu replied with a smile. "Yes, here are the severance of kinship document you requested, and the deed to the back mountain," the village head said, pulling 3 pieces of yellow paper from his sleeve. Luo Yunchu took them, and looked at the extra deed puzzled. What is this? This is the deed to this courtyard. I handled it for you as well. Your husband only paid 10 taels of rent to the village chief for 5 years, but he didn't buy the courtyard. The village head explained kindly. You spent 300 taels this time, so I included the deed to this courtyard. From now on you'll have no worries. After hearing his words, Luo Yunchu smiled sincerely. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. I didn't know this courtyard was rented. Thank you. The village head chuckled. It's nothing. Just don't go to the village when you don't have to. The Lu family is not worth remembering. Luo Yunchu was taken aback then smiled. I understand, Grandpa Lu. Thank you. She pulled 3 silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to the village head. Hey Race, 300 taels. I'm really grateful for your help. It's nothing, just a small errand. The village head waved dismissively. Child, live your own life well. You'll be going now. Luo Yunchu waved at the departing village head until his figure disappeared at the foot of the mountain. Then she turned and entered the courtyard. The original owner had indeed met a few good people in her life, but perhaps her fortune was too thin. Luo Yunchu sighed softly. Just as she looked up, she met the gaze of Qi Shiyu, who was coming out of his room. Their eyes met in the air for just a moment, then they exchanged a faint smile, and each looked away. One headed toward the courtyard, the other toward the kitchen. Luo Yunchu did not make noodles today, as there was not much left at home. So she took some bread and milk from her space, warmed them slightly, and brought them out. As usual, only Luo Yunchu, Qi Shiyu, and Feng Xian were eating. Murong Yu was still asleep. After finishing her own meal, Luo Yunchu stood up and went to the kitchen. Following the usual routine, she prepared Qi Shiyu's medicinal meal and the herbs for his meal. Once done, she said to Feng Xian, Murong, yes, breakfast is in the kitchen. He can eat it directly when he wakes up. Qi Shiyu's medicinal meal and bath are still the same. Take them on time, soak on time. Having said that, she turned and left without looking back. Qi Shiyu was left holding the half-empty milk cup, faint veins rising on the back of his hand. Feng Xian silently withdrew his gaze from the doorway, glanced at his master, sighed quietly, and picked up a bucket to go fetch water. Instead of returning to the mountains, Luo Yunchu went directly to the town. She first casually inquired about the Wanxian gambling house, then asked around if anyone from the county had arrived recently. After asking around, she found that nothing had happened at all except that the main gate of Wanxian gambling house was locked. She tried to ask people, but no one knew what had occurred. That night, a huge tiger broke into Wanxian gambling house and bit everyone inside to death. Yesterday, people from the county came, but instead of investigating the tiger attack, they dismantled the gambling house and moved everything out. Luo Yunchu was utterly bewildered. After thanking them, she went directly to the back door of Wanxian gambling house and climbed over. Once inside, she realized they were telling the truth. All the tables and everything in the gambling house were gone. It was now just an empty shell. Luo Yunchu frowned. What was going on? Wasn't this gambling house the county magistrate's turf? His son had died there, so why would he dismantle it? After inspecting thoroughly and finding nothing significant, she came out. Just as she reached the street, she saw a large crowd gathered around the announcement board. Curious, she walked over. Haha, the county magistrate has been beheaded. Really? Exactly, it can't be fake, can it? How could it be fake? This is an official notice from the government. How could it be fake? Luo Yunchu was speechless. What the hell? What was happening? She slowly squeezed through the crowd until she saw the official notice with her own eyes. Only then did she believe it was true. It was utterly baffling. How had the county magistrate suddenly been arrested? For monopolizing the market. For kidnapping innocent women. Framed cases. How had it all suddenly come to light? Had someone been targeting him? Luo Yunchu frowned as she withdrew from the crowd, utterly puzzled. Regardless of what had happened, at least for now, this was good news for her. It saved her a lot of trouble. She went to the grain and oil shop again and bought a large quantity of goods, filling another cart. The driver looked at her in astonishment. What was going on in this girl's household? How could she buy a cartload every few days? What did she do with so much stuff? Did she eat it all? Use it all? Luo Yunchu had no idea what he was thinking. She still had him drive the cart into the alley, and as usual she stored everything in her space, then pulled the empty cart back out. She went to another familiar shop, made purchases, and asked the owner to help her buy a horse. After paying the silver, she left amidst the owner's profuse thanks. Days passed one after another. Luo Yunchu's life was a straight line between 2 points. At night, she returned home in the morning. She got up, made breakfast, prepared everything needed, then went into the mountains and stayed there until evening. Every day, when she returned, she could see the lamp burning, which would be extinguished the moment she stepped inside. A month later, the foundation in the mountains was almost finished. Since the space below was not particularly large, Luo Yunchu only built a 3-story wooden house, and the 3-story house was for the girls. There were only 15 of them. The 5-story one was for the boys, 32 of them. It was a bit cramped, but for now it was barely livable. The houses were built against the cliff wall. After the foundation was laid, wooden pillars were fixed into the cliff to free up enough space for training. At the stone arch in the middle, Luo Yunchu installed a heavy wooden door. Though it looked crude to her, it served as a psychological comfort for the girls. After all the children were growing up and becoming more aware, This was an ancient time, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Luo Yunchu rubbed her sore waist and arms, collapsing to sit on the ground, not wanting to move an inch. Master, have some water. Chu Yu brought over water and handed her a handkerchief from her waist. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this girl had come. Where are you no longer afraid of me? Previously it had always been Chu Li or Chu Imo. Chu Yu's face flushed red, and she lowered her head, murmuring, Master, please don't tease me. As she spoke, she slowly lifted her gaze, not quite daring to look directly at Luo Yunchu, and continued timidly. Big brother said that Master is a girl, and it's inconvenient for him, and second brother, so they sent me. Master, from now on let us serve you. After hearing Chu Yu's words, Luo Yunchu noticed Chu, Yin Chu Jin, and Chu Su standing not far away. Seeing their expressions, Luo Yunchu realized they were treating her like a young lady from a wealthy family. She chuckled. I don't need servants. Once the houses are built, you'll all be busy with your own work. You won't have the energy to serve anyone. Chu Yu opened her mouth as if to say something more, but Luo Yunchu cut her off. Enough. Go clean up and rest upstairs. With that, Luo Yunchu stood up and walked toward the wooden house, which was taking shape. She looked up at the result of her own labor, and a sense of satisfaction welled up. In another month the house should be nearly finished. By then she could move out. Compared to that courtyard, she preferred the mountains, the cliffside. The weeds around the cave entrance had been mostly cleared, and she planned to plant some flowers and grass. Wouldn't that be a paradise on earth? The wind, the mountains, the water, all were good. Speaking of water, she hadn't yet piped it in. That was another major project. She still needed to bring bamboo from outside. But, while the arrow was already on the bowstring, she couldn't help but shoot. Luo Yunchu sighed deeply. Every time before starting a task, she felt so annoyed. Once the work was mostly done and the rough shape emerged, it didn't seem so annoying anymore. After the houses were built, the next step was to train these children. By then, after watching Chu Li, Chu Mo, and the others all go up, Luo Yunchu extinguished the torch and quickly climbed up herself. She played with the little tiger for a while, gave the children a treat of meat, and then hurried back home. Master, a letter has arrived from Yuza. Feng Xian entered holding a slip of paper. Qi Shiyu took it, and the moment he unfolded it, his brow furrowed deeply. What's wrong, Master? Has something happened to Yuza? Feng Xian's heart leaped at the sight. Yuza is injured. He just arrived in Chuanzhou. Qi Shiyu said in a low voice. Feng Xian frowned. How could he only just reach Chuanzhou? It's been nearly 2 months. By rights, he should be near Nanjiang. Qi Shiyu reduced the note to ashes, his face cold. He encountered Qi Jingyi on the way. Feng Xian pressed his lips together, anger instantly coloring his. Qi Shiyu's expression was calm, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the door. If it weren't for Murong Nanhua and Xiejiwei, Yuza probably wouldn't have made it back to Chuanzhou. Feng Xian was stunned for a moment. Murong Nanhua and Xiejiwei are in Chuanzhou. Then, not only are they in Chuanzhou, but Qi Jingyi has also diverted there. Qi Shiyu's brow furrowed tighter, and his hands on his knees unconsciously clenched. Feng Xian was stunned. Then Xiao Yun. Qi Shiyu rose and walked to the window, pushing half of it open. There's no need to worry about Xiao Yun. I'm afraid Xiao Qi won't be able to restrain himself. Between Xiao Qi and Qi Jingyi lay a blood feud of family annihilation. To be fair, no matter what Xiao Qi did, it would not be excessive. The only problem was that now was not the time to move against Qi Jingyi, nor could he be touched. Feng Xian frowned, hesitating for a long while before speaking. Master, I personally feel that Xiao Qi will not act rashly. You need not worry too much. Xiao Qi had always been steady, he should not be so blinded by hatred. But Qi Shiyu thought otherwise, for he too was a man burdened with vengeance, and he knew well what it felt like to harbor hatred in one's heart. On ordinary days it might be manageable, but when your enemy stands right before you, how could you possibly hold back? Take himself as an example. Even in his current state, all he yearned for was to return for revenge, to demand an explanation from the one who wanted him dead. Feng Xian bore no such enmity, so he could not understand. Xiao Qi had always been composed and restrained, but all his composure was merely for the sake of just like himself now. He had clung to life until today, expending countless efforts, all for the sake of returning to seek an answer. All right, you may withdraw. Qi Shiyu's voice came tinged with weariness. Feng Xian bowed and silently withdrew. Qi Shiyu turned his gaze toward the courtyard gate. Now that Yuza was injured, he probably wouldn't be waiting for his return. Without the blood lotus, this poison of mine, could it still be cured? If not, could I perhaps leave? If the poison couldn't be cured, then his only end was death. Without a future, how could he give Chuer happiness? In that case, it would be better to leave early. Chuer should be able to help suppress the poison, and if he could live like an ordinary person for just a year, that would be enough. He wasn't trying to do anything earth-shattering, all he sought was an answer. Now that Qi Jingyi had arrived in Chuanzhou, and Xiao Qi harbored a blood feud against him, if he truly had no future, it wouldn't matter much if Xiao Qi killed him. At worst, it was just death. Perhaps having made up his mind, the confusion in Qi Shiyu's eyes gradually turned to resolve. Just as he was about to call for Feng Xian, his gaze fell upon that familiar figure. This time he did not extinguish the lamp, but turned and pushed the door to go out. Miss Luo, I have something I'd like to ask you. May I have a moment? He stood at the door, slightly stepping aside. Luo Yunchu stopped, a hint of suspicion flickering across her face. All these days Qi Shiyu had kept a proper distance from her, even taking pulses in the courtyard. Tonight. Has something happened? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Yunchu asked instinctively. Qi Shiyu's eyes flickered with helplessness, but the night was deep and the moonlight pale, so Luo Yunchu didn't notice. No, I just have some questions. If it's inconvenient, we can talk here. Qi Shiyu replied. Luo Yunchu shook her head. Let's go inside and talk. With his health, if the night wind blew, she would be the one to suffer in the end. She didn't stand on ceremony, and went straight into his room, sitting down. What is it? Qi Shiyu walked slowly to sit opposite her, his gaze sweeping across Luo Yunchu's face, a glint in his eyes. Then he poured a cup of hot tea and have a warm drink first. Luo Yunchu took it, looking at him with suspicion. What's wrong with you? This Qi Shiyu seemed a bit off somehow. If you have something to say, just say it. Qi Shiyu's expression stiffened. She was always so straightforward, no matter the matter or the aspect, she never seemed to beat around the bush. Her likes and dislikes were always laid bare, just as when she rejected him, she spoke with such firmness. Though her tone was gentle, every word pierced his heart. He curled his lips into a faint smile, forcibly stripping away the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This was fine, wasn't it? He couldn't give her anything anyway, so it was all. I was wondering, Miss Luo, if without the blood lotus can my poison still be cured? Hearing this, Luo Yunchu's brow furrowed deeply. What do you mean? Qi Shiyu just smiled lightly. Nothing, just asking. If it can't be cured, do you have any medicine or method to suppress it for me? 1 year is enough. Luo Yunchu narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as it fell on Qi Shiyu's face. Has something happened to Yuza? Hearing this, the smile on Qi Shiyu's face instantly froze. She had guessed it already. Yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for Yuza to return. Also, there are some matters at home, and I may need to go back. He smiled with relief, half truthful. Luo Yunchu frowned, her expression cold, her tone filled with undisguised anger. If you go back now, you'll be walking to your death. Qi Shiyu slowly lifted his gaze. Under the dim candlelight, his deep eyes met Luo Yunchu's slightly irate ones, and he smiled as if relieved. I know. That's why I wanted to ask Miss Luo if there's any way to help me suppress it. Just 1 year. I can give you anything you desire. Luo Yunchu sneered. A dying man like you. What could you possibly give me? I saved you and treated you for so long, and what have you given me? As she spoke, the curve of her lips grew colder. Qi Shiyu, you may leave anytime you wish, but if you want to live, I advise you to stay. Even if Yuza fails to return, I can at least keep you alive for now, and slowly try to detoxify you. It may be troublesome, but there's hope. Luo Yunchu rose, and stopped beside Qi Shiyu. If you leave, I guarantee that within 3 months you'll die a violent death. Stay or go, it's your choice. Without me, there's no one in this world who can suppress what's inside you. With that, Luo Yunchu left without looking back, anger simmering within her at his words. What did he think her medicinal meals were? All the herbs in them were merely auxiliary to dilute the potion, slowly mending the hidden injuries in his body, gradually suppressing, and even dissolving the toxins in his blood. Her potion was far too potent. His body harbored too many fierce toxins, and had long been worn down. If she administered the potion directly, the clash between it and the toxins would cause him to explode and die. Thus she had to adopt a gentle approach, like boiling a frog in warm water, neutralizing his toxins to an average level, before she could slowly dissolve them bit by bit. She couldn't guarantee a cure, only that it was possible. The process would also be excruciatingly long. With a blood lotus, once his body was conditioned to a certain degree, there was a 50% chance he could pull through. Without a blood lotus, he couldn't survive. Even if he overcame the toxins, he would ultimately die from the potency of the medicine. That's why she hadn't dared to use the potion when she first arrived. If not for that strike from Yuza back, then she would have delayed using it until now. Or perhaps even longer. Qi Shiyu stared at the empty doorway, long silent. 3 months. He couldn't even make it back in 3 months. So he was destined never to find the answer, or clear his name, was he? Cough, cough. He slowly rose and walked to the bedside, a faint cough reminding him relentlessly that he was now nothing but a useless wreck. He could accomplish nothing. Even living felt so futile. Yet when he first arrived here, he had already prepared himself to await death. Why? Why, when he had accepted everything, did he have to meet Shu? Why give him hope of survival? Why make him in this world so unkind to him once again feel attachment? He could have vanished quietly, but instead he had to encounter that glimmer of light before his death, and that light merely brushed past him, never lingering for even a moment. He removed his outer robe, slowly laid down in the quilt, and stared at the bed frame above, unable to fall asleep. He knew that if he hadn't harbored such improper thoughts, he wouldn't be in this torment. But those thoughts had indeed arisen. He didn't know why such thoughts had emerged, yet they were beyond his control. The more he tried to push them away, the more persistent they became. He knew Chuer was unwilling, so he forced himself to treat her with courtesy. But the anguish within him was known only to himself. Luo Yunchu had intended to enter the room, but upon hearing his cough, she inexplicably paused at the doorstep. Feng Xian, watching from the rooftop, muttered to himself, clearly the lady cares for the master. Why must things be like this? He held his sword to his chest, unable to comprehend it no matter how he thought. Finally, he lay down on the roof, staring blankly at the stars in the sky. Luo Yunchu sat down at the entrance, taking out a potion and examining it in her hand. If Yuza didn't return, Qi Shiyu would ultimately be doomed. Should she just give it to him now and let fate decide? In the end, Luo Yunchu let out a deep sigh and slowly tightened her grip on the potion. If she gave it to him now, even if she exhausted every skill, she couldn't save him in the slightest. The Blood Lotus. Luo Yunchu slowly lifted her gaze to the half-closed door. Without a Blood Lotus, she would have to find a toxic substance that could match it. And what could match the Blood Lotus? First, the sap of the Upas tree. Second, the venom of a giant serpent. Third, the 3 insects and 3 herbs: viper, spider, scorpion, heartbreak, grass, frost chill herb, and shadow poison mushroom. Not one could be missing. She had the Upas tree sap in her space, and she could ask Little Tiger about the giant serpent. The 3 insects were easy to handle. She could breed them if their toxicity was insufficient. The heartbreak grass was also manageable as she had it in her space. But the frost chill herb was hard to find. Its growth conditions were extremely harsh, obtainable only from the depths of a frigid pool. The shadow poison mushroom was similar, growing in crevices of sheer cliffs. That's why she would rather send them to seek the Blood Lotus than consider using these substitutes. Gathering all these items was not only difficult, but even encountering or seeing them was no easy feat. Just thinking about searching for them gave her a headache. She got up and returned to her room, throwing herself onto the bed with limbs splayed. Maybe she could just give him something random and let him go. After all, he was going to die anyway. She had no real connection to him. Why bother about his life or death? A moment later, she turned over, her small face scrunched up. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Luo Yunchu, did you not exhaust your idol hard enough in your past life, coming here to play the Good Samaritan? He's just a passerby. Why do you care about him? Are you sick? Something wrong with you, eh? She muttered irritably, and while talking to herself, she actually began to feel her own pulse. No illness. This body could knock out an ox with one punch now. She grabbed her hair in frustration. In her mind, why was it all filled with the image of Qi Shiyu? Luo Yunchu, are you that desperate for a man? And a sickly one who could die any moment? Why fixate on him of all? Why keep thinking about him? Yeah, I'm sick, I must be sick. Tomorrow I'll give myself an acupuncture treatment. Something's definitely wrong. It seems my medical skills have regressed since coming here. Luo Yunchu lay there on her back without covering herself with a quilt or taking off her shoes, mumbling incessantly, whether to herself or to herself alone. At some point she drifted into a dazed sleep, unconsciously wrapping the spread quilt around herself like a silkworm chrysalis. Oh, Luo Yunchu flung the blanket aside and sat up, her hair a tangled mess. Unbelievable. This is absolutely insane. What's going on? It's still not over. Even in my dreams. Can this ever end? Luo Yunchu looked at the pitch-black darkness outside, her whole body radiating impatience and violence. She directly flashed into the space, ran to the bathroom to take a shower, then took a strengthening agent and injected it into her arm. Back in bed, she closed her eyes, waiting to fall asleep. Then, good, this body had developed resistance. Fortunately, the potency was strong enough that after a while Luo Yunchu finally fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. When she woke again, it was already noon the next day. The moment she opened her eyes, Luo Yunchu nearly jumped straight out of bed until Qi Shiyu's voice sounded, snapping her back to reality. Miss Luo, what's wrong? Qi Shiyu sat by the bed. When he saw her flinch back at the sight of him, his chest felt instantly constricted. Yet he couldn't help asking worriedly, are you feeling unwell? Luo Yunchu shook her head. Alive. She had thought she was hallucinating that badly. It had scared her badly. No, I just don't want to get up. What time is it? Have you eaten? Luo Yunchu glanced outside. Hearing Murong Yu's voice, she guessed it was already late. Just past noon. Feng Xian is cooking. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Qi Shiyu quickly rose and left the bed. Luo Yunchu nodded and quickly got off the bed. It was then that Qi Shiyu noticed she hadn't even taken off her shoes. Was she too tired? Or was she on guard against him? Luo Yunchu didn't know what Qi Shiyu was thinking. Seeing him staring at her, she reached out and touched herself. When a strand of hair fell before her eyes, she realized how she looked right now. She hastily ran her fingers through her hair, tied it into a ponytail, and went straight into the kitchen. Qi Shiyu watched that small figure, a sense of loss spreading rapidly in his heart, making his tongue feel bitter. Leave, and it's a dead end. Not leave, it doesn't seem any better. What should he do? He stepped out of the room, watching the busy figure in the kitchen, noticing how the hem of her skirt, once reaching the ground, now only reached her ankles. She had grown taller. When she first arrived, she looked extremely malnourished except for her cheeks, which were slightly chubby. But in these 2 short months, she had truly changed a lot. The whole person was different. Whether in expression, temperament, or appearance, earth-shaking changes had occurred. Feng Xian, Qi Shiyu said calmly. Feng Xian, who was standing at the kitchen door, came over upon hearing his voice. Master, what's the matter? Qi Shiyu kept looking at the kitchen, but subconsciously lowered his voice. Go to the town and buy 2 sets of women's clothing red and black. Feng Xian was taken aback for a moment before he reacted, quickly bowing his head and replying yes, but master. Qi Shiyu waved his hand. Nothing. Go and come back quickly. Yes. Murong Yu, who was also guarding the kitchen door, got up and came to Qi Shiyu's side after seeing Feng Xian leave. During this time, Qi Shiyu and his sister had suddenly become distant. His sister went out early and returned late every day. Since he had caused trouble last time, he never dared to approach her. And if he didn't seek Luo Yunchu, she would absolutely never come to him. In the past, when Little Tiger was there, he had something to pass the time. Later, when Little Tiger was gone, Qi Shiyu and his sister were not so estranged, and he could occasionally chime in. But now, he felt like a transparent person with nothing to say to Qi Shiyu or Feng Xian. As for Luo Yunchu, that was even less. In a day, it was hard to see her even once. Even though he no longer slept in, he couldn't manage a few words with his sister in the morning. In short, over the past month, he had become more and more confused. He first glanced at the kitchen, then lowered his voice and asked, brother, what's going on between you and sister? Qi Shiyu heard his words, raised his eyes to glance at him lightly, just one glance, then looked away. Nothing. Murong Yu. See, this was his daily life. He felt that if he continued like this, he would soon forget how to speak. He pursed his lips and retreated to the kitchen door, propping his chin on one hand, gazing longingly at the busy figure inside. Staying like this now is useless. What to do? Maybe go back and bring my parents here. Otherwise, this stalemate is not a solution. But if I go back, it will take at least a month and a half to come back again. I'll ask sister later. Sister probably won't leave. After deciding, he nodded to himself, as if to encourage himself. When he looked at Luo Yunchu again, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Luo Yunchu didn't know what was happening outside, or rather she sensed it, but had no mind to investigate. She only finished preparing all the dishes, then asked Murong Yu to carry them out, and began to prepare the medicinal food and bath items. But this time, unlike before, she increased the dosage from 2 drops to 4 drops. She would later observe Qi Shiyu's reaction. If there was no problem, it meant his body was slowly recovering. Appropriately increase the dosage. She would first go find the giant snake and 3 insects, which would probably take about a week. After a week, she could increase the dosage again. Once his body fully adapted to the medicine, the toxins in his body should be neutralized into one. Life or death depended on whether she could find those substitutes. Luo Yunchu brought out the medicinal food and placed it before Qi Shiyu. Eat quickly. Warm food helps digestion. Knowing he usually ate slowly, she urged him. After speaking, she sat down to eat. Previously, she ate very fast, but this time she did not. Qi Shiyu couldn't help asking, Miss Luo, are you not going out today? Luo Yunchu looked up at him. I'm going out. After you finish eating, I'll check your body before I leave. Hearing this, both Qi Shiyu and Murong Yu were startled. The former's lips curled slightly, then he began to eat. The latter looked at Luo Yunchu with slight surprise, as if trying to read something from her face. The food is on the table, not on my face. Luo Yunchu gave Murong Yu an annoyed glance. It was actually a very ordinary look, but to Murong Yu it felt like, for some reason, he was afraid of his sister from the bottom of his bones. Sister, I want to go home for a bit and come back later. Will you still be here, sister? Murong Yu asked, his eyes sparkling with expectation as he looked at Luo Yunchu. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her gaze as she replied, have you mistaken the priorities? You have your own home, but this is not your home. You don't need to come back anymore. Murong Yu. He knew sister would definitely say that. He lowered his head, feeling wronged, his eyes instantly reddening. Noticing his actions, Luo Yunchu swallowed the food in her mouth with difficulty and finally managed to say, is it far? Murong Yu quickly raised his head, tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes. It's far, but it will take about 3 months for a round trip. This was under the condition of traveling at full speed. Luo Yunchu nodded. Then leave later. They'll have someone bring a horse for you, and don't come back after you return. Murong Yu pursed his lips, feeling unhappy again, or it sounded to him as if she was saying hurry up and leave. Luo Yunchu ignored him, quickly finished her meal, and returned her dishes to the kitchen. Beside them, Qi Shiyu remained silent, but couldn't help but furrow his brows. Murong Yu was going back. But Murong Nanhua and Xie Zhuwei were in Xuanzhou. Should I tell him? He looked up and saw that Luo Yunchu had finished eating. Looking at the half-full bowl in front of him, he suppressed his thoughts and hurriedly continued eating. Luo Yunchu did not come out, as she was still busy in the kitchen. After Qi Shiyu finished, he brought his bowl inside. Are you done eating? Luo Yunchu looked up. Qi Shiyu nodded, watching her stir something in a bucket with a wooden stick, and curiously asked, what are you making? Herbal material for the medicinal bath. It needs to be stirred. Luo Yunchu replied without raising her head. In fact, she was adding some enhancers to the medicinal bath, since it seemed he had no discomfort after eating earlier. Thus she decided to take a dual approach by using the medicinal bath as well. Although Qi Shiyu was puzzled, he said nothing and simply stood behind her watching. Once Luo Yunchu finished, she turned around, took his hand, and began to check his pulse. He suddenly realized he had been lost in thought. After a while, Luo Yunchu withdrew her hand and calmly said, there's no problem. When Feng Xian returns, let him prepare the medicine for you. You should soak in it more. Okay. Qi Shiyu responded without even asking for the reason. Luo Yunchu nodded, preparing to turn and leave. After a moment's thought, she turned back. You said you wanted to leave yesterday. Did something happen? Qi Shiyu was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting her to ask this. After a pause, he chuckled lightly. Yes, something happened at home. Is Yuzhe not coming back? Luo Yunchu asked directly without any hesitation. Qi Shiyu replied. He was injured, and probably won't be able to go to Nanjiang for a while. Even if someone were to be sent in Chuanzhou, it would be too late to return. Luo Yunchu nodded. Alright, since there are no blood lotuses, then we'll find something else to replace them. He'll go look in the mountains today. Luo Yunchu raised her eyes, her gaze containing a hint of indistinct emotion. Qi Shiyu, I may not be able to find a substitute, so administering the antidote to you carries risks. If I fail, you will only have death awaiting you. So think it over. I will do my utmost to treat you, but whether you can survive depends on how resilient you are. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. Whether he could survive no longer mattered to him. Last night he thought about it for the entire night, but couldn't convince himself to let go of his obsession, nor could he persuade himself to abandon his grievances. However, now it seemed he had suddenly come to a realization. No matter what attitude Chuer held towards him, at least in the matter of administering the antidote, she was sincere. So since the conclusion is ultimately death, why cling to those grievances? As for his obsession, he might as well consider that he had never encountered Chuer. Once dead, the notion of obsession would cease to exist. It's fine, Chuer. Qi Shiyu's lips curled lightly, bringing a hint of relief. When he realized he had called her incorrectly, he quickly corrected himself. Miss Luo, please just treat me. I am but a dying man, and you need not have any concerns. Luo Yunchu's gaze fell on Qi Shiyu's face. The smile on his lips seemed to radiate a faint warmth in her eyes. She appeared to be calm as she withdrew her gaze, lightly affirming. Alright, I will do my best to gather the materials and quickly administer the antidote to you. After the antidote, you should return quickly. I hope your life is resilient enough. After finishing, Luo Yunchu directly left. When she reached the courtyard, Morong Yu was tidying up the table. Luo Yunchu took out a 50 taels silver ingot and placed it on the table. Take this. In half an hour, go wait at the foot of the mountain. I will have Chu Li send a horse for you, and don't come back after you leave. Morong Yu stared at the silver ingot on the table, his cloth frozen in midair. When he looked up, Luo Yunchu's figure had vanished. Luo Yunchu returned to the mountains, and immediately found Chu Li instructing him to pick a good horse to send to Morong Yu. She called for Chu Mo, asking him to lead 2 horses behind Chu Li, ensuring that Morong Yu wouldn't notice him, and only to come out after Morong Yu had left. She casually instructed them to buy some miscellaneous items in town like candles. The main idea was to have them check the official notice in town. Once the 2 left, she directly approached the children and looked at the few kids she had named, saying, Did you all run this morning? A child stepped out of the crowd. Chu Yin, a dark-skinned, strong child taller than Chu Li. Master, we've all run, and we've also practiced horse stance, climbing handstands, and both single and double bars and wooden stakes as well. Luo Yunchu nodded. Then take a break now. I need to go to the deep mountains. Little Tiger will come with me, so don't run around. Wait for Chu Li and Chu Mo. Yes. Chu Yin replied loudly. The 4 Chu Yu stepped forward. Master, be careful. Luo Yunchu nodded, affirming, and then left with Little Tiger. The scent of Little Tiger was already present here, and ordinary animals would not easily tread into this area, so their safety was not a major concern. Luo Yunchu continued deeper into the forest with Xiaohu the tiger leading the way as she followed closely behind. The pair searched several spots in the woods. Snakes were not hard to find, nor were giant snakes, but many giant snakes were non-venomous. What proved challenging was locating a venomous giant serpent. Moreover, it had to be highly toxic, so they could only press deeper inward. Such creatures surely existed, though whether they dwelled here remained uncertain. The path grew increasingly damp until a wave of miasma swept toward them, causing Luo Yunchu to furrow her brows involuntarily. After another 10 minutes or so of walking deeper, the miasma thickened considerably. Luo Yunchu's brow knitted tightly. Fortunately, her current body had been strengthened enough that she wouldn't need to resort to a gas mask. Xiaohu gradually lowered its body, a low growl beginning to rumble from its throat. Luo Yunchu lifted her gaze toward the nearby thicket. Xiaohu stayed. The tiger turned its head halfway, as if to say she couldn't handle this alone, while the other half remained vigilantly fixed on the grass ahead. Luo Yunchu gently patted Xiaohu, soothing it. Your body hasn't fully strengthened yet. It would be dangerous if you got bitten. Be good. Xiaohu growled softly, rubbing its head persistently against Luo Yunchu's leg, the worry in its expression unmistakable even without her needing to guess. It was saying she would get poisoned too. Luo Yunchu let out a soft laugh. I won't get poisoned. No toxin has any effect on me. Be good, go wait over there. Xiaohu still refused to comply, so Luo Yunchu darkened her expression. Only then did the tiger slowly lower its head, just as a commotion stirred in the roar. Xiaohu instantly unleashed a thunderous roar toward that direction. Luo Yunchu pressed her lips together, a flicker of relief washing over her. The roar reverberated through the forest for a long while. Luo Yunchu roughly estimated it could carry at least a kilometer. As for what she felt relieved about, it was that Xiaohu had been injured when she captured it back then. If it were now, she certainly couldn't have subdued Xiaohu. Though the medicines shed, given the tiger played a part, this was truly the first time Luo Yunchu had witnessed a tiger in full combat mode so vividly. The saying, "a tiger's roar shakes the mountain forest," was no exaggeration. Luo Yunchu promptly produced a tang horizontal saber and a triangular military spike, her favorite weapon. Since she needed to extract venom from the giant snake while it was still alive, she couldn't use firearms, though a pistol could still come in handy. Thus, as a precaution, she strapped a desert eagle to her calf. Intimidated by Xiaohu, the giant snake dared not advance for a moment. As it lay prostrate on the ground, Luo Yunchu hadn't yet realized its true size. Only when it slowly raised its head from the thicket did she see a head nearly as large as Xiahus and a body as thick as a barrel. Luo Yunchu felt her breath catch for an instant. She swallowed hard. This snake. It was at least 10 meters long with a girth as thick as a person. Its body was covered in grained white scales, and sunlight, filtering through the canopy, cast a faint, barely perceptible green sheen over the gray areas. When it spotted Luo Yunchu, it abruptly reared up, opening its massive maw to reveal a pair of sharp fangs and a flickering forked tongue. Luo Yunchu silently put away her blades, tucked the triangular spike into her waistband, and without a moment's hesitation swapped to an AK. Xiahus' fur bristled entirely. Roars continuously echoed from the forest. After a brief deliberation, Luo Yunchu chose 7.62mm caliber rounds. Gazing at the colossal creature before her, she estimated that 5.56mm wouldn't penetrate its scales. Xiaohu stepped in front of Luo Yunchu, lowering its body into an attack stance, rumbling growls rolling from its throat as it tried to intimidate the foe with the king of beasts' authority. At the same time, it subtly moved backward, guiding Luo Yunchu behind it to retreat. Luo Yunchu felt both exasperated and amused. The creature was not only clever, but also loyal. Still, she had no intention of letting Xiaohu take the risk. She would be more agile on her own. Finally, she waved her hand to store Xiaohu in her space, her gaze locked unwaveringly on the behemoth before her. As it slowly coiled its massive body, raising its head high, the snake's tongue flickered, emitting waves of foul, musky odor. Luo Yunchu gained a new appreciation for this deep mountain. This was utterly absurd. Her eyes fell again on those fangs glinting with green venom. She only needed the poison, so could she simply render it powerless? After calculating in her mind, she fired a single shot directly at its vital spot, 7 inches below the head. With a flick of her wrist, a silk thread instantly wrapped around a distant tree trunk, and in an instant she vanished from her spot. The giant snake, stricken with pain, its vertical pupils contracting sharply, lost its target and began thrashing and twisting its enormous body wildly. Wherever its body swept, nearby trees and underbrush snapped instantly. Amid its frenzied writhing, everything around was swept into chaos, leaving only devastation. Luo Yunchu maneuvered through the shadows of the trees until she was far from the scene, finally steadying herself. Without a second thought, she raised her rifle again, switching from single shot to automatic. Bang bang bang. Blossoms of blood bloomed ahead. The smile on Luo Yunchu's lips gradually widened. By the time she emptied a magazine, the giant snake had gone from its initial frenzy to growing weak and languid. Luo Yunchu clicked her tongue. A 30-round magazine. If you weren't so excessively huge, I wouldn't have resorted to a gun. Still, that was the downside of being such a large target. She barely needed to aim, just swept fire. And she had to admit this snake could take a beating. Even after all that, it still wouldn't die. Luo Yunchu leaped down from the tree, rifle in hand, and slowly approached the giant snake. Observing the massive head hanging limply, she still chose not to get too close. Instead, she stopped 10 meters away, released Xiaohu from her space, and carefully watched the snake's movements. Xiaohu blinked its large eyes in confusion, but upon seeing the battered serpent before it, it instantly bristled and let out a series of low growls. Luo Yunchu raised a hand to calm it. After waiting for some time with the tiger by her side, she confirmed the giant snake posed little further threat. Only then did she put away the AK and retrieve the desert eagle strapped to her leg. Stay put and don't move. Xiaohu snorted, sensing the snake was no longer dangerous, and didn't stop Luo Yunchu. Luo Yunchu crept slowly toward the giant snake, each step cautious, the desert eagle aimed squarely at its head. Should the serpent make the slightest move, she would show no mercy with her shot. Finally, she drew near the snake's head. Its cold vertical pupils stared at her icily as it tried to lift its head, only to collapse weakly in exhaustion. Luo Yunchu quickly called Xiaohu over. Xiaohu, lift the snake's head from underneath for me. Little Tiger cautiously pawed at the serpent a couple of times, ensuring it posed no further threat before carefully avoiding its fangs and slowly lifting its head. Luo Yunchu hurled the wolf claws onto a distant tree, binding one end through the serpent's mouth to force its gaping jaws open. Only after securing the situation did she begin searching both sides of the serpent's head. Finally, she located the venom glands near the oral cavity. Drawing out a dagger and a reagent tube, she swiftly sliced into the glands to extract the venom. Confirming she had obtained enough, Luo Yunchu patted Little Tiger's rear and said, "All right, Little Tiger, come on out." Little Tiger darted out quickly, still issuing low growls at the serpent. Luo Yunchu led him a safe distance away, then, without looking back, fired a single shot that struck the serpent's head, killing it instantly. It was a pity the serpent was venomous from head to tail, otherwise its meat would have been a delicacy. By the time Luo Yunchu returned to the cave, it was already dawn, yet all the children stood at the entrance, gazing intently in a certain direction. Luo Yunchu approached and noticed the younger children swaying with drowsiness. She frowned involuntarily and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Upon seeing Luo Yunchu's return, Chu Li hurried out of the cave. "Master, we heard Little Tiger's cries. They were terrifying. Did you encounter any danger?" Chu Mo followed closely behind. "Yes, Master, Little Tiger's roars were truly frightening. Luo Yunchu was taken aback for a moment before asking, "Were you all worried about me?" Everyone nodded in unison, the sleepy children suddenly wide awake. Their eyes seemed especially bright under the faint moonlight. "Master, are you injured?" Chu Li asked anxiously, his eyes scanning Luo Yunchu for any wounds. Luo Yunchu glanced at him, then at Chu Mo, and finally let her gaze rest on the group of children, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I'm fine, not a scratch. Little Tiger was just cooped up for too long, so I took him for some fun inside." She patted Little Tiger beside her and added, "I didn't expect you to hear his roars from so far away. Don't be afraid, a Little Tiger is very well behaved." Luo Yunchu initially thought they were frightened, but to her surprise, everyone shook their heads. "Master, we're not afraid of Little Tiger. Yes, he's very gentle and adorable." Luo Yunchu followed the voices to see Chu Yu and Chu Su. The two young girls and the other children echoed their sentiments. Hearing their mostly insincere words, Luo Yunchu couldn't help but laugh. They were clearly still afraid, but insisted on putting up a brave front. All right, go to sleep now. There's training early tomorrow morning." Luo Yunchu suppressed her smile and put on a stern expression. Everyone silently shrank their necks before scurrying into the cave. After a brief commotion, silence soon fell. Assuming they were exhausted, Luo Yunchu didn't check on them. Instead, she turned to Chu Li and Chu Mo, who were still standing nearby. "Is there something else?" Chu Li and Chu Mo exchanged a glance before meeting Luo Yunchu's eyes. With a thud, they both knelt ready to kowtow, but Luo Yunchu stopped them. "What are you doing?" Luo Yunchu's tone turned harsh. She understood the meaning of such gestures here and why they were doing it. But she disliked it. Moreover, the magistrate's execution was not her doing. "Master, the magistrate is dead. Was it you?" Chu Li asked. Luo Yunchu shook her head. "No, I only raided the Wanshan gambling house. I never went to the county town." Chu Li lowered his gaze, clearly unconvinced, but said nothing more. Luo Yunchu forcefully pulled them both to their feet and spoke slowly. "Chu Li, Chu Mo, I'll say it again, I didn't avenge your grievances. I have no idea why he suddenly died." Luo Yunchu looked at them, her expression growing cold. "If you're thanking me for avenging you, you've got the wrong person." Chu Li and Chu Mo were momentarily stunned. If it wasn't their master, then what had happened? Chu Mo tugged at Chu Li's sleeve and said, "Even if it wasn't directly master's doing, it must be connected to her." The magistrate had been tyrannical for years without facing consequences. His sudden execution must have been triggered by something we don't know. Moreover, master took in so many of us and gave us a new lease on life. This bow is something you rightfully deserve. With that, Chu Mo and Chu Li moved to kneel again, but Luo Yunchu stopped them once more. She let out a resigned sigh. "I don't like kneeling or bowing, so don't bother." Her gaze turned icy and her voice deepened. "I have no patience for formalities. Loyalty isn't demonstrated through such gestures. With so many children here, I want you two to watch over them and keep them in line. If I ever discover any betrayal, I will show no mercy." With those words, Luo Yunchu released her grip. Chu Li and Chu Mo straightened up and bowed their heads slightly. "Understood, master." Whether or not she was involved in the magistrate's death, they owed their current well-being to her. Without her, many of them might have perished or scattered long ago. "All right, go back to sleep. Little Tiger will guard the entrance." Luo Yunchu's expression softened. "Don't skip tomorrow's morning training. I may be away for a few days, so I won't be coming. Practice well on your own. I'll test you when I return, and anyone who fails will run 5 kilometers with weights, supervised by Little Tiger." At this, Chu Li and Chu Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Supervised by Little Tiger? Master?" Chu Li glanced nervously at Little Tiger, who cooperatively let out a low growl. Chu Li. Chu Mo swallowed hard. "Master, may I ask what counts as passing?" Luo Yunchu chuckled. "You'll find out when the time comes. Now go to sleep." "Yes." The two could only nod grimly and retreat into the cave. Little Tiger nuzzled against Luo Yunchu, then padded to the entrance and laid down his eyes, lingering on her with reluctant affection. Luo Yunchu shook her head, helplessly walked over to Little Tiger, and produced 2 roast rabbits from her space. Eat these secretly. Don't let them find out. With a soft huff, Little Tiger's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly snatched the rabbits and darted around a corner. Luo Yunchu smiled. Keep a good watch over them. Don't let any wolves carry them off. Little Tiger nodded his massive head solemnly. Only then did Luo Yunchu take her leave. By the time she reached home, the sky was tinged with the pale light of dawn. The lamp in Qi Shiyu's room had been burning. Heaven knew how much restraint he had mustered to keep himself from going out to search for her. He knew that the child Chuer had taken in earlier was settled in the mountains. Moreover, he was also aware that there was more than one child, although he didn't know the exact number based on the things Chuer usually bought. It certainly wouldn't be few. Chuer was unwilling to tell him, but she didn't deliberately avoid it either. He was very curious and longed to know what Chuer was planning, but since she didn't wish to speak of it, he chose not to ask. He also instructed Feng Xian not to venture deep into the mountains. But whenever Chuer returned late or didn't come back at all, he couldn't help but worry. Many times he wanted to send Feng Xian to search for her, but recalling that Chuer would be angry, he could only force himself to hold back. Yet the agony of waiting idly was truly unbearable. From afar, Luo Yunchu saw the faint light glowing in the courtyard, and her brows furrowed. Almost another sleepless night. She had no idea what was going through his mind. Didn't he have any sense of his own physique? She unconsciously quickened her pace, and the moment she stepped into the yard, the light in the room went out. Luo Yunchu. Eccentric. Beyond this word, she couldn't think of any other term to describe her current view of Qi Shiyu. Every time she returned, he would extinguish the light. Was he trying to fool himself, or to put on a show for her? Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just sleep well? Luo Yunchu paid him no mind, and went straight to her room, then entered the space to bathe and sleep. She slept until noon, then got up to cook and prepare medicinal meals and herbal baths. This time she prepared enough for 7 days. Qi Shiyu sat in the courtyard staring at the piles of neatly separated medicinal packets, his brow deeply furrowed. Why was Chuer preparing so many portions today? Feng Xian brought out all the dishes and set the table, then returned to the kitchen. Miss Luo, what is this? Luo Yunchu was looking for something to hold the herbal bath materials, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find anything suitable. Just as Feng Xian entered, she asked, "Do you have any old clothes you don't need?" Feng Xian was puzzled. Huh, what do you need old clothes for? Luo Yunchu replied, "To wrap these herbs. I don't have any yellow paper left." Feng Xian let out an "oh." Master's old clothes are no longer worn. During their journey here, each of them had brought only 2 changes of clothes, so there really weren't any old clothes. However, after Miss Luo bought clothes from Master last time, Master stopped wearing his previous ones, so those should count as old clothes, right? Go fetch them, Luo Yunchu said directly. All right. When Feng Xian brought the clothes, before he could say anything, he saw Luo Yunchu take a pair of scissors and cut a garment into several pieces. Rags. Feng Xian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words in silence, watching helplessly as Luo Yunchu used those rags to wrap piles of herbs and casually tossed them aside. Go eat, what are you staring at? Luo Yunchu suddenly turned around, startling Feng Xian. Oh. Feng Xian nodded and left the kitchen, but instead of going to the table, he sat down beside it and waited. When Luo Yunchu finished her work and came out, she found 2 pairs of eyes fixed intently on her. She acted as if nothing was amiss, sat down, picked up her bowl, and began. Qi Shiyu's lips moved slightly as he voiced his doubt. Miss Luo, are you planning to go on a long journey? Luo Yunchu nodded. Yes, I'm going out to find medicine. Hearing this, Qi Shiyu's pupils contracted slightly, and Feng Xian beside him also stared at Luo Yunchu in disbelief. What had he just heard? Miss Luo said she was going out to find medicine for Master. Is it far? Qi Shiyu suppressed the joy in his heart and asked softly. I don't know, Luo Yunchu replied indifferently. Then, Qi Shiyu glanced at Feng Xian beside him. Luo Yunchu caught his gaze and directly interrupted him. You can't be without someone by your side, and besides, it's more convenient for me to go alone. You just need to stay alive until I return. Take your medicine on time, and if I don't come back, wait peacefully at home. If I come back and find you gone, or if you haven't taken your medicine on time, you can leave immediately. Qi Shiyu. Feng Xian. The conversation was instantly dead. An eerie silence settled over the dinner table. Qi Shiyu didn't know what to say, so he simply picked up his medicinal meal and began to eat. But he ate much faster than usual, because Luo Yunchu was almost finished. Just as Luo Yunchu finished eating and went into the kitchen, then came back out, Qi Shiyu set down his bowl, strode over to her, and for the first time in over a month reached out to Miss Luo, please be very careful. If this poison cannot be cured, then let it be. A faint smile lingered on Qi Shiyu's lips, his tone gentle. I have come to understand. Life or death, it doesn't matter so much. When Luo Yunchu told him that if she left here, she had less than 3 months, he had already realized it. When a person can see no path ahead and grasp no glimmer of dawn, all obsessions and grudges seemed to turn into a joke. Therefore, if curing his poison meant putting Chuer in danger, he would rather give it up. Luo Yunchu gazed back at him quietly, her eyes falling on his, catching the faint trace of resignation in them. She slowly spoke. Qi Shiyu, life and death were never that important. You've overcomplicated it. Humans are born just to wait for death. So-called living is merely holding onto that. But even the lowliest ant clings to life, let alone a human. You may view life and death lightly, but you cannot easily give up on living. As she spoke, a faint irony curled at the corners of Luo Yunchu's mouth. What you're feeling now is not resignation but helplessness, because you cannot overcome. With that, Luo Yunchu shook off Qi Shiyu's hand, ignoring his expression, and let out a self-mocking laugh. Alright, I'm just going to give it a try. Whether I find anything is, don't overthink it. It's merely my obsession with medicine. It has little to do with you. After explaining everything to Feng Xian, Luo Yunchu turned. Qi Shiyu watched her departing figure, standing still for a long time, unable to come back to himself. Luo Yunchu had been gone for 5 full days without returning. Qi Shiyu sat in the courtyard all day, gazing longingly at the gate. When the weather was fine, he would occasionally walk to the gate or the foot of the mountain. In short, Luo Yunchu had left, and it seemed his soul had left with her. Feng Xian's daily routine was a simple circuit: the vegetable garden, the mountain, and home. At dawn today, Qi Shiyu left his room early, looking at the overcast, rainy weather, his worry deepening. He wondered where Chuer was searching, and whether she might be in danger in such weather. Master, it's cold outside. Please go inside. Feng Xian came out of the kitchen and happened to see Qi Shiyu stepping out of his room, so he called out hastily. Qi Shiyu gave him a faint glance, and that single look made Feng Xian shrink his neck. Feng Xian pursed his lips. As he returned to the kitchen, he muttered in a voice neither loud nor soft, "If Miss Luo finds out, she'll be angry again." Sure enough, at these words, Qi Shiyu paused only briefly before turning back to his room. Feng Xian watched the retreating figure from the window, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. In the past, the master had never regarded anyone with importance, let alone feared anyone. Now there was someone he feared. Although Qi Shiyu had gone inside, his heart remained outside, only moving from the doorway to the window. Feng Xian looked at the shadow reflected on the window side silently. The master's path to winning her heart. It seemed rather uncertain. It wasn't that Feng Xian didn't believe in his master, but the person his master had set his sights on was truly a bit ruthless. What kind of girl keeps a tiger as a pet? Not to mention a girl. Even he wouldn't dare to take a tiger as a pet. The problem was, not only did Miss Luo catch one, but that tiger was as docile as a cat. That was bad enough, but the wolf packs that struck fear into everyone's hearts had become in Miss Luo's hands mere food. Was this really a normal girl? Still, thankfully, although Miss Luo didn't like the master, she was still willing to cure his poison. In the master's current situation, staying alive was the most important thing, whether for the sake of returning home or for the sake of Miss Luo. Only by surviving first could there be a future. If life was lost, then everything was lost. How could one speak of anything else? Feng Xian turned around, poured all the medicinal meal wrapped in yellow paper into a bowl, then picked up a smaller bowl beside it, filled it with water, and poured it in. Then he started a fire and steamed it. After preparing the medicinal meal and delivering it to Qi Shiyu, he returned to the kitchen, casually fried some egg fried rice, and ate it right there in the kitchen. That was the advantage of being alone. Before, he had to cook for that Morong Yu, and the thought still disgusted him. He wondered why Miss Luo had agreed to let that fellow stay. As for where that fellow was now, he had no idea. The master had ordered him to take the news to Murong Nanhua and Xiezhui and Xuanzhou, and also to bring a message back, but it was uncertain whether he could even reach Xuanzhou safely on his own. Feng Xian washed the bowls. Just as he picked up a broom to sweep the puddles and fallen leaves in the yard, a murderous aura suddenly struck. Feng Xian hastily blocked with the broom, which was instantly cut in two. He rolled on the ground to evade the fatal blow, drew the sword from his back, and stared coldly at the dozen or so black-clad figures who had appeared in the courtyard. Qi Shiyu also came out of the house, unconsciously tightening his grip on the folding fan in his hand. It seemed that Yuze had only encountered a part of them. This Qi Jingyi truly had carried the policy of killing everyone to the extreme. But he wondered if there was a hint of that person's intention behind it. Prince Yulongtan, the leading black-clad man, did not hurry to attack. The eyes visible above his mask, when they fell on Qi Shiyu, seemed to look at a dead man. Feng Xian, sword in hand, came to Qi Shiyu's side, his eyes sharp as he stared at the man, and whispered, "Master, this man is no ordinary foe." Just from that single strike, the man's internal energy was above his own. If not for the fact that the man had launched the attack from outside the courtyard, giving him time to react, he would surely have been unable to dodge that blow. Qi Shiyu did not reply to Feng Xian, but instead fixed his gaze on the black-clad man in the courtyard, his expression calm. "Qi Jingyi really is relentless. You must have had a hard time tracking us all this way, haven't you?" The black-clad man sneered, and was about to say something, when with a crack a small arrow instantly pierced his throat. The words stuck in his throat slowly dissipated with the spray of blood. "Do you know why you cannot kill me?" Qi Shiyu sneered as he looked at the group of black-clad men who had not yet reacted. At the same time, Feng Xian kicked off from the steps his whole body like an arrow released from a bowstring, and his sword directly sent one man flying. Qi Shiyu's lips curled slightly. Because you talk too much. With that, his folding fan snapped shut with a crack, and he quickly joined the battle. He had little time, so he showed no mercy. His internal energy whirled wildly around him. He had to eliminate these people in the shortest possible time. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became. But 2 against a dozen. Even though the strongest had been dealt with, and even though they had caught the enemy off guard as time passed, they were gradually losing ground. Feng Xian had suffered several wounds of varying sizes, and Qi Shiyu had taken 2 cuts as well. The wounds were not severe, but the poison inside him had begun. His eyes darkened. He grabbed Feng Xian and pulled him back, then opened his fan again. Several arrows shot out simultaneously, each one piercing a throat, killing instantly, without even a scream. Qi Shiyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his body staggered. Feng Xian reached out to support him, his gaze fixed tightly on the remaining 5 black-clad figures in the courtyard. He tightened his grip on his long sword. Although there were many black-clad men, they also had varying degrees of injuries. If he risked his life in a desperate fight, victory was not impossible. This confidence came from his recent surge in strength. In the past, he might have already fallen. Master, you cannot use your internal energy anymore. If the poison inside ran rampant, the master would be unable to suppress it. Qi Shiyu raised his hand, but Feng Xian pressed it down. His lips moved slightly. Master, the young lady will be angry. With the black-clad men present, Feng Xian didn't say Miss Luo, but just the young lady. Because he was not confident he could eliminate everyone, or even protect his master, so he could not reveal any information about Miss Luo. With these words, he seized the opportunity, dashed out, and lunged toward the side of one man. That man was the most severely injured, the easiest to break through among the 5. He swept his long sword to force back another man beside him, then delivered a fierce kick to the man's chest, sending him flying backward. Feng Xian did not pause for a moment. He suddenly spun around, sweeping his leg, and with a flick of his long sword, he whipped the 2 black-clad men who were closing in from left and right to the ground. Qi Shiyu forcibly suppressed the surging toxin, drawing a deep breath. He could not die yet. Chuer had gone to seek medicine for him. He must not die, must not wait. He had promised Chuer that he would obediently and patiently await her return. Having endured so long, he could not fall here. Watching Feng Xian's desperate fighting style, he began to forcibly circulate his inner force, once more a fierce, murderous intent bursting from his eyes. When the folding fan opened again, its ribs instantly transformed into sharp blades. The moment Feng Xian was sent flying and the black-clad assailant relaxed, Qi Shiyu moved. He kicked off the wall with heavy force, propelling himself into the fray. The remaining 3 black-clad figures sensed the killing intent and immediately assumed defensive stances. 3 broadswords hurtled toward Qi Shiyu, but he merely let out a cold laugh. Stepping onto the back of a blade, he vaulted into the air, somersaulted, and landed directly on one man's shoulders. With a swift swing, the fan in his hand flew out, hurtling toward the necks of the other 2. 2 thuds sounded as the black-clad figures collapsed. Then with a sudden twist of his legs, he spun around. A crack echoed as the last assailant's neck was wrenched. As the black-clad man went limp and fell, Qi Shiyu crashed heavily to the ground. His gaze lingered on the folding fan he had used. This fan. It was the first time he had failed to retrieve it. Thick black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He tried to rise but failed twice. He looked toward Feng Xian only to see that figure was also motionless. A soft, bitter laugh escaped him, drowning him in self-mockery. In the end, I still cannot escape death. But why so soon? Why couldn't it wait a little longer? He did not want to die. Chuer had not yet returned. He slowly closed his eyes, attempting to circulate his inner force to suppress the toxin. But due to his injuries and prolonged exertion, not only did he fail to suppress it, but it only intensified. Cough, cough. After several attempts, Qi Shiyu gave up. With his current state alone, he could not suppress the toxin. He turned his gaze to Feng Xian once more. What a pity. This fool had given his life, yet he still could not survive. Raindrops fell in scattered profusion, the ground gradually becoming slick. The blood-stained moss between the stone slabs was slowly washed clean, flowing toward the courtyard with the rivulets. Qi Shiyu slowly closed his eyes, sinking into complete darkness. Meanwhile, under the rains cleansing beneath Feng Xian's torn clothes, the smaller wounds were slowly healing. When Feng Xian woke, the sky had already darkened. The moment consciousness returned, he sprang up from the ground, ignoring the dense pain that shot through his body. Master! He rushed to Qi Shiyu's side, carefully lifting him, his eyes fixed on his chest. Only after confirming a faint rise and fall did he let out a long breath of relief. He swiftly carried the man back to the room, stripped off his soaked clothes, pulled the blanket over Qi Shiyu, fetched fresh garments and medicine, then hurried to the kitchen to light a fire and boil water. After starting the fire and setting the water to boil, he finally had a moment to check his own injuries. To his surprise, most of his wounds had already healed. Only the larger, deeper ones were still slowly mending, not yet fully closed. Feng Xian stared in amazement, his eyes unconsciously widening. This. What was happening? Heavens, was this self-healing? Since when could he heal himself? Feng Xian was utterly stunned, speechless, his eyes fixed on the wound on his arm. In truth, the healing process was barely visible to the naked eye. But whether due to psychological effect or something else, he felt as if he could actually see it closing. This was too absurd. How long had passed? Suddenly the sound of bubbling water jolted Feng Xian back to his senses. He hurriedly pulled out the firewood from the stove, staring at the boiling water on the hearth, once again lost in thought. What was going on? Only when his hand accidentally brushed the pot's edge did he hiss in pain, snapping fully awake. He quickly ladled the boiling water into 3 basins to cool it faster. He carried the basins inside, then went out to the courtyard, fetched a handcart, piled all the bodies together, planning to haul them to the back hill later for burning. Judging the water had cooled sufficiently, he washed his hands and hurried back inside, leaving the courtyard unrinsed. He quickly approached the bed, lifted the blanket, and examined Qi Shiyu's wounds. Seeing the 2 wounds still gaping, he frowned again, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Yet his hands moved swiftly, wiping the area around the wounds clean with a towel, then carefully applying the golden wound medicine and bandaging them. After dressing the wounds and ensuring no further bleeding, he dressed Qi Shiyu, helped him sit up, placed his palm against Qi Shiyu's back, and gently channeled his inner force toward the toxin within. If he could suppress the toxin, his master should be able to hold on until Miss Luo returned. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchu was deep in the mountains outside the town, having spent 2 days searching before finding an underground stream. She had also spent 2 days underground, scouring almost every corner, yet found no trace of the shadow poison mushroom. Just as she was about to turn away, a breeze brushed past her face, its moisture almost palpable, sparking a glimmer of hope in Luo Yunchu's eyes. Could this be a cold pool? Without hesitation, Luo Yunchu followed the direction from which the wind came. The path descended further, the surroundings growing tighter until the heavy moisture could be felt at arm's length. Only then did she slow her pace. She took out a flashlight, and a circular deep pool appeared before her. The water was utterly still. Gazing into its surface, one could see the deep green of the depths, unfathomably dark, as if it could suck in one's very soul. Luo Yunchu's brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed the surroundings. The walls were damp and dark, barren of any growth. Touching them, she felt a sticky, slimy sensation somewhat like the mucus of some animal. A snake. In such a place it should only be snakes. Luo Yunchu reasoned that if it were a snake, the problem should not be too great. Given the depth of the underground, there should be frosthorn grass beneath the cold pool, though its exact location was unknown. She approached the pool, retrieved diving gear from her space, and began to suit up. Unsure how deep it truly was, she dared not be careless. Once everything was ready, she plunged into the water, heading deeper into the cold pool, her eyes sweeping over everything that passed, missing not a single detail. The cold pool was narrow at the surface, but expanded greatly in depth, posing a considerable challenge for Luo Yunchu as she searched for the frosthorn grass. She had no choice but to swim to the very edge, searching inch by inch. The frosthorn grass was a deep green, almost blending seamlessly with the rock walls in this frigid pool. Luo Yunchu found the search extremely arduous. It was fortunate that her space held everything she needed, otherwise relying solely on human strength, how could she ever obtain this frosthorn grass? Of course, if the ancients could truly hold their breath for an hour or two, perhaps it might have been possible. But she certainly could not. Luo Yunchu with immense patience searched inch by inch all the way to the bottom, yet still found no trace of the frosthorn grass. This was her last chance, whether it lay at the very bottom of the pool. Just as Luo Yunchu was about to continue her search, her headlamp inadvertently swept across a sight, a snake, as thick as an adult's arm, coiled tightly on a large rock. As the light passed over it, the snake's head shot up instantly. Seeing that raised serpent head, Luo Yunchu felt goosebumps erupt all over her body. It wasn't fear, but a primal reaction to being stared at by those. She quickly drew her dagger, but her gaze fell upon a small plant beneath the coiled snake. Frosthorn grass. She knew it had to be in this cold pool. Gripping her dagger tightly, Luo Yunchu's eyes darkened as she swam directly toward it. The snake was undoubtedly venomous, but poison was the one thing she feared least. So at worst she would be bitten a few times, no big deal. Yet the snake made no move, only fixing its cold vertical pupils on her without launching an attack. This snake was a bit troublesome, remaining unmoved. She couldn't use a gun now for fear of damaging the frosthorn grass. Luo Yunchu tried shaking her head, causing the headlamp to sway. As expected, after a few swings of the light, the snake instantly lunged at her. Watching its writhing body in the water, Luo Yunchu frowned deeply. Why was its body so long? Though she wasn't afraid of venom being coiled by it would be a real struggle. She quickly adjusted her direction, heading toward a side rock wall, and pressing half her body tightly against it. As she moved away, the snake turned back. Luo Yunchu. What did this snake have intelligence? It drove off the intruder and gave up chasing. She peeked out from behind the rock wall and shook her headlamp's beam at the snake again. Sure enough, the snake came again, its speed even greater this time. From its pace it seemed angered. Luo Yunchu stayed still, aiming her headlamp, and continuously shaking it, waiting for the snake to approach. To prevent the snake from retreating again as it drew near, Luo Yunchu chose not to hide, but stepped out from behind the rock wall, confronting it head-on. Her dagger plunged directly into the snake's body. Wincing in pain, the snake opened its mouth, its long forked tongue flickering incessantly, while its body coiled around Luo Yunchu's waist, tightening more and more. Luo Yunchu quickly raised her hands above her head to avoid being bound, as well switching her dagger for a desert eagle. Bitten twice on the arm, Luo Yunchu glanced back and saw the snake's head behind her. She abandoned the idea of a headshot and fired 3 shots into its body. The snake was instantly blasted into several sections, but it didn't die, and its tail remained coiled around Luo Yunchu. She had to fire another shot to finally knock the snake off, then quickly turned to look at the sinking head. Though called a head, it still had a long stretch of body attached, which alone was much longer than an ordinary snake. Luo Yunchu clicked her tongue somewhat regretfully, eyeing the snake head that tried to attack again, and pulled the trigger. She had never seen such a long snake before. What a pity it had to meet her. She wondered what species it was. Thinking back to the giant snake she had found in the mountains earlier, Luo Yunchu suddenly wondered if it was due to the environment. These animals hadn't been heavily hunted, so they lived longer and naturally grew larger. After all, the wolves she encountered outside were of normal size. But the snakes in those deep forests and cold pools were truly a first for her. One was large, the other long. Both piqued her curiosity. In the world she once lived in, many species were on the brink of extinction, and she rarely saw them. Take the poison arrow tree, for example. The small amount in her space had taken her countless searches to find. But 2 days ago in the woods over there she spotted several and collected plenty. After retrieving the frosthorn grass, Luo Yunchu quickly swam up from the bottom. Emerging from the cold pool, she first removed her diving suit and sighed helplessly at the holes in her arm. She wondered if the diving suit would replenish automatically. This was her only one, and it was already bitten through. She checked her space, but no replacement had appeared yet. She'd have to wait and see. Medicines and bullets took about a day to replenish. She collected them once daily, and now a pile of firearms and ammunition had accumulated on the training ground. The medicines she had moved to her bedroom, and after a day the medical room would be restored. Without inner energy, it was clearly unrealistic to overpower those with superior martial skills in this ancient world. So she had to rely on her base to back her up. Don't lecture her about fighting dirty. First, she wouldn't provoke trouble or kill innocents. But this ancient era was unlike her previous world. Murder and arson were commonplace. If she wanted to retire peacefully, she first needed to ensure her survival. To survive, she had to have money. And having impulsively taken on so many children, making money was now her sole goal. To earn money, conflicts were inevitable. How could she manage without some means of self-defense? After resting a while, Luo Yunchu fetched clothes and took a bath. When she emerged, she felt remarkably refreshed. Even the patience she had worn thin over the past few days seemed to return a little. Luo Yunchu laid out the items she had prepared over these days. The giant snake's venom sap from the poison arrow tree and the 3 insects were gathered. But among the 3 herbs, she was still missing the shadow poison. Since it wasn't here, she would have to search on cliffs. Once she got out, she'd return to the town and ask if there were any abysses or cliffs near great rivers nearby. After packing everything away, Luo Yunchu flashed out and swiftly exited through the underground current. She had been out for nearly 6 days now, and she used medicine was only prepared for 7. She wondered if there were any cliffs nearby. She would first go back to town to ask. If not, she would buy some herbs and return. "Boss, could you tell me if there's a cliff or a great river nearby?" Luo Yunchu asked after buying some meat buns from a stall. The stall owner was visibly taken aback, looking at her with surprise. "Young lady, why do you ask?" Luo Yunchu smiled lightly, knowing the owner might have misunderstood. She took out the herbs she had just bought from the pharmacy and explained. "The doctor said the herbs I need grow near cliffs, so I want to look for them. The pharmacy is too expensive." The owner suddenly understood. Indeed, we common folks can't afford to fall ill all year round. Heaving a heavy sigh, Luo Yunchu smiled, faintly unsure of what to say. For commoners, seeing a doctor and buying medicine was an extravagant luxury. Many had perished simply because they couldn't afford treatment. Yet some herbs were truly hard to find. Pharmacies and clinics alike had families to feed and needed to survive. In any case, everyone had their own difficulties. One could only look after oneself. "Do you know of such a place, sir?" Luo Yunchu asked again, seeing the owner lost. The owner snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "Oh, head south out of town. There's Xiaoliang Mountain, with Liangquan Temple at the top. Behind the temple," he added a warning, "be careful, young lady. There's been a lot of rain lately, and the mountain paths are treacherous." Luo Yunchu nodded in thanks and took out a dozen copper coins from her waist. "Boss, let me have a few more buns." "You won't finish them? It'd be a waste." The owner, perhaps seeing her youth, cautioned her. Luo Yunchu smiled. "Don't worry, I have a big appetite. Besides, I'll be traveling later. They'll keep for half a day." Hearing this, the owner said no more, took the coins, and picked out 5 of the largest buns for her. Luo Yunchu took only 3. "That's too many, sir. If I can't finish them, it would truly be a waste." Thank you. With that she turned and left. She had only about 10 copper coins left, and the buns cost 3 coins each. She didn't want to shortchange the owner. Since she had no more copper coins, offering silver would be inappropriate. This was sufficient. She tossed the buns into her spatial ring, quickly left the town, and found a secluded spot to release her horse. She asked 2 passers-by along the way before finding the correct route. By dusk, Luo Yunchu finally reached the foot of the mountain. Stowing her horse, she stared at the muddy stone steps before her, a headache creeping in. This was nothing but mud. How was she supposed to climb this? Was she destined to fall to her death? She silently moved to the side of the forest. Though the woods were similar, she could traverse by the trees. But that path was directly above the mountain slope. One misstep would send her tumbling head over heels. She decisively pulled out her claw gloves. The silk thread from her wrist instantly wrapped around a small tree. After testing its strength, she flicked her wrist and launched herself forward. Simultaneously, she swung the other claw toward the next tree. Alternating this way, she reached the mountainside in about half an hour. She paused to rest, sitting on a tree trunk and drinking some water before continuing. Inside the meditation room of Liangquan Temple, Huai's, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In his calm, unfathomable gaze, shock and delight appeared. He rose swiftly and walked out of the room. "Senior brother, where are you going?" The young novice monk guarding outside turned and asked curiously, seeing Huai's emerge from seclusion. "An honored guest has arrived," a slightly hoarse, low voice replied. By the time the words left his mouth, he was already out of the courtyard. The novice monk, momentarily stunned, followed out of curiosity. Following him to the temple gate, Huai's stood silently with his eyes closed. The novice monk stood quietly beside him, occasionally peering outside. After waiting for a long time, the novice monk muttered to himself, wondering who his senior brother was waiting for. An honored guest. Ever since their master passed away, even the number of pilgrims had halved. The other monks had left, leaving only him and his senior brother to guard the temple. On a good day, they might see 2 pilgrims. And now an honored guest. But before the novice could finish his grumbling, Huai suddenly opened his eyes. The prayer beads in his hand stopped moving. The novice couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, who are you waiting for?" Huai didn't answer. Instead, he turned quickly and almost jogged toward a back courtyard archway. Intrigued, the novice dashed after him, muttering to himself. What was wrong with his senior brother? Wasn't he waiting for an honored guest? Why was he running to the back mountain now? When they reached the back mountain, the novice, seeing Huai's rushing straight toward the cliff's edge, felt his heart leap into his throat. "Senior brother, don't do anything rash." He sprinted forward and grabbed Huai's, who was peering over the cliff. Huai's was pulled away from the edge, catching only a glimpse of a red hem. He quickly pried off the novice's hands, glaring at him angrily. When he returned to the cliff, there was no trace of anyone. Not even a shadow. Huai's frowned deeply. This didn't match his master's prophecy. Or had he miscalculated? Wasn't this the person he was waiting for? Impossible. How could he be wrong? Just now it was definitely her. But why here? Shouldn't she have come through the main gate? Huai's prayer beads spun faster and faster, making the novice frown. "Senior brother, the beads are going to break." Huai suddenly turned to the novice's face, full of resentment. "Why did you have to pull me away? I was about to see her." The novice was bewildered. "Senior brother, are you ill? This is a cliff. Why were you running toward it?" The novice retorted in confusion. "If I hadn't pulled you, you would have fallen." He began to feel wronged. "All the other brothers have left. It's just you and me now. You're always in seclusion, and I'm always alone. If I lost you too, what would I do?" The novice's eyes reddened as he complained, tears welling up. Huai's expression stiffened. Words caught in his throat, and his face flushed red. "No, the person I just saw must be her." Back in the meditation room, Huai's could not calm his mind. The image of that red hem he had glimpsed lingered persistently in his thoughts. The master's prophecy cannot be wrong, and my senses just now were accurate. It must be the aberrant soul the master spoke of. But why did she run to the cliff? Why didn't she come in? Huai's muttered suspiciously. The more he spoke, the more confused he became, and the more confused he grew, the more he pondered. His heart could find no peace. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, closed his eyes, and began reciting sutras under his breath, trying to still his restless spirit. Yet whenever he recalled the words the master had spoken to him, the task entrusted to him, and how he had just missed that person because he had waited in the wrong place. No, what respectable girl would take a cliff path instead of the mountain trail? Could this really be the savior the master spoke of? No. With that thought, Huai straightened his back and rose directly. He could not wait here idly. The great calamity the master had foretold was approaching. He had to find her himself. As soon as the thought came, he acted, rising and striding out of the room. But just as he opened the door, he remembered he had brought nothing, so he turned back to the inner chamber and packed a small bundle. When he emerged again, he saw the young novice monk looking up at him with a puzzled expression. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Why had his senior brother suddenly become so strange? Hadn't he always been the most composed? Huai looked down at the novice sitting on the steps. The novice also noticed the bundle on his back and instantly jumped to his feet. Senior brother you. Are you going to run away too? The novice stared at Hugh Eyes in disbelief, his tone full of reproach. Senior brother, you are the master's only personal disciple. Anyone else may leave, but how can you? Hugh Eyes. Seeing Hugh Eyes silent, the novice's eyes reddened as he prepared to speak again, but Hugh Eyes quickly interrupted. I'm going down the mountain to find someone. Do you want to come along? This child had been abandoned at birth, just like himself. Both brought back by the master from outside with no family or kin. Others could leave because they had somewhere to go, but the two of them had nowhere to go, and besides they found this place pleasant. So they stayed, and with the master's parting words, leaving became even more unthinkable. At Hugh Eyes' words, the novice's eyes lit up instantly, the tears within them seeming to shimmer. He nodded frantically. I'll go. Senior brother, wait for me. Hugh Eyes sighed. 18 years old, and still like a child who never grew up. When Luo Yunchu descended from the cliff, her skirt had been torn into tattered strips. She sighed helplessly, gazing at the darkening sky, wondering if the shops in town had already closed. She looked like a beggar woman. What a mess. She released her horse, led it to a stream to drink and graze while she quickly returned to her space, bathed and changed into... Staring at the ragged cloth in her hand, Luo Yunchu sighed silently. The last set, she would have to buy more clothes. Still, she had finally gathered all the ingredients. Once she returned and detoxified Qi Shiyu, this whim of hers would be fulfilled. Once this big trouble was gone, she could focus on training Chu Li and the others, then open a medical clinic, a restaurant. But among this batch of children, few truly satisfied her. Otherwise, her greatest skill remained killing. Given the survival conditions in this ancient world, she thought she could very well establish an assassin organization targeting only the unfilial, the disloyal, the unrighteous. But that was too far off. Besides, such a life was too exhausting. Although it brought quick money, it didn't suit her desire for a peaceful retirement, so better forget it. Discarding the tattered clothes, Luo Yunchu went to the stream, took her horse's reins, and patted its neck. Had enough to eat. If you're full, we should get moving. Time to go home. Resolving that big trouble was the priority. By the time she reached the town, it was pitch dark, so she didn't delay and spurred her horse straight home. She could buy clothes tomorrow when she had time. When she arrived home, it was already past midnight. Unsurprisingly, the familiar lamp was still lit, and it never went out until Luo Yunchu stepped into the courtyard. She frowned and looked up at the roof. Where was Feng Xian? Wasn't he always stationed on Qi Shiyu's rooftop? Inside the room, Feng Xian also sensed someone entering the courtyard, but felt no killing intent, so he did not withdraw his inner energy. Moreover, this was a critical moment. If he withdrew his energy, the poison in his master's body would surge back, and then all would be lost. Frowning, he stared fixedly at the door. When it was pushed open, his entire body tensed, until he recognized the visitor. He let out a long sigh of relief and exclaimed joyfully, "Me? Miss Luo, you're back." Luo Yunchu nodded, approaching the bed slowly. "What's this?" After assessing the situation before her, Luo Yunchu's brows knitted tightly. Did he use his inner energy again? At this, Feng Xian felt guilty, knowing he had failed to protect his master, so he lowered his head slightly, still channeling inner energy into Qi Shiyu's body. "Miss Luo, it's not my master's fault. I was too weak to protect him, so he had to act," Feng Xian explained in a low voice. If his master hadn't intervened, they might all be dead. Luo Yunchu opened her mouth, swallowing a belly full of anger that could neither rise nor fall. Her gaze fell on Feng Xian's ashen lips. Finally, she took out her silver needles. While Feng Xian was still suppressing the poison, she directly sealed several major acupoints on Qi Shiyu's body. "Enough. Take a rest." At Luo Yunchu's words, Feng Xian slowly withdrew his inner energy and lowered his hand. "Miss Luo, my master." Luo Yunchu twisted the needle between her fingers and cut him off directly. "He won't die yet." "How many came this time?" 14, Feng Xian replied. Luo Yunchu asked, "Where are the bodies?" When she had returned, she hadn't noticed anything amiss in the yard or smelled any blood. "They came yesterday at noon. I passed out. My master must have killed the last 3. Feng Xian hung his head, recounting the events in a dejected tone. "I channeled inner energy into my master and suppressed the poison. Then I came out to dispose of the bodies and clean the yard. Just after midnight, my master suddenly started coughing up blood. I didn't know what to do, so I just kept feeding him inner energy." After hearing Feng Xian's account, Luo Yunchu was momentarily stunned. "You kept this up for an entire day and night. Alright, go rest. He won't die." Luo Yunchu remarked indifferently, pressing her 2 fingers heavily on a spot behind Qi Shiyu's heart. With a sudden spurt, Qi Shiyu coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Luo Yunchu swiftly withdrew the needle and stepped aside. If she could, she would have administered medicine to him right now. Unfortunately, she couldn't use it yet. Given Qi Shiyu's current physical condition, it would still take at least half a month. Oh, why on earth? So close, so just a little bit. If she had returned just one day earlier, Qi Shiyu wouldn't have been forced to use his internal energy, rendering all the recent conditioning utterly wasted. Truly, every single thing tested her patience, every single thing drove her almost to the brink of madness. The moment Qi Shiyu opened his eyes still groggy, he met Luo Yunchu's murderous glare. He instantly sobered up, opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated. If you're not dying, get up and clean yourself. I've given you all of Feng Xian's inner energy, and I have no time to serve you. Luo Yunchu suppressed her bubbling irritation, her gaze falling on the bloodstains on the bed, speaking with exasperation. Qi Shiyu followed her gaze and noticed the pool of blood. His pale face stiffened. He was about to turn and say something, but Luo Yunchu was already gone. Qi Shiyu. He didn't mean to. He tried to stand up, but failed twice. In the end, he could only sit helplessly staring blankly at the door. He knew Chuer would be angry, but he truly didn't mean it. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchu returned to her room, lay down fully clothed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. She wasn't really angry that Qi Shiyu had used his inner energy again. After all, in that situation, you couldn't just wait to die. What irked her was why everything always happened so coincidentally. Why was it that every time a solution seemed within reach, some trivial mishap had to occur? It was truly sickening. Was this damned heaven unhappy with her and deliberately working against her? After a burst of impotent fury, Luo Yunchu calmed down again. First, sleep. The next day, Luo Yunchu did not rise early. It was not until noon that she finally stretched lazily. She didn't want to get up, but the sound of Feng Xian cooking came from out. For the sake of her stomach, she had to get up. It wasn't that Feng Xian's cooking was bad, but she was too picky. She simply couldn't get used to the food he prepared. So she had no choice but to get up, wash up, and take over the kitchen. She adjusted the ingredients Feng Xian had prepared, and soon 3 small dishes were ready. Feng Xian brought the medicinal meal to Qi Shiyu, then laid out all the dishes and sat at the table waiting for Luo Yunchu. Seeing this, Luo Yunchu put down the herbs she was handling and decided to deal with them later. She needed to administer a stronger dose to Qi Shiyu, but she couldn't keep taking it slowly like this. He had matters to attend to, and she was also extremely busy now. She had wasted so much time searching for medicine for him, leaving her house half-built. She wondered how those children were faring these days. She had prepared plenty of food, and with Xiao Hu watching over them, there shouldn't be any major problems, right? After lunch, she would have to go check on them. Just so annoying. Luo Yunchu was in a bad mood, and Qi Shiyu seemed somewhat guilty. As for Feng Xian, since neither Luo Yunchu nor Qi Shiyu spoke, he as a failed shadow guard naturally dared not open his mouth. The entire meal was consumed in utter silence. It wasn't until Luo Yunchu finished eating and went back to the kitchen and Qi Shiyu put down his chopsticks, forcing himself to stand, and walked to the kitchen door, that Feng Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly filled his stomach, cleaned up the dishes, picked up a bucket of water, and walked away. Qi Shiyu watched Luo Yunchu busy with the herbs in the kitchen, knowing they were for him. Yet Luo Yunchu never once looked directly at him. He could only stand awkwardly at the door, repeatedly trying to speak, but swallowing his words. The strange silence was finally broken when Luo Yunchu finished her work and spoke with an impatient tone. How long are you going to watch? How about you do it yourself? With that broken body of yours, can't you have some awareness of being a patient? If you can't stand, go sit down. I don't need your company. Luo Yunchu was in a very bad mood, so her tone was sharp and her words came quickly. Qi Shiyu was startled by Luo Yunchu's sudden outburst. His lips moved, then he pressed them together, silently walked back to the courtyard, and sat down, not daring to utter a single word. Yet his eyes never left Luo Yunchu's figure. Watching her busy herself for him, an inexplicable joy welled up in his heart. But when he remembered that she was detoxifying him only to make him leave quickly, the corners of his mouth, which had slightly lifted, quickly straightened again. What should he do to make Chuer look at him just once more? After preparing everything, Luo Yunchu returned to her room, took out all the herbs she had bought yesterday, brought them to the kitchen, and then walked straight out. Throughout the entire process, she didn't say a word, nor did she cast a single glance at Qi Shiyu in the courtyard. Because she understood herself very well, she was not fit to talk nor to stay in the same space with Qi Shiyu for long. She walked into the mountains. After ensuring no one was around, she flickered into the space and headed straight for the gym. She needed to calm down, to be alone, to vent all her dissatisfaction before she could administer medicine to Qi Shiyu. She didn't know when this habit had started, but she had been aware of it since she was a child. She had crawled out of a pile of corpses. Could anyone who crawled out of a pile of corpses be? In her old circle, there was hardly a normal person, and many even needed medication to control themselves. The reason she was relatively normal was because she understood medicine and could regulate herself. When she was triggered by certain things or events, she could promptly apply acupuncture and take medicine to forcibly keep herself from losing control or going mad. Yet even later, when she believed there was no disease she couldn't diagnose and no one she couldn't cure, she still couldn't solve her own problems. Therefore, the only way Luo Yunchu could cope now was to slowly adjust herself, forcibly stay away from the hustle and bustle, and when she became irritable, hide away. Only after venting could she possibly communicate with the outside world calmly. Otherwise, there was no way to communicate at all. After calming down, Luo Yunchu returned to the mountains, taking Xiao Hu for a run through the woods. They hunted some small game to bring back as an extra meal for the children. After eating, she roughly checked the recent training progress of Chu Li and the others. Except for the younger children, those above 8 years old could barely meet the standards. After all, she hadn't formally taught them yet, so the requirements were not high. What surprised Luo Yunchu slightly was that Chu Li and the others had also tidied up the house below. Although it was still just a framework, the scattered wood tools and trimmed branches had all been neatly arranged. Moreover, 2 channels had been dug beneath the mountain slopes on either side, lined with half-sized stones, making them look clean and tidy, free from any sense of neglect. Luo Yunchu had not asked them to do this, nor had she expected them to. She hadn't even thought of it herself at the time. After all, the house wasn't finished yet. In her view, doing this now was pointless and would need to be redone later. But when she saw the area below clean and orderly, the stifling feeling in her chest eased considerably. Coming up from below, Luo Yunchu took out some cake and milk from her space and gave 1 portion to each person. When it came to Chu Li and Chu Mo, there was none left. Luo Yunchu looked at them awkwardly. I bought too few. They'll give you some another time. Though Chu Li and Chu Mo were a little disappointed, they didn't complain. Instead, they smiled and said, "It's okay, master. We don't need to eat." Luo Yunchu pursed her lips. Her space automatically replenished every day, and she had been saving up these items for a long time. She had never counted exactly how much she had, always thinking she had enough for herself. She had never really considered giving any to them. Luo Yunchu gave a dry laugh. I might not come by much these days. Keep training on your own. In a few days, I'll go to town to buy some things and bring them to you all together. Just then, Chu Yu and the other 3 girls walked over, broke off a piece of their sandwiches, and handed them to Chu Li and Chu Mo. Master, we can share with our big brothers. It's fine, said Chu Yu with a smile. Chu Su added, yes, later we'll go inside and pour the milk into bowls. We 4 can split it just enough. Chu Jin and Chu Yin nodded in agreement. Chu Li and Chu Mo didn't hesitate, perhaps sensing Luo Yunchu's awkwardness, or perhaps genuinely curious and wanting to try. They directly reached out and took the food, then said to Luo Yunchu with a smile, Master, we used to share like this before. Seeing this, Luo Yunchu said no more. She nodded and said, alright, I'll head down now. Be careful tonight. Chu Mo replied, with Xiaohu here, no wolf dares to come. Chu Li nodded vigorously. Yes, we always hear wolves howling at night, but every time Xiaohu. Luo Yunchu smiled. You go inside now. After speaking, she walked over to Xiaohu, who was lying nearby, and secretly took out a roasted pheasant to give him. Xiaohu was clever enough to use his paws to hide it. Seeing his actions, Luo Yunchu almost laughed out loud. She helplessly rubbed Xiaohu's head. Where did you learn this? Like him shortchanging you on food. Xiaohu lifted his head, his large tiger eyes gleaming with grievance, softening Luo Yunchu's heart. Chu Li and Chu Mo are still young. This is deep in the mountains. They can't catch prey, so you'll have to hunt yourself. Besides, when you catch something, Chu Li will roast it for you. Don't be angry. And if they go out and run into a wolf pack, who do you think will have to deal with it in the end? Once I'm done with my work, I'll take you hunting every day, okay? Xiaohu snorted and slowly lowered his head, his pitiful expression making Luo Yunchu smile. Seeing the sun sinking, she didn't delay any longer. She got up, walked to the cave, and led 2 horses back. To be honest, Chu Li and the others had taken good care of the 5 horses. Xiaohu watched Luo Yunchu's retreating figure, his paws moving, but then stopping. He wasn't complaining that his master didn't hunt for him, nor was he upset about having to hunt himself. It was that the little fellow's roasted food was tasteless, no flavor at all. He might as well eat it raw, but his master wouldn't let him eat raw meat. He lowered his head and tucked the roasted chicken under his belly more tightly. Once those little ones were asleep, he could eat it. When Luo Yunchu returned home, the sun had already set. She tied the 2 horses to an elm tree outside the yard and went straight into the kitchen. Qi Shiyu sat in the courtyard as if he were invisible. Feng Xian, who was busy with something nearby, silently lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Qi Shiyu pursed his lips. He picked up the 2 sets of clothes beside him, which Feng Xian had bought last time. But before Feng Xian returned, Chuer had gone out, so the clothes had been sitting here for a long time. From yesterday until now, Chuer had been radiating an aura of keep away, so how was he supposed to give her the clothes? And would they even fit? If not, he'd have to ask Feng Xian to exchange them or buy new ones, but he'd need Chuer to try them on first. He simply didn't dare to say a word. Luo Yunchu saw that the medicinal bath was already prepared and set aside to cool. She took out the potion from her space and added 3 drops. The original herbs already had some potion mixed in, but she couldn't wait any longer, so she had to increase the dosage. Since she wasn't going out for the next few days and would be home, she could keep an eye on things. Even if Qi Shiyu couldn't withstand the medicine's potency, she could adjust it in time. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. If he could endure it, she would increase the dose tomorrow. She planned to detoxify him within half a month. She had already brought down the horses they would need for their departure. In short, she wanted to send him off as soon as possible. Qi Shiyu came over with the clothes. Miss Luo. Luo Yunchu turned around. Speak. Qi Shiyu's expression froze, his words caught in his throat. He simply handed the clothes over. I noticed you've grown taller lately, and your clothes seem a bit short, so I asked Feng Xian to buy 2 sets from town. Try them on. If they don't fit, he'll buy more. Luo Yunchu glanced at him with slight surprise, then said after a moment, "Leave them there. They'll change when I bathe later. Go sit down. After dinner you'll take the medicinal bath. I've increased the dosage, and he'll be watching." With that she turned to start cooking regardless of what Shishiyu thought. Shishiyu turned and walked back toward the courtyard, Luo Yunchu's words echoing in his mind, "He'll be watching." Was it what he thought? Feng Xian carried the medicinal bath into the cleansing room, but Luo Yunchu was still bustling about in the kitchen. Shishiyu opened his mouth to call out, yet in the end he could not utter a sound. Silently he rose and walked inside. Only when he had submerged himself in the tub did Luo Yunchu arrive at the door, where she then remained standing guard. As it turned out, he had been overthinking. "Call out if you feel any discomfort," Luo Yunchu's voice rang out calmly. Shishiyu hummed in acknowledgement, obediently soaking in the tub, wanting to speak, but finding no words to say. Luo Yunchu stood guard outside the door, not moving an inch. Feng Xian, his sword in his arms, stood at the courtyard entrance, his heart tangled in unshakable. As a shadow guard, enduring solitude was the first lesson. He had no desire to speak or act yet now. The situation was no longer what it once was. He could hardly be considered a shadow guard anymore. The atmosphere in this household had become utterly peculiar. Every day he spent in trepidation, as if walking on knife edges. One careless step, and he would be impaled clean through. Moreover, he had noticed something else. Miss Luo's temperament seemed somewhat off. He could not quite pinpoint it, but it felt strange, yet his master appeared utterly oblivious. Still, despite her peculiarities, it was only her temperament. Miss Luo was otherwise a good person. But truly, when would this ordeal come to an end? As time passed, Shishiyu felt his entire body begin to heat up with a sensation of swelling. Within mere breaths his skin turned as red as if it had been boiled. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, a fine, dense pain suddenly struck from within his bones, as if his joints were grinding against each other. His hands, gripping the edge of the tub, clenched fiercely. His knuckles turned white, veins bulging. What was happening? In previous medicinal baths, though there was mild stinging, it had never been unbearable. Remembering Luo Yunchu's mention of an increased dosage, he wondered if this was the cause. To avoid causing her trouble, Shishiyu slowly rose, enduring the pain, to put on the inner garment nearby, then sat back into the tub. After a moment to compose himself, he called out, "Miss Luo." Luo Yunchu, who had been lost in thought, quickly snapped back to attention and rose. "I'm here. It hurts," Shishiyu said through labored breaths, forcing out the single word. His body felt as if someone were scraping a dull knife against his bones. He had always prided himself on his endurance, but this time, he could not bear it even a little. He bit down hard on his lower lip, oblivious to the blood that began to flow. Luo Yunchu pushed the door open upon hearing him. Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, she quickly grabbed a roll of gauze and stuffed it between his teeth. She then tried to lift him slightly to feel his pulse and assess his condition. But the moment she touched him, Shishiyu slid down into the tub. "Feng Xian," Luo Yunchu called out. Feng Xian, who had already approached the door upon seeing her enter, quickly propped his sword against the doorway and pulled the man. "Miss Luo, what happened?" "He was fine before," Feng Xian asked, unable to restrain himself as he watched Shiyu's agonized expression. "Let me examine him first." "Hold him steady," Luo Yunchu replied softly. What she needed to determine was whether Shiyu's condition stemmed from an inability to bear the medicinal properties or from the medicine's restorative effects on his body. In theory, this dosage should not be overwhelming given his prior acclimatization. Although he was injured, his Bodhi's tolerance remained. Feng Xian fell silent, waiting quietly, while Luo Yunchu took his pulse. Sweat beaded heavily on Shiyu's forehead, whether from pain or heat, it was impossible to tell. His grip on Feng Xian's arm was almost desperate. Feng Xian frowned slightly, at a loss for how to ease his suffering. "Take off his clothes," Luo Yunchu said, withdrawing her hand, and quickly producing a set of silver needles. Feng Xian began undressing him at once. "Just pull his upper body out of the water," Luo Yunchu added. "Yes," Feng Xian complied. With nimble fingers she inserted the needles into major acupoints, then slowly began to twist them, pausing at each increment to observe Shiyu's reaction. Only after seeing signs of relief did she proceed to the second stage. When Shiyu's entire body relaxed, she placed the final needle into his shinting. Shiyu shuddered violently and lost consciousness entirely. Had Feng Xian not been holding him, he would have collapsed. "Support him and don't move." Luo Yunchu supported his head with one hand while twisting the needles with the other. After about 2 minutes, the redness and heat of Shiyu's skin began to subside. Only when his skin temperature returned to normal did she start removing the needles. "All right, let him continue soaking. Once the water cools, move him to bed." "A good sleep," Luo Yunchu said, rubbing her sore palms. "Yes, Miss Luo. Your hands." Seeing Shiyu was safe, Feng Xian's tension eased, and he noticed her rub. Luo Yunchu shook her head. "It's nothing. Watch over him. He'll go tidy up and take a bath." Feng Xian nodded, and she turned to leave, pulling the door shut. Back in her room, she spotted the bundle on the table. Realizing she had no clean clothes to change in, as she took the bundle and entered the space. She went to the gym first, worked up a sweat, then bathed and changed into the clothes. They were not a perfect fit, but not too big either. A little long, but she was still growing. In a month or so they would be just right. Luo Yunchu studied herself in the mirror, estimating that after 1 or 2 more doses of the potion her body would reach its limit, at most a little over 7 meters, and no taller. Returning to the room, she checked on Qi Shiyu, felt his pulse, confirmed he was fine, and then went to sleep. She calculated the dosage for the next day. If she monitored him closely, she could add 2 more drops, and with medicinal meals, she could regulate his body and the poison within half a month. Though Qi Shiyu would have to endure more pain in the process, he had his own matters to attend to as well. This way he could leave sooner. It was for the best of both parties. With that thought, Luo Yunchu felt no guilt as she lay down on the bed, and soon drifted off to dreamland. After inquiring throughout Qingyang town, Huai's had asked everyone, and some had indeed seen a girl of similar description, but none could tell where she was from. In fact, Huai's could tell that some people knew, but they simply refused to speak. No matter how much he pleaded, it was useless. It was as if he were some heinous criminal, for everyone remained tight-lipped. Huai's couldn't help but ask the young novice monk beside him suspiciously, "Do I really look like a bad person?" The young novice monk looked up at him, thought seriously, and said, "Senior brother, you don't look like a bad person, but..." Huai's was about to say yes, but upon hearing the young monk's, but his brow immediately furrowed. "But, what but?" The young novice monk pursed his lips, seemingly a bit disdainful. What decent person goes around asking about a girl? Huai's was left speechless. He walked ahead with a dark expression, while the young monk, seeing the fragrant steamed buns and mantou on the roadside, touched his stomach, and said, "Senior brother, I'm hungry." Huai's lowered his head, his gloomy gaze falling on the young monk, who felt a chill down his back, and silently shrank his neck. Not until they had left the town, when the young monk was certain he would go hungry again that night, did he finally mutter, unable to hold it in any longer, "That's exactly it, senior brother. You're a monk, and you're asking around about a girl. How could anyone tell you? Every time you get angry, you don't let me eat. When I see master later, I'm definitely going to complain to him. You're always bullying me." Oomph. After saying that, the young monk quickly ran to a nearby stone, and sat down, refusing to go on. Tired, Huai's looked at the lazy little monk, and felt a headache coming on. "I'm not saying you can't eat," Huai's tried to explain. The young monk looked up and accused, "Then why didn't you buy me steamed buns?" Huai's hesitated, mouth opening and closing. He started to speak, but stopped. "Say it," the young monk persisted. Huai's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. The young monk scoffed, "Can't say anything now, can you?" "Oomph. You always bully me just because I can't beat you." Huai's replied, "When have I ever bullied you? Do you have any conscience at all?" Huai's couldn't take it anymore. "Then besides going into seclusion, every time you come out you catch me and beat me up. What is that if not bullying?" The young monk retorted, "Now you won't even let me eat steamed buns. You're definitely bullying me." Huai's was amused by his words. "Me beat you? Are you sure it's not because you're lazy and don't practice properly, so your martial arts have never improved?" The young monk pursed his lips, knowing he was in the wrong, but after a moment, he stiffened his neck, and said, "Then why didn't you buy me steamed buns?" "That's because..." Huai's hesitated again. Seeing this, the young monk waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, I'll go beg for alms myself. I don't need you, hung." So saying, the young monk got up and left. With his height of over 7 meters and slightly plump figure wrapped in his monk's robe, his walking looked somewhat... Huai's could only follow his hand, quietly reaching for his own bundle. He had left in such a hurry, focusing only on packing clothes, that he had forgotten to bring any money. The two walked until dark, arriving at a small stream. The young monk cupped his hands to drink the stream water, and after drinking he still turned to glare at Huai's behind him. Huai's had no choice but to tell him that he hadn't brought any money. Otherwise this kid would probably hold a grudge over a steamed bun for who knows how long. Upon hearing that the reason they hadn't had steamed buns was because they had no money, the young monk instantly deflated. He then opened his own bundle, and looked at Huai's with a miserable expression. "It's all your fault. You said we had to leave right away, and now I forgot to bring money too." Huai's replied, "Can you be reasonable? When you were packing, I didn't rush you at all, did I? So how can you blame me for this?" Huai's was truly amused and exasperated. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the young monk with a deep, thick confusion. The young monk leaned back against a tree, his face falling, as if he were about to cry. "I don't care. I'm so hungry. I want to eat." Huai sighed helplessly, looked up at the dim moonlight, and asked, "Did you bring any cooking seasonings?" The young monk hugged his bundle, and said weakly, "I did." He had no other hobbies, he only loved to eat. However, from a young age the master had told him he must not eat meat or fish, only vegetarian food. But he was so greedy that he devoted all his energy to studying food. As a result, his martial arts were poor, his spiritual aptitude was lacking, and his enlightenment was all he could do was cook. "Why don't we look in the forest? See if there are any wild vegetables or mushrooms. You can cook them yourself and fill your stomach for now," Huai suggested. Upon hearing this, the young monk's eyes immediately lit up. Great, great. But when he turned to look at the forest, his excitement vanished instantly. He asked timidly, "Senior brother, there aren't any wild beasts in this forest, are there?" The master had told him since childhood never to go into the forest as there were man-eating beasts inside. Huai's naturally knew what he feared, so he had no choice but to say, "Then he'll go alone. You wait here." The young monk opened his mouth, but looking around he felt a sinister chill creeping toward him. Instantly he grabbed his bundle and pressed close to Huai's. "No, I don't want to stay. He'll go with senior brother." Huai's remained silent. "Let's go." Huai's thrust his sleeve into the young monk's hand, his tone full of disdain. "Hold on to this, so you don't fall behind." The young monk said, "Oh," and dared not talk back. With one hand holding his bundle, and the other gripping Huai's sleeve tightly, he followed closely at his. After spending nearly half an hour, Huai's had only found a few mushrooms and some wild fruits. Returning to the stream, he threw everything to the young monk, keeping only one wild fruit, and then pulled his sleeve free. "Go ahead and cook these. He'll just eat this fruit. After we eat, we'll sleep in the trees. Tomorrow we'll look in the villages further in." The townspeople must have known the girl, so she was definitely from nearby. If she wasn't in the town, then she must be in one of the surrounding villages. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not sufficient to pinpoint her location, otherwise he wouldn't have to search around like a headless fly. Huai's washed the wild fruit, stepped on a rock, and leaped up to sit on a tree branch eating. The young monk hugged the pile of things, looked up to confirm the man was there, and then began to busy him. Half a month later, Luo Yunchu watched as Qi Shiyu's body gradually improved, and her smile grew more frequent. She spoke more with Qi Shiyu and Feng Xian. Though Feng Xian was too naive to notice anything, Qi Shiyu understood clearly. Luo Yunchu was happy only because the poison could be detoxified, and after that she could leave. Therefore, although his body was improving day by day, Qi Shiyu could not bring himself to be happy. He even wished he could remain ill like this. Unfortunately, since the last time Chuer explained things to him, she barely spoke a word about anything other than detoxification. No matter how he tried to find topics, Chuer would only give perfunctory replies and quickly find an excuse to leave. Actually, he understood Luo Yunchu's intention. Perhaps, as Chuer had said, the reason she had told him so many memories was that she truly regarded him as a stranger. That was why she spoke without restraint about those unknown past events. Unfortunately, he had overthought it, mistaking her momentary complaints for a special feeling. Now Chuer was avoiding him like this, which was actually telling him that she would never have any relationship with him beyond the current doctor-patient one. Watching Luo Yunchu go out again with a bucket and basket, a bitter smile slowly appeared on Qi Shiyu's lips. It's fine. He didn't know if he could return alive this time. If Chuer really agreed, what would he? Rather than being anxious about gains and losses, it's better to remain strangers. At least Chuer can live here without worries. Chu, this time I'll step back first. If I'm lucky enough to return alive, I will never give up easily again. When I have dealt with everything that needs to be handled, and when I come back alive to find you, I will simply be myself. No identity, no troubles. Master, I heard Miss Luo say that the detoxification will happen tonight. Is that true? Feng Xian saw Luo Yunchu leave, put down his broom, and walked up. His tone was neither fearful nor excited, with a slight tremor. Qi Shiyu nodded. It's true. After all, his body had indeed improved a lot. Although he had suffered much during the past half-month, the results were obvious. Moreover, the poison in his body was clearly not as potent as before. But Chuer said that it was only neutralized, that is suppressed by her medicine. If the poison is not removed in time, once Chuer's medicine is depleted, the poison will rebound. By then, even if a supreme celestial being descended, it would be impossible to save him. Therefore, whether he lives or dies depends on tonight. Then, Master. Feng Xian hesitated. Miss Luo also said the success rate is only half. Hearing this, Qi Shiyu just chuckled nonchalantly and said, if not detoxified, death is certain. Feng Xian pursed his lips. Yes, if not detoxified, his master would die. If detoxified, there is still half a chance. I believe Miss Luo will surely be able to help you detoxify. Feng Xian nodded heavily, his tone also heavy, perhaps to comfort Qi Shiyu or himself. Qi Shiyu laughed. All right, Chuer told you to boil water. Have you done it? Feng Xian snapped back to reality. He'll go right now, right now. Luo Yunchu came to the vegetable garden. She wasn't really there to pick vegetables, since Feng Xian would fertilize on schedule and harvest when ripe. She came out to think calmly about what to do tonight. The outcome of the detoxification is 50-50. The rest is up to fate. What she feared was the process of detoxification. Another half-month had passed, and the closer the day came, the more uneasy she felt. She felt that this damn critical moment had come again, and wondered if something would happen again. For instance, the assassins hunting Qi Shiyu. If assassins came, even if Feng Xian sacrificed his life, he couldn't hold off so many. After all, in these assassinations, the number of attackers increased each, so she was torn over whether to take Qi Shiyu into the space to detoxify. But if she took him into the space, wouldn't that blatantly reveal her uniqueness? She wasn't afraid of being called a monster or something, but she already regretted agreeing to detoxify this big trouble. Now to expose her base. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Yunchu frowned and shook her head. But if she didn't use the space, it was really unsafe here in the courtyard. If only she could knock him unconscious, she would gladly take him into the space. But that was not possible. His already frail body couldn't handle it. If he were knocked out, his internal energy would stop circulating, and then he might as well be buried in a coffin. She wouldn't need to waste. In the past few days she had looked around the area hoping to find a cave or something, but there was none. Although this was the back mountain, it was only on the hillside surrounded by fertile fields. Except for the hill behind the house, the front of the courtyard was almost completely flat. Maybe she could take him into the mountains. But would Chi Shiryu agree? After all, Luo Yunchu's face was tightly scrunched. No one would be willing to do that. Especially when he was a stubborn and flexible old stick. Oh, so annoying. Luo Yunchu took a deep breath. Let it be for now. If assassins really came and angered her, she would just blow them up. Damn it. Luo Yunchu looked up and glared at the sky. It would be best if nothing else happened, otherwise she wouldn't hesitate to kill. Liujia village. Senior brother, it's not here either. We've searched all 3 villages around here. Where else can we go? Did you miscalculate? The little novice monk complained weakly. Huizhe ignored him, endlessly turning the prayer beads in his hand with a deep frown of confusion and doubt. No, he had felt something as soon as he entered the village, but why was it not there? Even now the feeling persisted. How could it not be there? He paced back and forth outside the village, turning his prayer beads and muttering something. Seeing this, the little novice monk also stopped talking and found a stone to sit on. He watched him walk from one side to the other, then back again. Suddenly Huizhe stopped in a certain direction and abruptly opened his eyes. Found it. Over here. The little novice monk was already drowsy. Startled by Huizhe's voice, he jumped up with a jolt. Who's over here? With a slap, a not-o-heavy blow landed on the little novice monk's head. He yelped, his soul suddenly returning to his body, and glared at Huizhe, who had hit him. Senior brother, I've told you many times, don't hit my head. Huizhe didn't bother to respond. Instead, he looked at the mountainside. They're over there. Hurry quickly. As he spoke, he was already walking in that direction. The little novice monk let out another strange cry, but didn't fully voice it. He immediately ran after him and grabbed Huizhe's sleeve. Luo Yunchu instructed Feng Xian, who stood outside the door, saying, "Guard the door, don't let anyone in." Her tone was extremely cold after she gestured for Chi Shiryu to enter. Feng Xian tightened his grip on the sword and nodded solemnly. "Yes, even if it means my death, I will never allow anyone to step into this room." Luo Yunchu nodded, but inwardly she was uncertain. If there were no assassins, fine, but if there were, how could Feng Xian alone hold them off? Once inside the room, Luo Yunchu wasted no time, taking advantage of the early hour to get things done quickly. "Take off your clothes," Luo Yunchu said directly while opening the bundle she carried, which contained a small wooden box and some strange bottles. Chi Shiryu, hearing her words, assumed she only meant his outer robe, so he straightforwardly removed it, leaving only his undergarments. After Luo Yunchu prepared everything, she turned and saw Chi Shiryu sitting upright. She frowned. "I told you to take off your clothes." Chi Shiryu was confused. I did. All of it," Luo Yunchu said coldly. "Chi Shiryu? All of it?" Luo Yunchu nodded, reaffirming. "All of it, just leave your underwear." "Chi Shiryu? What's the difference from being naked? Why does detoxification require being naked?" Seeing him frozen and unmoving, Luo Yunchu lost patience. "Are you going to detox or not?" "Detox," Chi Shiryu answered instinctively, then raised his hands, but couldn't bring himself to remove his clothes. Luo Yunchu rolled her eyes. So slow and fussy. As she spoke, she was already at the bedside. With a ripping sound, Chi Shiyu's clothes were torn open and 2 tied straps snapped apart. Luo Yunchu's gaze fell on his underpants. "Are you taking them off yourself, or shall I?" "Chi Shiyu. I'll do it myself." He gritted his teeth. It's just taking off clothes, right? Even the girl isn't shy, so why is he a grown man feeling so awkward? With that thought, Chi Shiryu stood up and removed his pants. Then he sat back on the bed, but his whole body felt as if covered in thorns, restless and uneasy. The candlelight was dim, and Luo Yunchu didn't deliberately observe Chi Shiryu, so she didn't notice his already flushed face. "Take this." Luo Yunchu handed him a pill of poison refined from 3 insects and 3 herbs. Chi Shiryu knew it was poison, having watched her make it. But without any hesitation, he took it and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it directly. Then he took another green pill Luo Yunchu handed him, which was extracted from poison arrow tree sap and giant snake venom. After swallowing both pills, Chi Shiryu immediately began circulating his internal energy, constantly recalling Luo Yunchu's words. He must not fall asleep, must not let his internal energy stop, and must hold on for at least the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick. But as soon as he began to circulate his internal energy, he felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart by something. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his hands, resting on his knees, involuntarily clenched into fists. Luo Yunchu watched Chi Shiryu as he endured with great effort. To be honest, she did feel a certain admiration for him. Over the past half-month, each time she increased the dosage, she was testing the limits of his body. The pain involved was truly not something just anyone could endure. Yet he somehow managed to endure it all. Moreover, after each treatment, it didn't take long for him to become lively and vigorous again. Although to Luo Yunchu, he still seemed like a porcelain doll yet. She had to admit that the reason she was so dedicated to detoxifying him was largely due to Qi Shiyu's will to live and his stubborn determination to fight for a chance, which truly stirred her compassion. As someone who had once fought with everything just to survive, Luo Yunchu could empathize with that desperate hopelessness and unwillingness. Perhaps she might not be able to save him, but at least it was worth a try, wasn't it? What if it worked? Moreover, Qi Shiyu's formidable internal energy was the only guarantee that had kept him alive so far. Thus, it also greatly increased the chance of success for the detoxification. Now it all depended on whether he could withstand the battle of toxins within his body and whether he could hold out until her poison suppressed the poison inside him. Even if it only found a balance point, she could barely make an attempt. "Senior brother, look ahead, isn't that someone?" The little monk looked at the swaying shadows in the distance and asked in a puzzled whisper. Since the little monk saw it, Hugh Eyes naturally saw it too. He grabbed the little monk and both of them rolled into the roadside grass. "Just stay here and don't move. He'll go check." Hugh Eyes warned softly, his gaze containing a warning as he looked at the little monk. The little monk knew Hugh Eyes wasn't joking and also knew his own mediocre skills would only cause trouble, so he obediently nodded to show he understood. Seeing this, Hugh Eyes gave the little monk a slight smile, then turned and emerged from the grass only to find that the group of shadows ahead had already landed in the distant court. He was about to dash forward, but then recalled his master's words and stopped in his tracks. "Do not take life lightly." His master said not lightly, not never. Moreover, he was doing this to save people, and the person he was saving was someone who would go on to save countless others. So this didn't count as taking life, right? It doesn't count. After reaching this conclusion, Hugh Eyes confirmed once more that the person he was looking for was indeed in that courtyard. Then without any hesitation, he took a few running steps stamped on a tree trunk by the roadside, and swiftly flew toward the courtyard. Feng Xian watched the black-clad figures suddenly descending into the courtyard. His long sword instantly left its sheath, and he stood horizontally before the door, his gaze firm and resolute. Inside the room, Luo Yunchu's brows suddenly knit together. As expected, here they come again. Damn it, here they come again. Did these people install GPS, or did they install a bug? Why did they have to come at this moment? Her gaze fell on Qi Shiyu, who looked as if he had been pulled out of water, but his lips were only just beginning to turn. It seemed it would take some time for the toxins in his body to be suppressed. "Prince Yu, your life is truly hard to take." A taunting, sneering voice came from outside, and Luo Yunchu's anger skyrocketed. Without a second thought, she went to the window, took out 2 grenades, and after confirming that Feng Xian was at the door, she threw them directly into the courtyard. "Damn it, there's no end to this, is there?" As she spoke, 2 black lumps rolled into the courtyard. The black-clad men looked at Luo Yunchu's expression, then at the 2 motionless black lumps at their feet. Ha. Yet just as their laughter echoed with 2 bang sounds, a small mushroom cloud rose within the courtyard. Feng Xian gaped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Was that a thunderfire bomb? But how could Miss Luo have a thunderfire bomb? No, that didn't look like one either. Just then a chorus of wails erupted in the courtyard, snapping Feng Xian back from his shock. The black-clad men near the center were all blown over, while only 5 or 6 on the periphery, who had run faster, remained unscathed. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xian seized the opportunity to strike while the enemy was down. He drew his sword and dashed straight into the smoke and dust. In just a few breaths, he finished off the black-clad men who had not yet drawn their last breath, then swiftly returned to the doorway, his eyes fixed intently on the 5 black-clad men who were just coming to their senses. 5. He could still risk a fight. Luo Yunchu had little time, so after tossing the grenade, she quickly returned to the bedside. Indeed, the moment she came over, she saw Qi Shiyu's lips had already turned purple. Without further hesitation, she deployed all 7 of the Qijua needles. In just half a minute, Qi Shiyu's entire body was pricked like a porcupine, and then she took out a medicinal agent and injected it into him. She took his pulse while observing his condition and slowly adjusted the silver needles according to the situation. Outside, when Huizhe arrived, he saw the courtyard in a heated skirmish. As soon as he got a clear look at the scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Such a large hole. And those bodies, why were they all missing limbs? Feng Xian was already struggling in the fight, and when he saw Huizhe appear, his expression tensed even more, his face growing several shades darker. In a moment of distraction, his arm was slashed. He grunted, struck a black-clad man back with a palm, and quickly retreated to the doorway. His gaze fixed on the black-clad man, but his mind was on Huizhe, who stood outside the door. While Feng Xian was watching Huizhe was also assessing the courtyard. Judging by their attire and behavior, these 5 men were the villains, and that man was likely, and in that room was the person he sought. So, Huizhe rested his palm on his chin, slowly twirling the prayer beads in his other hand. Ba. Bald donkey, mind your own business. A black-clad man, sensing that this monk was no ordinary figure, barked out. Huizhe slowly walked into the courtyard, lifting his gaze, and speaking calmly, "Benefactor, lay down your butcher's knife, and become a Buddha." A black-clad man scowled, cursed under his breath, and directly raised his blade to strike at Huizhe. But Huize merely twisted his ankle slightly, as if his foot were tethered spinning around in place before lightly brushing the tip of his foot against the black-clad man. Seeing that seemingly feeble kick, Feng Xian's brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a few mosquitoes. Clearly, just a flashy move. However, the black-clad man let out a muffled grunt, without even a scream, and simply fell face first to the ground, still holding his sword in the striking motion. Following that came the sound, "Ba, a sin, a sin." Feng Xian, you killed a man, and saying a sin is supposed to be his funeral rites. Or does saying a sin absolve you of wrongdoing? After that, Huize stood still. He still wanted to persuade them. If these men would leave on their own, that would be best. Unfortunately, the black-clad men had no intention of leaving. They exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Without a word, they charged at Huize in perfect unison. Huize's words of persuasion were stuck in his throat. He sighed helplessly in his heart. What a sin. Yet his hands showed no mercy, leaving Feng Xian dazzled as he watched. He couldn't even make out the monk's movements. He only barely saw him pass through the four black-clad men, as if he waved his hand. Did he move his foot or not? He truly couldn't tell. Then, Ba, a sin, a sin. Feng Xian. With a few thuds, all the black-clad men collapsed lifeless. Feng Xian's expression was incredibly vivid. He had never had so many expressions on his face in his entire life. Ba. Huize bowed to Feng Xian with one hand, and asked, Benefactor, is there a young lady inside? Feng Xian gripped his longsword tightly, and did not answer Huize's question. Huize, knowing he was afraid, silently stepped back 2 paces, lowered his eyes, and a hint of compassion appeared in his brows. Benefactor, I am a monk from Liangquan Temple. I have come down the mountain only to seek a person. As he spoke, Huize's gaze passed over Feng Xian and landed directly on the door behind him. If my calculations are not wrong, there should be a young lady in this room, 16 years of age. Hearing this, Feng Xian's expression grew even more vigilant. He pointed his longsword straight at Huize. What exactly do you want? Huize was somewhat speechless. Hadn't he made it clear enough? What more did he need to say? I came down the mountain. Feng Xian interrupted him impatiently. There is no young lady in this room. Your calculation is wrong. Huize, do you realize how tense you look when saying that? Benefactor, you jest. I cannot be mistaken. Huize forced a smile, bowed again, and said kindly. Feng Xian indeed did not sense any malice from this monk, but even if Miss Luo was not in the critical moment of detoxifying the master, he would not easily step aside before determining whether this person was good or evil and obtaining Miss Luo's consent. Even if he was no match for this man. If you want to enter, you must step over my dead body. Feng Xian stared coldly at Huize, his tone firm and unyielding. Huize hesitated for a moment. Since he had confirmed the young lady was here, he could first go fetch that little Hui Jin and wait for the young lady to come out. This man, though heavy with bloodshed, did not seem to be a great villain. With that thought, Huize nodded. Very well, I will wait outside and not force my way in. Having said that, he turned and left directly. Feng Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. Only after Huize disappeared from the courtyard entrance did he exhale deeply. His gaze swept over the mess left in the courtyard. He would clean up after Miss Luo finished detoxifying the master. Yet before Feng Xian could fully exhale his relief, he saw the monk return with a young novice in tow. Feng Xian instantly tensed again, his gaze locked onto Huize and the little novice, but Huize paid him no heed. Only the young novice bowed to him, smiling as he said, Benefactor, your killing intent is a bit too strong. That is not good. However, when he saw the scene in the courtyard, he leaped onto Huize in an instant, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. Senior brother, how did so many people die here? Huize slowly closed his eyes, calming himself before speaking. So did you grow eyes on the top of your head? Even if it is too dark to see, can you not smell the thick stench of blood? The little novice kept his eyes tightly shut, shaking his head like a rattledrum. What kind of accursed place is this? Senior brother, who exactly are you looking for? How could there be so many dead bodies here? Ba sin. The young novice chanted a sutra, then clung to Huize, mumbling something under his breath. This bizarre spectacle left Feng Xian, who stood guard at the door, utterly dumbfounded. He gripped his longsword tightly, not daring to speak rashly. Because he could not ascertain what these 2 monks were up to, he decided to wait for his master and Lady Luo to emerge, as long as the monks did not cause trouble. He glanced down at the wound on his left arm, wanting to bandage it, but recalling Huize's strength, he suppressed the urge and kept his full attention on Huize and the novice. Thus the 3 formed a strange stillness, one standing at the door, one in the courtyard, and one clinging to the other. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchu had reached the final and crucial step of withdrawing the needles. Once the needles were removed, the medicinal effects would fully release. Qi Shiyu's condition was dire. Though he had barely survived the poison, enduring the subsequent potency of the medicine would be exceedingly difficult. Luo Yunchu frowned, watching Qi Shiyu, who was struggling to maintain his senses, his brow tightly knitted. She felt as if she were facing a hedgehog, unsure where to begin. Fighting the poison had nearly exhausted all of Qi Shiyu's internal energy, and his aura was visibly weakening. Luo Yunchu placed her hand on his wrist again. Qi Shiyu, if you can hear me, move your finger. After a moment, seeing his finger twitch slightly, she spoke again. I am about to remove the needles. Once I do, the medicine I administered will have no restraint. No external force can help you, you must endure it on your own. Certain that Qi Shiyu had heard her, Luo Yunchu began extracting the needles. Though a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes, her hands moved without pause, removing all the silver needles as swiftly as possible. Instantly, the faint color on Qi Shiyu's face drained away the moment the last needle was withdrawn, leaving it deathly pale. Cold sweat broke out all over his forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face almost contorted in agony, as if his eyeballs might pop out. Focus your mind, protect your heart meridian, with inner energy, steady your spirit. If you endure for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you will be safe. Luo Yunchu held his hand, unconsciously raising her voice, trying to keep him conscious through sound. Qi Shiyu's mouth was slightly open, but no sound escaped. The veins on his neck and temples bulged starkly. He suddenly gripped Luo Yunchu's hand back. Feeling the strength in his grip, Luo Yunchu's brows knitted deeply. She had always known how fierce the medicine was, but she had not expected such a violent reaction from Qi Shiyu. For instance, when she had used it herself, though it hurt, she had quickly fallen into a deep coma, so she had felt little. The only way to judge if one could withstand the drug was to see if they woke up the next day. Another example was when she had used it on Feng Xian. Perhaps due to his strong constitution, his reaction seemed even milder than her own. Now Qi Shiyu had collapsed onto the bed. Beyond the pain, his mind could generate no other thought. At times it felt as if a heavy hammer was striking him, shattering every bone in his body. At other times it was as if a wild beast was tearing him apart, his internal organs shifting out of place. Warm liquid gushed from his mouth in an instant. Uncontrollable agony consumed all his reason and thoughts. A single voice echoed and circled in his mind. Pain. So much pain. For a moment, he even felt as if he might be tortured to death. Or perhaps death suddenly seemed not so terrifying. Finally, he let out his first cry of agony that night. Luo Yunchu breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to scream meant that his body had not yet reached its limit and that he had a chance to pull through. Qi Shiyu released Luo Yunchu's hand, grabbed the bedding, and stuffed it into his mouth to stifle his cries. His entire body trembled violently. He felt as if he had been shattered and reassembled countless times, every inch of his skin torn into 1,000 pieces. Listening to his muffled groans, Luo Yunchu once again admired Qi Shiyu's self-control. After an unknown period, Qi Shiyu gradually grew calmer until he slowly fell asleep. Luo Yunchu's suspended heart finally began to settle. She took his hand and felt his pulse. Still chaotic, but the poison was gone, and his body was Yet even though Qi Shiyu had weathered the most intense phase of the medicine, even though he had passed out from the pain, his body still trembled faintly. Feng Xian. Luo Yunchu rose and stepped back to the bedside, calling out. The door opened and Feng Xian entered, but his eyes and mind were elsewhere. Knowing there were people outside, Luo Yunchu had called him in. Go fetch some water to clean him up. I will go out and have a look. Lady Luo. Feng Xian stopped her, worried. Lady Luo, there are 2 monks outside. They said they are looking for a 16-year-old girl. The tall monk is very strong. Please be careful, Lady Luo. Luo Yunchu nodded. I understand. Then noticing the blood on his hand, she added, there is wound healing powder in that cabinet. Bandage yourself, and you will be fine by tomorrow. Yes. Feng Xian acknowledged, then glanced at the bed. Seeing Qi Shiyu shirtless, he was visibly startled. But sensing Luo Yunchu's departure, he quickly followed, staying protectively by her side. The moment he sensed Luo Yunchu's emergence, Huai's eyes snapped open, locking onto her, with unmistakable delight gleaming within them. Luo Yunchu furrowed her brows slightly. The moonlight was dim, yet sufficient for her to discern Huai's expression, and even without looking she could feel it. This monk seemed to recognize her, and his inexplicable joy, where did it stem from? She regarded Huai's impassively, utterly disregarding the figure clinging to the original owner's memories held no such person. Luo Yunchu tilted her head slightly. Go heat the water. You're not needed here. Feng Xian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, nodding before heading to the kitchen. Venerable masters, have you come seeking alms, or something else? Luo Yunchu stepped down from the porch. The blood in the courtyard had seeped into the earth, and her long hem instantly became stained. Seeing Luo Yunchu approach, Huai's moved to step forward, only to find his legs restrained by the young novice. He promptly peeled the boy off. The novice let out an ouch, but sprang up instantly upon hitting the ground, clutching Huai's sleeve in a death grip. Helpless, Huai's allowed the boy to cling on as he took a few steps closer to Luo Yunchu. He paused, hesitated for a long moment, then bowed, and chanted a Buddhist Amikba. If you have something to say, venerable master, speak plainly. There should still be food in my kitchen, Luo Yunchu said flatly, her stance subtly blocking the door. Huai's quickly shook his head. You misunderstand, benefactor. This poor monk came specifically to find you. Luo Yunchu raised an eyebrow. To find me? Venerable master, you must be joking. I am merely an ordinary peasant girl. I have never crossed paths with you before. What business could you have with me? Yet Huai surveyed Luo Yunchu with a meaningful gaze, his tone suddenly turning more casual. A monk does not lie. It is you, benefactor, who is jesting. Hearing this, Luo Yunchu's brows tightened again. For the first time she formally appraised the man before her. He appeared to be in his 20s with a tiny mole on the left side of his face that was strikingly conspicuous. He seemed utterly unremarkable, yet the aura around him made one instinctively avert one's gaze. His inner strength rivaled that of Qi Shiyu. What do you mean by that? Huai's looked down at her, his voice suddenly softening. Benefactor, may I have a word in private? Luo Yunchu hesitated only briefly before striding toward the courtyard gate. Feng Xian rushed out and called after her, Miss. It's nothing. Tend to your own tasks. Luo Yunchu replied without turning back. Huai's turned to follow her with the young novice still clinging to him like a human pendant. He shook his sleeve but failed to dislodge the boy, so he simply let him tag along. Luo Yunchu halted outside the courtyard, leaning half against the gate. Her gaze at Huai's carried a faint murderous intent. Speak. Huai's naturally sensed it, yet merely chuckled with a hint of resignation. Benefactor need not harbor such hostility toward this poor monk. State your purpose, Luo Yunchu said patiently, her fingers lightly tapping on her upper arm as she folded her arms. Seeing this, Huai's wasted no more time and revealed the reason for his visit. Benefactor, you are a soul from another world. Your arrival here is not without reason. At these words, Luo Yunchu unconsciously straightened up. Though she had considered the possibility, thinking about it, and actually hearing it were two entirely different things. Thus the look in Luo Yunchu's eyes toward Huai's darkened further. Forgive my dullness. I fail to grasp your meaning, venerable master. Huai's fixed his gaze on Luo Yunchu for a few seconds before speaking. Benefactor, there is no need to deny it, nor any need to fear. This poor monk comes with no ill intentions whatsoever. With that, he removed the bundle from his back and retrieved a piece of yellowed paper. Benefactor, this is a prophecy left by my master. My cultivation is insufficient, I have searched for you for years, and only now have I found you. Luo Yunchu took the paper with skepticism and unfolded it. On it 8 large bold characters were scrawled, the great calamity approaches, an alien soul shall save the world. Luo Yunchu. The great calamity approaches. An alien soul shall save the world. Meaning a great disaster is imminent, and precisely this wandering soul, her, is needed to save the world. According to this monk, her arrival here was no accident, but to serve as a savior. Heh. Luo Yunchu couldn't suppress a laugh. She carefully folded the note and handed it back to Huai's. Venerable master, is it possible your master miscalculated? Do I look like someone who could save the world? If he had said she would bring about its destruction, she might have believed. After all, she was indeed a soul from another world. That much was true. She wasn't questioning the monk's words, as she simply doubted the notion of saving the world. Huai's, however, was utterly convinced. My master's predictions are never wrong. The fact that I found you, benefactor, proves it. Luo Yunchu was speechless. Is it possible you found the wrong person? There are plenty of 16-year-old girls in this world. Huai's waved his hand. You underestimate this poor monk. Did you not visit the cliff behind Liangquan Temple a few days ago? Luo Yunchu gave him a non-committal glance and remained silent. Seeing this, Huai's became even more certain he had found the right person. I descended the mountain that very night to pursue you. I have searched every village around Qing. As you said, there are indeed many 16-year-old girls, but they are not the ones I seek. Luo Yunchu pressed her lips together. She wanted to say he was right, but, venerable master, you truly have the wrong person. Please leave. I have matters to attend to at home. With that, Luo Yunchu turned and walked back inside. Huai's hurried after her with the young novice following closely, his timid gaze fixed on Luo Yunchu. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the novice quickly shut his eyes. Hey, let go of me. Seeing Luo Yunchu disappearing further away, Huai's waved his hand, and a gentle internal force sent the novice flying out of the courtyard. Senior brother. The novice wailed, but Huai's had already blocked Luo Yunchu's path. The two stood at the center of the courtyard, surrounded by severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The novice could only cling desperately to the gate, eyes squeezed shut, daring not to glance again. Impatience crept into Luo Yunchu's voice as she faced Huai's blocking her way. Venerable master, I'll say it again, you have the wrong person. Huai shook his head stubbornly. This poor monk cannot be mistaken. You are undoubtedly the one my master foretold. Luo Yunchu. Please, master, step aside. Luo Yunchu's tone grew heavier. Huizhe remained silent, only stubbornly gazing at her with an unwavering stance. Luo Yunchu's face darkened. Her hand swept across her waist, and the triangular military spike instantly shot toward Huizhe's neck. Yet Huizhe merely shifted slightly to the side, evading her strike. Luo Yunchu spun and followed, charging again like an arrow. Each swing of the spike aimed at a vital point. Huizhe discerned that Luo Yunchu possessed no inner strength, so he refrained from retaliation, merely dodging all the while. Inside the room, Feng Xian, who had been wiping Qi Shiyu, heard the commotion outside. He quickly set down the cloth, grabbed his sword, and rushed out swiftly, joining the fray. Sensing Luo Yunchu's genuine killing intent, and with Feng Xian joining the fight, Hui Zhe dared not be careless. When his sleeve was torn, he hesitated no longer and leaped onto the roof. Luo Yunchu. The disadvantage of lacking inner strength became apparent. She looked up at Hui Zhe on the roof, her expression grim. This is no place for you to search, master. Please do not persist in making trouble. Feng Xian also stood with sword drawn beside Luo Yunchu, his eyes coldly fixed on Hui Zhe atop the roof. Hui Zhe gazed down at Luo Yunchu, his face filled with helplessness. Benefactor, every word I speak is true, not a lie. I implore you to consider it carefully. Through their exchange, Luo Yunchu clearly sensed the man's formidable strength. She was nowhere near his match at her current level, let alone able to do anything to him. Suppressing her irritation, she ignored Hui Zhe and said to Feng Xian, "Go about your business. Pay him no mind." With that, she entered the room herself. Feng Xian stared at the closed door, momentarily bewildered. What did pay him no mind mean? Benefactor, what is your relationship with that young lady? Hui Zhe, seeing Luo Yunchu enter the room, shifted his gaze to Feng Xian. Feng Xian looked up. Who are you? Hui Zhe descended from the roof, landing 2 steps away. My monastic name is Hui Zhe. Feng Xian stared at him, his expression full of vigilance. This man was strong. If a comparison were necessary, perhaps the master at his peak could match him. What exactly do you want? Hui Zhe chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitba. I come here to seek blessings for the world. Feng Xian. Master, if you are so idle, kindly return to your temple to pray. No one here can bless the world. Heh. Hui Zhe chuckled lightly. Benefactor, you are unaware. This blessing can only be bestowed by that young lady. Feng Xian frowned, raising his sword once more. Will you leave, or not? Hui Zhe shook his head. Benefactor, you are no match for me. Then let's try, Feng Xian said harshly. Even if he wasn't a match, he couldn't let this monk linger. After all, Miss Luo was a young woman. Regardless of how she behaved externally, she was still the master's purchased wife in the eyes of others. How could it be proper to keep a monk in the house? Just as Feng Xian was about to strike, Luo Yunchu emerged from the room, her gaze lightly falling on him. The latter felt a chill under that look and eventually sheathed his sword, though he remained rooted to the spot. Are you done with your tasks? Luo Yunchu asked flatly. Feng Xian turned to her, hesitated. Not yet. Luo Yunchu. Then why are you still standing here? Is it so entertaining? Feng Xian. He looked at Luo Yunchu, and when his eyes met hers, he quickly turned his head to glare at Hui Zhe, a silent warning in his gaze. Then he returned to the room, looking back every few steps. Luo Yunchu cast a fleeting glance at Hui Zhe, then at the corpses in the courtyard. A monk should be compassionate. There are countless wrong souls here. I entrust you to recite sutras for them. Hui Zhe was about to speak when the door slammed shut with a bang. Hui Zhe. This young lad's temper. How could it be so fierce? Silence returned to the courtyard. Hui Zhe stared at the closed door, then at the mess in the yard. Finally, he turned and walked out of the courtyard. At the gate, he picked up the little novice monk who had fallen asleep from fear and slowly disappeared beyond the entrance. Inside the room, Luo Yunchu sensed that the man had left. She opened the door to confirm no one was there, then breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he's gone. Otherwise, she truly didn't know what to do with that monk. Fight. She couldn't, mainly because she couldn't even land a hit. Kill. Even more impossible, unless she could use a sniper rifle from 1,000 meters away. Maybe then. Luo Yunchu snorted derisively, closed the door again, and sprawled onto the bed. Save the world? Huh. Was she someone who could save the world? She was more suited to destroy it. Despite the annoyance, Luo Yunchu was in good spirits now, because Qi Shiyu's poison had been neutralized. If the absorption went smoothly, they could leave tomorrow. Next, she could begin arranging for those children and planning her retirement. As for the monk who had divined that she was a soul from another world, since he had already figured it out, and she couldn't defeat him, what could she do? From his conversation with Feng Xian, it seemed he wouldn't divulge her secret. That was enough. As for his talk of saving the world, Luo Yunchu paid it no heed. She drifted off to sleep, daydreaming about her future retirement. The next morning, when Luo Yunchu rose, the yard had been restored to its former state, save for the hole blasted into the ground. It wasn't very deep, but at first glance it stood out oddly. Miss Luo, Feng Xian called out as he saw her emerge hurrying from the gate. That monk is outside the... Luo Yunchu. Still here? Feng Xian nodded. He came before dawn and has been waiting outside. Luo Yunchu's good mood plummeted. Is this never? She stormed to the door and indeed saw a large and a small monk standing not far from the yard, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. Luo Yunchu's fingers twitched as she was this close to drawing her gun. Benefactor, you're awake. Hui Zhe, spotting her quickly, put on a smile and bowed. Luo Yunchu's expression was foul, and her tone even worse. What do you want? Hui Zhe, I made my purpose clear to you last night. Luo Yunchu took a deep breath, and I made it clear. You've got the wrong person. Hui Zhe smiled without a word, his gaze upon Luo Yunchu carrying a certain paternal quality that sent a shiver down her spine. What's with that look? Luo Yunchu shuddered with revulsion. Were all the people here afflicted with some peculiar ailment? Why did everyone seem more unhinged than... Why must the young lady be so quick-tempered? Huize seemed utterly oblivious to her displeasure, his smile, remaining gentle and unruffled. Though my cultivation is far beneath my master's, I could never mistake the wrong person. Luo Yunchu fell silent. She stared at the smile on his face, her fists slowly clenching. Truth be told, she truly wanted to kill someone. In the end, Luo Yunchu restrained herself. She kept telling herself over and over she wanted to live a quiet life. She was already burdened with enough trouble. She would not invite any more. This man's lightness skill was formidable. Even if she used a grenade, she doubted she could harm him. She couldn't really reveal all her trump cards, and besides, she bore no deep grudge against this monk. Having come to this realization, Luo Yunchu turned and entered the courtyard. Since she couldn't drive him away, he could stay if he wished. She would simply treat him as part of the Feng Xian. The water is boiled. I'm hungry. With those words, the courtyard gate slammed shut with a bang. The smile on Huize's face froze for a moment. The young monk beside him looked up slightly. Brother, this young lady doesn't seem to believe you at all. Huize lowered his head at the remark. When his gaze fell upon the young monk, it inexplicably turned several degrees colder. The young monk silently shrank his neck, muttering under his breath in defiance. I'm just stating the truth. I didn't say anything wrong. Are you showing off that you have a mouth? Huize's eyes darkened. The young monk pressed his lips together, saying nothing more aloud, though his thoughts remained unyielding. He hadn't spoken falsely. The young lady clearly didn't welcome him. Yet he couldn't bear being told the truth. Huize turned and walked toward a nearby stone. The young monk glanced at the courtyard gate, his nose twitching involuntarily. A delicious aroma was wafting from inside. Was the young lady cooking? His stomach growled. He patted his belly. He was so hungry. He turned silently to look at Huize, who sat motionless, and his expression gradually turned resentful. If only he hadn't followed his brother down the mountain. Following his brother meant going hungry 3 meals out of 9. He used to be respectfully addressed as little monk, but now he looked like a little beggar. Why was his fate so cruel? The aroma from the courtyard grew richer. The young monk's throat bobbed continuously. Unable to bear it any longer, he hurriedly ran off to a distance. Yet no matter how far he ran, the tantalizing scent seemed to follow him. He turned back to look at Huize, who remained as immovable as a mountain, and flopped down on the ground. Brother, I'm hungry. So hungry. I need to eat. I've already missed 2 meals. Huize kept his eyes closed, his fingers continuously moving prayer beads, his lips murmuring something inaudible. He paid no heed to the young monk's lament. Inside the courtyard, Luo Yunchu and Feng Xian naturally overheard the young monk's words. They exchanged a surprised glance. The 2 monks had gone without food for 2 meals. Yet the next second, Luo Yunchu took out cumin powder and chili flakes, seasoning she only used when roasting meat. As she added them to the broth, the fragrance. Even Feng Xian, who had eaten her cooking countless times, couldn't help but inhaled deeply. Qi Shiyu was still unconscious, so the 2 of them didn't bother with the table. Each took a bowl, and Luo Yunchu deliberately walked a few steps toward the courtyard gate. Since they refused to leave, let's see how long they could wait outside. Feng Xian, go catch a couple of pheasants or rabbits later. He'll make braised dishes. After finishing the noodles, she gave the order in a deliberately moderate voice. Feng Xian acknowledged and asked curiously, Miss Luo, what is braised? Delicious food. Luo Yunchu didn't elaborate. To be precise, she didn't know what the local term for braising was. She had seen others do it in the town before. But the local braising used only a few ingredients. She hadn't bought or observed it closely, but she guessed it involved only a few simple spices. Thus the flavor was lacking. Feng Xian nodded. Alright, I'll go now. Be careful, Miss Luo. He then went back to Qi Shiyu's room for a moment before emerging. The moment the courtyard gate opened, the young monk sprang up from the ground, staring eagerly. When he saw it was Feng Xian, disappointment was clearly written on his face. Feng Xian naturally noticed his expression, but paid him no mind. He casually closed the gate and walked past the 2 of them. The young monk looked at the gate, then at Huize, and ultimately chose to knock on the door. Luo Yunchu opened the door, a faint smile on her face. Little monk, is there something you need? The young monk placed his hands on his belly, pouted, and stammered, as if embarrassed. Young lady, this humble monk is hungry. I wonder if I could beg for a meal. Hearing this, Luo Yunchu was taken aback. She really hadn't expected the young monk to be so direct. Heh. She gave a dry laugh and replied with feigned regret. Sorry, we don't have much rice at home. It's all gone. With that, the door slammed shut again. The young monk stood there at a loss. Helpless, he trotted over to Huize. I'm hungry. Come find me something to eat. Huize didn't even open his eyes. You can go by yourself. I'm not going. The young monk glared at him. This is deep wilderness behind us. How can I go alone? Then don't eat, Huize said flatly. The young monk, I'm hungry. Huize, I'm not hungry. The young monk stomped his foot in frustration. You're not hungry because your inner energy is profound and you can meditate. I can't. I'm starving. That's your problem, Huize replied without a ripple of emotion. He would never leave. Not even a single step. Unless he starved to death here, he would not leave this young lad's side for even a moment. His master had entrusted him with this one task. How could he possibly fail? Luo Yunchu leaned against the courtyard gate listening to the conversation outside. Her originally improved mood instantly soured. This damned bald donkey. Was he planning to keep watch outside forever? Then how could she go into the mountains? Did this man have a problem? Could things possibly get any worse? Her fists clenched until the knuckles cracked. Her gaze fell on Qi Shiyu's room. She quickly entered and checked his pulse. She calculated in her mind how much longer he would take to wake. A moment later her brows twitched and a hint of joy surfaced again. Barring any mishap, he should wake around dusk. She rose and went to the back window slowly, pushing it open to survey the terrain behind. Once Qi Shiyu woke up, she could have him distract that bald donkey while she slipped away from the back. That should shake him off. But that bald donkey seemed truly formidable. Qi Shiyu had just recovered and most of the medicinal agents had been used to counteract the poison. Perhaps she could give him another dose. As soon as the thought struck, Luo Yunchu didn't hesitate for a moment. She took out a vial and began injecting Qi Shiyu. Sleep a little longer. It'll be just a bit uncomfortable, but after that it's all benefits. Bear with it. Luo Yunchu muttered while injecting, unsure whether she was speaking to Qi Shiyu or seeking psychological comfort for herself. In any case, she didn't have much of a— Although injecting the medicine now would make him uncomfortable for a while, he would still receive benefits after all, wouldn't he? Qi Shiyu's brows furrowed slightly, but his expression showed no major reaction. However, Luo Yunchu knew that his body had not yet fully recovered, so administering the medicine at this time would certainly cause him discomfort. But she had no choice, did she? After waiting a while, Luo Yunchu took Qi Shiyu's pulse again. Confirming that there were no other issues, she left the room with a clear conscience. She picked up a bucket from the courtyard and walked straight out of the gate. When she came out, the young monk was gone, and only Hu Eyes remained sitting on that stone. Luo Yunchu passed him without a sideways glance, carrying the bucket toward the stream at the foot of the mountain. Hu Eyes opened his eyes at the right moment, then stood up and followed behind her. Luo Yunchu paid him no attention. Bear with it a little longer. Once Qi Shiyu wakes up, he'll slip away. But she forgot. If Hu Eyes could find this place, where could she possibly escape to? And so Luo Yunchu carried the bucket to the vegetable garden, with Hu Eyes silently following behind her. While she watered the plants, he waited quietly outside the garden. Luo Yunchu occasionally glanced at him from the corner of her eye, couldn't help muttering to herself. Was his mouth trembling? Or was he chanting sutras? At noon, Feng Xian returned bringing back a few wild rabbits, wild chickens, and a silly roe deer. Luo Yunchu entered the courtyard and Hu Eyes went back to sitting on the stone. She glanced outside a few times, but didn't see the young monk. Not bothering to care, she closed the gate and began preparing the brine. Feng Xian, go deal with these. He'll prepare the brine. Once Qi Shiyu wakes up tonight, we can eat. After eating, you can all get the hell out. Okay, Feng Xian replied and took the game away. Luo Yunchu finished preparing the brine and Feng Xian returned with the cleaned meat. She put the wild chickens and rabbits into the pot and simmered them over low heat. Luo Yunchu took out yesterday's leftover rice. Since she didn't want to cook a full meal at noon, she decided to make a simple fried rice. She found a sausage from her storage space, and from the basket she had just brought back, she took a cucumber and a handful of green beans. Soon a simple version of Yangzhou fried rice was ready. Feng Xian ate with great satisfaction, and Luo Yunchu inexplicably caught a bit of his happiness. To be honest, Feng Xian was really easy to please. Whatever she made, he ate without complaint, and he ate with such gusto that just watching him increased her own appetite. As for Qi Shiyu, he couldn't eat this or that, and ate so slowly that even a young lady would probably not be as refined as him. To be honest, sometimes watching him eat made her anxious. She wished she could just help him. Couldn't he take a slightly bigger bite? Would a little more food choke him to death? Luo Yunchu found this utterly incomprehensible. However, she didn't know that Feng Xian as a shadow guard was actually quite similar to her former self. On ordinary days, shadow guards lived on dry rations almost every day. Having the time to buy a few steamed buns or mantou was already a luxury. Back in Xuanzhou, he had brothers to take shifts. But after following Qi Shiyu here, he was the only one in the shadows, and there were frequent assassination attempts. Being able to fill his stomach was already good enough. So after Yuza left, being able to eat something other than dry rations was already something he had never had before. How could he be picky about taste? Let alone that Luo Yunchu's cooking was delicious. Even if it were terrible, he would still eat it with relish. After eating, Luo Yunchu went straight to her room. After bolting the door, she flashed into her space. Subconsciously, she went to the gym and stood there staring blankly at the exercise equipment. To be honest, training like this now had little effect. When encountering those with powerful inner force, so-called martial arts masters, her meager martial skills were, for instance, that monk. If he didn't use his inner force, Luo Yunchu believed she would definitely not lose to him. But he happened to have formidable inner force. When he exchanged palms with Feng Xian earlier, she had clearly felt the fluctuations of inner force. Well, how to put it? As she was now, if anyone with excellent lightness skill came, even if they knew no martial arts techniques at all, she might not be able to do anything to them. Just like when that monk leaped onto the roof, she could only stare helplessly from below. This made her very angry. Although she had the silk thread and wolf claws as aids, they were ultimately not as convenient as inner force and lightness skill. She had once thought about starting an assassin. Now thinking about it, it was simply wishful thinking. Unless she taught Chu Li and the others to use guns. If so, it might be possible. But this would bring no benefit to herself. Exposing herself didn't matter, but the problem was after teaching Chu Li and the others, what then? What if they betrayed her? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Luo Yunchu slowly walked to the treadmill and walked absent-mindedly. In the end, she suppressed the thought. If she really needed money in the future, she would have to take on missions herself rather than teaching Chu Li and the others to use firearms. It wasn't a matter of trust. The human heart, it's dirty. She couldn't stand loneliness, so she was willing to smile and fit in, but letting her open her heart. Impossible. She could gamble with anyone in this world, but she would never gamble on the human heart. For instance, Chi Shiyu Chu Li Chuemo. She never doubted sincerity, but sincerity changes in an instant. Just like her former self. She believed that before sufficient interest drove them, her best friend was sincere to her. At least the life-risking rescues in many missions, but in the end, didn't that heart that was once turned toward her change? Just like Chi Shiyu. He openly admitted the purpose of buying her and admitted that his interest in her stemmed from curiosity. That curiosity drove him to pay excessive attention to her, thus giving rise to fondness. Whether this fondness had truly turned into love, Luo Yunchu believed what he said. But still, as the saying goes, sincerity is always fleeting. No one knows what will happen in the next second, and no one is anyone's one and only. She just wanted to live out this stolen life, fulfill the regrets of her past life, and live well in place of the original owner. Although the original owner didn't know and couldn't feel it, she had already taken over this body. Besides saying this, what else could she do? So Luo Yunchu successfully diverted her thoughts from martial prowess again. So what if she knew she couldn't win? She had to cheat. Don't push her. If she's pushed too far, she'll blow them all to hell. Luo Yunchu had spent the entire afternoon in the space, and only when she emerged from it did she realize that the sky had already darkened. Yawning, she stepped out of her room and saw Feng Xian bustling about in the kitchen. Her nose twitched as she suddenly recalled something. Hurrying over to take a closer look, Luo Yunchu's pupils constricted sharply. Her meat. Oh, Feng Xian, why didn't you turn off the fire? Luo Yunchu stared at Feng Xian in astonishment, who looked utterly bewildered by the question. I did call for Miss Luo and asked at the door, but you didn't respond, so I thought you were asleep. Feng Xian explained. I thought it was supposed to simmer like this, so I kept it on low heat. Besides, when the water boiled dry, I added water twice. Oh, and Luo Yunchu. She fetched a pair of chopsticks and poked at the meat. Oh, it was completely mushy. This would be perfect for a toothless old lady. And Chi Shiyu from before would have enjoyed it too. She picked out a small piece and took a tiny bite. Instantly her face crumpled into a grimace. It was a total mask of agony. The only saving grace, it melted in the mouth. Actually, the taste wasn't terrible, just salty. Extremely salty. The saltiness. The sourness. Luo Yunchu tossed the chopsticks aside. Well, who could she blame? Only herself for forgetting about it. Luo Yunchu turned and left, leaving Feng Xian staring at the pot in confusion. What was wrong? Was it that bad? He fetched chopsticks from the opposite side, and the moment the meat entered his mouth, even he who was usually not picky couldn't stomach a single bite. Tui. How is it so salty? Didn't I add water? Feng Xian grimaced, poking at it with chopsticks in bewilderment. Had all his morning's hunting gone, but why? It still smelled fragrant. How could it be this salty? Feng Xian was utterly perplexed. His heart ached at the sight of the wasted meat, but he couldn't bear to take another bite, or even open his mouth. Finally, he silently lifted the pot, and walked out of the kitchen. Miss Luo, this meat. Luo Yunchu had just finished rinsing her mouth, and looked up to see Feng Xian carrying the pot. Her brow furrowed. Instantly, you want to eat it? Feng Xian shook his head repeatedly. He wanted to, but he couldn't. Seeing his expression, Luo Yunchu couldn't help rolling her eyes, and said irritably, then dump it. Are you keeping it as decoration? Oh, Feng Xian responded, and quickly carried the pot out. The little novice monk, watching Feng Xian emerge with the pot, couldn't help licking his lips at the tantalizing aroma. Though he knew it was meat, he was so hungry. Even just smelling it was something. He had searched the mountains all day, and only found some wild vegetables, not even a single mushroom. Not only did he not get enough to eat, but he hadn't even filled a corner of his stomach. Alone, he dared not venture deeper, and only searched the periphery. He had scoured almost the entire outer edge of the back mountain, and in the end, he had only boiled a tiny dish. Feng Xian dumped the contents, and went back inside. The little novice monk huffily turned his gaze to the motionless Huais beside him. After watching for a while, he felt something was off. He stood up, slowly approached, and waved his hand in front of Huais' eyes. Huais said, if you're truly hungry, sit in meditation, and calm your mind. Naturally you want— The little novice monk fumed. Look at my stomach. It's completely flat. I can't even meditate when I'm full, let alone when I'm starving like this. Huais said, then sleep. Once you fall asleep, you won't be hungry. The little novice monk. Can't you smell that fragrance over there, senior brother? How can you be so calm? The little novice monk asked in utter confusion. Huai's replied, block your sense of smell, and naturally you want to detect it. The little novice monk's face darkened instantly. Strong inner force truly allowed one to do as one pleased. He stamped his foot fiercely and snapped at Huai's, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going down the mountain to beg for alms. You can wait here alone. With that he turned and left without another word. If he didn't leave now he felt he would break his vows. Hearing this, Huai slowly lifted his eyelids then calmly closed. Master, you're awake. Feng Xian, who was picking vegetables at the kitchen door, heard the sound of a door opening from across the courtyard and immediately looked up to see Qi Shiyu emerging from his room. Luo Yunchu also came out of the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Seeing Qi Shiyu approaching, she smiled lightly and said, since you're awake, go wash up and get ready for dinner. After we eat, there's something I need your help with. Qi Shiyu glanced at the sky upon hearing this. It's quite late today. Why haven't you eaten yet? It was already the hour of Su, and normally Chuer would have gone to bed by now. And what was she cooking? It smelled wonderful. He asked while curiously heading toward the kitchen. Hearing Qi Shiyu's question, Feng Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Miss Luo made braised meat today, but I ruined it. This is a fresh batch, so we're running late. Qi Shiyu stepped past him into the kitchen and asked in confusion, ruined it. Before Feng Xian could answer, Luo Yunchu, who was stir-frying, took over. I forgot to tell him, and I overslept. It's ruined, so no matter. As she spoke, her gaze swept past Qi Shiyu standing by the stove. Feng Xian, wash the vegetables and bring them over quickly. I'm starving. Yes. Feng Xian acknowledged and left. Qi Shiyu was completely ignored. He had wanted to express his gratitude to tell her about his current physical condition too. But Luo Yunchu remained, as usual, not sparing him another glance. As for the explanation just now, it was probably just to prevent him from punishing Feng Xian, so she added that one remark. He lowered his eyes, slightly masking the disappointment within, and after a moment asked softly, Miss Luo just mentioned needing help with something. May I ask what it is?